You often proclaim that vengeance is my mission, yet you remain oblivious to the fact that safeguarding you is the destiny of my life. Chapter 1. An end is also a beginning. Xiao Yan's figure gradually hovered above the expanse of this continent, squinting at the radiant pillar of light before him. The tranquility that had enveloped his eyes for many years suddenly ignited with fervor as he murmured, "These decades of cultivation have nearly made me forget the sensation of battle, huh?" Sensing something, Xiao Yan's eyes widened abruptly, fixated intently on the luminous pillar, astonishment evident within his gaze. At the moment the light erupted, formidable beings from all directions hastily converged. In the blink of an eye, this space became a gathering place for countless new generation powerhouses. At that time, the two individuals from the medicinal clan, rescued by Xiao Yan from the void-devouring flame, had begun to rejuvenate their bloodline. The ancient clan had also birthed numerous new warriors, with Gu Li and Gu Mei representing the clan, having attained the strength of a Dou Zong at such a tender age. The Taishu ancient dragon, naturally, was not to be outdone. With such momentum, it is likely that this world shall witness even more extraordinary legends in the future. Gu Yuan and Zhu Kun hovered close to Xiao Yan, their eyes fixed on the pillar of light as they quietly inquired, could this be a passage to another continent? At that moment, those standing within 1,000 miles of the light felt an extraordinary energy emanating from the pillar, tugging at the Dou Qi within them. Gu Yuan and Zhu Kun's expressions shifted slightly, and they swiftly mobilized their Dou Qi to shield themselves, retreating repeatedly, their eyes filled with astonishment. Only Xiao Yan remained unmoved, gazing intently at the spectacle from such close proximity. "What is this? The source qi of the Emperor?" Xiao Yan exclaimed in sudden realization, a powerful sensation welling up within his heart as he desperately reached out towards the light, grasping handful after handful. Gu Yuan, Zhu Kun, and several other formidable figures recognized the significance of this substance and hurriedly began to gather the Emperor's source qi that Xiao Yan had captured. In an instant, traces of Emperor's source qi began to manifest upon the Dou Di Continent. With this source qi, they could potentially ascend to the rank of Dou Di. At such a close distance, Gu Yuan and Zhu Kun were subjected to an overwhelming pressure emanating from the towering pillar, a density of Emperor's source qi far beyond what non-Dou Di powerhouses like them could endure. Even the Dou Qi within Xiao Yan trembled slightly. Sun Er's delicate form quivered slightly. Xiao Yan was about to depart, venturing into an unknown world. How could she bear it? And how could she not worry? Yet she understood that Xiao Yan was not only her man, but also the most formidable being on this continent, eternally pursuing the supreme realm. Reluctantly, she softly advised, "The outside world is unlike the Dou Qi continent. Do not be overly ambitious, and take care of yourself." Xiao Yan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, when suddenly an irritable voice chimed in beside him. "Humph, just because Sun Er permits it does not mean I do." A graceful silhouette appeared in the sky. A surge of azure light accompanied her as she approached Xiao Yan. It was none other than Kai Lin. Xiao Yan was taken aback initially, then smiled at Kai Lin. Unsure of how to express his feelings regarding this matter, he helplessly turned to Sun Er for assistance, casting a pitiful glance in her direction. Observing Xiao Yan's pitiful expression, Sun Er could not help but chuckle. Yet before she could utter a word, Kai Lin, with a hint of irritation, interjected, "Humph, do not attempt to persuade me. Sun Er is futile. I cannot allow you to leave so easily. With such a large family and numerous children to care for, do you think I would simply acquiesce?" The onlookers could only manage awkward smiles as they beheld the couple. Xiao Yan, feeling helpless, was soon approached by Sun Er, who smiled at Kai Lin, saying, "Sister Kai Lin, after all, Xiao Yan is a grown man who enjoys adventure. Let him go if need be. I shall take care of the children. Esteemed seniors, after my departure, I hope you will look after the Xiao clan." "Xiao Yan expresses his gratitude to all of you," Xiao Yan said, clasping his hands in thanks to the powerful individuals gathered to bid him farewell. His only concern about leaving was the Xiao clan. He wished for no mishaps. Now, with a thriving family, the Xiao clan had flourished remarkably under Xiao Yan's ascension to the Dou Emperor. Thanks to the activation of their bloodline power, all of Xiao Yan's close relatives had reaped the benefits, effortlessly enhancing their strength. In just a few short years, the Xiao clan had risen to become one of the foremost families, a feat greatly aided by the presence of the Flame Emperor, Xiao Yan. Rest assured, with me around, what trouble could arise for the Xiao clan? Gu Yuan laughed heartily, observing the distant figure of the young man in black. He could not help but marvel at how, in just a few decades, an ignorant youth had transformed into a pinnacle existence on this continent, truly a sight to envy. "And I am here as well. Fear not, Xiao Yan. We shall take good care of things here. Old Gu and I will soon break through to Dou Emperor and will come to find you. Zhu Kuan stepped forward, patting his chest confidently. With the source of imperial energy now at their disposal, their elevation to Dou Emperor was merely a matter of time. Ha. Splendid. Young man, Xiao Yan will certainly be here to welcome you. Xiao Yan replied gratefully, feeling a sense of relief regarding the Xiao clan. Daddy. With a delicate call, a graceful figure leapt into Xiao Yan's emperor seat was none other than Xiao Zhao. Now, around 11 or 12 years old, Xiao Zhao bore a striking resemblance to her mother, possessing an enchanting countenance that would surely captivate most. Over the years, her prowess had astonished even the most seasoned elders. With the bloodline of her mother, the nine-colored devouring serpent, combined with Xiao Yan's Dou Emperor bloodline, her strength had surged to the level of a 9-star Dou Saint. Given her rapid growth, it seemed likely that Kai Lin's strength would soon pale in comparison. Master, Xiao Yan turned to see an elderly figure appearing before him, stirring excitement within his dark eyes. As a once ignorant youth from Wutan City, it was under the protection of this venerable figure that he had flourished. Without him, Xiao Yan may have amounted to nothing, perhaps even lost his very soul. How could he have achieved his current success? Take care of yourself. I can no longer assist you, but once you make your mark, do allow me to accompany you to witness the world. Haha. Yao Lao laughed heartily. Xiao Yan smiled, noting that his teacher remained unchanged as ever. With a wave of his hand, he directed several medicinal pills and a luminous orb towards Yao Lao, gently stating, "Disciple humbly adheres to master's teachings. Teacher, this is a token of filial piety from your disciple, wishing you an expedited ascension to the Dou Emperor." These were the 9th-grade golden pills Xiao Yan had meticulously prepared for Yao Lao over the years, along with the recently acquired source energy of the Emperor. Yao Lao gazed at the items in his hand, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. Zhu Kuan Gu Yuan observed the few golden pills shimmering in Yao Lao's grasp, feeling a twinge of envy. These 9th-grade golden pills were unparalleled in the Dou Di Continent, as they were crafted by the hands of Dou Emperor-level powerhouses, far surpassing ordinary golden pills. Very well, you may go now. Take care of yourself. Yao Lao nodded. Your kindness toward your disciple is indelibly etched in Xiao Yan's heart. Please allow me to pay my respects. Xiao Yan immediately knelt, producing a resonant sound that seemed to stir the very heavens and earth. He slowly rose. He uttered no further words as figures streaked across the sky like a shooting star, surging into the passageway and vanishing from sight, while a grand chorus of farewell echoed behind him. Long live the Flame Emperor in the Dou Di Continent. Xiao Yan is a legend, and his deeds shall undoubtedly be passed down through generations, enduring throughout the ages. The blue pillar of light brimmed with ferocious energy. Even ancient powerhouses like Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan, at the pinnacle of Dou Saint, felt the overwhelming force of the pillar. From a distance of 1,000 miles, should they venture within, they would likely be instantly crushed by the violent energy contained within the entity present. Only Xiao Yan possessed the strength to enter, yet even he was uncertain of what awaited him inside. The Flame Emperor, the most formidable being of the Dou Di Continent, dared not act recklessly, underscoring the pillar's formidable nature. Xiao Yan stepped into the void, his form directly crossing into the pillar of light, which then vanished from the expanse of the continent. As one who had once saved the Dou Di Continent, Xiao Yan had attained a sacred status among the powerful, and all were engulfed in concern for him. After all, it was an unknown realm, and what could transpire within was shrouded in mystery. Why was there not a single Dou Emperor left in the Dou Di Continent? Had they, too, succumbed to the ravages of time, just as the ancient Dou Emperors had fallen? Or were they, like Xiao Yan, taken from this world? This remains an enigma, known only to the cosmos. Chapter 2. The Continent of Fighting Emperors, Part 1. Xiao Yan's figure materialized within a vast and dark void. Within this passageway, there existed tremendous fluctuations of energy and a pressure that could move even the hearts of fighting emperors, causing Xiao Yan's internal fighting spirit to become somewhat chaotic. Unwilling to take any chances, he hastily settled into a cross-legged position, channeling his internal energy to resist the force, while a shadow sat cross-legged in the emptiness. The energy of this passage far exceeded Xiao Yan's imagination, causing his form to distort profoundly. On the continent of fighting spirit, a fighting emperor represented the pinnacle of power. Thus, the fact that Xiao Yan's internal energy was in disarray hinted at the terrifying nature of this force, potent enough to easily shred a saint-level fighter into oblivion, leaving no chance of survival for anyone below the rank of fighting emperor. Xiao Yan remained in this position, relying on the resistance of his exotic flame. And after several days of recuperation, his aura gradually stabilized within this space. Time felt ambiguous as he finally opened his eyes. The passage appeared boundless, seemingly endless, with surroundings resembling a celestial expanse, shimmering with resplendent starlight. This environment could easily lead one to lose their sanity. However, with the fortitude of a fighting emperor and the sole power of an imperial realm, Xiao Yan remained unperturbed. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware of the dangers within this passage and dared not let his guard down. He spread his bone wings, with vibrant exotic flames swirling around him, and began to glide slowly through this vast expanse. In this space, only stars existed, completely devoid of any sense of time. Xiao Yan could not ascertain how long he had been flying. With his current strength as a fighting emperor, his speed seemed greatly diminished in this realm, leaving him astounded. Simultaneously, he noticed that the further he advanced, the denser the source of imperial energy became, solidifying his belief that this space indeed had an end. Thus, Xiao Yan continued his tireless flight. This seemingly infinite space was enveloped in an eerie silence, where the only sound was the rush of wind against his wings. One word came to mind: stillness, a terrifying stillness that induced a sense of impending collapse. Yet, after flying for an extended period, Xiao Yan had grown accustomed to this silence. Suddenly, after what felt like an eternity of flying, he abruptly opened his eyes, swiftly retreating in alarm, cursing under his breath. Damn, what is that? Just as he muttered, a powerful gust of wind surged toward him, shattering the tranquility of the space, as a creature of considerable size, nearly 100 meters in length, rushed forth. This creature was unlike anything Xiao Yan had ever encountered, its immense form evoking a sense of dread. What terrified him most was that this unknown being exuded an aura even more formidable than his own, rivaling that of a fighting emperor. It was beyond his imagination. If unleashed upon the continent of fighting spirit, it could potentially devastate the entire realm. Although he felt a degree of pressure from its presence, Xiao Yan experienced no fear. Once he stabilized his form, a flicker of anger crossed his brow. Oh, oomph, who will prove to be the other's appetizer remains to be seen. Xiao Yan let out a cold snort, perplexed by the monstrous creature before him. After ascending to the rank of Dou Emperor, he had not engaged in battle for decades. Yet at this moment, every fiber of his being seemed to awaken with a fervor for combat. Gazing fearlessly at the colossal being above, he altered his hand seals. And in an instant, the surrounding transformed the area into a seething sea of flames, which then surged into his body at an astonishing speed. As the torrent of crimson flames poured into him, Xiao Yan's form rapidly expanded, and amidst this inflation, resplendent fire erupted from the pores of his skin, morphing into fiery dragons that spiraled around him. Indeed, this creature possessed some prowess. It was no wonder it was the only Dou Emperor to re-emerge after a millennium. However, it was still lacking in comparison to his own might. Witnessing the dazzling flames enveloping Xiao Yan, the enormous creature's eyes flickered with surprise. I shall see just how much power lies beneath that magnificent facade. With a cold chuckle, the creature's massive body suddenly moved, its gigantic tail sweeping toward Xiao Yan, accompanied by the surrounding stars, causing the very fabric of space to tremble with an ominous energy that even the sole emperor could scarcely rival. Xiao Yan, upon seeing the creature's direct attack, merely let out a cold huff, standing his ground without flinching, and retaliated with a punch. At this juncture, Xiao Yan had transformed into the form of a Dou Emperor, his stature now immense, and the swirling fire dragons that encircled him surged forward with his fist. The two formidable forces collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that rippled through the surrounding space. The creature's eyes widened in astonishment. It had not anticipated that a newly arrived Dou Emperor could withstand its attack without sustaining any harm. Anger flashed in the creature's gaze as it prepared to strike again, when suddenly, a voice resonated from behind both the man and the beast. Cease this at once. Combat is prohibited within the confines of the Tier City. I implore both of you to depart immediately. The stern command echoed through the space, rippling like waves in water. Humph, consider yourself fortunate, young one. Should we cross paths again, your luck may not hold. The creature cast a reluctant glance at Xiao Yan, snorted, and then, with a burst of light, vanished from the space. Thank you, Senior. Xiao Yan clasped his hands in gratitude. Had this individual not intervened, he would have faced a bloody battle today. He understood that the creature had not exerted its full strength during that last strike, and truthfully, he felt uncertain about his own capabilities. Haha, no need for thanks, it is my duty. You are the new Dou Emperor, correct? The armored figure chuckled lightly, then inquired. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, not wishing to conceal the truth, though he harbored doubts about how this armored individual knew of him. Oh, you are the one the Ming Emperor has been searching for. Come, I shall escort you to Tier City. Upon receiving Xiao Yan's affirmation, the armored figure ceased further questioning and turned to ascend into the sky. Xiao Yan remained rooted in place, pondering, is someone here to retrieve me? Could it be that there were those who recognized him in this realm? Respected Senior, forgive my boldness. But may I inquire how you became aware of my presence and movements? It is quite perplexing that a figure clad in armor could locate me so precisely, and with such certainty declare that I am the one sought by the Ming Emperor. This thought filled Xiao Yan with profound confusion. He chuckled softly. Ah, young one. You are indeed cautious. I possess knowledge of everything within 1,000 miles of this ruptured city. Finding you is quite effortless. As for why I am certain it is you, it is because, in this millennium, you are the sole individual to traverse this passage, alongside the spatial beast with whom you recently battled. The armored man paused, responding to Xiao Yan's query with a measured tone. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. Within this realm, his own imperial soul's sensing ability extended merely 100 miles, while this middle-aged figure in armor could perceive 1,000. The aura radiating from the armored man was unmistakably formidable, far beyond Xiao Yan's own capabilities. Nodding thoughtfully, although still somewhat skeptical, Xiao Yan recognized that encountering someone to guide him in this vast and uncertain expanse was preferable to wandering aimlessly. With no other recourse, he resolved to trust the man before him, falling silent as he followed closely behind. They soared through the air at a remarkable speed. Yet Xiao Yan found himself unable to catch up with the armored figure. Fortunately, their journey was not prolonged. Within a mere 10 minutes, a modest city emerged on the horizon. From above, Xiao Yan discerned the entirety of ruptured city, bustling with activity and vibrancy. The city was constructed entirely from a unique blue stone, with a towering spire at its center, from which a faint glow of fire emanated. Viewed from a distance, it imparted an air of mystery, likely serving as the energy source sustaining the city. To his astonishment, he had not anticipated the existence of such a city. Maintaining a settlement within a spatial rift must require considerable energy. Those capable of establishing a city in such a tumultuous environment would undoubtedly be formidable figures. This is Ruptured City. Come, let us enter, the armored man said gently. The two descended and landed upon an ancient stone path, where the cacophony of the city immediately enveloped Xiao Yan's senses. People rode various magical beasts along the roadside, adorned in resplendent armor, while countless vendors peddled an array of exotic wares, leaving Xiao Yan utterly dazzled. As he casually assessed the energies of several individuals, a chill ran down his spine. Each presence surpassed his own by several folds, even hundreds. Following the armored man in a particular direction, Xiao Yan soon spotted an elder standing several meters away, hands clasped behind his back, who greeted him with a smile. Xiao Yan felt a moment of hesitation. He had expected to be met by members of the Xiao clan within this space, yet he sensed no connection to his bloodline, prompting a sense of wariness. Xiao Yan had always maintained a level of caution towards unfamiliar faces. From the elder's words, he learned that the armored individual was named Huatao, seemingly a guardian of Ruptured City, which did not surprise him. Huatao smiled and, after a brief exchange, departed. After the figure of Huatao vanished, the elder turned to Xiao Yan and exclaimed, "Young man, come with me." Xiao Yan, upon hearing the elder's call and gazing at the unfamiliar yet weathered face before him, felt a momentary pause, overwhelmed by a sense of bewilderment. What connection did this person have with him? Who are you? How do you know I was coming? I do not know you. Why are you waiting here for me? And why should I follow you? A torrent of doubts and questions surged forth toward the elder. You must be the one referred to by the old man Xiao, the only Dou Emperor in a millennium on the Dou Di Continent, correct? Chapter 4. The Dou Emperor Continent, Part 3. If there is no one else, then it must be me. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan nodded in affirmation, not denying the truth. Indeed, he was the sole Dou Emperor to have ascended after a millennium on the Dou Di Continent. The elder, witnessing Xiao Yan's nod, was immediately graced with a smile. It truly is you. It seems the old man Xiao's instincts were correct. A member of the Xiao clan. That insufferable old man Xiao is a real nuisance, sending me to fetch his kin while he indulges in gambling. And here I have to deal with this peculiar fellow. Were it not for the old man's persistent instructions, I would not bother with you. The elder muttered a few more words. Wait, what did you just say? Xiao clan. Old man Xiao? Is he my ancestor? Is my ancestor still alive? Senior, could you take me to meet my ancestor immediately? The elder's mention of the old man Xiao was undoubtedly referring to his ancestor, as Xiao Yan had surmised. He never expected to discover that members of the Xiao clan still existed here, and excitement surged within him. The elder pursed his lips. Of course, it is precisely your ancestor who sent me to fetch you. You wish to meet him, do you? Then follow me. Time is of the essence, and keep close. The elder cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yan, then with a flourish of his sleeve, a rift in space was torn open, and he promptly stepped through. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Yan followed suit and entered the rift. In the span of an instant, the two emerged from the rift, and an overwhelming aura of ancient energy enveloped them. Upon stepping out, Xiao Yan was astonished. The essence of the emperor here was far denser than in the passageway. As he steadied himself, he was immediately struck by the breathtaking scenery around him. Surrounded by a dense forest, the trees stood tall and imposing. Unlike any he had seen on the Dou Continent, each tree reached toward the heavens, their canopies obscuring the sky, resembling colossal pillars connecting the earth to the firmament, preventing the heavens from collapsing. Scattered around Xiao Yan were an abundance of medicinal herbs and rare flora, exuding rich spiritual energy and potent aromas that ignited a glint of greed in his eyes. Many of these herbs were entirely unfamiliar to him, while those he recognized were exceedingly rare on the Dou Continent. Yet here, they carpeted the ground, abundant and readily visible. Such treasures would fetch a high price on the Dou Continent, not to mention their scarcity and the difficulty in gathering them. Not to mention the ones he had never encountered before, all of them invaluable. As a pharmacist, and a 9th tier one at that, how could he not be exhilarated by such a sight? Without hesitation, Xiao Yan began to gather the herbs. What are you collecting those weeds for? The elder cast a glance at the herbs in Xiao Yan's hands. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. Weeds? These herbs were invaluable treasures on the Dou Continent. Yet in the old man's eyes, they were merely a heap of weeds? The old man shook his head, muttering about a lack of discernment. Let us go, boy. Xiao Yan remained silent, simply gathering the herbs quietly. What was that? He noticed a purple crystal not far away. With a swift movement, he retrieved the crystal. A glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Its strength surpassed even the finest materials on the Dou Continent. Hey kid, let us go. What use do you have for that worthless stone? The old man called out irritably. Xiao Yan cast a glance at the old man floating in the air. Realizing that to him, everything seemed like mere scrap. He said nothing more and promptly followed the old man. The surroundings were still dense with trees, stretching endlessly. This forest was likely several hundred times larger than the Beast Mountain Range. Situated within the Tianma Mountain Range, it occupied an immensely vast area. Towering mountains within the range connected seamlessly, slicing through the forest and dividing it into two distinct regions. After millennia of evolution, this forest was teeming with life. Generally, few dared to venture deep into it, let alone wander alone within its depths. Even a Dou Emperor might meet their demise in this mysterious woodland with a moment's inattention. Xiao Yan and the old man were merely on the outskirts. Curiosity and intrigue about this unknown territory filled Xiao Yan's heart. He concentrated, unleashing his soul power, which spread throughout the forest. Oh, soul power at the Emperor level. This boy is intriguing, the old man remarked, somewhat astonished. As Xiao Yan unleashed his soul power, the old man immediately sensed its Emperor-level intensity. The Emperor level was not merely a measure of soul strength, but also represented a state of mind. Not even he had reached that level. So discovering that this young man possessed such soul power was indeed surprising. Two figures soared away at an astonishing speed. The old man turned to Xiao Yan and said, "Reign in your soul power. It's perilous here. I understand your curiosity. Very well. Let me provide you with some insight into this continent." As he spoke, the old man flicked his fingers, sending a beam of light directly into Xiao Yan's mind, flooding his consciousness with a wealth of information. Gradually, Xiao Yan began to form a vague understanding of this continent. It was a world that even Dou Emperors would find awe-inspiring. Indeed, this was the Dou Emperor continent, akin to the Dou Continent, devoid of various magical systems. Instead, Dou remained the singular dominant force. This world belonged exclusively to Dou Emperor powerhouses, where only they could survive and thrive. While Dou Emperors were the pinnacle of strength on the Dou continent, on the Dou Emperor continent, they were merely the most basic existence. Moreover, thanks to the efforts of countless generations of Dou Emperors, there were even entities that transcended the Dou Emperor level. Although a Dou Emperor might wield unparalleled power on the Dou continent, here, their strength felt inexplicably constrained. Even though Xiao Yan's power could devastate the heavens and the earth here, it would only manifest a fraction of its true potential. A mere tenth of what could be unleashed on the Dou continent. The perfection of this space is such that even the might of a Dou Emperor is suppressed. Naturally, the strength of individuals is continually evolving, striving to counter the limitations imposed by this realm. Above this, there exists the transcendent being known as the Dou Immortal, a title attained by only one individual throughout the history of the Dou Emperor continent, the creator of this very space. Beyond the Dou Immortal, legends whisper of the Dou God and the Eternal Sovereign. The veracity of these claims remains shrouded in mystery. Chapter 5. The Dou Emperor Continent, Part 4. On this continent, the vast majority of its inhabitants are but one-star Dou Emperors. The chasm between each star rank is as profound as an abyss. Attaining each star might require countless years of arduous cultivation. With each advancement, one must face the Emperor's tribulation. Overcoming this tribulation signifies success in leveling up, while failure may lead to grave consequences. Generally speaking, It takes an ordinary person a millennium to ascend from 1 star to 2. For millennia to progress from 2 to 3, and an entire decade to reach 4 from 3. The leap from 4 to 5 depends largely on individual fortune and opportunity. Beyond the 5-star threshold, such beings are rare, almost mythical, on the Dou Emperor continent. Thus, it is evident how arduous it is to surpass the Dou Emperor. However, there exists a rare exception, the premature arrival of the Emperor's tribulation. This means that, with a stroke of luck and fortuity, one might encounter the tribulation earlier than expected between stars. Yet, the likelihood of this occurring is exceedingly slim. Throughout the millennia of history on the Dou Emperor continent, only a handful of individuals have managed to elevate their rank through such fortunate encounters. Even more daunting, should one face a premature tribulation, the challenges it presents are formidable, often insurmountable without the aid of a powerful ally. Thus, most individuals diligently engage in thousands of years of cultivation to enhance their abilities. Of course, there are also practitioners of demonic cultivation who adopt unique methods for rapid advancement. The extreme evolution of Dou Di has given rise to a plethora of unconventional cultivators outside the main lineage, one of which is the demonic race. Nonetheless, demonic practitioners are often scorned by society for their inhumane methods of cultivation, thus contributing to the turbulence within the continent. The Dou Emperor continent is vast and teeming with countless unknown beast clans and various mysterious families. Due to familial circumstances, when a clan meets its demise, it may conceal the secrets of its cultivation methods, awaiting a fated individual to uncover them. On the Dou Emperor continent, a select few have ascended to power through such fortuitous encounters. In the realm of Dou Di, the Dou Di continent is not the sole interface. One could liken this world to a galaxy, composed of numerous celestial bodies, with the Dou Di continent merely being one among many. Consequently, this world is a convergence of Dou Emperors hailing from diverse spatial realms. Except for the Dou Di continent, which has depleted the source of the Emperor's energy, new Dou Emperors continue to emerge from different realms, perpetually infusing this world with fresh bloodlines and vigor. In summary, this is a continent brimming with wonders and the power to create miracles. At this moment, Xiao Yan finds himself in a region known as the Imperial State, akin to the Gamma Empire on the Dou Di continent. However, its geographical expanse far surpasses even the most prosperous central state of the Dou Di continent. The information also includes an introduction to an elder named Guanfang Ming, referred to as the Ming Emperor, a formidable figure with the strength of a 3-star Dou Emperor, standing out among the strong in the Imperial State. Just as Xiao Yan absorbed all this information, the Ming Emperor suddenly shoved him aside, stepping in front of him with a furrowed brow, exclaiming, "Be cautious." A sharp gust of wind, laced with the sound of slicing air, rushed towards them. A glint of coldness flashed in the Ming Emperor's eyes as he unleashed his powerful aura, erupting with the force of a 3-star Dou Emperor, and effortlessly countered the unexpected attack with a single palm strike. Regaining his composure, Xiao Yan extended his soul power in all directions. Under the influence of his soul power in the Imperial realm, no creature could evade his scrutiny. Frowning slightly, he charged forward fearlessly, observing Xiao Yan's bold advance. The Ming Emperor's expression shifted slightly. This young man possesses remarkable courage. As the Ming Emperor mused, Xiao Yan's form began to grow tremendously, enveloped by several fire dragons. With a colossal hand, he struck down towards the trees, causing a few figures to be thrown back, hovering awkwardly before Xiao Yan and the Ming Emperor. Clearly, they had not anticipated Xiao Yan's swift response. Behind Xiao Yan, the Ming Emperor, witnessing the unfolding scene, erupted into hearty laughter. Indeed, a member of the Xiao clan. Always so combative. "You two youngsters, come forth." As soon as the Ming Emperor's words fell, 2 individuals dressed similarly to him appeared out of thin air, their auras far surpassing Xiao Yan's. The Ming Emperor turned to the 2 behind him, a hint of annoyance in his voice. "You 2 little rascals. Were you hoping to test your skills, only to be outpaced? Huh, come, let me see who dares to be so audacious." Xiao Yan was taken aback, realizing that he was being followed by 2 individuals without his awareness, leading him to a profound realization. In this continent, he was no longer the strongest, but had rather become quite weak. With a resigned shake of his head and a bitter smile, he then turned his attention to the few figures that were suddenly approaching. "Is that not Elder Ying? Gaining some audacity, are we? Do you wish to ambush us in my presence?" Among the figures, the eldest stepped forward, clasping his hands towards the Ming Emperor, and stated, "Ming Emperor, we harbor no intention of ambushing you. We are merely interested in this young man. We hope you might grant us the convenience of taking him with us." Pointing a finger at Xiao Yan, he continued, "You wish to seize him? Do not say I did not warn you. This young man is from the Xiao family, and he is not someone you can provoke. Should the Xiao family come knocking, I fear the demon sect may find itself in dire straits." Moreover, Elder Ying, do you dare to challenge me with merely 5 two-star Dou Emperors? The Ming Emperor calmly regarded the disheveled figures before him. The elder known as Yi Ying's expression subtly shifted, revealing his lingering apprehension towards the Xiao clan. Taking a step forward, he incredulously remarked, "Oh, is that so? He is a member of the Xiao clan? You are bringing a member of the Xiao clan with you? Surely, you must be jesting. Moreover, what significance does a 2-star Dou Emperor hold? This lad is merely a 1-star Dou Emperor. Old Master Ming, why not relinquish him to us? We could all depart in peace. What say you?" Ming Di's eyes narrowed as he retorted, "Release your sister. Keep your distance. Your EMO sect is no match for Tianming Valley." Upon hearing this, Ying erupted in fury. "Humph. Even if we are no match, we must seize him. This lad possesses heavenly fire within him. We must acquire it at all costs. Brothers, advance." Chapter 6, Dou Emperor Continent, 5. Heavenly fire? The heavenly fire they spoke of must refer to the extraordinary flame within him. It appeared that his inner fire had been discovered by these individuals. Xiao Yan's brow furrowed in concern. He had not anticipated that they would uncover the existence of his extraordinary flame so swiftly. "I never expected you to possess heavenly fire. Be cautious." Ming Di cautioned lightly. Yet, Xiao Yan displayed no signs of retreat. Rather, he gripped a brilliantly radiant, colossal ruler in his hand, its luminosity pulsating with vibrant colors. The heavenly fire, eternal ruler. "I cannot believe this lad has comprehended such a weapon." The surrounding onlookers were immediately taken aback. It seems they mistook his unique flame for heavenly fire. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan charged forward, sensing the murderous intent emanating from his adversaries. He had no intention of holding back. Ming Yan Palm. The two individuals trailing Ming Di could no longer contain their impatience. One of them bellowed, and a massive golden handprint rapidly formed in the air. Boom. With a single strike, one opponent was sent reeling, blood spattering as he staggered backward. Xiao Yan too unleashed a counterattack, driving their opponents back relentlessly. In mere moments, the trio had managed to repel their adversaries, yet they had not exerted their full strength. Seemingly wary of the formidable Ming Di standing behind Xiao Yan. "Haha, the name of heavenly fire is indeed not unfounded. Today has truly opened my eyes." Ming Di observed the battle with a smile, refraining from intervening. Yi Ying's expression darkened. With the sudden emergence of 2-star Dou Emperors and the 3-star Dou Emperor's might in Ming Di, alongside a Xiao Yan who exceeded his expectations in strength, it was evident that victory was beyond his grasp. "Humph, we shall seize the heavenly fire eventually. Lad, until we meet again." Yi Ying scoffed, fully aware that despite possessing several 2-star Dou Emperors, they stood no chance against a 3-star Dou Emperor. Acknowledging the futility of their confrontation, he issued a retreat order and swiftly vanished from sight. "I stand ready to welcome you any time," Xiao Yan replied with a smile, unperturbed by Yi Ying's harsh words. As he watched them depart, Xiao Yan gradually regained his composure. This battle had been far from satisfying. Meanwhile, Ming Di remained standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Addressing the two who had suddenly appeared, "Have you two been following me all along, simply awaiting your moment to strike?" The two exchanged silly smiles in response to Ming Di's inquiry. The Ming Emperor gestured toward Xiao Yan, introducing him to the two individuals behind him. "This is the one and only Dou Emperor of the Dou Di Continent in a millennium, Xiao Yan, a member of the Xiao clan." He then pointed to the two, saying to Xiao Yan, "These two are my most esteemed disciples. Having just ascended to the rank of 2-star Dou Emperor, the cold-faced one is my eldest disciple, Yin Feng, while the one with a rather simple appearance is my second disciple, Xiong Yuan. I had intended for them to accompany me to showcase their prowess, but it seems you have outpaced them," he chuckled. "Come, let us all make each other's acquaintance." Xiao Yan clasped his hands in greeting, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to both seniors." Yin Feng merely waved his hand dismissively, while Xiong Yuan exhibited far more warmth, lifting Xiao Yan's hand and smiling. "There is no need for such formality, young brother Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan nodded in gratitude, replying, "Thank you, senior." In this moment, every person present was indeed his senior, and even the least among them warranted respect, for he was the sole Dou Emperor in 1,000 years, which placed him at the lowest rank in terms of seniority. Coupled with the fact that his strength was inferior to theirs, it was clear that on this continent, power was paramount. As the Ming Emperor spoke, Xiao Yan began to harbor doubts about the capabilities of these individuals. How could they ascertain his movements so swiftly and accurately? Why were they so invested in a mere 1-star Dou Emperor like himself, who had divulged his whereabouts? As Xiao Yan pondered these questions, the Ming Emperor grasped his shoulder, revealing a peculiar stone that shimmered with light. In an instant, the four of them vanished above the forest. Chapter 7, The Dawn Valley, Part 1. The Dawn Valley is situated atop a peak known as the Di Mountain. From the lofty heights, one gazes down upon a landscape shrouded in mist, with a rainbow gracefully suspended in the sky. The mountain is divided into several tiers, including the star platform, the battle arena, the ascension hall, and the Dou skill palace, each adorned with its own unique scenery. These four grand edifices are undeniably the most magnificent structures within the Dawn Valley, while the other ordinary buildings boast their own distinct characteristics. Each dwelling is circular in shape, featuring an extraordinary formation that serves to assist in cultivation, a stark contrast to that found elsewhere on the Dou Di Continent, as even the ancient clans have never possessed such luxurious architecture. Within the Dawn Valley, the comings and goings of people are ceaseless, accompanied by the sounds of ongoing sparring. At this moment, atop the peak of the Dawn Valley, several streaks of blue light flickered, and the figures of Xiao Yan and his companions materialized in the air above the mountain. As soon as they appeared, individuals rushed towards them, evidently apprehensive about potential enemy incursions. In the D Prefecture, 5 major factions exist: the Xiao clan, the Dawn Valley, the Extinction clan, the Illusory Demon clan, and the E-Demon sect. Each faction occupies its own territory, and apart from the amicable relationship between the Xiao clan and the Dawn Valley, the remaining factions are embroiled in fierce rivalry, vying for resources, resulting in naturally strained relations. Thus, vigilance is of utmost importance. Salutations to our ancestors. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the individuals approaching were the Ming Emperor, prompting everyone to bow in reverence. The ancestors had indeed experienced conflicts with certain factions during their absence. Yet fortunately, those adversaries were not particularly powerful. With the aid of Elder Xiao, these factions were ultimately repelled, including the 2 major forces of the E-Demon sect and the Illusory Demon clan, while the others were merely minor sects, drawn by the allure of mining resources. Posing no significant threat, several individuals stood up, and among 3 men, the one in the middle stepped forward, clasping his hands in a respectful manner to report. Upon hearing the names of the 2 formidable factions, the Evil Demon sect and the Phantom Demon clan, the Ming Emperor immediately furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before addressing Xiong Yuan, who stood behind him. Xiong Yuan, please take Xiao Yan for a tour. I have matters to attend to. Xiong Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, and the Ming Emperor departed with the 3 men, followed closely by Yun Feng. Xiao Yan, let us proceed. I shall show you around Tianming Valley, Xiong Yuan said with a hearty smile, addressing Xiao Yan, who was still gazing at his surroundings. Standing there, Xiao Yan could discern the entire expanse of the heavenly demon mountain range, a serpentine formation of peaks that resembled a colossal skeletal dragon, exuding an air of dominance. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Xiong Yuan. Xiao Yan expressed his gratitude, eager to discover how the Dou Di Continent differed from the Dou Di Continent. Xiong Yuan chuckled and nodded. If you don't mind, let us refer to each other as brothers. The term senior feels rather awkward. His jovial demeanor was quite endearing as he led Xiao Yan into the valley. Within the valley, beams of sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the exquisite scenery of Tianming Valley. Xiong Yuan and Xiao Yan strolled leisurely, attracting curious glances from those around them. The disciples of Tianming Valley donned identical attire, making Xiao Yan's distinctive clothing quite conspicuous. However, with Xiong Yuan by his side, no one dared to approach with inquiries, although some individuals respectfully greeted Xiong Yuan, whose affable nature was well regarded within the valley. In a fleeting moment, they arrived at a location called the Starry Platform. The structure of the Starry Platform astonished Xiao Yan. It hovered in the air like a small mountain, boasting a considerable expanse, with numerous individuals traversing its surface. Xiong Yuan, observing Xiao Yan's astonished expression, smiled knowingly, reminiscent of his own humble beginnings when he first arrived. Come, let me take you up for a closer look, Xiong Yuan gently suggested, gradually ascending. Xiao Yan followed closely, and soon before him lay a multitude of individuals seated in meditation, each radiating a dazzling aura. The overwhelming intensity of their energies enveloped the starry platform in rippling waves, with many practitioners emanating brilliant light. Xiao Yan was somewhat taken aback. He had never encountered such a vast scale of cultivation before, recalling that the alchemy competition of yesteryears had not possessed such grandeur. Remarkable indeed, Xiao Yan remarked with a smile, his gaze sweeping across the scene before settling on a stone tablet beneath which were inscribed the 3 luminous characters of Starry Platform. As he stepped onto the platform with Xiong Yuan, an extraordinary energy surged forth, causing a subtle enhancement in the Dou Qi within his body. Chapter 8, Tianming Valley, Part. The Starry Platform serves as the training ground for the disciples of Tianming Valley, where each disciple possesses their own designated area. Outsiders are not permitted to enter lightly, as doing so would disturb the practitioners and naturally lead to conflict. Of course, if one's strength is sufficient to overpower the practitioners, no one would dare to speak ill. The Starry Platform, from its outermost layer to the innermost, is a place where the strongest individuals venture deeper. It stands as one of the most significant structures within the Tianming Valley, as Xianyuan introduced to Xiao Yan. The starry platform consists of 12 tiers, with the innermost layer being so formidable that even the Ming Emperor dares not linger there for too long. Typically, one can only endure for an hour before retreating. This illustrates the staggering energy that resides within. Xiao Yan and his companions, situated in the outermost layer, were largely unaffected by its potency. Brother Xianyuan, could you offer me some guidance? I find myself somewhat perplexed by this combat technique. As Xiao Yan accompanied Xianyuan while observing the surrounding scenery, a youth with a look of helplessness approached them. Xianyuan, with a warm smile, took the scroll from the youth's hands, glanced at it without hesitation, and then proceeded to demonstrate the technique with great patience, elucidating its key aspects. Xiao Yan watched Xianyuan with a smile, genuinely appreciating his character. While Xianyuan was engaged in his instruction, Xiao Yan wandered alone, admiring the beauty of the starry platform. Suddenly, a fierce-looking young man shouted, "Hey kid, this is my territory. Get out, or I'll break your legs if you take another step closer." Unbeknownst to Xiao Yan, he had inadvertently stepped into the young man's training area. This young man, named Wu Yong, was notorious for his arrogance and possessed considerable strength, being in the mid-stage of a one-star Dou Emperor. He estimated that in a few hundred years, he would ascend to a two-star Dou Emperor, a position of significant standing within his clan. Xiao Yan remained unfazed by the insults, seemingly oblivious to the confrontation. He recognized that he had trespassed into another's training domain and, recalling Xuanyuan's earlier introduction, prepared to leave. Just as he was about to depart, the youth sitting in the distance suddenly rose, a menacing aura flickering across his face as he coldly remarked, "Did you not hear what I said?" Hearing the young man's words, Xiao Yan slowly turned around. The youth's presence could not escape Xiao Yan's discernment, sharpened by his imperial-level spiritual power. According to the information relayed by the Ming Emperor, this youth was likely in the mid-stage of a one-star Dou Emperor, as Xiao Yan surmised inwardly. "Why should I heed your words?" Xiao Yan replied, raising an eyebrow, his expression unchanged. The youth, taken aback by Xiao Yan's calm demeanor, paused momentarily. In Tianming Valley, it was rare for anyone to remain composed when confronted in such a manner. A strange smile crept onto the youth's lips as he became curious about the source of the black-clad youth's confidence to speak so boldly. "You've got some guts, huh? A newcomer, I presume? Trespassing into my territory and speaking so defiantly. You must possess some strength," the youth proclaimed with an air of arrogance, pointing dramatically to the sky. "How about a spar if you dare?" In his eyes, Xiao Yan, merely an ordinary early-stage one-star Dou Emperor, was no more than a harmless insect. Xiao Yan heard the words of the young man, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Yet, he did not display any fear. Instead, he gazed at the arrogant youth before him, feeling a surge of fervor within. It had been a long time since he had engaged in a battle with abandon, and he yearned to test the depths of his decades of cultivation on the Dou Di Continent, to ascertain the true extent of his prowess as a mid-stage one-star Dou Emperor. A burning desire for combat ignited within him, accompanied by a peculiar smile that curled at the corners of his lips as he nodded slightly. The young man burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What an arrogant little brat. To be so audacious at the initial stage of one-star, let me show you the true strength of a mid-stage one-star Dou Emperor." Xiao Yan merely chuckled, shrugged, and raised his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. "But it seems that the inscription on the stone tablet states that fighting is prohibited here, right? If this place is off limits, does that mean the arena is as well?" The young man cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yan, a challenge evident in his demeanor, before swiftly darting away. Xiao Yan, unwilling to lag behind, followed suit with remarkable speed. His body, infused with the power of his unique fire, was no ordinary Dou Emperor's physique. In an instant, he caught up to the young man, who was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning frosty as he hastily accelerated. Xiao Yan trailed closely behind, still uncertain of the way to the arena. Observing Xiao Yan in a disadvantageous position, the young man's face lit up with a smug satisfaction. Little did he know that Xiao Yan was not exerting his full strength. Otherwise, his pride would have been swiftly diminished. Before long, a vast arena came into view, and both participants landed, promptly registering their names. They then advanced to the center of the arena, where combat was imminent. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the surroundings, rendering the air seemingly devoid of oxygen, making it difficult to breathe. A cold smirk flitted across the young man's face as he icily remarked, "Kid, do you want me to go easy on you?" One should not boast excessively, for such arrogance invites retribution. Faced with the young man's disdainful laughter, Xiao Yan responded lightly, which only served to embarrass the youth, causing a flicker of anger to rise on his visage. "You are courting death, and you have no one to blame but yourself." The young man, irked by Xiao Yan's words, felt an unsettling aura radiate from his countenance. After instructing, Xiong Yuan realized that Xiao Yan had long since departed from his side. Yet he could not evade the detection of Xiao Yan's presence. Has he gone to the arena? This is likely not a good sign. Fearing for Xiao Yan's safety, Xiong Yuan hastened toward the direction of the arena. Xiao Yan unleashed his Emperor Flame, his form expanding into a colossal giant surrounded by an array of fiery dragons, creating a striking spectacle. Wu Yong was not to be outdone. He summoned his own Dou Emperor form, his massive hand slicing through the air with a thunderous roar. Xiao Yan regarded the descending hand without flinching, instead meeting it head-on with a punch. With a resounding thud, the surrounding air crackled with a visible force, causing both titanic figures to stagger back a few steps. A smile danced upon Xiao Yan's lips. What? This is impossible. Wu Yong exclaimed, astonished. How could Wu Yong not be astonished? Xiao Yan, merely at the initial stage of a one-star Dou Emperor, could confront him directly despite his own mid-stage prowess. If this were to be disclosed, where would his dignity reside? Typically, those at the mid-stage of a one-star Dou Emperor were not his match, let alone this fiery individual before him, who was just a novice. Observing Xiao Yan, enveloped by countless fire dragons, a hint of trepidation arose within Wu Yong's heart. Great heavenly transformation palm. Xiao Yan bellowed, his palm swelling to several times its size as the fire dragons coalesced in his grasp, launching a colossal palm imprint fiercely towards Wu Yong. Wu Yong's expression shifted slightly as a towering spear materialized in his hand, and he urgently shouted, Imperial Swift Spear. A massive spear shadow flickered by, and upon the collision of energies, Xiao Yan's great heavenly transformation palm immediately shattered. A smug expression washed over Wu Yong's face. Having thwarted Xiao Yan's assault, he brandished his spear and lunged at him. Suddenly, a resplendent giant ruler appeared before Xiao Yan. A crisp sound of impact resounded, and to Wu Yong's astonishment, he was jolted back several steps, his countenance darkening as he glared at the weapon that had unexpectedly materialized in Xiao Yan's possession. Cease this at once. A thunderous voice echoed from behind them, causing Wu Yong to tremble involuntarily. It was the voice of Xiong Yuan. Wu Yong, what are you doing? Stop immediately. Xiong Yuan's expression was grim. Should anything happen to Xiao Yan, he would bear dire consequences before the Ming Emperor. Seeing the fury etched on Xiong Yuan's face, Wu Yong lowered his head, acutely aware of the vast chasm in strength between them, and dared not make a move. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan chuckled and said, Hee, Brother Xiong Yuan, this senior merely wishes to engage in a friendly spar with me, and holds no ill intentions. Please do not hold it against him. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Wu Yong felt a flush of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yan would plead on his behalf, especially after he had been so unreasonable initially. Xiao Yan, you need not speak in his favor. I know this lad's character all too well. Xiong Yuan retorted with a cold snort, then turned his gaze towards the penitent Wu Yong, bellowing, Wu Yong, do you not realize he is of the Xiao clan? What? The Xiao clan? At the mention of these words, Wu Yong trembled in fear. Even his ancestors would not dare to offend the Xiao clan. Should Xiao Yan truly hold him accountable, he feared that even the Ming Emperor would be unable to protect him. Fortunately, Brother Xiao Yan has chosen not to blame you. Otherwise, you would not be standing here conversing with me. Nevertheless, you must face some punishment, 1 year of penance in the Demon Valley. The Demon Valley was a designated place for disciplining disciples who violated regulations, teeming with numerous beasts, albeit virtual ones, that would inflict excruciating torment. Wu Yong dared not protest, and merely nodded, accepting his fate. Brother Xiong Yuan, perhaps it is best to let this matter rest. It was merely a friendly exchange, and there is no need to punish this senior, Xiao Yan suggested. Having regained his composure, shaking his head at the notion of the Demon Valley, which he presumed was no pleasant place, Xiong Yuan glanced at the dejected Wu Yong, sighed, and permitted him to leave on his own. He had not anticipated that such events would transpire during his brief absence. Had Xiao Yan sustained injuries? How would he explain this to the Ming Emperor? The old man, Xiao, was waiting in the valley. Shaking his head, he let out a bitter laugh. As long as my brother Xiao Yan is unharmed, that is what matters. Since we have already observed the competition arena, I shall now escort you to the combat palace and the promotion hall, Xiong Yuan declared. This time, he dared not leave Xiao Yan's side, for there were many domineering figures within the valley, and with Xiao Yan's aura of a first-star Dou Emperor, trouble was bound to follow. After Xiong Yuan guided Xiao Yan through the scenic spots of the valley, dusk began to settle in. This marked Xiao Yan's first day in the Dou Emperor continent. A day that rekindled a long-lost desire within him, the urgent aspiration to enhance his strength. The moon hung like a silver disk amidst a tapestry of stars. Lying atop the towering star platform, Xiao Yan reflected on the battle of the day, raising a somewhat weathered hand, reminiscent of a decade past. Through the gaps of his fingers, he gazed skyward at the immense silver moon. Sighing at the thought of the afternoon's battle, Xiao Yan felt an inexplicable force suppressing his own power in this world. What manner of force could this be? The yearning for strength surged anew within him, tinged with a sense of melancholy. Hey, brother, what are you pondering? The sudden voice startled Xiao Yan. It was none other than Xiong Yuan, mirroring Xiao Yan's posture. Xiong Yuan lay back to admire the starry sky. Xiao Yan exhaled softly. What else could I be thinking of but home? Do you not miss it? Seeing Xiao Yan's surprised expression, Xiong Yuan merely smiled faintly. It's not entirely impossible. It's just that no one has achieved it thus far. Hearing this, Xiao Yan felt a weight lift from his heart. At least there was a glimmer of hope. He sighed with relief and asked, what is this method? Please, enlighten me. With a light expression, Xiong Yuan replied, the method is quite simple. Surpass the Dou Emperor. After that, everything else will fall into place. However, alas, as you know, for countless millennia, only one person has transcended the Dou Emperor and created this space. The difficulty is evident. Xiao Yan's heart sank. He had learned from the information provided by the Ming Emperor just how arduous it was to surpass the Dou Emperor. Setting aside the immense challenge, the time required was staggering. From first star to second star took a millennium, from second to third required 4 millennia, and ascending from third to fourth demanded 10,000 years. Beyond 4 stars, the path was uncertain, reliant solely on fortune. How long might it take to reach 9 stars? Even more daunting was the thought of surpassing the Dou Emperor. By then, it was likely that his loved ones would no longer exist. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a profound sadness enveloped Xiao Yan. He fell into silence, contemplating the possibility of never seeing his family again. Having traversed from Earth to the Dou Di Continent, he had found a family, only to face the prospect of losing them forever. The weight of grief bore down on him. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have questioned the purpose of striving for the title of Dou Emperor altogether. Chapter 11, Dawn Valley, Part 5. Xiao Yan commenced his journey imbued with unwavering determination. Even though the chances of success seemed minuscule, possessing a goal prevented him from advancing blindly. For the sake of his loved ones, he resolved to exert every effort in pursuit of his aspirations. Xian Yuan observed Xiao Yan's remarkable transformation from despondency to confidence and was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this young man harbored the conviction to surpass the Dou Emperor? Such an idea seemed implausible. After all, countless prodigies before him had begun their journeys brimming with confidence, only to succumb to despair over the years. Xian Yuan refrained from dampening Xiao Yan's spirits with discouragement and instead chose to accompany him in gazing at the stars, reminiscing about the past, and discussing the intricacies of their world. After a night of leisurely conversation with Xian Yuan, Xiao Yan was invigorated by numerous tales that ignited his passion. It was astonishing to learn that no one had ever traversed the entirety of the Dou Emperor continent, where numerous formidable families lay hidden, undiscovered. Many powerful individuals had lost their lives during their wanderings, rendering every corner of the continent fraught with peril. No one dared to claim supremacy, for the mysteries of the land remained unfathomable, cloaked in secrets. Even the profession of alchemist had become unpredictable on the Dou Emperor continent, where the grades of medicinal pills had transcended conventional limits. Perhaps a strong individual before him was, in fact, a manifestation of a pill. The enigmatic nature of these medicinal concoctions allowed them to harness the essence of heaven and earth, generating their own consciousness, which could potentially surpass that of ordinary beings. Thus, even within the Dou Emperor continent, one must approach pills with caution. Where there are alchemists, there are naturally alchemical materials. The Dou Emperor continent harbors substances akin to the rare flames found on the Dou Di Continent, yet these are not to be compared with mere exotic fires. Even the top-ranked Emperor flame holds no standing here, hinting at the immense power these flames possess. In the Dou Emperor continent, such flames are referred to as heavenly fire. However, the continent is not limited to heavenly fire alone. It embodies the duality of existence, where every force has its counterpart. The Dou Emperor continent is renowned for its 3 wonders, known as the 3 marvels. The first being heavenly fire, the second ghostly spirit, and the third spirit seal. These treasures are coveted by all, possessing the potential to elevate one to a position of unparalleled strength overnight, or conversely, to cause one's abrupt disappearance from the world. Such wonders are elusive, with only a handful of individuals ever possessing them. This night imparted to Xiao Yan the realization that what may be deemed pinnacle in the Dou Di Continent could hold little value here. Each individual might encounter divergent opportunities and destinies. One who appears insignificant today could rise to prominence tomorrow. In this land, opportunities abound, but without strength, one is merely an ant. Strength is paramount. As the night quietly faded, the fiery sun ascended like a bashful child, its face aglow with warmth. Early the next, Xiao Yan descended alongside Xian Yuan. Each day at the Tianming Valley, all disciples would gather in the plaza for mutual sparring, a cherished tradition. Within the expansive plaza, Vibrant displays of combat techniques erupted in a dazzling array. The square resonated with the cacophony of battle, the thunderous sounds echoing through the skies. Xiao Yan couldn't help but press his lips together. Witnessing so many Dou Emperors engaged in combat was indeed a breathtaking spectacle. Across the expanse, the disciples of Tianming Valley numbered in the thousands, and such a formidable assembly was no surprise for a first-rate power in the imperial region. As he felt the myriad of auras approaching him, Xiao Yan curiously observed the various combat techniques being employed. Suddenly, a young man clad in refreshing combat attire approached from a distance, glancing at Xiao Yan beside Xiong Yuan, and inquired, "Hey, second senior brother, is this lad new here?" With Xiong Yuan smiling in silence, the youth turned directly to Xiao Yan and proposed, "How about we engage in some sparring, little brother?" At this moment, Xiong Yuan interjected, "You'd best not pick on the newcomers. Why not spar with me instead?" The young man shook his head vigorously, casting a disdainful glance at Xiong Yuan, who had a reputation for being quite the tormentor. Xiao Yan chuckled and replied, "It's no trouble at all, senior brother Xiong. Since this senior has extended an invitation, I cannot be a wet blanket." Xiong Yuan felt a pang of concern, fearing for his junior's safety. But seeing Xiao Yan's cheerful demeanor left him at a loss for a counterargument. Reluctantly, he conceded, "All right, but keep it light. This is Mu Feng," he introduced to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded and clasped his hands, saying, "I look forward to your guidance, senior brother Mu Feng." Mu Feng laughed heartily, "Haha, splendid. Today, I must have a good match with this junior brother." With a smile, Xiao Yan nodded, and in an instant, both released their auras without reservation. Mu Feng unleashed a sharp roar, his figure darting like a specter, seemingly merging with the air, while Xiao Yan remained still, secretly extending his soul power. Like Wu Yong, Mu Feng was also at the mid-stage of a one-star Dou Emperor, seemingly even stronger than Wu Yong by a fraction. A formidable aura swept across the arena. The faint crimson Dou Qi enveloping Mu Feng, exuding an invisible pressure that caused some weaker individuals to struggle to breathe. So, this is the aura of a mid-stage one-star Dou Emperor? Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. He could sense Mu Feng's robust presence spreading like a vast lake, enveloping him entirely. Waves of pressure surged from all around, a sensation so oppressive that it could easily strip away the fighting spirit of an average early-stage one-star Dou Emperor. Observing the extraordinary aura in the arena, many onlookers changed their expressions, their gazes filled with gravity. Such power, even among the mid-stage one-star Dou Emperors, could be deemed formidable within Tianming Valley. With a sharp breath, a fierce punch, imbued with formidable strength, hurtled towards Xiao Yan's face. In a blink, as the fist Xiao Yan's figure had vanished, leaving Mu Feng alarmed. With his experience, he immediately recognized that Xiao Yan was not so easily dealt with and mentally chided himself for being careless. With a fierce stomp of his foot, he declared, "Yellow Spring Finger." Xiao Yan exhibited no trace of fear as he swiftly maneuvered forward, his figure coalescing in mid-air into a colossal pillar of energy. Mu Feng, equally undeterred, unleashed a dark crimson aura of fighting spirit that erupted like swirling flames, leaping into the air like a hawk preparing to strike. Mu Feng's expression turned cold as he clenched his fists, unleashing a powerful blow. "Ignorant fool, light of anomaly." The seal in Mu Feng's hand radiated with immense brilliance, and with a forceful push, he conjured a black, shard-like energy entity that sliced through the air, producing a sound akin to something being torn apart. "Go!" Xiao Yan barked sharply, flicking his fingers ever so slightly. A tremendous energy pillar, as if alive, materialized before him, forming into a magnificent energy dragon in the sky. The two energies collided, resulting in a thunderous explosion that echoed through the atmosphere. With the force of the impact, Xiao Yan staggered back a step, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Xiong Yuan panicked, preparing to intervene and halt the battle. However, as he took a step forward, Xiao Yan restrained him. Chapter 13, Dawn Valley, 7. A cryptic smile graced Xiao Yan's lips as he calmly remarked, "The battle has only just begun. It has been a long time since I fought like this. Brother Xiong Yuan, it's nothing to worry about. A few injuries in sparring are quite normal." Mu Feng was left utterly dumbfounded. He had never encountered someone so resilient, or perhaps foolish, as to persist in a fight despite knowing he was outmatched. If Mu Feng were to unleash his full strength, Xiao Yan would likely be left bloodied. Xiao Yan chuckled to himself, aware that he had yet to reveal his full potential. His expression shifted, and he shouted in fury, "Annihilation Fire Lotus." Countless peculiar fireballs erupted from Xiao Yan's body, merging together before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. Witnessing this strange spectacle, the spectators were filled with awe. In the Dou Di Continent, only alchemists possessed the ability to condense true fire. Yet, if what Xiao Yan wielded was indeed true fire, why was he merging it? This left the disciples observing in the plaza utterly bewildered, as they were unaware that this was the legendary known throughout the Dou Di Continent. An alchemist? The gathered disciples of Dawn Valley gasped in astonishment. Alchemists remained exceedingly rare in this land, and the scarcity of their kind rendered them highly esteemed. No one dared to provoke an alchemist unless they were utterly foolish. At that moment, Mu Feng's arrogance began to wane considerably. Since receiving the legacy of the ancient Emperor Tuoshi, Xiao Yan had learned to merge the Fire Lotus without the need for the burning decision. Although he was reluctant to reveal his possession of, it seemed impossible to contend with Mu Feng without it. Mu Feng sensed a dramatic shift in Xiao Yan's aura. Feeling an overwhelming pressure that compelled him to unleash his ultimate technique, disregarding any reservations. Reverse Emperor's Might. This was Mu Feng's trump card. His body gradually emanated a faint golden hue, and in an instant, his aura surged dramatically. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan stood suspended in midair, cradling a fireball the size of a room. A chilling aura erupted between the fireball hurled by Xiao Yan and the energy exuded from Mu Feng's body. Boom. It was not a distant escape, for they feared the repercussions upon themselves. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, two figures slowly emerged, Xiao Yan and Mu Feng. Mu Feng's garments had been entirely consumed by Xiao Yan's fireball, leaving him to cover his lower body with a solidified armor. While Xiao Yan appeared to fare somewhat better, his attire was merely disheveled, suggesting he had sustained no significant harm. The two had surprisingly reached a stalemate. This outcome far exceeded expectations. Although Mu Feng possessed only ordinary talent, he had spent thousands of years in cultivation, diligently practiced, and was regarded as a standout among mid-level one-star Dou Emperors. The fact that he was evenly matched with someone at the initial stage of one-star Dou Emperor was astonishing to all. Yet, they remained unaware that Xiao Yan was a vessel of exotic fire, and they could only surmise that the sudden appearance of the fireball was no ordinary feat. Though it might not rival the heavenly fire in ferocity, the latter was not something easily accessible to all, whereas Xiao Yan's myriad forms were comparable to some of the less powerful heavenly fires. When Xiao Yan sealed the heavenly emperor, he had consumed a portion of the essence of, slightly diminishing its power, yet it still retained its inherent terrifying nature. The two stood opposite each other, arms crossed. As Mu Feng remarked, Brother Xiao Yan's strength is indeed extraordinary. I wonder what that fireball was. At this moment, Mu Feng's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. Xiong Yuan and the others looked on in astonishment, oblivious to the fact that Mu Feng had suffered a significant setback. Internally, he mused, this fellow is too mysterious. Had I not exerted my full strength earlier, I might have lost a hand. It would be wise to keep my distance from him in the future. Naturally, Xiao Yan could not casually divulge the secret of his. He replied lightly, it was merely an ordinary weapon, nothing to worry about. Haha. He understood the importance of keeping his a secret, lest it bring about dire consequences. Shifting the topic, he smiled slightly, Senior Mu Feng, I shall take my leave now. Let us spar again another day. With a respectful gesture, he began to walk away, followed closely by Xiong Yuan. Chapter 14, Dawn Valley 8. Clap, clap, clap. A crisp sound of applause erupted, followed by a chorus of fervent clapping. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze toward the high platform, his eyes brimming with excitement. Without a second thought, he knelt and proclaimed, I, Xiao Yan, pay my respects to the ancestors. As the applause resonated, Xiao Yan distinctly felt the tremor of his bloodline, a sensation unmistakable and profound. Just as he was about to depart, the Ming Emperor appeared behind Xiao Yan and the elder, speaking with a measured tone laced with dissatisfaction. Ever since the Ming Emperor was ambushed by the evil demon sect with Xiao Yan, he has heard whispers of the young man's possession of heavenly fire. Upon witnessing the ancient heavenly fire measuring ruler in Xiao Yan's hands, radiating an enigmatic aura, he surmised that the boy was extraordinary. Just yesterday, he received news that Xiao Yan could hold his own against Wu Yongji, prompting him to arrange for Mu Feng to test Xiao Yan early in the morning. When he personally observed the match concluding in a stalemate, his admiration for Xiao Yan swelled. If he could recruit Xiao Yan as a disciple of the Tianming Valley, it would undoubtedly bolster the valley's strength in the future. Thus he resolved to secure the young man. The ancestor of the Xiao clan, upon turning his head, remarked, You old fool, he is of the Xiao lineage. Someone I entrusted you to fetch. Xiao Yan, we must depart. The one who was pulling Xiao Yan away was none other than Xiao Long, the 25th generation ancestor of the Xiao family, a venerable figure within the clan, holding the esteemed position of the third elder. Like the Ming Emperor, he was a 3-star Dou Emperor, standing out among the many Dou Emperors in the imperial province, and shared a cordial friendship with the Ming Emperor. Upon Xiao Yan's arrival, the family sensed his presence, and to ensure his safety, they dispatched the formidable Xiao Long to escort him. As they passed through Tianming Valley, Xiao Long took the opportunity to visit the Ming Emperor, only to stumble upon several elders engaged in gambling, possessing a voracious gambling nature. Xiao Long was instantly drawn into the fray, and once involved, he found it difficult to withdraw. Consequently, he enlisted the Ming Emperor's assistance in fetching Xiao Yan. Now, upon hearing that the Ming Emperor wished to recruit Xiao Yan as a disciple, how could he possibly acquiesce? The Ming Emperor hastily stepped forward, placing a hand on Xiao Long's shoulder with a sly grin. Brother, what do you think our relationship entails? I must thank you for allowing me to fetch this young lad on your behalf, right? Our valley is in need of talents like Xiao Yan. Why don't we start by making him a registered disciple? Should Xiao Yan wish to formally join later, how does that sound to you, my old friend? His words discreetly reminded Xiao Long that it was his gambling that had delayed the retrieval of Xiao Yan. Xiao Long snorted, muttering under his breath. Who cares for your wretched valley? Though his voice was not loud, he continued, however, for the sake of our old friendship, I shall grant you this favor. But the final decision rests with Xiao Yan. Both Xiao Long and the Ming Emperor turned their gazes toward Xiao Yan, observing the Ming Emperor and Xiao Long. And noting that the latter did not adamantly oppose, Xiao Yan smiled and addressed the Ming Emperor. Senior, what are you saying? I am grateful beyond measure. Xiao Yan was a man of sentiment. Had it not been for the Ming Emperor's assistance upon his arrival, he might still be wandering aimlessly. Becoming a registered disciple was not a loss. Thus he readily agreed. Excellent. From now on, Xiao Yan shall be a registered disciple of Tianming Valley. The Ming Emperor felt a sense of relief. With Xiao Yan as a disciple and a member of the Xiao family, the valley had gained immensely in numerous respects. He nodded with a smile, and Xiao Long remained silent. After concluding his remarks, the Ming Emperor produced a deep blue stone from his possession and handed it to Xiao Yan. Curious, Xiao Yan examined the stone but found no apparent secrets within it. However, upon seeing it, Xiao Long exclaimed, "Oh, Ming old fellow, it appears you are quite generous, even parting with a geographical compass." Upon hearing this, Emperor Ming immediately directed his ire at Xiao Long, exclaiming, "Hey, what do you mean by that, old man? Are you belittling me? I have always been generous towards you. Have I not gifted you this compass?" Xiao Long pouted. "Look, mine seems inferior to this one." "Heh, old fellow, you are a bit biased, aren't you?" Emperor Ming stamped his foot. "If you find it unsatisfactory, then return it to me." Xiao Long took a step back. "Once it's in my possession, it belongs to me. Why should I return it to you? I want to argue with you. Come here, Xiao Yan, let me explain the usage of this compass." Emperor Ming, somewhat speechless at Xiao Long's remarks, turned directly to Xiao Yan, who was still examining the stone. He took the stone from Xiao Yan's hands and said, "This stone is incredibly precious, something that ordinary disciples of Tianming Valley do not possess. It is called the Earth Compass, and only our Tianming Valley can manufacture such a device on the entire Dou Emperor continent. The creation of this item is quite troublesome, yet its usage is remarkably simple." "Wow, what a remarkable item!" Xiao Yan exclaimed in astonishment, realizing the plethora of wonders that exist on the Dou Emperor continent. Following Emperor Ming's instructions, Xiao Yan cautiously infused Dou Qi into the stone, which then emitted a blue light that recorded positions before vanishing back inside. Emperor Ming waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of little consequence, and Xiao Yan quickly stored the stone in his ring. At that moment, Xiao Long tore open a spatial rift and called out to Xiao Yan, "We must go. There are many matters to attend to." Chapter 15, Tianming Valley 9. Xiao Yan nodded respectfully to Emperor Ming with a cupped fist before following Xiao Long into the rift. Upon entering, a tremendous spatial pressure bore down on Xiao Yan, causing his expression to change. This pressure was far greater than that which he had experienced upon arriving in this continent, exceeding his limits. Xiao Long observed Xiao Yan's ability to enter the spatial rift with satisfaction and waved his hand, conjuring a thin protective membrane around Xiao Yan, providing him a sigh of relief. Familiar sights reappeared before Xiao Yan's eyes, a sky filled with stars, breathtakingly beautiful, with no peculiar objects in sight. Yet these twinkling stars shone with extraordinary brilliance. As Xiao Yan gazed at the surroundings, Xiao Long suddenly inquired, "What kind of flame did you just use?" Xiao Long was exceedingly curious about the flame Xiao Yan had employed during battle and could not help but ask. "That is said to be a flame born of nature in the Dou Di Continent, known as Yihua." "Just a stroke of luck on my part," Xiao Yan replied directly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long's expression shifted, his brow furrowing as he seized Xiao Yan's arm. Dou Qi surged into Xiao Yan's body, disregarding his resistance. "Indeed, ancestor, is something amiss?" Xiao Yan, startled by Xiao Long's actions, exhaled sharply and inquired, "Yihua? Young man, what resides within you is not the Yihua you speak of. How could such a world give birth to a flame of such might?" Xiao Long lamented with a sigh. Xiao Yan was taken aback, perplexed. "Isn't this Yihua formed from the energies of heaven and earth?" Xiao Long chuckled and remarked, "Ah, the strange fire within you is, in fact, a celestial flame from this continent, albeit diminished in power. Xiao Yan's body trembled momentarily at the revelation. Diminished in power? This strange fire had already been refined into a celestial entity on the Dou Di Continent. And to think it had been further weakened, this suggested that its true potency was even greater. What was the origin of this strange fire? As the elder mentioned, if its power had indeed been reduced, why did it remain so fearsome? Xiao Yan's heart brimmed with confusion and astonishment. Speaking of this celestial flame, it was quite a family secret. Xiao Long rolled up his sleeve, revealing a large burn scar on his arm. Xiao Yan stared in amazement. The recovery abilities of a 3-star Dou Emperor were remarkably formidable, so how could such a burn mark appear on Xiao Long's body? Xiao Long allowed Xiao Yan a brief glance before adjusting his robe and continued, "Observe this scar. It was indeed burned by the strange fire in your possession. In truth, the several strange fires you hold are merely fragments of one singular flame, known as the celestial fire on the Dou Emperor continent. The celestial flame in your hands is actually the foremost of the Xiao family's flames, ranking within the top 20 on the entire continent, the chaotic sacred flame." Chaotic sacred flame. Xiao Yan exclaimed, the name resonating with him for the first time. The strange fire he possessed stemmed from the same celestial flame. Yet why did they show no signs of merging? This puzzled Xiao Yan. With a tremor of his palm, a mesmerizing blaze manifested in his hand. After observing it, he inquired of Xiao Long, "Why has this celestial flame divided into so many fragments?" Xiao Long sighed. "Ah, the strange fire you possess, as referred to on your Dou Di Continent, is perhaps a matter of fate. As for why it has separated into so many fragments, that tale must delve into family secrets." "Ah, we have arrived. Let us first pay our respects to the second elder before I elaborate further." As he spoke, a radiant light appeared in the distance. Chapter 16, The Xiao Clan, Part 1. Stepping through the rift, Xiao Yan surveyed his surroundings with astonishment. Enveloped by a sea of clouds, there was no land beneath his feet, yet the magnificent scenery around him instilled a profound sense of ease. Observing the environment, Xiao Yan felt as though he had entered an extraordinary realm, his body and mind particularly invigorated. Xiao Long parted the clouds, revealing a grand floating city suspended in the sky. Xiao Yan was taken aback. The enormity of the city was astonishing, and he had failed to detect it with his spiritual power. "Let us proceed," Xiao Long called out to Xiao Yan. Following closely behind, Xiao Yan soared alongside him, marveling at the resplendent architecture that surrounded them, each structure more magnificent than the last. The materials and crystals embedded in the edifices were unlike anything Xiao Yan had ever encountered, indicating the prosperity of the Xiao clan on the Dou Emperor continent. Xiao Long introduced Xiao Yan to the various structures, including auction halls, combat technique pavilions, and educational institutions, leaving Xiao Yan somewhat dazed. At the center of the city stood the most imposing building, naturally the main hall of the Xiao clan. Upon entering the hall, a throng of people bustled about, exuding an air of prosperity. Xiao Yan could feel a subtle connection of bloodline with each individual he encountered. Many clansmen cast curious glances at Xiao Yan, who followed closely behind Xiao Long. For this new member of the clan, many were intensely intrigued. It was said that the source of imperial energy had vanished from the Dou Di Continent, yet the emergence of a Dou Di was unexpected. They pondered in confusion. But with Xiao Long leading, no one dared to approach and inquire, leaving them to speculate in silence. Xiao Yan was acutely aware of these peculiar gazes and, feeling helpless, could only smile wryly and shake his head, choosing to disregard the unusual attention as he followed Xiao Long toward the central hall of the building. After traversing several narrow paths, they arrived at the hall at the core of the structure, which was also the most significant location for the Xiao clan. As soon as they entered the hall, a formidable presence enveloped them, causing Xiao Yan's spirit to tremble involuntarily. Even the Ming Emperor would pale in comparison to this aura. Within the hall sat several elderly figures. Xiao Yan surveyed the surroundings before bowing respectfully and stating, "I, Xiao Yan, pay my respects to the esteemed ancestors." The elders regarded Xiao Yan, and the elder seated at the center smiled gently, waving his robe and saying, "No need for excessive formality, please take a seat." This elder, named Xiao Li, was a veteran elder of the Xiao clan, though not its progenitor. The clan's founder, Xiao Yao, was the reason the Xiao family ranked among the top clans in the imperial state. Without this ancestor, the Xiao family could not have flourished as it did. His strength was indeed formidable. Yet, this founder had not been seen for over 5 centuries, and no one knew where he had gone to cultivate. In the present day, Xiao Li held the highest authority in the clan, being the second elder, with a status surpassing that of Xiao Long, making all decisions within the clan. Xiao Yan did not hesitate and directly took a seat in the nearest available spot. Xiao Long approached Xiao Li and whispered something in his ear. Xiao Li immediately furrowed his brows, but quickly regained his composure. Xiao Long then turned and sat to Xiao Li's right. "Xiao Yan, as the head of the Xiao clan, I extend our warmest welcome to you in the Dou Di Continent," the elder said with a smile. He then asked in a serious tone, "You should be aware that you possess the chaotic sacred flame within you, correct?" Xiao Yan nodded, as Xiao Long had informed him of certain details on the way to the Xiao clan. Upon hearing the words chaotic sacred flame, all the elders in the hall displayed a flicker of intense excitement in their eyes. The elders exchanged glances, each revealing varied emotions, their gazes firmly fixed on Xiao Yan. Suddenly, Xiao Li stood and addressed the others. "Everyone, please disperse for now. I have matters to discuss with the young one, Xiao Yan." The hall was left with only Xiao Yan and Xiao Li. Approaching Xiao Yan, Xiao Li gently inquired, "Young Xiao Yan, do you understand the nature of the chaotic sacred flame within you?" Xiao Yan nodded and replied, "Earlier, Ancestor Xiao Long shared some information with me, but I still lack a comprehensive understanding of the core aspects of the chaotic sacred flame." Xiao Li nodded, smiling as he said, "The chaotic sacred flame indeed holds many secrets. Now that you are its master, you must come to grasp certain truths about it." As he spoke, Xiao Li waved his hand, and a beam of light shot forth, striking Xiao Yan's brow. In Xiao Yan's mind, vivid images emerged from millennia ago, depicting the betrayal of an elder from the Xiao clan. This elder, the possessor of the chaotic sacred flame, harbored grand ambitions, seeking to engulf the entire clan. However, the strength of the other elders was formidable, leading to a fierce and large-scale conflict. The battle was brutal, and ultimately, the chaotic sacred flame escaped to the Dou Di Continent through a spatial rift opened by the self-detonation of several elders. Chapter 17, The Xiao Clan, Part 2. The reasons behind the division of the chaotic sacred flame into the various exotic fires spoken of across the Dou Di Continent remain unknown. However, lacking the support of the Emperor's source energy, its power gradually waned. Upon reaching the Dou Di Continent, these exotic fires began to stir restlessly, yet they were suppressed by the foremost Emperor flame. After all, Xiao Yan had inherited the mightiest Emperor flame and possessed the ability to control it. The Xiao clan boasted 3 celestial fires, an impressive achievement among the families of the imperial province. These celestial fires were coveted by surrounding powers, yet the Xiao clan, being an ancient lineage, possessed protective formations handed down by their ancestors, rendering them impervious to easy conquest. This was the reason for the hesitation of those who coveted the Xiao family. The chaotic sacred flame stood as the most powerful celestial fire within the clan. Information regarding the chaotic sacred flame flooded into Xiao Yan's consciousness. After absorbing all this, he felt a profound sense of reflection. It seemed that the greatest adversary of the Xiao clan had been the very exotic fire within himself. Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, astonished to discover that all the exotic fires he had painstakingly gathered in the Dou Di Continent were, in fact, a celestial fire from the Dou Di Continent. Should all these exotic fires within him amalgamate into this so-called chaotic sacred flame, the resulting power would be unfathomable. Xiao Li smiled and remarked, "Well, now you have gleaned enough information. As for the chaotic sacred flame within you, that is for you to unearth on your own. I can only serve as a guiding influence." He continued, "Now, let me take you to a place to see something you should be quite familiar with." Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. This place seemed unfamiliar to him, but he decided to follow along regardless. As they exited the grand hall, they flew at a leisurely pace. Xiao Li toyed with 2 small orbs in his hands, which emanated a peculiar aura. Xiao Li turned and said, "Xiao Yan, young one, do you see that distant object? Have you encountered it before?" Following Xiao Li's, Xiao Yan looked into the distance and was startled to see a golden tower suspended in the sky. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Isn't that the sky-burning refining tower? How could it be here?" Xiao Li chuckled softly and replied nonchalantly, "It seems this tower was brought here by you." Xiao Yan scrutinized the tower. It indeed resembled the sky-burning refining tower from the Jianan Academy, identical in appearance. He approached and gently placed his hand upon the tower. As his fingers lightly brushed the surface, the massive structure suddenly shimmered with light, contracting rapidly until it transformed into a colossal object the size of a palm, gently hovering before Xiao Yan. Standing behind Xiao Yan, Xiao Li was also somewhat astonished. Yet his hands continued to toy with the 2 small orbs that exuded a peculiar aura. As Xiao Yan gazed upon the small tower floating before him, he slowly grasped it in his hand, his heart swelling with excitement. In that fleeting moment of holding this object, an overwhelming presence caused a tremor within him. This tower was certainly no ordinary item. Moreover, it could shrink to a size that was easily portable, much to Xiao Yan's delight. Amidst this exhilaration and joy, a wave of confusion washed over him. Was this tower, in fact, the Tianfin refining chi tower from the Jianan Academy? If so, how had it come to the Dou Di Continent? If it was not, then what was it? How could it resemble the Tianfin refining chi tower so closely? Furthermore, it could shrink to the size of his palm. What on earth was this tower? Xiao Li immediately inquired of Xiao Yan. At a loss for words, Xiao Li pondered. This tower had arrived in the Dou Di Continent at the same moment as Xiao Yan and had directly appeared within the Xiao clan, surprising the clan members at its emergence. Since they all hailed from the Dou Di Continent and bore a trace of Xiao Yan's essence, the clan members were astonished, especially as Xiao Yan was expected to arrive just as the tower materialized. Thus, Xiao Li initially assumed that this object had accompanied Xiao Yan, shaking his head in resignation. Xiao Yan noted that despite the tower's appearance resembling that of the Tianfeng refining Qi Tower, the aura emanating from it was distinctly different, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Nodding, he safely stored the tower away and suddenly recalled a matter. Chapter 18, Xiao Clan, Part 3. Wait a moment, Ancestor. I have a question for you. Having encountered a series of extraordinary events upon his arrival in this continent, Xiao Yan hoped that this elder might provide him with some clarity. Xiao Li gestured for him to proceed. How did you know of my arrival? Xiao Yan queried, still troubled by the ambush he had faced the previous day. Observing Xiao Yan's vigilant expression, Xiao Li chuckled and retorted, do you think I lack the ability to sense my own descendants? No, Ancestor, that is not my intent. I was ambushed by some inexplicable individuals on my way here, seemingly lying in wait for me, which has left me perplexed, Xiao Yan explained. An ambush? Targeting you? Do you know who it was? Why didn't Xiao Long inform me earlier? Xiao Li's expression darkened at once. Only the elders of the Xiao clan were aware of Xiao Yan's movements. Could it be? Is it him? Does he dare? After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Li spoke earnestly to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, I will handle this matter. You need not worry excessively. For the next year, do your best to remain within the clan. Once you have gained clan membership next year, I shall send someone to guide you in your training. Xiao Yan nodded, recognizing that he indeed needed time to acclimate to this continent. He then recalled the matter of Xiao Xian and quickly asked, I have one more thing to inquire, Ancestor. If there is only a trace of a soul imprint left, can it still be revived? Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's brow furrowed slightly as he stroked his beard, muttering to himself, only a trace of a soul imprint left. This is quite a dilemma. Was this person of great significance? Xiao Yan solemnly nodded, acknowledging, as a member of the Xiao clan. For the sake of the younger generation's ascension to the Dou Emperor realm, my soul may dissipate. Does our ancestor possess a solution? Xiao Li replied, there is indeed a method, but given your current strength, it would be exceedingly arduous. Hearing that there was a way, Xiao Yan's heart soared with joy. If it weren't for the esteemed ancestor Xiao Xian, he might not have reached his present state. Eagerly, Xiao Yan implored, what is the method? I beseech you, ancestor. I would spare no expense to revive ancestor Xiao Xian. Upon hearing the name Xiao Xian, Xiao Li paused in surprise, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Finding the name strangely familiar, yet unable to recall its significance at that moment, Xiao Li then said to Xiao Yan, there is but one approach. You must be aware of the medicine clan, correct? Xiao Yan, fully cognizant of the medicine clan, nodded vigorously and inquired. The medicine clan exists in the Dou Emperor continent as well? Xiao Li affirmed, indeed, and they are the only ones with a solution. However, whether they will assist you is uncertain. The medicine clan lies to the southwest. If you are anxious, I could send a few individuals to accompany you. Suddenly, the space began to tremble violently, and a flicker of alarm flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. At that moment, a person rushed toward them, their expression grim, and knelt on one knee before Xiao Li, reporting, Second Elder, the seal on the illusion beast pillar is trembling violently. We must investigate, for the seal is on the verge of collapse. What? Xiao Li's previously amiable demeanor turned cold in an instant, his expression shifting as he wasted no time, propelling himself through the void. Xiao Yan immediately followed suit. In this space, Xiao Yan found it perplexing that he could not harness his usual speed or power, and in haste, he unleashed his bone spikes, barely keeping pace. In mere moments, they arrived at a secluded corner of the Xiao clan, where several towering pillars trembled as if provoked by some unseen force. The space began to quake violently, with numerous structures collapsing. Xiao Yan was taken aback, and his soul power surged forth like a tide, as he unleashed two beams of light toward the stone pillars. His Dou Qi enveloped the sky, yet the pillars showed no signs of ceasing their tremors. Instead, the surrounding buildings began to quake in synchrony with the massive pillars. What exactly were these stone pillars? At that moment, Xiao Long and several elders arrived in haste. Xiao Yan stood nearby, watching the rapidly trembling structures, fearing they would collapse at any moment. Without hesitation, he charged forward, swiftly condensing his energy, as his Dou Qi surged toward the towering pillars, enveloping the entire sky in a kaleidoscope of colors. Yet, the pillars began to emanate an overwhelming pressure, potent and intensifying. Xiao Yan could sense the enormity of this pressure, yet it bore no effect on him. He gazed from a distance at the pillars, still quaking incessantly. Feeling the immense pressure, the countenance of the one-star Dou Emperor changed drastically. Unable to bear such overwhelming force, he retreated far away, leaving only Xiao Yan, a mere early-stage one-star Dou Emperor, seemingly unaffected by the oppressive aura, relentlessly attempting to advance. Several elders of the Xiao clan surged forward, their formidable energies cascading down like a tidal wave, stabilizing the massive stone pillars. At the center of the luminous column, a radiant orb formed a colossal vortex, continuously expanding, exuding an extraordinarily potent aura that seemed to draw nearer. Strangely, Xiao Yan felt an inexplicable familiarity with this powerful presence. Under the watchful gaze of countless fervent spectators, the vortex nestled between the towering pillars of the Xiao clan's space began to emit a staggering surge of energy, its intensity growing ever closer. Something was about to emerge. The atmosphere within the Xiao clan's realm instantly tightened as the throng of onlookers surged forward, desperately yearning to uncover the source of such tremendous energy. Suddenly, a beam of golden light burst forth, soaring into the heavens. A surge of energy coursed through Xiao Yan's body as Xiao Yi emerged from within, hovering beside him, gazing at the golden light, murmuring, "Nine Shin Golden Thunder Dragon." Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Xiao Yan paused momentarily. The Nine Shin Golden Thunder Dragon? Could it be that this was the singular, sentient thunder dragon he had summoned during his time in the Thunder Pool? Had it followed him here? A wave of inexplicable emotions washed over Xiao Yan as he contemplated this. First, the Heavenly Flame Refinement Tower. Now the Nine Shin Golden Thunder Dragon. What else might arrive in this unknown land because of him? A magnificent golden dragon soared heavenward, its immense form adorned with blinding golden lightning. Xiao Yan was astonished. He had not anticipated that the Nine Shin Golden Thunder Dragon could attain Dou Emperor level strength in such a brief span. The elders gasped in unison, exclaiming, "Nine Shin Golden Thunder Dragon." Once the Thunder Dragon emerged, the surrounding space finally ceased its tremors, settling into tranquility as the myriad members of the Xiao clan gazed upwards at the 100-meter-long golden dragon. After circling gracefully in the air, the dragon gradually came to a halt, facing Xiao Yan, its gaze steady and calm. Xiao Yan felt an ethereal call resonating within him, compelling him to move closer. Xiao Li sensed something amiss. He was well aware of the origin and might of the Nine Shin Golden Thunder Dragon, which seemed to possess its own intelligence. To understand the birth of the Nine Shin Golden Thunder Dragon, one must delve into the tale of the Thunder Pool within the realm of the ancient Void Dragons. This place, saturated with crackling lightning, was where the Nine Shin Golden Thunder Dragon came into existence. It was not only the natural thunder and lightning that contributed to its birth, more importantly, this was the resting place of the ancient Void Dragons. After their demise, the remains of these dragons served as the essential seeds for the emergence of the Nine Shin Golden Thunder Dragon, allowing it to gather and flourish. Due to the exceedingly stringent factors required to coalesce the Thunder Dragon, even in the Dou Emperor continent, it remains a rarity. The growth rate of the Nine Mysterious Golden Thunder Dragon is astonishing, rendering it an object of desire for alchemists. In Chapter 20, titled Xiao Clan, Part 5. Should this Nine Mysterious Golden Thunder Dragon manifest in the open, it would undoubtedly attract countless alchemists. The allure of the Nine Mysterious Golden Thunder Dragon is extraordinarily potent. If a scramble ensued, not only the Xiao clan but the entire imperial state could be thrown into chaos. This realization left the entire Xiao clan astounded. Xiao Li was equally taken aback when a shadow darted forward from behind, none other than Xiao Yan. Approaching the Thunder Dragon, Xiao Yan extended his arm, and the immense head of the dragon gently rested upon his hand, as if it had found its master, relishing the moment. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of golden light contracted, and the nearly 100-meter-long dragon body vanished, replaced by a small boy, appearing around 7 or 8 years of age, who descended beside Xiao Yan, his face reflecting a hint of fatigue. The boy possessed golden eyebrows and eyes, with flickers of residual golden lightning shimmering across his form, presenting an extraordinary sight that left the Xiao clan members in a state of stupor. The unexpected turn of events evoked profound sentiments in Xiao Yan. Years ago, within the Thunder Pool of the ancient dragon, he had encountered a Nine Mysterious Golden Thunder Dragon born of heavenly origins. At that time, their mutual benefit had led him to assist the dragon in gathering spiritual energy. Xiao Yan never anticipated that this young Thunder Dragon would hold him in such regard, seemingly coming to the Dou Emperor continent at any cost. What kind of fortune does Xiao Yan possess? Not only Xiao Li but all the members of the Xiao clan gazed in disbelief at the astonishing scene before them. Even in the Dou Emperor continent, only a handful possessed the Nine Mysterious Golden Thunder. Xiao Li nodded, secretly praising Xiao Yan for inciting such a monumental upheaval within merely 2 days. After his admiration, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, the Golden Thunder Dragon bore no hostile intent. Otherwise, should the Illusion Beast pillars collapse, the entire Xiao clan would likely crumble without support. These 5 stone pillars, known as the Illusion Beast pillars, are the foundation of the Xiao clan, serving additional purposes as well. They can summon magical beasts and also serve as a mysterious passage to the Dou Di Continent. However, only magical beasts may traverse this path. A human attempting to enter in flesh would be instantly obliterated unless they surpass the Dou Emperor. Only upon transcending that level does one gain the qualification and capability to enter. Arriving at the residence designated by Xiao Yan pushed the door open. The house was relatively spacious, adorned with lavish decor. Xiao Yan surveyed the surroundings and led the boy behind him inside. He took a seat and beckoned the boy to join him. Observing the child's 7 to 8-year-old visage, with skin faintly tinged with gold and visibly defined muscles, Xiao Yan smiled and inquired, "What is your name?" Noticing the boy's impassive expression, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow and pressed further, "Why have you come to find me?" The boy's face suddenly lit up with excitement. "Years ago, you gathered spiritual energy for me. You are my father." "Father? What the?" "Unexpectedly, I have gained a son." Xiao Yan sighed in resignation, offering a wry smile before replying. "It was merely a trivial effort, hardly worth mentioning. I believe it would be more appropriate for us to refer to each other as brothers." Before Xiao Yan could finish his words, Long Yi trembled and transformed into a small dragon, collapsing onto the ground. Startled, Xiao Yan hurried to support Long Yi, channeling his fighting spirit into Long Yi's body, only to discover that the young dragon had sustained significant injuries. Injured, indeed, and quite severely. "I must hasten to tend to his wounds," Xiao Yan pondered. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed in Xiao Yan's ear. "Bring him into the tower." "Who? Whose voice is that? The tower? The small tower?" "Yes, the small tower." Xiao Yan quickly retrieved the small tower and asked eagerly, "Are you speaking to me? Who are you?" The aged voice continued serenely, "As for me, you need not know my identity just yet. Henceforth, call me Elder Zhan. You may enter by infusing your soul power into the tower." Nodding in understanding, Xiao Yan released his soul power into the small tower. Instantly, the figures of both Xiao Yan and Long Yi transformed into a golden light that surged into the golden tower, which then slowly levitated in midair, radiating an extraordinary glow that enveloped the room in a delicate golden veil. Chapter 21, The First Training, Part 1. As soon as Xiao Yan stepped into the tower, a surge of energetic information flooded into his mind. Although the tower appeared to be the Tianfen Qi Refining Tower, its true name was the Zichen Void Spirit Tower. Consisting of 22 levels, the Qi Refining Layer, the Technique Layer, the Medicinal Material Layer, followed by a series of descriptions regarding the Zichen Void Spirit Tower. Xiao Yan was secretly astonished. This was the genuine aspect of the Tianfen Qi Refining Tower. The reason for its current manifestation was not disclosed in the materials, seemingly deliberately concealed by Elder Zhan. There was little information available, as if it had all been obscured. Yet Xiao Yan intuitively understood that the small tower in his possession was far from ordinary. Gathering his thoughts, he slowly opened his eyes to find an elderly man clad in a gray robe standing before him. Are you Elder Zhan?" he inquired. The elder nodded with a smile that Xiao Yan found eerily familiar, his face revealing a hint of mystery. He stepped towards the prone Long Yi, waving his sleeve, and an unusual energy coursed through the small dragon's body, emanating strands of golden light. At that moment, Xiao Yan's fighting spirit surged as if entering a celestial platform, quickly generating a ripple of fluctuation, and he felt a subtle advancement, leaving him utterly astonished. Elder Zhan regarded Xiao Yan with a gentle smile and remarked, "I fear I may not have much time left. I certainly do not wish to perish just yet. The secrets within this tower must be explored by you alone. You may venture further inside. Take the opportunity to cultivate here, for the sensations are entirely different from those on the Dou Di Continent." Xiao Yan nodded, observing the elder's visage, which bore a striking resemblance to that of Zhan Lao, and sensed his sincerity, having never cultivated since arriving in this continent. Xiao Yan felt a blend of curiosity and anticipation. He said little more, then shifted his steps toward the center of the tower. As Xiao Yan slowly approached, a peculiar expression surged across the face of Elder Zhan. After taking several deliberate steps toward the center, an overwhelming pressure descended, forcefully suppressing the Dou Qi within Xiao Yan, causing its flow to slow significantly. However, Xiao Yan showed no inclination to halt his advance. After pushing through several more arduous steps, beads of sweat cascaded down his face. The current force exerted upon him rendered any further movement impossible. He muttered under his breath, "Damn, what kind of power is this, so formidable?" At that moment, the Dou Qi within him flowed as sluggishly as a snail, yet Xiao Yan could distinctly sense that it was growing at a visibly perceptible rate. Recognizing this as a rare opportunity for cultivation, he gradually settled into a meditative posture, closed his eyes, and exhaled a puff of white vapor. He then activated his Dou Qi to begin absorbing the energies of the heavens and earth. As he did so, a powerful surge of energy rushed into his meridians. akin to a famished individual encountering food after a long deprivation. This energy was drawn into Xiao Yan's body with an insatiable fervor. Unbeknownst to him, this absorption would yield a significant enhancement, as every newly arrived Dou Emperor experiences tremendous growth during their initial cultivation on the Dou Emperor continent. However, the extent of this enhancement would depend on each individual's aptitude and fortune. At present, Xiao Yan had embarked on his first cultivation session on the Dou Emperor continent, which could potentially last for several days, if not longer. As time passed, the frenzied influx of energy within him would gradually taper off. Within Xiao Yan's dantian, a luminous sphere emanating a fierce and indescribable aura pulsed, drawing in energy from the surrounding meridians. With this relentless intake, Xiao Yan's aura escalated at an astonishing pace. He was taken aback by such rapid advancement, a phenomenon he had never encountered before, almost disbelievingly exclaiming, "This tower can actually accelerate the speed of cultivation." Chapter 22, The Initial Cultivation, Part 2. Surrounding Xiao Yan, the chaotic energy transformed into countless luminous particles, filling the entirety of the qi refining layer. Simultaneously, a thick layer of radiant energy enveloped his body, continuously surging into him. Elder Zhan observed the black silhouette encased in a myriad of energy points at the center, shaking his head in quiet resignation and remarking with a wry smile, "This fellow is indeed unpredictable, truly remarkable. No wonder he was chosen as the heir by the Zichen Void Spirit Tower. It seems the Xiao clan's elders will soon be stirred." Within Xiao Yan's chamber, a golden tower radiating an extraordinary glow levitated gently in the air. The room mirrored the tower's interior, with a pale blue energy flooding in at an astonishing pace. This extraordinary phenomenon began to manifest throughout the Xiao clan, and in an instant, Xiao Yan's room was enveloped in a shroud of energy, emitting a blinding light. In mere moments, all the elders of the Xiao clan, including Xiao Li and Xiao Long, arrived at Xiao Yan's door, just as Elder Zhan had anticipated. "Isn't this the newcomer, Xiao Yan?" One of the elders gazed in astonishment at the house enveloped in a surge of energy, softly murmuring his disbelief. Standing at the forefront, Xiao Li and Xiao Long, who stood behind him, exchanged glances filled with confusion and curiosity, before nodding slightly. At that moment, nearly all members of the Xiao family rushed to the scene, creating a formidable crowd in front of Xiao Yan's residence. The air was thick with a cacophony of discussions and exclamations, a spectacle that had not graced the Xiao clan for many years. The last occurrence was several centuries ago, when a prodigious wielder of heavenly fire had emerged among them. Now, once again, a new figure appeared before their eyes. Unbeknownst to them, this newcomer within the walls was none other than the revered possessor of the chaotic sacred flame, the most esteemed heavenly fire in the Xiao clan's history. Among the throng, several figures stood out distinctly, their demeanor markedly different from that of the other clan members. As they surveyed the room shrouded in energy, a smirk flickered across their faces. "Silence," Xiao Li commanded, and instantly, the clamorous voices subsided into an eerie quiet, allowing the tension in his brow to ease slightly. The initial cultivation of Xiao Yan was of paramount importance. Hence, he forbade any disturbances. He then turned once more to the assembled clan members, declaring, "No one is permitted to approach this room. Any violators will face the clan's disciplinary measures." In the Xiao clan, none dared to oppose this lofty ancestor. All members nodded in silent acquiescence. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Xiao Li promptly assigned several individuals to stand guard. If his predictions held true, Xiao Yan's cultivation would likely extend over 10 days to half a month, or perhaps even longer. Having arranged everything, Xiao Li cast a final glance at the room before departing. Within the golden tower of the room, Xiao Yan radiated a brilliant golden light, the surrounding energy reaching a state of saturation as it continuously flowed into his being. 2 days had elapsed, and there were no signs of this energy absorption abating. Behind Xiao Yan, a boy crackling with electric energy sat in a similar meditative posture. This boy was, of course, the injured Long Yi, who had lost consciousness. On the very day he was brought in, Elder Zhan had completely healed Long Yi's injuries, a speed of recovery that was truly astonishing. Within Xiao Yan's body, a peculiar energy gradually infused his fighting spirit, an occurrence that did not escape his keen perception. As he had surmised, this was the source qi of the Emperor. Observing the swift enhancement of his fighting spirit, Xiao Yan found it quite intriguing. After 2 days, just as he prepared to pause for a moment's respite, Elder Zhan's voice resonated within his mind. "Young man, these days represent the optimal opportunity for you to augment your power. If you cease now, you may never encounter such a chance again." Xiao Yan was puzzled by this assertion. He was unaware that for any emperor who arrived in this land, their initial cultivation period yielded the most rapid gains. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, the gravity of Elder Zhan's words dispelled any thoughts of halting his progression. though he could not help but inquire with curiosity. With a gentle tone, Zhan Lao remarked, "Each Dou Di experiences a significant enhancement during their initial cultivation upon arriving at this continent. The extent of this improvement remains uncertain, as it is contingent upon individual talent and fortune. However, the scene before me suggests that you must maintain this state for at least another 10 days to half a month. Do not rush, take your time. Once your cultivation is complete, I am confident you will reap unexpected rewards." Xiao Yan, upon hearing Zhan Lao's words, realized that his swift and substantial advancement was attributed to his first cultivation on the Dou Di Continent. Every newly arrived Dou Di is granted this singular opportunity, and according to Zhan Lao, he was still far from completing his initial cultivation. He understood that he must not falter in his practice. With a quiet sigh of relief, he appreciated Zhan Lao's guidance. Otherwise, the losses he would have incurred could have been considerable. Silently, Xiao Yan immersed himself back into his cultivation, and the pace of his absorption seemed to quicken once more. As he absorbed energy, the power within the tower diminished, while an unceasing flow of energy from the outside surged into the tower, creating a breathtaking spectacle akin to a sky full of stars. At the summit of it, several different colored lights flickered simultaneously. Zhan Lao tilted his head back, squinting at the spectacle, his face subtly shifting. Upon closer observation, the apex was adorned with intricate patterns, complex yet devoid of any discernible order. These elaborate and chaotic designs appeared to conceal profound mysteries, subtly emanating a powerful yet elusive aura. Among them, several sparkling points of light blinked like eyes, exuding an air of both strangeness and vitality. Observing these luminous points at the tower's peak, Zhan Lao murmured softly, "It seems this young man indeed shares a bond with you all." Chapter 23, First Cultivation, Part 3. Boom, boom. Within the Golden Tower, Xiao Yan stood motionless like a statue. Time passed swiftly, and he had been cultivating there for 20 days. The myriad of energy points continued to fill the entire qi refining layer, showing no signs of abating. In this perfect cycle, the originally faintly red Dou Qi sphere not only doubled in size, but also exhibited an increasingly pronounced and lustrous hue. This transformation in Dou Qi did not escape Xiao Yan's notice. Being in a state of cultivation, he was somewhat oblivious to the duration of his practice. Yet the intensity of the Dou Qi sphere indicated that he had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of a one-star Dou Di's early stage. It would not be long before he could genuinely ascend to the mid-level of a one-star Dou Di. Given this rare opportunity for automatic cultivation, Xiao Yan was wise enough not to interrupt it. He maintained a tranquil mind, akin to a monk in deep meditation, undisturbed by external factors, quietly observing the increasingly vibrant and formidable Dou Qi sphere that filled the air with a palpable aura. Time passed in a blur as Xiao Yan immersed himself in his cultivation, unaware of how many days had slipped by. Suddenly, a peculiar wave of energy jolted his somewhat dazed mind back to awareness. To his immense delight, he discovered that within the swirling vortex of Dou Qi, a vibrant orb of energy was emanating an increasingly intense glow, resembling the stars as it released an extraordinary luminescence. Suppressing the surging joy within, Xiao Yan refrained from commanding the now fiery red orb of Dou Qi, choosing instead to observe its subtle movements with the detachment of a bystander. The orb of Dou Qi hovered within his dantian, nestled in his lower abdomen, when an unexpected force began to permeate from it. As this force emerged, Xiao Yan felt the robust Dou Qi circulating through his meridians respond, as if drawn by an invisible tether, transforming into a torrent that surged forth like a silent deluge, roaring towards the vortex formed by the orb of Dou Qi in his abdomen. At that moment, not only was Xiao Yan undergoing a transformation within, but notable disturbances also manifested externally. As the orb emitted its attractive force, the energy enveloping Xiao Yan began to ripple with urgency, and soon after, a wave of warm energy surged towards him, coalescing with fervor. Given that the energy within the realm of qi refining far surpassed that of the outside world, those nearby could even perceive a faint, swirling vortex of energy rapidly forming around Xiao Yan. A sound of energy expansion resonated from within him. Xiao Yan was completely taken aback, realizing that this 20-day period of absorption had propelled him to the threshold of a one-star Dou Emperor's initial stage. The Dou Qi orb within him continued to accelerate, showing no signs of pausing. As Xiao Yan persisted in his absorption, outside the dwelling, Xiao Li stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Xiao Yan had been in this state of cultivation for nearly a month. Initially, he had anticipated that Xiao Yan would finish within half a month. To his surprise, 20 days had elapsed, and the surrounding energy continued to gather. Ancestor, who was this young man? To absorb energy for such an extended period during his first cultivation session is remarkable. If this continues, he may approach the record. A rather earnest-looking member of the Xiao clan inquired, stepping forward to question Xiao Li, who was gazing at the energy-enshrouded dwelling with fervent interest. Within the Xiao clan, the longest duration of a first cultivation session was held by their progenitor, Xiao Yan. It was said that during his first cultivation, he absorbed energy for an astonishing 30 days, directly stepping into the mid-stage of a one-star Dou Emperor. Such prodigious talent had yet to be matched by anyone in the clan. Watching the house enveloped in energy, Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and the two small orbs in his hand pulsated as if alive, mirroring his excitement. Perhaps, this young man is an enigma even to me. Who knows how many secrets lie hidden within him? A tower and a dragon, though seemingly mere elements, possess an extraordinary significance. It is essential to recognize that the likelihood of each Dou Emperor, upon their ascension, bringing along the items from their original spatial interface to this continent is exceedingly rare. Generally, common objects cannot traverse the channels between realms. Yet, merely days after Xiao Yan's arrival, he first encountered a marvelous tower capable of changing its size. Followed by the emergence of the Golden Thunder Dragon, which stirred considerable commotion within the Xiao clan. This phenomenon undoubtedly caused a significant stir, though some members regarded it with disdain, believing they had the grounds for such contempt. Elders from the Xiao clan began to arrive from afar, and upon gazing at the energy vortex outside the dwelling, they were momentarily taken aback, only to be replaced by expressions of envy. Clearly, they understood the implications of this spectacle. Chapter 24. The Initial Cultivation, Part 4. That fellow has cultivated for 20 days without sustenance. He truly is a peculiar individual, murmured a member of the Xiao clan, observing the energy being fervently absorbed around him. I've inquired. And this individual is the sole Dou Emperor to advance in the last millennium on the Dou Di Continent, named Xiao Yan. His strength is formidable. It is said he even defeated Mu Feng, a mid-stage one-star Dou Emperor from Tianming Valley, remarked a somewhat delicate-looking maiden. Her eyes fixed on the room enveloped in an energy vortex, speaking cautiously. So he is Xiao Yan? Initially, I had my doubts about the rumors surrounding him. But having witnessed him now, it appears they hold some truth, responded three other members of the Xiao clan, clearly aware of Xiao Yan's growing reputation following the battle at Tianming Valley. Hush, keep your voices down. If our ancestors were to overhear, we would be in trouble, the maiden whispered, her finger placed gently against her lips. Xiao Li continued to gaze at the house shrouded in energy, initially believing that the young man's success was merely a stroke of fortune. However, it now seemed evident that it was more than just luck. 20 days of cultivation was a rare feat within the Xiao clan, and judging by the aura emanating from Xiao Yan, his endeavor was far from over. How much longer can you persist, young man? Will it approach 30 days? Pondered Xiao Li, while the elders beside him, who once thought that Xiao Yan's possession of the chaotic sacred flame and the golden thunder dragon were merely strokes of good fortune, began to silently reassess their views. 20 days of initial cultivation, a milestone so distant for most fledgling Dou Emperors, had been achieved by the young man within the house. Yet, in the minds of the elders, perhaps it was merely the influence of the chaotic sacred flame that enabled Xiao Yan to cultivate for such an extended period. Having cultivated for a full 20 days, every member of the Xiao clan understood that even this brief span would elevate Xiao Yan to the status of a core disciple, deserving of significant focus and training from the clan. More importantly, Xiao Yan's cultivation had yet to cease. Chapter 25. Breaking Records, Part 1. Within the room enveloped by energy, the golden tower gently oscillated, emanating a formidable aura that continued to intensify. This energy, which had been steadily rising for nearly 20 days, belonged to the diligently training Xiao Yan. Immersed entirely in his automatic cultivation, Xiao Yan remained blissfully unaware of the world outside. He did not know that nearly all members of the Xiao clan were gathered outside, their attention fixated upon him. From the past 20 days to the present, approaching a month, Xiao Yan had profoundly astonished every member of the clan, but more so, they were filled with hope. 30 days, a duration of great significance to the Xiao clan, had been revered and almost mythologized for countless years. This was the record set by the first ancestor of the Xiao family for the initial cultivation period of a Dou Emperor, a benchmark that many in the clan found nearly unattainable and a point of pride for the entire clan. Now, Xiao Yan, the newly emerged Dou Emperor, was drawing closer to this record. The entire Xiao clan awaited with bated breath, questioning whether this newcomer could endure for 30 days. However, the overwhelming majority harbored little hope that he could surpass this record, which had remained unbroken for tens of thousands of years. As Xiao Yan meticulously refined his cultivation, the energy traversed through his body, completing a full cycle along his meridians before being drawn into the vortex under his watchful gaze. Although there was no one to control the actions of his dantian, the processes of absorption, operation, and refinement proceeded flawlessly, achieving a level of perfection that even Xiao Yan himself would find challenging to replicate. His seemingly careless approach yielded remarkable results. As time elapsed, the suction emanating from the vortex grew increasingly formidable. The energy pouring into his body from the external environment surged with urgency. Were it not for the surrounding terrain allowing a continuous influx of imperial source energy, even the extraordinary fire used for refining might have faltered due to exhaustion. Should the imperial source energy vanish, the refining process would cease automatically, leaving Xiao Yan to take the helm personally. Otherwise, if the modeled imperial source energy were to flow directly into the vortex, not only would his advancement to mid-stage Dou Emperor become implausible, but it could also inflict irreparable harm upon him. After nearly 3 days of releasing suction within the energy sphere, it finally began to wane. With the diminishing suction, the energy vortex surrounding Xiao Yan gradually faded, ultimately dissipating entirely. The last remnants of the somewhat chaotic imperial source energy traversed through the extraordinary fire within Xiao Yan, having been refined to a size nearly tenfold smaller, circulating along his meridians before entering the whirlpool of the cyclone. At this juncture, it was already the 29th day of Xiao Yan's initial cultivation. Outside the room, the area was now teeming with members of the Xiao clan, a dense throng pressing forward. 29 days, merely a day away from the Xiao family's record. After today, it would be 30 days. 30 days, the record established by the ancestors of the Xiao clan. Today, would Xiao Yan be able to shatter this record? Countless members of the Xiao clan yearned with anticipation, feeling a gradually dissipating aura. Xiao Li's fervent gaze flickered with a hint of disappointment. It seemed that the record remained unbroken. He shook his head, a mix of resignation and regret washing over him. Truly, this record was insurmountable. Yet, just as the crowd, like Xiao Li, sighed in lamentation, the previously waning aura unexpectedly surged once more, transforming into radiant beams of energy that pierced the room. Soon, additional streams of energy swiftly converged from all directions, continuously flooding into Xiao Yan's chamber. An unprecedented excitement surged onto Xiao Li's aged visage as he gazed upwards at the swirling energy beams pouring into Xiao Yan's room. A glimmer of hope igniting within him. Xiao Yan, my dear boy, how much more astonishment will you bestow upon us? Could it be that you truly possess the ability to shatter this record? Every member of the Xiao family could sense the intoxicating energy encapsulated within each luminous beam, eliciting involuntary exclamations. It is not over yet. It is not over yet. He continues. Within the golden tower of the house, the once stilled aura transformed into wisps of energy that danced through the air, as if yearning for Xiao Yan to absorb them swiftly. The energy, which Xiao Yan had believed to have ceased, suddenly surged once more, as the celestial energy points morphed into radiant beams. Torrents of imperial essence flowed into the slightly trembling vortex, which abruptly solidified into a glowing orb. The radiant red light emanating from its surface intensified, illuminating every corner of Xiao Yan's being. Within this fiery sphere of fighting spirit, hints of pale yellow intertwined, and under the brilliance of this extraordinary light, Xiao Yan could vaguely perceive a harmonious murmur resonating through his veins, bones, and even cells. Lost in this blissful sensation, he lost track of time. After several hours, the extraordinary light gradually receded, dimming until it finally vanished completely. As the brilliance dissipated, the fighting spirit orb concealed within emerged, trembling slightly upon its revelation. A surge of robust fighting spirit erupted forth, coiling like a crimson torrent within his meridians, flooding him with an overwhelming sense of energy. Observing this fighting spirit orb, now nearly 2 to 3 times its original size, and sensing the abundant reserves of fighting spirit within, greater than before, Xiao Yan could not suppress the exhilaration bubbling in his heart. I have reached the mid-stage of a 1-star Dou Emperor. The excitement coursing through him was palpable. Such an effortless ascension to the mid-stage of a 1-star Dou Emperor was almost beyond his belief. At this moment, his very blood seemed to boil, but what thrilled him even more was the realization that, despite having broken through to the mid-stage, the absorption had not yet ceased. His initial cultivation experience was far from over, as the once consolidated orb appeared unable to contain the immense influx of energy, transforming once again into a vortex of fighting spirit. Chapter 26. Breaking the Record, Part 2. Within the tower, Elder Zhan observed Xiao Yan, who was still in the throes of absorption, with an expression of mild curiosity, as if this scenario were quite commonplace. However, he could not help but wonder what level Xiao Yan would ultimately achieve. Outside the tower, the atmosphere was markedly different. Not a single member of the Xiao family departed from their posts that day. Initially, silence enveloped the gathering. Everyone was hushed, their eyes fixated on Xiao Yan's dwelling. Yet as the seconds ticked away, murmurs began to arise. 1 hour remaining. The source of the voice was unknown, but all understood its significance. A profound stillness pervaded the air. 20 days had passed, and no one had anticipated that this young man could surpass the ancestral record of 30 days. They merely regarded Xiao Yan's progress as commendable. Achieving 20 days on his first attempt at cultivation was already impressive. By the 29th day, anticipation began to swell. The record was within reach. Would this young man manage to break through? Many found themselves silently praying for Xiao Yan. For witnessing the birth of a miracle was indeed a joyous affair. When the dissipating aura had been felt earlier, most had sighed in regret. However, as energy once again coalesced into brilliant streams and surged into the room, hope reignited in nearly everyone present. Aside from the frenzied influx of energy, everything else stood still, save for the increasingly labored breaths of the crowd. Half an hour remained. The breaths grew heavier. 10 minutes left. Many began to stiffly tilt their necks, eyes wide, mouths slightly agape, intently gazing at Xiao Yan's room and the unceasing streams of energy. 5 minutes. 1 minute. The energy showed no signs of abating. Time is up. A thunderous cheer erupted outside the dwelling. 30 days. A month. This young man truly shattered the record. In that instant of breaking the record, countless voices rose in jubilant celebration, and the very essence of the Xiao clan seemed to tremble in response. All were aware that it had surpassed 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. What an epic! At last, someone had broken the record, and the Xiao family was aflame with excitement. Had this young man truly surpassed the record? What a prodigy! Indeed, it was no wonder he could ascend to the rank of Dou Emperor in a land devoid of imperial source energy. His talent surely surpassed that of Xiao Qi and Xiao Yong, who were ranked first and second in their family's hierarchy of gifted individuals. Amidst the crowd of the Xiao clan, various discussions erupted. Midstage Dou Emperor? At the moment Xiao Yan broke the record, nearly all the elders sensed a sudden surge of potent energy, leaving them momentarily dazed before they were swept up in fervent excitement. Each elderly figure trembled slightly. After the ancestral lineage, the clan had produced yet another such remarkable genius. What a blessing for the Xiao family! At this juncture, the elders' eyes gleamed with anticipation. Xiao Yan, to what pinnacle of cultivation would he ultimately ascend? Several figures re-emerged within the crowd, their bodies trembling slightly upon hearing the mention of a mid-stage 1-star Dou Emperor by the elders. Had he truly transcended? Had he indeed entered the mid-stage of a 1-star Dou Emperor? They found it hard to believe, yet the reality lay before them. To achieve such a feat on his very first attempt, combined with his extraordinary talent, foretold an unprecedented future. A glint of cold light flickered in the eyes of those youths, who realized that their previously prioritized training might be altered due to Xiao Yan's emergence. Naturally, they were filled with discontent, yet dared not voice their objections. The initial disdain they harbored for Xiao Yan had gradually transformed into astonishment and resentment, tempered by a hint of admiration. Among the Xiao clan members present, none could deny their respect for Xiao Yan, a nascent Dou Emperor who had surpassed a boundary that had stymied others for millennia, a feat beyond their own capabilities. Standing high above, Xiao Li revealed a knowing smile. Xiao Yan, as anticipated, he would undoubtedly become an exceedingly significant figure within the Xiao clan. Today, Xiao Yan's record-breaking achievement signified not merely the emergence of an unparalleled genius within the clan, but also, with focused cultivation, this prodigy might indeed disrupt the balance of the empire, altering the current stalemate among the 5 major powers. He could even lead the Xiao clan to unprecedented glory. Xiao Yan's arrival would likely transform the very fate of the clan. Xiao Li's fists clenched tightly, observing the ceaseless influx of energy light beams. He swiftly shook off his inner excitement and declared in a deep voice, "Silence. Xiao Yan's cultivation is not yet complete." His voice, though not loud, resonated with authority, instantly halting the previously fervent and chaotic discussions. Everyone finally grasped the situation. Indeed, Xiao Yan's cultivation was still ongoing. They suppressed their earlier excitement and resumed their unwavering gaze towards Xiao Yan's chamber. What had once been a tedious wait now evolved into an exhilarating anticipation among the clan members, each fervently eager to discern how much longer Xiao Yan would cultivate and to what realm he would ascend upon completion. Swish, swish. The sound of energy traversing the space was incessant, streams of it surging into Xiao Yan's body. A colossal energy vortex began to manifest around him, subtly drawing in the tower's energy. The vortex of Dou Qi within Xiao Yan resonated with the surrounding energies, producing a harmonious and somewhat resplendent sound. The scene unfolded within the Golden Tower, as the exotic flame absorbed the essence of the Emperor's source energy. Faint traces of pale yellow flames began to flicker within the exotic fire. Such a phenomenon did not escape Xiao Yan's keen observation, though merely a wisp of delicate flame. He could distinctly sense that within this pale, yellow fire lay an extraordinarily terrifying power. As Xiao Yan meticulously observed the vibrant flames composed of 22 distinct fires, he noticed a faint yellow flame flickering within each. This delicate yellow flame continued to emerge, fueled by the absorption of the Emperor's source energy, gradually coalescing into a singular entity. An ancient aura subtly radiated from this flame, as if it were beckoning something. With each intake of the Emperor's source energy, the potent yellow flame began to divide into several strands, slowly spiraling within the colorful fires. The once vibrant Emperor's source energy, upon traversing the faint yellow flames, swiftly shed all impurities, allowing pure energy to surge back into the swirling vortex of Dou Qi within Xiao Yan's dantian, gently enhancing his essence. As Xiao Yan continued his absorption, he sensed the surrounding energy gradually dissipating, a sign he was well aware of. He understood that this process was nearing its conclusion. Time passed slowly until, with a thunderous roar, an immensely powerful energy erupted from his body. The once abundant energy had been entirely absorbed, and the terrifying force within Xiao Yan surged forth, rippling outward in waves. He had broken through. After more than a month of cultivation, his efforts had not been in vain. A breath of white mist, tinged with faint yellow, escaped his lips as he completed his training. With the conclusion of his practice, the tension in his heart began to ease, and his soul felt momentarily heavy before he exited his meditative state. In the spacious Qi refining chamber, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, his dark gaze glimmering with a faint yellow brilliance. He slightly lifted his head, casting his eyes upon the two individuals within the chamber, his gaze deepening and clarifying. What immense power! Is this the mid-stage of a one-star Dou Emperor? Remarkably, it even seems to be at a high mid-stage. Indeed, it is incomparable to the early stage. At this moment, Xiao Yan held no further doubts regarding Elder Zhan. The outcome had indeed exceeded his expectations. Moreover, he noticed subtle signs of fusion among the several flames within him. Had it not been for Elder Zhan's reminder, he might have missed this exceptional opportunity for cultivation. Thank you. Xiao Yan slowly turned, looking towards Elder Zhan in the distance, and expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. In that moment, he felt akin to the Na'vi youth he had once been in Wutin City, while Elder Zhan resembled the wise Zhan Lao, guiding and managing everything for him. Elder Zhan's wrinkled face broke into a gentle smile as he waved his hand, saying, "It was but a trifling effort. How long have I been cultivating?" Xiao Yan inquired, a slight frown creasing his brow as he turned to ask again. The duration of his cultivation had been remarkably long. No wonder. He murmured to himself, secretly elated. To reach the high mid-stage of a one-star Dou Emperor in just over a month of practice was indeed extraordinary in the outside world. Such an accomplishment would likely require hundreds of years of arduous training. Gazing at the expansive Qi refining chamber, Xiao Yan couldn't help but press his lips together, muttering to himself, The Zichin Virtual Spirit Tower indeed harbors limitless mysteries. Had it not been for the cultivation within the tower, even for an initial endeavor of a Dou Emperor, after a month and a half of training, one would only manage to reach the mid-stage of a one-star Dou Emperor at best. Achieving the advanced mid-stage of a one-star Dou Emperor would be utterly unattainable. Xiao Yan could distinctly sense that the energy absorbed seemed to have been refined by an inexplicable force within the tower, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of its efficacy. After quietly marveling at this, he turned his gaze toward a luminous pathway at the center of the tower, which evidently led to the second level. Feeling the benefits of the first level, Xiao Yan's heart stirred with an eager desire to explore the second level. Just as he was about to proceed, the voice of Elder Zhan resonated behind him. "Hey, kid, don't be too greedy. Although you are now qualified to enter, you must first deal with the crowd outside your room. If you cease your training, they may very well rush in. If they discover the tower, it would be of no benefit to you." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. He was completely unaware of the situation outside. He turned to see two figures in the distance. One was Elder Zhan, the other, the revived Long Yi. Nodding in acknowledgement, he approached Long Yi, offering a smile at his restored state, then turned to express his gratitude to Elder Zhan. Just as he was about to step outside, he suddenly paused, as if struck by a thought. "Senior, you must be aware that I have achieved the advanced mid-stage of a one-star Dou Emperor, correct? I wonder if you might possess a method to help conceal this?" Despite being newly arrived in this continent, Xiao Yan understood that advancing to the advanced mid-stage of a one-star Dou Emperor in just over a month might seem rather astonishing. He was not one to flaunt his abilities, so he casually inquired. "That is simple. Rest assured, when you step outside, others will perceive you as merely a mid-level one-star Dou Emperor," Elder Zhan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was taken aback. He had anticipated that Elder Zhan could indeed assist in concealing his prowess. He promptly clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you very much." With that, he ceased further conversation and exited the tower. After Xiao Yan's departure, a faint smile crept across Elder Zhan's aged face, as he harbored a growing fondness for the young man. A figure then appeared within the room. Xiao Yan waved his hand, carefully stowing the suspended golden tower as if it were a treasured artifact, and stepped outside. The warm sunlight cascaded down. And after spending a month and a half within the golden tower, Xiao Yan felt an overwhelming urge to lie down on the ground and remain still. Covering his face with his palm, he peered through the gaps in his fingers at the azure sky, inhaling deeply the fresh air. While his cultivation within the Zichin virtual spirit tower had significantly enhanced his strength, the oppressive atmosphere within had indeed been stifling. Although the light within the tower is gentle yet bright, it remains a tower nonetheless. For an individual, it resembles a cage, and only outside, beneath the vast expanse of the sky, can one truly experience a sense of liberation. Xiao Yan, unaware of his remarkable status as a newly ascended Dou Emperor, has shattered a record that has eluded the Xiao clan for countless generations spanning thousands of years. Not only did he break this record, but he astonishingly surpassed it by over half a month. What he does not realize is that after surpassing 30 days in his initial training, nearly all members of the Xiao clan remained gathered, eagerly anticipating the emergence of a new record. They were curious to discover how long Xiao Yan would ultimately train and what new heights he would achieve. Hoping to understand the level of mastery he would attain through this endeavor, they waited with bated breath. Day after day, their anticipation only grew stronger, wishing for time to stretch indefinitely. In the entirety of the empire, among all the influential families, the unprecedented feat of a Dou Emperor reaching a training period of a month and a half had never before been recorded. Today, within the Xiao clan, a lineage steeped in ancient blood, a record was born that not only drove the Xiao clan into a frenzy, but would also incite the entire empire into a state of excitement. At this moment, all eyes of the Xiao clan converged upon the somewhat frail figure emerging from the door. He has come out. After 45 days, an entire 15 days more. Mid-stage 1-star Dou Emperor. The clan members gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom that this young man had suddenly advanced to mid-stage 1-star Dou Emperor, and moreover, to an advanced level of that stage. The elders of the Xiao clan stood in stunned silence, their eyes reflecting an overwhelming joy. To leap directly into mid-stage 1-star Dou Emperor is extraordinary. If one were to consider the usual expectations, with Xiao Yan's exceptional talent, he might ascend to 2-star Dou Emperor in a century and potentially lead the clan to a 3-star Dou Emperor within a millennium. A 3-star Dou Emperor, after all, is a rarity among the elders, who have typically trained for thousands of years, while this young prodigy might achieve it in merely a few hundred years. Might it even be possible for the Xiao clan to eventually give birth to a 5-star or even 6-star Dou Emperor in several millennia? At this moment, the elders began to speculate on the implications of a 6-star Dou Emperor arising within their ranks. What would that mean for the Xiao clan? The empire might no longer be able to restrain them. A 6-star Dou Emperor signifies power, a strength that is beyond measure. Could the Xiao clan be on the verge of a great resurgence? From a distance, Xiao Li beamed with joy, astounded that Xiao Yan, after a month and a half of diligent training, had stepped into mid-stage 1-star Dou Emperor, far exceeding his expectations. However, he could not have anticipated that this young man would not only break through to mid-stage, but achieve an advanced level within it. As the current de facto leader of the Xiao family, he understood all too well the transformative impact such an extraordinary talent would bring to the clan in the future. When Xiao Yan first arrived, no one anticipated that this unassuming young man would shatter a record that had stood for thousands of years. Yet, at this very moment, a stark reality presented itself. He had accomplished it, breaking a long-standing record of the Xiao clan. Moreover, he had forged an even greater achievement, a remarkable 45 days of relentless cultivation, propelling himself directly into the mid-stage of a 1-star Dou Emperor. When might such a record be surpassed again? The likelihood seems exceedingly slim. At this juncture, no one dared to underestimate the newly arrived Dou Emperor. Perhaps a millennium hence, one may find themselves unable to compare with this extraordinary youth. Aside from the foolhardy, no one would dare provoke a person of such prodigious talent, as it could very well lead to dire consequences. Currently, the predominant thought among the people revolves around when Xiao Yan will ascend to the rank of a 2-star Dou Emperor. Could he possibly become the fastest in the Xiao clan to achieve this? This question has now become a favored topic of discussion among countless individuals. A 2-star Dou Emperor holds a position of immense prestige, even within the Xiao clan. Attaining this rank is the dream of many who remain at the 1-star Dou Emperor level. And Xiao Yan is widely acknowledged to be on the brink of breaking through to 2-star status at an unprecedented pace, filling the hearts of many with eager anticipation. Xiao Yan's recent cultivation has left an indelible impression on all members of the Xiao family, branding him as both the breaker and creator of records. It is truly astonishing, 1.5 months to reach the mid-stage of a 1-star Dou Emperor. Who could fail to admire such an accomplishment? Many clan members gazed upon Xiao Yan with a fervent mixture of admiration and jealousy. They all understood that Xiao Yan would undoubtedly become a focal point of the clan's nurturing efforts, with an abundance of resources and assistance provided to him, significantly shortening his cultivation time, an enticing prospect for every member of the Xiao clan. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's emergence, Xiao Li and several elders hurriedly approached. Xiao Li looked at Xiao Yan, his aged face trembling slightly. The magnitude of Xiao Yan's achievements had indeed astonished him, directly impacting his own future and that of the entire clan. Xiao Li stepped forward, placing his frail hand heavily upon Xiao Yan's shoulder, and gently said, "Come, you must accompany me. There are matters you need to be informed about." Feeling uncomfortable under the weight of countless gazes, Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, disliking the intensity of their scrutiny, especially from so many eyes. With that, Xiao Li turned and soared into the air. Who would dare ignore Xiao Li's words? Without hesitation, Xiao Yan matched Xiao Li's speed and took flight into the distance. Chapter 29, The Ancient Chaos Relic, Part 1. In the skies above the Xiao clan, two figures swiftly soared towards an unknown destination. These figures were none other than Xiao Yan and Xiao Li. Upon the conclusion of his recent training, Xiao Yan distinctly sensed a considerable shift in the attitude of the clan's elders and nearly all the clansmen towards him. This was palpable from the throngs gathered around his residence, their fervent enthusiasm evident. Yet, this very phenomenon left Xiao Yan perplexed. After all, he had merely undergone a standard initial training session, culminating in the manifestation of an ordinary mid-stage 1-star, Dou Emperor strength. In his view, there were numerous clansmen within the Xiao clan possessing similar mid-stage 1-star, Dou Emperor capabilities. Why, then, was there such a scene unfolding? Observing Xiao Yan's fluctuating expression, Xiao Li seemed to discern his thoughts and spoke with a hint of casualness. "Young man, are you questioning why so many clansmen are gathered at your doorstep?" All brimming with excitement? Xiao Yan was taken aback and nodded. Xiao Li had astutely articulated the very query plaguing Xiao Yan's mind, prompting him to respond candidly. Xiao Li's inquiry resonated with the confusion that lingered within Xiao Yan. Is it true that a record unbroken for thousands of years has been surpassed? Xiao Yan inquired softly. Glancing toward Xiao Li, what is the highest record within the Xiao clan? The founding ancestor, Xiao Yao, set the highest record at 1 month, Xiao Li replied. 1 month. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted in surprise, and he instantly comprehended the cause of the commotion surrounding his residence. It seemed that merely reaching 31 days of training had already sparked significant upheaval within the Xiao clan. Moreover, he had diligently trained for a full month and a half. No wonder his previous bewilderment had dissipated. Indeed, 1 month, Xiao Li remarked with a gentle smile, his demeanor composed, though his mind appeared to be mulling over something. The ancestors' record stood unbroken for millennia, yet you have not only surpassed it but exceeded it by an additional half-month. I never anticipated that a descendant of the Xiao family would achieve such a feat. The ancestor instructed me to nurture any individual capable of breaking his record with the full support of the clan, and it appears that moment has finally arrived. Huh. It was merely luck on my part, Xiao Yan replied with a wry smile, shaking his head in resignation. Xiao Li chuckled lightly, abruptly halting his stride, and said, "We have arrived." The two figures came to a stop, and Xiao Yan surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing particularly remarkable about the location: thick clouds and an endless sky, seemingly devoid of any distinguishing features. What purpose did Xiao Li have in bringing him here? Just as Xiao Yan began to ponder this, Xiao Li stepped slightly forward, pointing gently at the space before them. From his fingertips, a ripple of green energy emanated, spreading like concentric waves throughout the expanse. In an instant, the previously empty sky appeared to unveil a translucent barrier, the energy undulating gently. As he gazed at the pulsating waves of energy, Xiao Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. This space concealed something extraordinary. As the energy ebbed and flowed, a peculiar luminescent energy ribbon rapidly converged from the periphery of the barrier, and a muffled sound suddenly resonated within this space. Startled by the sound, Xiao Yan focused his gaze, and before him materialized a stone door suffused with an aura of ancient mystery, upon which the word chaos was inscribed. What is this? Xiao Yan's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes as he beheld the stone door that had unexpectedly appeared. The door exuded an age-old essence, slowly releasing an intoxicating energy that gently permeated the atmosphere. Chaos relic. The words escaped Xiao Li's lips softly, yet they sent a tremor through Xiao Yan's heart. He had not anticipated the existence of such a relic within the Xiao clan. Could this chaos relic be related to the chaos sacred flame that has yet to merge within me? This relic was presumably left behind by an elder who once possessed the chaos sacred flame, seemingly requiring it to be opened. Even the elders within the clan were unaware of this relic's existence. Thus, it must remain a secret. Go ahead and see if you can open it, Xiao Li advised. tilting his head toward Xiao Yan. As the essence from the stone door flowed, it gradually infiltrated Xiao Yan's body. At that moment, the within him quivered suddenly, establishing a tenuous connection with the essence. Threads of faint yellow flames within began to stir restlessly. Suddenly, a wisp of faint yellow flame appeared at the tips of Xiao Yan's fingers. Although small, the power emanating from it astonished him. Observing the flame's sudden emergence, Xiao Li's eyes brightened. Oh! As he scrutinized the flame at Xiao Yan's fingertips, a familiar sensation welled up within him, and his pupils shrank to pinprick size as he exclaimed, "Have you successfully fused with the chaos sacred flame?" Xiao Yan surmised that the wisps of faint yellow flame he possessed were indeed the chaos sacred flame spoken of by Xiao Li and Xiao Long. Yet he had not truly completed the fusion. It was merely a fortunate coincidence during his cultivation. Smiling, he shook his head and replied, "This is just a fortunate fusion during my training. I am likely still far from true fusion. I wonder if I can open this relic." He then turned his attention back to the ancient stone door, where the flame at his fingertips seemed to sense something, wildly stirring in agitation. Xiao Yan flicked his fingers gently, and the faint yellow flame surged forth, striking the door and igniting upon contact, beginning to burn steadily. Meanwhile, in Tianming Valley, a fervor erupted among the disciples, who eagerly discussed the prodigy from the Xiao clan. Clearly, news of Xiao Yan breaking records and advancing to the mid-level of a one-star Dou Emperor had reached Tianming Valley. The prodigious talent from the Xiao clan appeared to be named Xiao Yan, a genius indeed, capable of shattering records. It was said that he not only broke the record, but did so in just 45 days of cultivation. Has he truly broken through to the mid-stage of a one-star Dou Emperor? Is he even human? Not merely the mid-stage. I have heard it is actually the intermediate mid-stage. It appears to be him. I've heard he is a registered disciple of our Tianming Valley. Is that true? A talent of such caliber is merely a registered disciple? He should at the very least be a formal disciple. I believe he could easily qualify as a core disciple. How audacious you are to even conceive such a notion. Would the Xiao clan allow such a prodigy to be our disciple? Have you lost your senses? In the square, countless disciples of Tianming Valley were engaged in fervent discussions. At this moment, Xiao Yan's reputation was swiftly spreading throughout the entire empire. Whenever his name was mentioned, it was met with both respect and envy, admiration and jealousy. What does the emergence of such a genius signify? Surely anyone with understanding would recognize that it represents future strength and status. If a family were to have such a pillar of support, even a previously mediocre clan could rise to prominence due to this talent. It is evident how significant Xiao Yan's standing is in the eyes of others. Wu Yong and Mu Feng were among those discussing, and upon hearing these conversations, both felt a jolt of realization. With a gulp, Mu Feng seemed composed, yet Wu Yong appeared somewhat dazed, reflecting on how he had treated Xiao Yan earlier, a sense of fear igniting within him about potential retribution from Xiao Yan in the future. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Tianming Valley, Emperor Ming could hardly contain his joy as he gazed at a disciple before him. Inquiring once more, "Are you certain that the genius emerging from the Xiao clan is named Xiao Yan?" "Indeed, absolutely certain." Emperor Ming's body trembled with excitement. "Xiao Yan, I have not misjudged you. How astute I was back then. Xiao Yan, you remain a registered disciple of Tianming Valley. Is this divine favor? It seems heaven has bestowed upon me such a magnificent treasure." The emperor's heart swelled with delight. It appeared necessary to visit the Xiao clan and cultivate a rapport with this young man. As the head of the family, Emperor Ming understood well that having trained for merely a month and a half, Xiao Yan had dramatically increased his strength to the intermediate mid-stage of a one-star Dou Emperor. Such talent is terrifying. In Tianming Valley and indeed throughout the empire, no one of this caliber had appeared in thousands of years. Naturally, he must make every effort to win him over. With a decisive thought, Emperor Ming swiftly summoned Xiong Yuan, having heard that his relationship with Xiao Yan was quite favorable, thus inviting him along. In a secluded corner of the Xiao clan, an ancient stone door stood firm. Xiao Yan gently manipulated the pale yellow flames. Attempting to see if he could unlock this door, he discovered that the pale yellow flames swirling above the stone door, though delicate, consumed Dou Qi at an alarming rate. The door emitted a faint hissing sound, yet there were no signs of yielding. Xiao Yan felt a twinge of frustration as Xiao Li quietly observed nearby. Just as Xiao Yan persisted in his efforts to open the stone door, a voice suddenly resonated in his ear. "Youngster, do you think that small flame of yours can open this door? Do not exert yourself. It seems that the only way to unlock this stone door is to successfully merge the chaos sacred flame." This, indeed, is the voice of Master Zhan. A shiver ran through Xiao Yan's heart as he realized the truth in Master Zhan's words. With the current meager flame, it was impossible to open the stone door before him. Nodding, Xiao Yan acknowledged that despite the prolonged burning, the faint connection between the flame and whatever lay within the stone door was insufficient to unlock it. Indeed, The power of the merged chaos sacred flame was still too feeble to break the seal of the stone door. It seemed that only after the complete fusion of the chaos sacred flame would the possibility of opening it arise. Xiao Yan understood clearly that the current fusion of the chaos sacred flame was inadequate, and the door appeared to be sealed by something potent. As Master Zhan had said, unlocking this door would truly require the successful fusion of the chaos sacred flame. Xiao Li did not display any signs of frustration, although the stone door remained unyielding. Xiao Yan's successful fusion of a trace of the chaos sacred flame during this breakthrough brought him unexpected joy. Moreover, even Xiao Li could not open this door, for the seal upon it was exceedingly powerful. If a peak 3-star Dou Emperor could not breach it, how could Xiao Yan, who had just attained the strength of a mid-1-star Dou Emperor, hope to succeed? Very well, allow me to impart the method to summon this stone door to you. When you feel you possess the strength to unlock it, return here, Xiao Li said, snapping his fingers. A beam of light shot into Xiao Yan's forehead, and the method to summon the stone door flooded into his mind. What could possibly lie within that stone door? Xiao Yan felt a flicker of curiosity. Yet with only a trace of the chaos sacred flame merged, his power was still far from sufficient. It seemed he would need to devote more time to mastering the fusion of the chaos sacred flame in the future. All right, let us depart. Someone awaits you. Xiao Li waved his sleeve and began to ascend gracefully, prompting Xiao Yan to follow closely behind. Ancestor, who is this person? Haha, you will find out upon your arrival. Xiao Li replied with a hearty laugh, quickening his pace before Xiao Yan could inquire further. With a helpless smile, Xiao Yan shook his head and accelerated, pursuing Xiao Li as they weaved through the Xiao clan. Chapter 32, The Chaos Ruins, Part 3. The two figures swiftly traversed the skies above the Xiao clan, leaving wisps of light, smoke in their wake. At this moment, Xiao Yan finally beheld the entirety of the Xiao clan. Countless grand edifices stood shoulder to shoulder, each unique in design, boasting distinct characteristics. Below these structures lay a thick expanse of white clouds, obscuring the ground from view and enveloping the entire Xiao clan in a shroud of mist. Above the city loomed the 5 towering stone pillars, remnants from the arrival of the 9 profound golden thunder dragon. Xiao Li began to descend gradually until he landed amidst the architecture, his flying speed tapering off. Following closely behind, Xiao Yan navigated around several towering buildings, and soon a particularly distinctive edifice came into view. The architecture resembles a square medicinal cauldron, its surface subtly displaying an ancient bronze hue. At the forefront of this cauldron-shaped edifice, 2 grand characters, Dan Dian, exude an aura of antiquity and fragrant allure, their elegant strokes dancing across the structure as if alive. The aroma of medicinal herbs forms a mist surrounding the Dan Dian, the vibrant colors enhancing its beauty. As this peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, a flicker of fervor long absent ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes. Observing the cauldron-like Dan Dian, Xiao Yan felt a surge of curiosity as to why it was constructed in such a manner, suggesting it was indeed a place for alchemy. Yet, something felt amiss. This building surely possessed extraordinary significance. Could its design serve a purpose in the art of alchemy? The two gradually approached the structure, and Xiao Yan unleashed his soul power, meticulously probing the unusual energy fluctuations that enveloped the Dan Dian. Under the scrutiny of his imperial-grade soul strength, the architecture of the Dan Dian quickly revealed itself. Surrounding it were 4 distinct buildings, each adorned in different colors, arranged in a sequence reflective of the elemental order of heaven and earth. During the alchemical process, powerful energies known as Dan Lei would be summoned, and the strategic layout of these buildings was designed to mitigate the potency of the Dan Lei, thus providing a protective function for the elixirs. Such ingenious arrangement left Xiao Yan in awe. Moreover, through his soul's perception, Xiao Yan discerned that the energy in this vicinity was not only significantly more concentrated than that of the outside world, but also accumulated at an impressive rate. Energy flowed in through the mouth of the cauldron and out through its base, establishing a flawless cycle. Was this truly a site for alchemy? Why had Xiao Li brought him here? Did he somehow know that Xiao Yan was an alchemist? Xiao Yan pondered. At that moment, he sensed an even more formidable soul power emanating from within the Dan Dian. Xiao Li nodded with a smile, then stepped forward to push open the door of the Dan Dian, striding confidently inside. Xiao Yan, filled with curiosity, hastily followed suit. Upon entering the Dan Dian, the rich aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped him, momentarily clouding his senses. Within this fragrant embrace lay a powerful energy fluctuation that filled the entire room. Xiao Li remained composed, unfazed by the astonishment evident on Xiao Yan's face, as if he were already accustomed to such an environment, while Xiao Yan curiously surveyed his surroundings. Xiao Yan examined the area, noting several stone doors, each adorned with peculiar patterns that appeared quite intriguing. Among these doors, only the central one, significantly larger than the others, emitted a palpable energy wave, radiating a formidable presence. The temperature near this door was notably higher than the surrounding air. Old Xiao Long, why haven't you completed the refining? Your efficiency is rather lacking. Have you been gambling again? Xiao Li directed a teasing remark towards the central stone door, where the potent aura emanated. Hearing the name Xiao Long, Xiao Yan felt a tremor run through him. Was it not Xiao Long who had come to fetch him from Tianming Valley? To think he was also an alchemist. Ancestor, is the esteemed Xiao Long truly an alchemist? Xiao Yan turned to inquire of Xiao Li. Xiao Li chuckled softly, nodding his head as he spoke. Indeed, this old man is quite renowned. Known as the medicine enthusiast in the imperial capital, his concentration during alchemy is legendary. He expressed his interest in you, and coincidentally, I asked him to assist in crafting a batch of elixirs, so I brought you along. The title of medicine enthusiast is well known throughout the imperial capital, referring to the third elder of the Xiao clan, Xiao Long. In this city, Xiao Long's alchemical skills are among the finest. But his nickname is not solely due to his remarkable proficiency in alchemy. It also stems from his obsession with the craft and an unparalleled focus during the process. Moreover, he has an inherent gambling nature, which he indulges in fervently. Countless individuals aspire to become his disciples, yet this peculiar medicine enthusiast has never accepted any. Xiao Long's standing within the Xiao clan is not inferior to that of Xiao Li. Had it not been for his gambling habit, which he could never seem to shake, he might have already ascended to the position of second elder of the clan. Old man Xiao Li, what brings you here so soon? Do you think alchemy is as simple as molding clay? Suddenly, a voice emerged from within the stone door, unmistakably belonging to Xiao Long, who had been immersed in alchemy for quite some time. Chapter 33, The Ancient Chaos Relic, Part 4. A flicker of activity finally stirred within the stone door. The temperature in the room returning to normal. The stone door slowly creaked open, and a rich aroma of elixirs wafted throughout the chamber. Xiao Long appeared before Xiao Yan and Xiao Li, cradling a jade vial containing white Ji. Within the vial, a powerful aura was distinctly palpable. Imperial-grade elixir. Xiao Yan felt the emanating essence from the vial, unable to suppress the urge to lick his lips and swallow. Previously, there had been only a single imperial-grade elixir in the Dou Di Continent, and that solitary elixir had given rise to a Dou Emperor. Yet now, in the Dou Emperor continent, it seemed as effortless as molding clay. What heights have alchemy and elixirs reached in this realm? Ancestor Xiao Long. Xiao Yan greeted respectfully upon seeing him emerge from the stone door. Xiao Long smiled and waved his hand, tossing the jade vial directly to Xiao Yan. After sensing Xiao Yan's aura, a glimmer of golden light flashed in Xiao Long's eyes. Not bad, young man. You've advanced to the mid-level of a one-star Dou Emperor, which somewhat exceeds my expectations. It seems crafting these elixirs for you was the right choice. Stunned by Xiao Long's words and the vial being thrown his way, Xiao Yan swiftly caught it, feeling the powerful aroma emanating from within. Excitement surged within him as he carefully poured out an elixir from the vial. It was his first encounter with an imperial-grade elixir. The elixir rolled gently into the palm of Xiao Yan's hand, pulsating with potent energy. Is this truly an imperial-grade elixir? Xiao Yan murmured. After advancing to the Dou Emperor, his heart had longed to craft this legendary elixir, but in the Dou Di Continent, there was neither the source energy of an emperor nor the recipe for imperial-grade elixirs, leaving his aspirations unfulfilled. Now, in my possession are several imperial-grade elixirs, and a glimmer of desire suddenly welled up in my eyes. Indeed, these are imperial-grade elixirs. Young man, are you not an alchemist? Why have you never concocted an imperial-grade elixir? Well, the place I come from lacks the source energy of the emperor, and there are no formulas for imperial-grade elixirs, thus. Xiao Yan replied with a hint of helplessness. Oh, I happen to have some medicinal herbs and a formula here. Would you care to give it a try? Xiao Long, observing Xiao Yan's intense longing for the elixirs, spoke with a sly smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's fervent gaze immediately turned towards Xiao Long, and he nodded vigorously. He truly yearned to experience the process of crafting an imperial-grade elixir. Haha, splendid. Young man, your courage is commendable. But concocting an imperial-grade elixir is not as simple as you imagine. Noticing the resolute expression on Xiao Yan's face, Xiao Long laughed heartily, flicking his finger to send a formula soaring towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan received the formula, which bore the ancient characters eternal elixir inscribed upon its somewhat yellowed surface. The medicinal herbs are within the stone door. Go ahead, Xiao Long instructed, tilting his head. He was exceedingly curious about Xiao Yan's alchemical skills. Previously, Xiao Long had been observing Xiao Yan in secret for quite some time. He was aware of Xiao Yan's possession of the chaotic sacred flame and noted that Xiao Yan's soul power at the emperor level was notably stronger than that of typical alchemists at the same level. Furthermore, Xiao Yan's prowess in battle and strength was equally impressive, having shattered records that the Xiao family had held for millennia. Such a genius is indeed a rarity in the imperial realm, and Xiao Long was eager to discern the extent of Xiao Yan's talent in alchemy. "Thank you, ancestor," Xiao Yan exclaimed, clutching the formula eagerly as he ventured into the stone door, which began to close slowly behind him. Outside, Xiao Long and Xiao Li watched the door shut with expressions of satisfaction. Xiao Li turned to Xiao Long and asked, "Do you believe this young man, a ninth-tier alchemist, can truly concoct the eternal elixir? You have never allowed anyone to enter this stone door for alchemy. Do you think he is a prodigy in this field?" Xiao Long had already informed Xiao Li of Xiao Yan's status as an alchemist. In response, Xiao Long smiled knowingly. After observing for so long, he estimated that for Xiao Yan, possessing both the soul power of an emperor and the chaotic sacred flame, concocting a standard eternal elixir, while challenging, was not utterly impossible. "Just watch. I hope this young man does not disappoint us," Xiao Long remarked with a hint of mystery. However, he did not disclose to Xiao Li that the room within the stone door contained only a limited amount of materials for crafting the eternal elixir. Whether or not it could be successfully created depended on Xiao Yan's talent, thus serving as a test of his alchemical abilities. Chapter 34, Crafting the Imperial Grade Elixir, Part 1. Inside the stone door, the space was even larger than anticipated, filled with over 1,000 varieties of medicinal herbs, each seemingly possessing a spirit of its own, their surfaces shimmering with remarkable radiance. At the center of the stone door stood a colossal alchemical cauldron. Xiao Yan harbored an intense desire and curiosity regarding the refinement of the supreme elixir. He meticulously examined the recipe, subsequently counting the medicinal herbs surrounding him. With only 3 sets of ingredients for the creation of the eternal pill, this indicated that he had but 3 opportunities. Taking a deep breath and nodding affirmatively, Xiao Yan gradually calmed himself as he settled in front of the cauldron. Exhaling slowly, he managed to quell his fervent excitement with remarkable speed, his elongated fingers gently resting at the mouth of the cauldron. With a soft puff, a delicate yellow flame leaped from his fingertips, which he then flicked, transforming the flame into a streak of light that darted into the cauldron with lightning speed. As the faint yellow chaotic sacred flame entered the cauldron, its diminutive form suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, the small flame transformed into a roaring fire, burning fiercely within the cauldron. With the rise of the pale yellow flames, the crimson-hued surface of the cauldron appeared even more enigmatic and dazzling, resembling a mesmerizing dance of flames. It was evident that the cauldrons on the Dou Di Continent were extraordinary. The one he acquired on the Dou Di Continent could not possibly compare. Gazing at the still radiating crimson cauldron, a glimmer of satisfaction passed through Xiao Yan's eyes. Once the temperature within the cauldron stabilized, he summoned a medicinal herb imbued with an ancient aura into his hand. Though its appearance was unremarkable, the rich medicinal fragrance emanating from it, as if it had withstood the test of time, immediately suggested that it was no ordinary item. According to the recipe, this herb was known as the ancient spirit branch, formed over countless years in the depths of the mountains from an exceptionally pure energy. If refined and absorbed by a practitioner, it would significantly enhance their fighting prowess. Even on the Dou Di Continent, it was considered exceedingly rare and served as a crucial ingredient in the eternal pill. Grasping the ancient spirit branch between 2 fingers, a sense of antiquity swiftly seeped into him, causing the surrounding air to brim with an ancient essence. With a gentle toss, the ancient spirit branch was accurately cast into the cauldron, where the pale yellow flames surged violently, resembling a voracious maw that engulfed it entirely. In the face of the flame's onslaught, the ancient spirit branch did not succumb passively. Instead, it released continuous wisps of mist imbued with an ancient aura in a bid to resist the encroaching heat. The mist and the pale yellow flames clashed, producing sizzling sounds. And at their intersection, faint wisps of white vapor began to rise. Remarkably, the ancient spirit branch, bolstered by its accumulation of formidable energy over countless years, managed to hold its ground against the chaotic sacred flames for a brief period. Indeed, it was a medicinal herb that was exceedingly rare even on the Dou Di Continent. Witnessing this scene unfold within the cauldron, Xiao Yan couldn't help but exclaim in awe. In an instant, his focus sharpened, and he felt the temperature within the cauldron surge dramatically. As the chaotic sacred flames intensified, the ancient spirit branch could no longer withstand the heat, showing clear signs of melting on its surface, as if transforming into a tangible substance. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan let out a sigh of relief, largely thanks to his use of heavenly fire. Had he employed any other exotic flame, the process of refining the ancient spirit branch would have taken at least a day or 2, resulting in not only a significant waste of time, but also a tremendous consumption of fighting energy. Indeed, for alchemists in the Dou Di Continent, heavenly fire is akin to a divine weapon. The refining process lasted approximately an hour, after which the sturdy ancient spirit branch transformed entirely into a pool of ancient yellow liquid, exuding an extraordinarily rich and pure energy. The successful refinement on the first attempt was undoubtedly attributed to Xiao Yan's formidable fire control abilities. Once the ancient spirit branch was completely refined, he spent another half-hour completing the purification process, and without pausing to rest, he deftly tossed another stubborn herb into the cauldron. Chapter 35, Crafting Emperor-Grade Pills, Part 2. Time flowed slowly within the enclosed stone chamber, as the various herbs laid out before Xiao Yan gradually diminished. A rich aroma of mingled herbs lingered in the air, reminiscent of swirling mist. As the herbs were gradually refined, Xiao Yan was unaware of how many he had inadvertently destroyed, which filled him with regret. Xiao Yan's expression grew serious. He recognized that the most challenging part lay ahead. The eternal pill, even among emperor-grade pills, is considered to be of medium quality. This type of pill may hold little direct benefit for a Dou Di who has long since ascended, yet for one who has recently entered this new tier, it possesses immense significance. It can greatly stabilize the unstable aura that accompanies a recent promotion, making it highly enticing for most Dou Dis. Of course, the materials required for crafting the eternal pill are numerous, including many rare components. Were it not for Xiao Long's preparations, he would have had no idea when he might gather these materials on his own. As time passed, Xiao Yan successfully extracted all the necessary herbal essences for the eternal pill, leaving him slightly fatigued. Suddenly, as the various liquid herbs made contact, a violent surge of energy erupted, and with a low sound, the precious liquid, painstakingly refined, was reduced to mere remnants. Sensing the upheaval within the cauldron, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, then sighed softly. Indeed, it's always like this. The first attempt is truly arduous. Crafting pills is a tedious and monotonous endeavor. After the initial failure, Xiao Yan spent nearly 10 more days before he could refine a second batch of herbs. This time, due to his careful control, no issues arose during the fusion. As the pill was on the verge of taking shape, Xiao Yan felt an acute tension, meticulously manipulating the chaotic holy flame, fearful of any misstep. However, the more one fears, the more likely it is to occur. At the critical moment, a slight deviation manifested, resulting in yet another valuable batch of herbs being wasted. Gazing at the discarded medicinal herbs, Xiao Yan's heart bled. These materials were not easily acquired. Cursed be the circumstances, for he had underestimated the challenges of crafting a supreme-grade elixir. Suppressing the throbbing ache within, Xiao Yan calmly reflected on the lessons learned from his recent failure. He had been but a step away from success. Ultimately, his eagerness had led him astray, causing a deviation in his actions. It became clear that maintaining a balanced mindset was of utmost importance. Recognizing this, Xiao Yan gradually steadied his mind, taking several deep breaths before producing his final set of herbs. This was his last opportunity, should he fail again. His inaugural attempt at concocting a supreme-grade elixir would be deemed a failure. Fixating his gaze upon the herbs, after a prolonged moment, Xiao Yan gritted his teeth and moved his hand seals, causing the pale yellow chaos sacred flame to rise once more within the cauldron. The flames danced, casting a soft yellow glow upon Xiao Yan's exceptionally grave visage, accentuating its sternness. One by one, the precious herbs fell into the cauldron with each deliberate movement of his hand, only to be devoured by the inferno. Time slipped away like grains of sand through fingers as the flames roiled, and beads of sweat began to form on Xiao Yan's forehead. Nearly a month of relentless alchemical practice had left him utterly fatigued, were it not for his soul power at the Emperor level and his mid-stage Dou Emperor strength. He might have faltered. In this 36th chapter of crafting the supreme-grade elixir, Xiao Yan poured nearly all of his Emperor-level soul power into the cauldron, allowing him to perceive any subtle changes within at the very moment they occurred. Under his intense concentration, the myriad of pure medicinal liquids began to merge. However, as he observed the swirling amalgamation of medicinal essences, he did not allow himself to relax. His mind remained taut as he meticulously controlled the heat with his soul power, gradually releasing warmth to ensure that the liquids within began to solidify. As the liquid mass slowly shrank and coalesced, approximately half a day later, its surface began to harden, gradually taking the irregular shape of an elixir. Witnessing the successful formation of the elixir's prototype, the heavy burden on Xiao Yan's heart finally lifted. The most arduous steps had been completed. All that remained was to maintain the proper temperature and nurture this embryonic elixir, ensuring that the eternal elixir would be deemed a success. Yet, a supreme-grade elixir would undoubtedly summon a damn thunder, Xiao Yan pondered, when a deep rumble emanated from the cauldron. In the tranquil hall, a faint floral fragrance lingered as Xiao Long and Xiao Li sat quietly, boredom etched upon their faces. Xiao Long seemed somewhat at ease, while Xiao Li's aged visage was marked by impatience. Approaching a month had passed since Xiao Yan entered the cauldron, and still, There was no sign of completion. After fidgeting for a moment longer, Xiao could no longer contain himself and stood up. Crafting elixirs inherently took time. One could not rush, especially since this was Xiao Yan's first attempt at a supreme-grade elixir, naturally prolonging the process. Xiao Long set down a pale yellow prescription scroll, casting a fleeting glance towards the direction of the stone chamber. Let us wait a while longer. It should be imminent. You have uttered that sentiment nearly 10 times now. In my estimation, you have misjudged this time. That lad could not possibly concoct the everlasting pill on his first attempt. It is no ordinary imperial-grade elixir, Xiao scoffed, muttering under his breath. Do you doubt my judgment? Very well, shall we wager? Xiao Long raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm at the mention of a bet. Go away. Who would wager with you? You become so animated at the mere mention of gambling. Are you not aware that you lose every time? Xiao retorted, exasperated. That was merely an invitation from someone else. Do you truly believe you won that? Do you dare to make a wager? Xiao Long challenged defiantly. Wager on what? On your sister, Xiao Qi. If Xiao Yan successfully concocts the everlasting pill, you shall betroth your sister to him. If he fails, I shall personally prepare a batch of potions she requires. What say you? Xiao hesitated momentarily. If Xiao Yan truly succeeded in creating the everlasting pill, his talent for alchemy might be extraordinary. Xiao had already witnessed Xiao Yan's unparalleled aptitude in combat training. If he possessed equal prowess in potion making, then Xiao Yan would be no ordinary genius. Bestowing his sister upon him would not be an overreach, but rather a prudent alliance. Should Xiao Yan fail, however, this gambler would provide elixirs for Xiao Qi, thus reaping considerable benefits. It is worth noting that it is exceedingly rare for Xiao Long to personally concoct potions for the younger generation. Had it not been for the clan's decision to cultivate Xiao Yan's exceptional talent, Xiao Long would never have considered preparing potions for him. Chapter 37. The Crafting of Imperial-Grade Elixirs, Part 4. Very well, I shall take your wager. With this thought, Xiao resolved, realizing that the odds were in his favor. Only a fool would decline such a bet. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through the air, causing both Xiao Long and Xiao Li to momentarily pause, their gazes instinctively shifting towards the stone chamber. There, an exceptionally dense wave of energy was rapidly coalescing. Evidently, the alchemical process is nearing success. Xiao Li. Huh. You must not renege on our wager, Xiao Long exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Xiao Li felt a surge of delight. Indeed, Xiao Yan was a prodigy. It appeared that the pill thunder would soon descend. He wondered if this lad could withstand it. As he absorbed the potent energy fluctuations, a flicker of concern crossed Xiao Long's expression. Each high-tier elixir inevitably attracted formidable pill thunder. Be cautious, the pill thunder approaches. This is an ascension-level thunder. If that lad cannot endure it, we must intervene, lest he suffer grievous injuries, Xiao Long spoke gravely. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when the energy fluctuations within the stone chamber surged to a terrifying intensity. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed, and a beam of energy, roughly half a foot in diameter, erupted violently from the chamber, piercing through the ceiling and soaring towards the heavens above the Xiao clan. Gazing at the piercing beam of light that shattered the ceiling and soared into the sky, even Xiao Long could not help but slightly change his expression, murmuring in astonishment. I did not expect this young man to achieve such mastery in his first attempt at alchemy. This remarkable talent in potion making likely surpasses even my own. Receiving the Dan Lei is equally a trial for alchemists. The imperial-grade elixirs are excessively powerful, invoking the forces of heaven and earth with the intent to obliterate them. Should the alchemist fail to withstand the Dan Lei and protect the elixir, it would inevitably be destroyed, signifying the ultimate failure of the refinement process. Thus, enduring the Dan Lei and safeguarding the elixir is a crucial aspect of alchemical practice. However, it is important to understand that the intensity of the Dan Lei escalates with the quality of the elixir. The Dan Lei of an imperial-grade elixir is not comparable to the mindless lightning of lesser grades. For ordinary alchemists, unless they possess at least mid-stage strength of a one-star Dou Emperor, it is exceedingly challenging to withstand the Dan Lei. In Xiao Long's view, Xiao Yan's mid-stage one-star Dou Emperor strength should be sufficient to endure the Dan Lei, yet to do so without sustaining any injury is no simple feat. In fact, should misfortune strike, the elixir could be destroyed during the process, potentially resulting in severe injury. Within the stone chamber, the ceiling gradually opened, and a scene of swirling clouds and mist emerged above the Xiao clan, illuminated by faint yellow hues. Xiao Yan looked up at the gathering energy around the tumultuous clouds, stamping his foot heavily, propelling himself into the air above the Xiao clan. Observing the roiling clouds, Xiao Yan squinted. He had initially planned to summon Bei Wang, but upon witnessing the formidable Dan Lei of the imperial-grade elixir, He surmised that Bei Wang's form would surely be unable to consume the Danlei, and might instead be obliterated by it. After Xiao Yan emerged, Xiao Li and Xiao Long hurriedly followed him out of the room. They looked at Xiao Yan, who gazed up at the clouds with an air of calmness, both feeling perplexed by his unperturbed demeanor in the face of such a powerful Danlei. The thunderclouds in the sky churned violently, and a resplendent bolt of lightning crackled through the air, illuminating the surroundings as if it were midday. A display of tremendous thunderous might. The rolling five-colored thunderclouds became increasingly intense, with deep rumbling echoes resonating continuously as brilliant bolts of lightning darted through the clouds. Suddenly, amidst the tumult of the thunderclouds, they contracted sharply, and a powerful bolt of lightning, akin to a colossal serpent, surged forth from the clouds, tearing through the fabric of space with a terrifying crack, hurtling towards the stone platform where Xiao Yan stood. Xiao Yan, feeling the overwhelming pressure of the force, did not dare to be negligent. He swiftly changed his hand seals, preparing to face the descending lightning head-on with his palms raised. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's determination to confront the Danlei directly, Xiao Long was struck with shock. This young man intended to withstand the Danlei head-on? Xiao Long was deeply alarmed, for he knew that with Xiao Yan's current strength, it was simply impossible to resist the Danlei of the eternal elixir directly. Even if fortune favored him and he managed to endure it, he would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries. Chapter 38. The Refinement of Imperial-Grade Elixirs, Part 5. Xiao Long realized he could not allow Xiao Yan to face the Danlei directly, and he rapidly soared towards him, shouting, "Get out of the way. You cannot confront the lightning head-on." However, no matter how swift Xiao Long's movements were, he could never match the velocity of the thunderous descent. The thunder crashed down heavily upon Xiao Yan. Feeling the immense power contained within the thunder, Xiao Yan's body involuntarily trembled. Just as the thunder was about to make contact with Xiao Yan's palms, a brilliant flash of golden light emanated from the ring on his right hand, and a colossal thunder dragon materialized before him. The crashing thunder was instantly devoured by the suddenly appearing dragon, which was none other than the Jiuxianjin Lei Long. Long Yi, cultivated within the Golden Tower for an extended period. Could this thunder dragon absorb the power of thunder? Xiao Long's figure abruptly halted, astonished as he witnessed the towering thunder being consumed by the dragon. According to the records, this type of dragon, born under highly specific conditions, could evolve. Yet no documentation indicated the means of its evolution. Could it be that it evolved by consuming thunder? No wonder this creature exhibited such confidence. It turned out the thunder dragon could indeed consume the Danlei. In truth, Xiao Long was mistaken. Xiao Yan was unaware that the dragon could absorb the Danlei, as he had intended to rely solely on his own strength for resistance. Yet, this was not the time for inquiries. He quickly descended, stabilizing the Wangu Dan, which was gradually taking shape within the cauldron. A peculiar energy surged into the pill, causing the originally rough surface to become smooth. The clouds above continued to churn ominously. With a resounding crash, another bolt of Danlei struck down fiercely, but predictably, it was consumed by Long Yi, who coiled in the sky, transforming into its true form. After devouring two bolts of Danlei, the surface of Long Yi's golden body shimmered with lightning, its hue deepening beyond its previous brilliance. Boom, boom. The resplendent thunder roared like a colossal dragon rampaging across the heavens, unleashing a dazzling display of lightning that cascaded violently downward. Thunder rumbled incessantly above, as the swirling Danlei spewed forth an unending barrage of increasingly potent and vibrant lightning, all of which was devoured by Long Yi. "This creature certainly possesses a wealth of treasures," remarked Xiao Li, standing behind Xiao Long, with a smile. Xiao Long nodded in agreement, unable to suppress a twinge of jealousy as he gazed upon the thunder dragon. How splendid it would be to possess such a divine beast. Soon, Xiao Yan licked his lips gently, his dark eyes brimming with anticipation. After enduring the baptism of Danlei for a prolonged half-hour, Long Yi's body, which had once been adorned with resplendent gold, had now transformed into an even deeper shade of gold. Boom, boom. The Danlei continued its relentless assault. After approximately 10 minutes, it was finally compelled to surrender its fate of being consumed. The energy fluctuations within the clouds gradually weakened, and the dense thunderclouds slowly dispersed under the scrutiny of countless gazes. As the terrifying Danlei finally receded, Xiao Yan observed that Long Yi's aura had significantly increased once more after this bout of consumption. The Jiuxianjin Lei Long could indeed enhance its power by absorbing thunder. Looking at the dragon's now even deeper golden body, Xiao Yan smiled and once again focused his gaze on the cauldron. The surrounding energy converged, and the final step, the most arduous of all, was finally completed. The Emperor-grade elixir was on the verge of perfection. Xiao Yan infused a trace of chaotic sacred flame, gently nurturing it. As the rough surface of the pill gradually became smooth and rounded, suddenly, A surge of energy radiated from the elixir. Xiao Yan hovered in the sky. And at that moment, even his steadfast composure could not conceal the ecstasy in his eyes. The Emperor-grade elixir had indeed been born from his hands. Remarkably, it had succeeded. As he retrieved a single pill, Xiao Yan's hand trembled slightly. The outcome was somewhat beyond his expectations, even with his current abilities and the chaotic sacred flame. The success rate of refining an Emperor-grade elixir would not exceed 10%. Just then, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers due to the celestial phenomenon, a brilliant light suddenly flashed across the sky, darting away like lightning, leaving behind a rich fragrance of the elixir, so dense it seemed almost tangible. Xiao Yan's alchemical endeavor had attracted countless spectators from his clan. Previously, every time Xiao Long attempted to refine elixirs, he would suppress the process, even quelling the thunder of elixirs directly. Naturally, Xiao Yan could not match Xiao Long's prowess, especially considering the elevated thunder of elixirs involved. Thus, such a tremendous commotion drew many clan members' attention. Chapter 39. Refining the Emperor-grade elixir, 6. Wangu Dan, he is attempting to flee. Heavenly Creation Palm. A colossal energy palm descended with fierce wind pressure, crashing down upon the radiant light, dispersing the brilliance that enveloped the figure. As the glow faded, a delicate silhouette emerged into the view of Xiao Long and Xiao Li. The figure possessed long, flowing black hair and an enchanting, frail physique. Her beautiful eyes sparkling with terror as they gazed upon Xiao Yan, exuding a pitiable demeanor. Having just come into existence, she already exhibited such intelligence and employed this method to beguile others. Indeed, the Emperor-grade elixir was extraordinary. Xiao Yan gazed curiously at the beautiful woman, a vision of grace, and smiled gently, saying, "Elixirs bear no distinction of gender. Your appearance must have just recently transformed." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the once pitifully beautiful woman was taken aback and swiftly retreated. Xiao Yan stepped forward, appearing directly before her, and with a swift motion, he touched her forehead with his finger, leaving a soul imprint that instantly materialized. As the imprint emerged, the woman shuddered, and her form gradually became ethereal, transforming into a pill the size of a dragon's eye, enveloped in a myriad of enchanting fragrances, its hue a soft yellow. Xiao Yan retrieved a jade vial from his spatial ring, carefully placing the hard-earned Wangu Dan, the Emperor-grade elixir he had painstakingly refined for the first time, into the vial. Witnessing Xiao Yan secure the elixir, many below displayed expressions of envy. At that moment, Long Yi had flown to Xiao Yan's side. Xiao Yan turned to face the two ancestors beside him and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, ancestors," with a respectful bow directed at Xiao Long. The realm of talents emerges in every generation. Young one, your aptitude for alchemy is truly astonishing within the entire Xiao clan. Such genius likely exists only in your singular form. However, despite your success in concocting an imperial-grade elixir and advancing to the first tier of the imperial rank, your current alchemical skills, I must inform you, are commonplace across the continent. Even in the imperial province, they are readily observable. It is essential to understand that the imperial grade is not the pinnacle of quality in elixirs. With a smile, Xiao Long remarked to Xiao Yan, who was still basking in the elation of having produced an imperial-grade pill. What is the first tier of the imperial rank? Is the imperial-grade elixir not the highest quality? Xiao Li inquired, nodding in contemplation. The subject of elixirs is indeed vast and complex, too intricate to articulate in a fleeting moment. With a swift gesture, he flicked his finger, sending a beam of light directly into Xiao Yan's forehead. Suddenly, a wealth of knowledge regarding alchemists and elixirs flooded Xiao Yan's mind. The role of alchemists has been significantly enhanced in this realm, with practitioners categorizing their ranks into 5 tiers, each containing 10 grades. The first tier of the imperial rank is classified as imperial grade. Any alchemist capable of crafting an imperial-grade elixir is deemed an imperial alchemist, with no further classification. The second and third tiers are designated as yellow-tier alchemists, while the fourth and fifth tiers are classified as mysterious tier. The sixth and seventh tiers belong to the earth tier, and the eighth and ninth tiers are recognized as celestial tier, with those surpassing the ninth tier transcending into the nether tier. In the Dou Di Continent, the nuances differ from those of the Dou Chi Continent. Although advancement between grades within the same tier is challenging, it is not insurmountable with diligence and sufficient resources. The challenge lies primarily in the transition between tiers. For instance, the leap from an ordinary 9th grade to the first tier of the imperial rank, or from the 3rd tier yellow to the 4th tier mysterious, or from the 5th tier mysterious to the 6th tier earth, and from the 7th tier earth to the 8th tier celestial. These transitions cannot merely be achieved through hard work and resources. The degree of difficulty is immensely greater than one might envision. Countless alchemists devote their lives to these pursuits, some even sacrificing their very existence. The reason? The tribulations of pill tribulation. The challenges of transcending tiers are tenfold compared to the standard tribulations, causing innumerable alchemists to become ensnared at the threshold of advancement, let alone those aspiring to exceed the celestial tier and reach the nether tier. Consequently, ordinary imperial alchemists comprise the vast majority, with yellow tier alchemists being quite rare, and mysterious tier practitioners exceedingly scarce. None can be found in the imperial province. Earth tier alchemists are few and far between across the continent, while celestial tier alchemists are virtually non-existent. As for nether tier alchemists, such formidable beings are likely beyond the confines of the Dou Di Continent. Furthermore, the imperial realm is no longer solely governed by the power of the soul. The essence of soul energy has become increasingly enigmatic in this domain. Beyond the imperial realm, soul energy is delineated into three levels: the realm of intent, the realm of existence, and the realm of boundaries. However, few have truly transcended into these realms. The realm of intent, for instance, is scarcely populated, while the realm of existence is a rarity akin to a phoenix feather, and the realm of boundaries is a legendary echelon. It is said that those possessing the strength of the realm of intent can traverse vast distances in an instant and perceive occurrences from afar. Those who attain the realm of existence can carve out a space uniquely their own, whereas those reaching the realm of boundaries can create realms that sustain countless forms of life. The sole power of the imperial realm, in this context, can be considered utterly worthless. Upon grasping this information, Xiao Yan was filled with an intense longing for that level of existence. Young man, you understand, do you not? Although you succeeded in crafting an imperial-grade elixir on your first attempt, ascending to the rank of a Huang-tier alchemist through mere self-exploration would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. I am an imperial-grade alchemist of the third tier. Perhaps I could impart some knowledge to you, though it remains uncertain whether you would accept my guidance. Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled as he turned his gaze toward Xiao Long, his enthusiasm palpable. A Huang-tier alchemist is indeed a rare entity in the imperial province. Among the few Huang-tier alchemists in the region, who else could possibly rival Xiao Long? The renowned alchemist of the Xiao clan? In the realm of alchemy within the imperial province, Xiao Long stands as a paragon. However, you need not formally take me as your master. I shall merely provide you with the formulas and offer guidance on the art of alchemy. As for the rest, I will not impose upon you. So, young one, will you accept my teachings? Xiao Long observed Xiao Yan's fluctuating emotions with a hint of impatience. Thank you, Ancestor Xiao Long, Xiao Yan replied, a glimmer of gratitude flashing in his eyes. Without further hesitation, he nodded eagerly in acknowledgement. Having arrived in this land without any formulas or materials, how could he hope to master the art of alchemy? No need for thanks. In fact, I owe you my gratitude. Xiao Long chuckled heartily. Gratitude to me? Xiao Yan was perplexed. Let us not dwell on that. Xiao Long laughed with a touch of pride. Xiao Long had a penchant for gambling, yet his fortune was notoriously poor. He would invariably lose. This time, however, he had won, and notably against Xiao Li, who never gambled. How could he not feel elated? From now on, Xiao Li could no longer claim he was perpetually unfortunate in gambling. What a delightful thought. Xiao Li approached with a furrowed brow and asked, hold on, let us set aside other matters for now. Xiao Long, you teach Xiao Yan alchemy, but do not require him to take you as his master. What does this mean? Xiao Long quickly steered Xiao Li aside and, glancing at the distant Xiao Yan, whispered in a tone that Xiao Yan could not hear. I have my reasons. Did you not witness the thunder dragon devouring the thunder pill? You must comprehend what this signifies. It means this young man will not fear the tribulations of alchemy in the future. How many alchemists falter at the tribulations and cannot advance? You are well aware of this. Moreover, to craft the eternal pill on his first attempt as a ninth-tier alchemist is unprecedented. You should know I only prepared 3 sets of materials for the eternal pill. What? You only prepared 3 sets of materials for him? He managed to succeed? Xiao Li was taken aback, urgently re-evaluating Xiao Yan's aptitude for alchemy. Of course. Otherwise, do you think I would be so eager to teach him? With such talent, do I even qualify to be his mentor? I have a premonition that our Xiao clan will flourish because of him. Do you now understand my intentions? Xiao Li nodded solemnly in agreement. Xiao Long then seemed to recall something and turned to Xiao Li, asking, by the way, old Xiao Li, must clan registration wait for 3 years? Can we not expedite Xiao Yan's registration into the clan? Xiao Long inquired of Xiao Li, evidently eager for Xiao Yan to quickly join the clan, as any contributions made thereafter would be attributed to the family, greatly benefiting the clan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li pondered for a moment and replied, it is not impossible to expedite the process, but it may pose some complications, as it is against clan regulations. I fear that other elders may object. Xiao Li, listening to Xiao Long, felt somewhat speechless. Indeed, if Xiao Long were to unleash his fury, few within the clan would dare to confront him. After all, An alchemist holds a prestigious status and considerable influence, regardless of the circumstances, especially considering Xiao Long's formidable prowess in combat. Resigned, Xiao Li nodded in agreement, recognizing the rationale behind Xiao Long's request. Moreover, let us not forget the wager. Xiao Long reminded Xiao Li with a hint of pride. Xiao Li shot him an exasperated glance, but remained silent, secretly feeling quite pleased as he turned to approach Xiao Yan. Xiao Long followed suit, stepping before the still-standing Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, allow me to inform you of an important matter. In 5 years, the clan will hold a test for all members, so you should begin preparing. With your current capabilities, it would be wise to hone your skills in the nearby mountains. Remaining stagnant in solitary cultivation within the clan is not advisable. However, I cannot accompany you, as such actions are forbidden within the clan. Make haste in your preparations. We shall depart in a few days, Xiao Long advised. This test holds significant importance within the Xiao clan, serving as an opportunity to identify and designate core disciples for focused training. It occurs once every century. And since the last event transpired 95 years prior to Xiao Yan's arrival in this realm, he has 5 years to prepare for the upcoming test. Xiao Yan nodded. Though he felt little enthusiasm for the test, he was merely curious about the strength of his peers within the clan, while hastening his entry into the clan seemed advantageous. Xiao Yan recalled the menacing aura he sensed upon first cultivating and feared that this premature membership might lead to considerable trouble. As for why the Emperor was seeking him, Xiao Yan had yet to comprehend. Perhaps it was merely to congratulate him on his initial achievements in cultivation, he speculated, dismissing further thoughts on the matter. Xiao Li's ancestor, Xiao Long's ancestor, and Xiao Yan proceeded ahead. Xiao Long and Xiao Li exchanged smiles and nods, and Xiao Yan, displaying proper etiquette, elevated their perception of him even further. Chapter 41. The 8 Extremes Celestial Decision, Part 1. Xiao Yan, accompanied by Long Yi, gradually soared into the distance. After an extensive period of alchemical refinement, Xiao Yan felt a degree of fatigue settling in. Observing Long Yi, whose skin had transformed to a deep golden hue, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile. Long Yi's ascension and strength provided him with significant assistance. With his current status as a mid-level 1-star Dou Emperor, with Zhan Lao concealing his aura to appear as a lower level, he felt confident in his ability to overcome even peak mid-level or early high-level adversaries. Moreover, during the alchemical process, Xiao Yan discovered that it was merely a trace of chaotic sacred flame, a force so profound that it likely surpassed all other exotic fires. If such potency is evident in alchemy, it stands to reason that its application in combat would be even more formidable. Today, we are in need of the eternal pill. So let us hasten our pace, Long Yi. With a wave of his hand towards Long Yi, Xiao Yan contemplated the immense energy contained within an imperial-grade elixir. His heart stirred with excitement. The imperial-grade elixir was something that the Soul Emperor had once risked everything to obtain. A single pill had the potential to forge a formidable Dou Emperor within the Dou Di Continent. Upon entering the chamber, Long Yi proposed a visit to the tower. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, and after sending Long Yi inside, he settled down cross-legged. The extensive duration of alchemy had taken a significant toll on his mental faculties. Thus, he aimed to restore his spirit before refining and absorbing the eternal pill he had concocted. Xiao Yan began to circulate his Dou Qi, replenishing his depleting mental energy. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Cursing inwardly, Xiao Yan rose to answer. As he slowly opened the door, he was greeted by 2 familiar faces, Ming Emperor and Xiong Yuan from Tianming Valley. Little did Xiao Yan know the immense determination Ming Emperor had to win him over, as he had been waiting patiently outside the Xiao clan during Xiao Yan's alchemical endeavors. Upon seeing the unexpected arrival of Ming Emperor, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, pondering the purpose of this visit. Please, come in and take a seat, he said courteously, ushering them into the room. Once seated, Ming Emperor wore a perpetual smile, while Xiong Yuan gazed at Xiao Yan with an earnest expression. Xiao Yan chuckled lightly and inquired, "Is there something you require, Senior Ming Emperor?" "Actually, there is nothing of great concern," Ming Emperor replied with a grin. "I primarily came to congratulate you on your remarkable achievements in your initial training." Ming Emperor's words prompted Xiong Yuan to assess Xiao Yan's aura, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "You truly have advanced to the mid-stage of a 1-star Dou Emperor? Incredible. You are indeed a prodigy." Xiao Yan humbly smiled in response. "Oh, it's merely luck." "Luck?" Ming Emperor laughed heartily. "Such talent cannot simply be attributed to luck. I have brought you a gift. I hope you find it to your liking." As he spoke, a radiant light flickered in his hand, revealing a red jade box. The moment Ming Emperor presented it, a rich fragrance of elixirs filled the entire room. Xiao Yan, taken aback by the sudden wave of aromatic essence, felt his pupils constrict. Ming Emperor observed Xiao Yan intently and gently stated, "This is the transformation pill of the 3rd grade of imperial quality. which significantly aids in the advancement to the 2-star and 3-star Dou Emperor realms. I specifically brought it for you. He then offered the jade box to Xiao Yan, the 3rd grade of imperial quality. Trembling, Xiao Yan accepted the jade box, inhaling the rich fragrance deeply. It was utterly mesmerizing. The power contained within such an elixir was beyond comprehension. How could Xiao Yan possibly deserve such a precious gift? The robbery elixir, a 3rd-tier imperial potion of the highest caliber, requires exceptionally precious materials for its concoction. Even a top-tier yellow-grade alchemist boasts a success rate not exceeding 30% when crafting such a potion. This elixir is essential for a 1-star Dou Emperor's ascension to 2 stars, and for 2-star to 3-star transitions, aiding one in successfully navigating the perilous tribulations of the imperial path. Its exorbitant price renders it a rare treasure, often unattainable in many regions of the imperial state. The magnitude of the Ming Emperor's gesture left Xiao Yuan, who stood nearby, quite astonished. Haha, such an item holds little value for an old fellow like me. It would be far more beneficial for you. After all, you are a registered disciple of Tianming Valley, the Ming Emperor remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan began to comprehend the Ming Emperor's intentions, realizing that he sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. With a shift in thought, Xiao Yan acknowledged the allure of the imperial potion. Given his status as a registered disciple of Tianming Valley and his favorable feelings toward the Ming Emperor, he decided not to hesitate any longer. Then I shall accept it without reservation. Should Tianming Valley require my assistance in the future, I, Xiao Yan, will certainly do my utmost, he replied with a smile, carefully placing the jade vial into his spatial ring. The Ming Emperor smiled in return, with Xiao Yan's acceptance. His purpose had been fulfilled. He then rose to his feet. Xiao Yan promptly stood as well, cupping his hands in gratitude. Thank you for the gift, please. Do not see me off. As he reached the doorway, the Ming Emperor's hand shimmered with light, and he vanished in a flash of blue radiance before Xiao Yan's eyes. Watching the Ming Emperor's sudden disappearance, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. Was that the earth compass he just used? Truly remarkable. Remembering the time when the Ming Emperor had gifted him one at Tianming Valley, Xiao Yan felt an increased sense of gratitude toward him. Turning back, he closed the door and noted that it was getting late. With a flick of his wrist, a jade bottle appeared in his grasp. The ancient eternity elixir. Xiao Yan licked his lips, and with a wave of his hand, he felt a surge of murderous intent from the crowd during his recent training, prompting him to be more vigilant. After leaving a soul imprint within the room, he cautiously retrieved the Zikin virtual spirit tower, and with a mental nudge, his figure vanished from the chamber, leaving a golden tower suspended in midair. Chapter 42, The 8 Extremes of Heaven, Part 2. Upon entering the Zikin virtual spirit tower, familiar scents enveloped him, and beside him, the figure of the elder Zhan appeared. It has been several millennia since I've heard of imperial-grade potions. It is surprising that such low-tier potions still exist, he sighed, having been aware of Xiao Yan's alchemical prowess upon his arrival. Low-tier? Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. Although imperial-grade potions are considered rather elementary in the Dou Emperor continent, they remain invaluable to most 1-star Dou Emperors. In the imperial state, few dare to label imperial-grade potions as the most inferior. Such statements are typically reserved for high-ranking alchemists. A person who is not even an alchemist would hardly dare to speak so boldly unless they were a formidable overlord. To hear this from the elderly man clad in a blue robe was unexpected. Could it be that he, too, is an alchemist? Are you also an alchemist, senior? Xiao Yan inquired, astonished. Old Zhan cast a glance at Xiao Yan, snorted disdainfully, and arrogantly remarked, Alchemist? What significance does an alchemist hold? The so-called high-tier elixirs are nothing but trifles in my eyes. Emperor-grade 2nd tier, 3rd tier, mere nonsense. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan involuntarily cleared his throat. He chose not to respond to old Zhan's words, casting a sidelong glance at him. Uncertain of old Zhan's true identity and unable to discern his aura, Xiao Yan felt a twinge of suspicion and promptly asked, Then what are you? What I am, I can hardly recall. In my memory, alchemists are but trifles. Once you ascend to the 3rd level, I believe you will no longer view your ancestor, Xiao Long, as a formidable existence. The 3rd level? The medicinal layer. Xiao Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement. His curiosity about the tower heightened. Ever since that session of cultivation, he had sensed a peculiar force within the tower, as if something were drawing him in. Strive diligently. Once your strength increases, there will be many more wonders awaiting your discovery. First, absorb your elixirs. Then proceed to the 2nd level. Xiao Yan nodded. The 2nd level pertained to martial techniques. He pondered whether there existed techniques surpassing the burning decision within that realm. Had it not been for the burning decision, he mused, he might not have reached this point. With measured steps, he advanced towards the center of the alchemical layer. At its heart stood a figure radiating strands of golden lightning, none other than Long Yi, who had entered the Zichin virtual spirit tower earlier. Observing Long Yi, who emanated resplendent golden light, Xiao Yan smiled appreciatively, choosing not to intrude. It seemed that as Xiao Yan's strength grew, the aura within the tower intensified, and he felt an increasing pressure as he moved forward. With each step, the pressure mounted, yet it quietly tempered the fighting spirit within him. The greater the pressure, the more pronounced the refining effect became, causing Xiao Yan to involuntarily press his lips together. This golden tower is truly enigmatic, he thought to himself. Letting out a quiet sigh, finding a suitable position, he slowly settled down, refraining from immediately extracting the elixir. Instead, he first adjusted his fighting spirit to its peak state, then cautiously retrieved the jade vial containing the eternal elixir. Taking a deep breath of the rich aroma emanating from the elixir, Xiao Yan gently poured the eternal elixir into the palm of his hand. The moment the elixir touched his skin, a surge of potent energy enveloped him. Gazing at the eternal elixir in his palm, adorned with intricate, thread-like patterns, each seemingly brimming with immense power, Xiao Yan could not help but swallow hard. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed his eagerness. In an instant, the eternal elixir transformed into a streak of light, shooting into his body. An energy storm surged forth as the elixir entered him, enveloping the fighting spirit within his dantian. With a calm demeanor, Xiao Yan swiftly formed hand seals, his breathing gradually stabilizing. The faint fighting spirit within him responded instinctively, quickly intertwining with the potent medicinal energy, and thus began the fervent process of refinement. In the center of the Qi refinement tower, the tranquil air suddenly rippled violently, as strands of pale yellow energy seeped forth from the atmosphere, continuously flowing into Xiao Yan's body. The formidable energy of the Wangu Dan erupted instantaneously, sweeping through all his meridians. Xiao Yan bit his lip, fully aware of the power that the imperial-grade elixir possessed. Suddenly, a muffled sound resonated within him, as a surge of energy violently burst within his meridians, causing him to emit a low groan. It was at that moment that the true power of the imperial-grade elixir made its presence felt. The energy gradually exploded within Xiao Yan's veins, only to swiftly repair itself with astonishing speed. This cycle of explosion and restoration continued, allowing the energy from the imperial-grade elixir to be absorbed progressively. The previously restless Dou Qi, due to his recent advancement, stabilized significantly. With the robust Dou Qi as a foundation, the energy enveloped in the pale yellow essence was fervently refined. Although the pure medicinal properties were continuously being transformed, they seemed inexhaustible. Whenever the Dou Qi refined a portion of the medicinal energy, an even greater surge of pale yellow energy would rush forth. With the ongoing refinement within and the relentless influx of Dou Qi from the outside, Xiao Yan's internal Dou Qi gradually filled most of his meridians. After several hours, the Dou Qi within him began to dissipate slowly. Observing the Dou Qi mass inside him, it had transformed, becoming more tangible and stable than before, gently floating within him. The refinement of the Wangu Dan was complete. The energy of the Wangu Dan was considerably less potent than Xiao Yan had anticipated. It seemed that the imperial-grade elixir no longer sufficed for him. At this moment, Xiao Yan resonated with the earlier words of Elder Zhan. A breath of white vapor escaped his lips, imbued with a hint of warmth. As he slowly opened his eyes, they shimmered with a newfound depth, reminiscent of a bottomless pool. It appeared that imperial-grade elixirs could no longer meet his needs. Although their effects were commendable, they fell short of his expectations. As he assessed his current strength, he murmured to himself. The imperial-grade elixirs were only marginally beneficial for those at the one-star Dou Emperor level, serving to stabilize the somewhat restless Dou Qi, which was still commendable. Rising to his feet, the pressure that previously weighed upon him had vanished without a trace. After stretching a bit, he turned his gaze toward the luminous column at the center of the tower, filled with anticipation. Elder Zhan, who had been standing at a distance, swiftly approached Xiao Yan like a bolt of lightning. "Kid, if you wish to go, then go ahead. Your strength is now sufficient to ascend to the second level." Xiao Yan's eyes brightened instantly. The second level was the realm of techniques. He was immensely curious about whether there were techniques that surpassed the burning decision within that layer. Nodding slightly, he advanced towards the radiant column. As he drew near, a powerful energy enveloped him. However, it seemed to have little effect on his current strength. With determination, Xiao Yan strode forward. A towering column of radiant energy, brimming with immense power, connected the upper and lower layers. With a swift glance at the column, Xiao Yan stepped boldly inside. As he crossed the threshold, the energy column trembled violently, emitting an unusual humming sound. Almost instantly, a formidable force of compression surged from all directions, attempting to impede Xiao Yan's entry. In the face of this pressing energy, Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, followed by a cold snort. He straightened his slightly inclined body and, with a deliberate yet steadfast gait, gradually advanced into the luminous column. With each step he took, the energy column rippled like waves upon a tranquil sea. Gradually, the ripples intensified, causing Xiao Yan's figure to slowly fade from view. "What a remarkable young man," remarked old Zhan, who stood behind Xiao Yan, shaking his head with a smile that conveyed a hint of admiration. "I truly hope you can inherit the Zichin Void Tower. That would deem my mission accomplished," he murmured to himself before vanishing into the refining chi layer. A sudden brightness enveloped Xiao Yan as he emerged from the energy column, revealing a breathtaking vista before him. In this ethereal realm, countless energy orbs danced around him. Curiously, he reached out and grasped one, discovering a scroll of martial arts materializing in his hand. "Heavenly grade. Ghostly art," the characters boldly proclaimed. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, as he comprehended that these were not mere energy orbs, but actual martial arts techniques. The fact that he effortlessly obtained a scroll of heavenly grade martial arts left him utterly astounded. His black pupils constricted to the size of pinholes. Such an abundance of heavenly grade techniques was unprecedented, even among the Xiao clan. Just as Xiao Yan was engulfed in shock, a figure flickered beside him. Old Zhan had reappeared. Observing Xiao Yan's surprise, he remarked, "Heavenly grade techniques are far too elementary for you. Look at that scroll in the center. Now that is a true treasure." Xiao Yan paused, realizing that in old Zhan's perspective, everything that he deemed extraordinary was merely trivial. He shook his head helplessly and approached the direction indicated by old Zhan. Upon closer inspection, he noticed 4 energy columns, each housing a scroll of martial arts. Scanning the surroundings, he surmised that the techniques within the pale blue columns were likely the ones of genuine significance. In the center stood a column pulsating with fiery energy, its red hue significantly larger than the surrounding pale blue ones, precisely the one old Zhan had pointed out to him. These columns seemingly upheld the entire layer of martial arts, their radiance illuminating the space in an enchanting azure glow. Xiao Yan could not help but smile at the extraordinary sight, as this was a spectacle he had never encountered before. Xiao Yan walked forward slowly, surrounded by countless luminous orbs that danced gracefully around him. Upon reaching the crimson pillar of light, he extended his hand directly into it, attempting to grasp the orbs within. The moment his hand penetrated the light column, the entire realm of cultivation trembled slightly. An uneasy perspiration beaded on Xiao Yan's forehead, as he sensed an overwhelming force suppressing him within this space. As his fingers brushed against the luminous orb, just as he was about to seize it, the orb suddenly transformed into a stream of energy that surged through his fingertips and into his body. A torrent of intricate information flooded into Xiao Yan's mind, causing a peculiar expression to emerge on the face of the elder Zhan, who stood behind him. To his astonishment, this young man had earned the recognition of the 8 Extremes Heaven Decision. At that moment, a powerful influx of information overwhelmed Xiao Yan's mind, causing a slight twitch in his head. He quickly sat cross-legged to center himself, hastily organizing the sudden deluge of knowledge. The character's 8 Extremes Heaven Decision rapidly inscribed themselves in his consciousness, and he began to untangle the complex information one by one. Shock coursed through him as he discovered that among the myriad of details was the term burning decision. Burning decision? How could it possibly be here? Xiao Yan's mind buzzed with disbelief. How could he encounter matters so intricately connected to himself after only a few days in this continent? It seemed there were many more revelations awaiting him. The evil demon sect would be the first to fall under his scrutiny. They would be his initial quarry. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes, for he surmised that unraveling the truth likely began with the evil demon sect. Chapter 44. The 8 Extremes Heaven Decision, Part 4. The 8 Extremes Heaven Decision. First, the burning decision. Second, the cold decision. Third, the strength decision. Fourth, the thunder decision. Fifth, the demon decision. Sixth, the magic decision. Seventh, the spirit decision. Eighth, the transformation decision. This 8 Extremes Heaven Decision was extraordinarily peculiar. Xiao Yan was unaware of the exact rank of this technique, yet one thing was clear: it surpassed the heavenly grade. This realization was enough to leave him astounded. As the name suggests, this unique technique comprises 8 decisions, with the burning decision being one of them. However, within the 8 Extremes Heaven Decision, only the information regarding the burning decision was present, leaving the remaining 7 decisions shrouded in mystery, which greatly troubled Xiao Yan. Burning decision, the utmost of burning. The cold is born, the yin and yang transmute. Upon scrutinizing the information regarding the burning decision, Xiao Yan discerned that it was more complete and refined than the version within his own body. It was the full manifestation of the burning decision. Although he was uncertain of the rank of this technique, the mere fact that it was positioned at the forefront indicated its superiority over the heavenly grade. This realization was sufficient to leave Xiao Yan astounded. Xiao Yan promptly began to attempt the transformation of his fighting spirit. The meridians that originally housed the burning decision quietly branched out into numerous additional channels. His immense fighting spirit flowed steadily within, and as it circulated, the extraordinary fire within him quivered suddenly, causing a faint yellow flame to gently rise within the realm of his extraordinary fire. Could it truly possess the ability to merge with exotic flames? As he activated this new burning decision, Xiao Yan was astonished to discover that his internal fighting energy had undeniably ascended to a new level. His entire dantian was instantly consumed by an intricate network of meridians, densely packed within. All of Xiao Yan's formidable fighting energy was stored within these meridians, forming an expansive, web-like structure that appeared quite extraordinary. This network gradually permeated every meridian throughout Xiao Yan's entire body. Has this young man commenced his cultivation? Elder Zhan observed the changes in Xiao Yan's aura and smiled to himself, quietly continuing to watch Xiao Yan's transformation. This time, the transformation did not consume much time. After 4 hours, Xiao Yan, seated beneath the luminous pillar, gradually opened his eyes. The originally faintly red fighting energy had been entirely absorbed into these web-like meridians, flowing at a deliberate pace. Upon completing the full burning decision, Xiao Yan realized that although several crucial meridians aligned with the previous burning decision, numerous differences also existed. Gazing at the intricate meridians within, a sheen akin to jade graced Xiao Yan's handsome face, revealing faintly visible patterns resembling a profound rune beneath his skin. He blinked, observing that the level of his martial arts appeared even more radiant than before, and offered a slight smile to Elder Zhan. After mastering the complete burning decision, all of Xiao Yan's senses and spiritual power experienced a remarkable enhancement. While the solitary strand of chaotic sacred flame within him was now surrounded by numerous minuscule chaotic sacred flames. Did the cultivation of the burning decision succeed? Elder Zhan inquired with a smile. Indeed, Xiao Yan nodded, extending his hand. With a flick of his fingers in the air before him, a circle of net-like fighting energy transformed into a fire dragon that spiraled around him. Xiao Yan gazed at the fire dragon with a slight smile, and with a squeeze of his palm, the fire dragon instantly disintegrated. Elder Zhan, what level of martial art is the 8 Extremes Heavenly Decision? Why does it incorporate the burning decision? Xiao Yan was filled with astonishment and confusion. Setting aside the classification of the 8 Extremes Heavenly Decision, what bewildered and shocked Xiao Yan was the presence of the burning decision within it. The burning decision was a technique capable of evolution. Could it be that the 8 Extremes Heavenly Decision shared this potential? You ask me, but whom shall I inquire? Elder Zhan chuckled. All I know is that this technique seems to possess the ability to evolve. Can it evolve? Xiao Yan's pupils abruptly contracted. His suspicions had proven accurate. Hearing Elder Zhan's words, he immediately stood up. If this technique could indeed evolve by consuming exotic flames, what then would the 8 Extremes Heavenly Decision need to devour to evolve? Does the 8 Extremes Heavenly Decision evolve by consuming heavenly flames? Xiao Yan queried. Old Zhan shook his head, and then said, this technique is not akin to your previously flawed burning decision. The 8 Extremes Heaven Decision earns its name from the 8 distinct extremes within it, which you recognize as the 8 decisions. Each of these decisions pertains to a unique attribute. Thus, to evolve the 8 Extremes Heaven Decision, one must devour the 3 extraordinary objects. Old Zhan deliberately elongated the mention of the 3 extraordinary objects. These objects are well known throughout the Dou Di Continent: the heavenly fire, the ghost spirit, and the spiritual seal, each a mysterious entity born from the energies of heaven and earth, exceedingly rare and nearly unattainable. Moreover, each possesses its own spirit, making them not easily acquired by ordinary individuals. Each evolution necessitates the acquisition and consumption of all 3 extraordinary objects. Lacking even one renders the process impossible. Now, do you comprehend the arduousness of evolving this technique? Gazing at Old Zhan, Xiao Yan felt his body stiffen. To rely on the 3 extraordinary objects for evolution? It remains uncertain who is evolving whom. Who is the masterful creator of this technique? On this continent, techniques indeed possess varying levels of sophistication. The celestial grade you perceive is merely rare in the remote region of the imperial state. Across the entire continent, it is akin to refuse. The sacred grade, domain grade, and boundary grade are the true techniques sought after by the true masters of this land. Old Zhan expressed admiration, seemingly acknowledging the rarity of these levels of techniques. Chapter 45, The 8 Extremes Heaven Decision, Part 5. Sacred grade, domain grade, boundary grade? Xiao Yan could not help but wonder about the current grade of his burning decision and inquired, is my current burning decision the sacred grade? He believed his burning decision was now complete and perfect, likely surpassing celestial grade and reaching sacred grade. So, if I consume the 3 extraordinary objects, can my burning decision evolve to sacred grade? Xiao Yan remained unwilling to accept that such a high tier overshadowed the celestial grade. He did not wish to wield a worthless technique in this continent where everyone aspired to be a Dou Di. If you devour the 3 extraordinary objects, the burning decision will naturally evolve, but it will cease to be the burning decision, and it won't attain sacred grade. Cease to be the burning decision? Xiao Yan was perplexed. Indeed, it will no longer be the burning decision. It will evolve into the cold decision, old Zhan elucidated. So, is it true that each evolution involves a lower grade decision advancing to a higher grade one? For instance, the burning decision evolving into the cold decision, and the cold decision evolving into the power decision, continually absorbing until it reaches the celestial decision? Xiao Yan began to grasp the evolution methodology of the 8 extremes heaven decision. Clever boy, old Zhan's praise was delivered without any particular expression. Which decision must one evolve into to reach sacred grade? Xiao Yan remained concerned with the level of the technique. The 3rd decision, the power decision, is sacred grade. The 6th decision, the demon decision, is domain grade. Finally, the last decision, the celestial decision, is the legendary boundary grade. Then why did you claim earlier that you were unaware of this technique's level? Xiao Yan muttered while listening to old Zhan's explanation. Well, if you cannot gather all 3 extraordinary objects, this technique cannot evolve, rendering it meaningless. Who knows how many extraordinary objects you can devour? Of course, I have no way of knowing, old Zhan replied, sounding somewhat exasperated. The conversation left Xiao Yan momentarily speechless. Indeed, Elder Zhan speaks the truth. If one cannot devour the 3 extraordinary entities, and if each evolution requires the consumption of one of each, then this technique is truly nothing of significance. Xiao Yan remained silent. The 8 extremes celestial decision, if it could genuinely evolve into a realm-level technique, would be an irresistible allure for him. Of course, he was only aware that the realm level was the highest tier of technique he had heard about. What he did not comprehend was that in this vast Dou Emperor continent, possessing a realm-level technique was akin to holding a passport to becoming a peak powerhouse, granting one the ability to traverse the realm with ease. Realm level, haha? Such a technique has yet to be witnessed, even by me. However, the potential of the 8 extreme celestial decision is undoubtedly promising. Yet, the hope of evolving it to the realm level feels almost pitifully small. Observing Xiao Yan's silence, Elder Zhan stroked his beard thoughtfully. Indeed, to evolve to the realm level, one must consume 21 each of heavenly fire, ghost spirits, and spirit seals. 21 each. Even if the Dou Emperor continent possesses such extraordinary entities, it is implausible for one to obtain and devour them all. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan could not help but let out a sigh. In truth, devouring enough to evolve the 8th decision to the realm level is not entirely impossible. It ultimately depends on you. I can assist you, but the majority of the effort must come from yourself, Elder Zhan remarked upon hearing Xiao Yan's sigh. Rely on myself? Upon learning that there was still a possibility, Xiao Yan felt a flicker of curiosity. How could something deemed impossible still hold a chance? Yes. Did not your ancestor suggest that you spend some time honing your skills in the nearby mountain range? I happen to have a splendid idea. That entity will greatly aid you, and you may even find yourself ascending to the rank of a 2-star Dou Emperor. Elder Zhan's brows raised slightly, his expression revealing a hint of intrigue. A 2-star Dou Emperor? What on earth is this? Where can it be found? Xiao Yan was taken aback. The allure of becoming a 2-star Dou Emperor was immense for every 1-star Dou Emperor. In the Demon Domain graveyard within the Tianma mountain range surrounding the Xiao clan. Elder Zhan articulated each word deliberately. The Demon Domain graveyard? If such treasures exist there, have they not already been taken by others? Xiao Yan pondered. For anything capable of elevating a 1-star Dou Emperor directly to a 2-star Dou Emperor would undoubtedly attract numerous competitors. Likely having been claimed long ago, how could it possibly fall into his hands? Skeptical yet intrigued, Xiao Yan proceeded toward the 1st level. Suddenly, a figure flashed through the light column of the 1st level, unmistakably Xiao Yan, who had descended from the 2nd level after hearing Elder Zhan's words. Xiao Yan meticulously scanned every corner of the 1st level. After a moment, his gaze fixed upon the pinnacle of the tower above, where numerous intricate patterns adorned the surface. These patterns were quite obscure, yet after careful observation, Xiao Yan discovered that they seemed to form 2 exceedingly complex ancient runes. Chapter 46. The 8 Extreme Celestial Decision, 6. The ancient runes were so intricate they could induce dizziness. Yet, each stroke appeared to encapsulate the profound truths of the universe, drawing one irresistibly into their depths. A truly wondrous phenomenon. Xiao Yan furrowed his brows, momentarily stunned by the scene before him, clearly unprepared for such profound wonders to exist within this seemingly ordinary level. Is this a map? After a prolonged observation, Xiao Yan finally discerned the peculiar patterns before him. Among them was the clan emblem of the Xiao family, which distinctly marked their territory, while various sects were represented by unique symbols. From this, he inferred that these ancient and enigmatic runes constituted a map. As Xiao Yan scrutinized the details further, it unfolded like a grand palace before his eyes, the intricate designs drawing upon his soul's power, presenting themselves almost as tangible entities. Was this an underground palace? A faint, shadowy structure reminiscent of a palace materialized before Xiao Yan, yet it resided beneath the surface, an underground palace indeed. At that moment, Xiao Yan was entirely convinced of Elder Zhan's words, and his curiosity regarding the Ziqing Zuling Tower intensified. Haha, young one, do you believe now? You need not worry about finding the Demon Domain graveyard. I shall guide you there. For now, familiarize yourself with the burning decision, master it thoroughly, and prepare to venture to the heavenly Demon Mountain range. Elder Zhan chuckled heartily. Xiao Yan nodded, acknowledging that mastering the complete version of the burning decision would require considerable time and effort. He gradually made his way toward the center of the qi refining layer. Casting a glance at the resplendent figure at its heart, he couldn't help but purse his lips. Long Yi had significantly enhanced his physical form and aura after devouring the pill thunder that day. Upon reaching the center, Xiao Yan settled himself near Long Yi, allowing his consciousness to sink once more into his body. The meridians within him had undergone considerable transformation under the influence of the burning decision, coursing through every part of his being. If he could refine and absorb the elixirs crafted by his ancestor, Xiao Long, he wondered if he might ascend to the pinnacle of a one-star Dou Emperor. He licked his lips, contemplating how such an advancement would undoubtedly bolster his strength immensely. Closing his eyes, Xiao Yan commenced the operation of the burning decision. A delicate layer of red mist gradually enveloped his body, flowing gracefully and appearing quite splendid. As his focus deepened, the energy within his body began to whirl at an astonishing pace, with tendrils of flame occasionally flickering to the surface. Elder Zhan smiled faintly before his figure gently dissipated. It seemed that Xiao Yan's cultivation would require a considerable amount of time. Chapter 47. Preparation for Trials No. According to clan regulations, newcomers must wait 3 years before they can be inducted. In the grand hall of the Xiao clan, an elder exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Xiao Li and Xiao Long sat at the center of the hall, engaged in discussions with 2 rows of elders regarding Xiao Yan's request for premature induction into the clan. They had been deliberating for 2 hours, and as Xiao Li had anticipated, many elders vociferously opposed the notion. The 2 sides remained at an impasse, unable to reach a consensus. Proponents argued that special circumstances warranted exceptions, insisting that a talent like Xiao Yan deserved preferential treatment. Conversely, those against the idea presented compelling arguments, asserting that clan rules must be upheld without exception. Otherwise, what authority would the regulations hold? Each side stood firm in their beliefs, resulting in a stalemate that persisted without resolution. Xiao Long's countenance was exceedingly grim as he slammed his palm heavily onto the table, causing splinters of wood to scatter in disarray and shattering the surrounding teacups. Known for his volatile temperament, the obstruction from certain elders left him thoroughly irked. A prodigy like Xiao Yan, if not swiftly granted citizenship, would have to adhere to clan rules and wait 3 years. If he were to be snatched away like Ming Di, there would be no time for lamentation. There were no stipulations forbidding clan members from joining other factions. As long as he remained unregistered, he was free to do so. Upon witnessing Xiao Long's fury, the elders instinctively recoiled, for his standing within the Xiao clan was second only to Xiao Li. In the face of Xiao Long's wrath, no one dared to utter a word. Just as the elders fell into silence, one elder seated in a corner rose abruptly and spoke. Indeed, it is somewhat improper to hastily grant clan membership in violation of our regulations. However, considering Xiao Yan's undeniable genius, perhaps we could make an exception by allowing him to register 2 years early, contingent upon his defeating an opponent of a higher tier. Currently, he is at the mid-stage of a one-star Dou Emperor, so we could arrange for him to challenge someone at the late stage in a year. What do the esteemed elders think? This proposition was evidently a balancing act, appeasing all parties involved. Although somewhat excessive, it offered Xiao Long a way to save face. And under the present circumstances, it seemed the only viable solution. Xiao Long's expression softened slightly. Xiao Li, recognizing the necessity of compromise, turned to Xiao Long and inquired. This arrangement seems reasonable, Xiao Long. What is your opinion? Still seething, Xiao Long replied. Do you not comprehend the disparity between the mid-stage and late stage? Is it not grossly unfair to have a mid-stage one-star Dou Emperor challenge a late-stage counterpart within a year? No matter how talented he is, do you truly believe anyone could ascend from mid to late stage in such a brief period? What difference would it make if he were not expedited at all? Look at Xiao Yan. He has only recently begun his journey. With just that single session of cultivation, he has already advanced to the mid-stage of a one-star Dou Emperor. Has he not? If he is indeed a genius, we must place our trust in him. You enjoy wagering, do you not? How about we place another bet this time? Xiao Li remained calm and unhurried, his thoughts diverging from Xiao Long's. As the actual leader of the Xiao clan and its strongest member, he may not excel in alchemy like Xiao Long, but his insights into Dou Qi cultivation were exceptional. He had a feeling that Xiao Yan was more than just an ordinary genius. After all, even when he was merely at the initial stage of a one-star Dou Emperor, he had managed to contend with a mid-stage opponent at Tianming Valley without faltering. Thus, he was eager to see whether Xiao Yan could triumph over a late-stage adversary a year hence. Chapter 48, Preparing for Trials, Part 2. Upon hearing the word bet, Xiao Long's eyes instantly sparkled with interest. The others could only shake their heads in resignation. Xiao Long was perpetually like this, his obsession with gambling consuming him. What shall we wager? Let us bet on whether Xiao Yan can prevail in his challenge. What say you? Xiao Li raised an eyebrow and spoke slowly, tightly grasping Xiao Long's gambling nature. I too wish to wager on Xiao Yan's victory. However, he is merely at the mid-stage. And to challenge someone at a higher level, could that even be feasible? The disparity in their tiers is significant. Are you not leading me into a trap? Xiao Long exclaimed. While those elders who opposed Xiao Yan's early admission to the clan rejoiced inwardly, with Xiao Li as the decision-maker and Xiao Long, the third elder, known for his volatile temperament, they preferred not to offend either of them due to clan rules. Now, if Xiao Yan were to falter, no one could voice their objections. So you are betting on Xiao Yan's defeat then? Xiao Li remarked with a smirk, shrugging his shoulders. The elders exchanged glances at Xiao Long and Xiao Li, shaking their heads in resignation. Is this truly how elders behave, engaging in wagers? Humph. Xiao Long scoffed, swinging his arm dismissively as he strode away. Ha. It is settled then. Everyone may disperse. Xiao Li laughed heartily while waving his hand. After the elders adjourned, in a secluded chamber, an elder of the Xiao clan sat within, accompanied by a young man whose expression bore an enigmatic hue. Ancestor, should we render that Xiao Yan incapacitated? The young man, his demeanor cold, bowed and gestured with his hand in a manner that implied fatal intent. The elder shot him a stern glance, admonishing, do not act foolishly. He is currently the foremost genius of the Xiao family, even surpassing Xiao Qi. If you were to take his life, would that not be courting death? The elder pronounced gravely, then a sly smile crept across his face as he added, however, my plan today has indeed succeeded brilliantly. If he wishes to join the clan early, he must challenge a relative of a higher tier, which presents an excellent opportunity to eliminate him under the guise of a mishap in combat. Such a scenario would be difficult to investigate, would it not be splendid? The young man's expression shifted as he nodded in agreement with the elder, though his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Chapter 49, Preparation for Trials, Part 3. At this moment within the tower, Xiao Yan had been cultivating throughout the night. His mastery of the burning decision had significantly improved, shedding the initial clumsiness. Each cycle within him resonated with a thunderous roar, the sound echoing softly throughout the qi refining stage. After several cycles of the burning decision, Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction and slowly opened his eyes. The prolonged circulation had infused his aura with a hint of fervor, likely a result of the perfected burning decision. I can now absorb the elixirs, Xiao Yan murmured, licking his lips in anticipation. A flash of light illuminated his hand as a jade vial appeared, instantly filling the qi refining stage with the fragrance of elixirs. These imperial-grade pills were crafted by Xiao Long, who had claimed they would aid in cultivation. Xiao Yan felt a flicker of hope, wondering if absorbing them would elevate him to the pinnacle of a one-star Dou Emperor mid-stage. Gazing at the jade vial filled with potent elixirs, he could not resist swallowing hard. The vial contained 5 imperial-grade pills. He cautiously extracted one, placing it in his palm. An overwhelming surge of power coursed through him instantly. With a gentle wave of his hand, the pill transformed into a beam of light as it entered Xiao Yan's mouth. As soon as it did, an immense wave of energy surged forth, and Xiao Yan rapidly mobilized the energy, enveloping it and gradually absorbing its essence. Xiao Yan's aura surged upward with an astonishing rapidity. Under the concurrent refinement of his fighting spirit and the chaotic sacred flame, this ascension did not endure for long. Soon, the rising intensity of Xiao Yan's energy gradually began to wane. The imperial-grade elixirs were simply inadequate to meet his current needs, leaving Xiao Yan with a wry smile. Fully aware that the energy required for his advancement was overwhelmingly vast. Conceiving no further, he extracted another imperial-grade elixir from the jade vial and placed it within his mouth, noting that this second elixir's energy seemed to be markedly more potent than the first. As Xiao Yan practiced, the force from the qi refinement layer surged once more, enveloping him in a formidable sense of pressure. Yet, as this oppressive sensation arose, an inexplicable energy also manifested within him. This energy was extraordinarily rich and gradually tempered Xiao Yan's fighting spirit at an exceedingly slow pace. The fighting spirit that had coursed through every meridian in his body became increasingly abundant as Xiao Yan absorbed the imperial-grade elixir and this mysterious, dense energy. With each absorption, a flicker of light ignited at the junctions of his meridians, and each meridian seemed to expand slightly with his intake. Before long, Xiao Yan had completely absorbed the second elixir. At his current rate of absorption, it seemed unlikely that the 5 imperial-grade elixirs would last more than a few hours. Chapter 50, Preparations for Training, Part 4. Swiftly, Xiao Yan had refined and absorbed the 4th imperial-grade elixir. Yet he found himself far from the pinnacle of a 1-star Dou Emperor's mid-stage. A bitter smile crossed his face. It appeared he had underestimated the energy demands required for advancement. Reluctantly, he withdrew the final elixir. The moment it rested in his palm, he discerned its uniqueness. The energy contained within this elixir far surpassed that of the previous 4. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. Was this an elixir of the 2nd tier? Surprised, Xiao Yan recognized that although the 2nd tier was merely a tier above the 1st, the disparity between them was monumental. Such elixirs were rare even within the Xiao clan, and he had not anticipated that Xiao Long would craft a 2nd-tier elixir for him. The potency of this 2nd-tier elixir was formidable. Xiao Yan felt its might, although he knew that even this elixir might not suffice to reach the pinnacle of the mid-stage. A flicker of hope ignited within him to breach that threshold. Without delay, he consumed the 2nd-tier elixir. The energy it contained was incomparable to that of the 1st-tier elixirs. A colossal wave of power surged through Xiao Yan, causing an explosive release within his body, sending ripples of energy radiating outward like waves upon water. As the energy from the elixir dispersed, the peculiar force from the qi refinement layer surged in once again, even more intensely than before. Within Xiao Yan, that inexplicable energy re-emerged, seemingly fluctuating in response to the elixir's potency, gradually refining his fighting spirit at a pace even slower than before. Repeating the process of absorbing the 4 imperial-grade elixirs. This time, the duration of Xiao Yan's alchemical refinement surpassed that of the previous imperial-grade elixirs by several folds. At this moment, the surface of his meridians seemed to be intertwined with flickers of lightning, as a powerful energy surged through his veins. Indeed, the 2nd-tier imperial elixir was extraordinary. As the final surge of energy flooded into his meridians, akin to a roaring river, Xiao Yan's body trembled, and a phantom-like aura gradually rippled across his surface, accompanied by a muffled sound echoing through the air. He had reached the pinnacle of his current stage. To his astonishment, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, revealing an unprecedented wave of energy fluctuation within them. After absorbing the 4 1st-tier imperial elixirs and 1 2nd-tier imperial elixir given by Xiao Long, he successfully ascended to the peak of the mid-stage 1-star Dou Emperor. Just a step away from the late stage, Xiao Yan pressed his lips together, rising to his feet while his bones crackled with sound. The sensation of this advancement was exhilarating. Chapter 51, Preparation for Training, Part 5. As Xiao Yan stretched his limbs, a flicker of light appeared beside him, revealing the smiling visage of the aged Zhan Lao. Having grown accustomed to Zhan Lao's frequent appearances, Xiao Yan merely smiled in response. Young man, your talent for cultivation is indeed exceptional. I never expected you to reach the peak of the mid-stage so swiftly. Those elixirs would yield such results for an ordinary individual. Zhan Lao remarked with a smile. By the way, has Long Yi encountered any issues while meditating there for such an extended period? Xiao Yan inquired, glancing at Long Yi, who had remained motionless like a statue for several days, a sight that perplexed him. Rest assured, he is unscathed. His current strength is still insufficient, and he requires time to refine the vast amounts of Dan Thunder he has absorbed. After a few days, once he has completely refined the Dan Thunder within him, he will be fine, Zhan Lao reassured with a gentle wave of his sleeve. Xiao Yan nodded, feeling relieved. It was time for him to prepare for the Tianma mountain range. Very well. I shall exit the tower and get ready to venture into the demon domain graveyard within the Tianma mountain range, Xiao Yan said with a smile, harboring great anticipation for advancing to the 2-star Dou Emperor. Make sure to prepare ample healing potions, as they are essential within the mountains, Zhan Lao advised, nodding. Xiao Yan acknowledged this, fully aware of the necessity, and with a tremor of his form, he vanished from the golden tower. His figure soared towards the horizon. Unbeknownst to him, he wondered whether currency from the Dou Di Continent would hold value in this realm. So he decided to seek out Xiao Long and inform him of his impending journey to the Tianma mountain range. Xiao Long resided in the Dan Hall, typically engrossed in alchemical endeavors, though he often ventured out for gambling. Relying on his memory from when Xiao Li had guided him, Xiao Yan successfully arrived at the Dan Hall, recognizing the familiar structure. With a grin, he descended towards the hall. Upon landing outside the Dan Hall, he knocked on the door, and after a moment, an aged voice resonated gently from within. Is that you, Xiao Yan? Come in. Pushing the door open, Xiao Yan strode straight inside, finding Xiao Long seated at a table, deeply engrossed in an aged prescription. Ancestor. Xiao Yan saluted respectfully, and upon glancing at him, Xiao Long smiled, only to be momentarily overtaken by a look of astonishment. The aura emanating from Xiao Yan genuinely startled him. Xiao Long stared intently at Xiao Yan, incredulously inquiring, "Have you truly advanced to the advanced stage of a one-star Dou Emperor? Did you achieve this merely with the few pills I provided? It's hard to believe that a handful of first and one second-tier imperial pills could elevate you a full level. Are you spinning a tale? Could it be that my alchemical skills have ascended to new heights?" Xiao Long found it difficult to accept that 4 imperial pills and 1 second-tier pill could propel someone from the mid-level to the advanced level of a one-star Dou Emperor. He thought it absurd. If that were the case, producing such pills would be effortless, making advancement far too simple. Xiao Yan nearly let slip that he had actually absorbed 5 pills gifted by his ancestors to reach the pinnacle of the advanced stage. Xiao Long continued to scrutinize him for a considerable time before finally speaking. "Is it truly so? You are indeed an extraordinary talent." Unbeknownst to Xiao Long, Xiao Yan had not merely progressed from mid to advanced. Rather, he had ascended from advanced to the peak of a one-star Dou Emperor. Had Xiao Long been aware, his astonishment would have escalated to sheer disbelief, perhaps even causing him to spit blood. The leap from advanced to peak requires an incomprehensible amount of energy, far surpassing the demands of moving from mid to advanced. To illustrate, in normal circumstances, if it takes a year to progress from mid to advanced, transitioning from advanced to peak would necessitate at least 3 years of cultivation. Well, you never cease to amaze. Let us not dwell on that. What brings you to me today? Xiao Long inquired with a smile, his heart swelling with joy at having such a prodigy in the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan nodded, informing Xiao Long of his intent to venture into the Tianma Mountains. You wish to embark on a journey so soon? Xiao Long had anticipated that Xiao Yan would require more time before setting off, so he was taken aback to learn that just a few days had passed since their last encounter. Xiao Yan nodded again, explaining that his cultivation speed within the clan had become rather sluggish, and his alchemical skills urgently needed refinement. Most importantly, he felt a profound curiosity and yearning for the demon domain graveyard within the Tianma Mountains, for it was said to contain something that could enable him to directly ascend to a 2-star Dou Emperor. Chapter 52, Preparing for Adventure. After arriving in this realm, Xiao Yan discovered that the disparity in power among individuals was immense. Each star-level Dou Emperor was categorized into various ranks: initial, mid, late, and peak, with each phase further divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, and peak levels. The differences in power between these ranks were substantial, and the energy required to ascend was exceedingly vast. Progressing a single level was no small feat naturally. Xiao Yan was exceedingly curious about the means to achieve a rapid ascent to a 2-star Dou Emperor. "Yes, I am preparing to leave. By the way, ancestor, I wonder if the currency from the Dou Di Continent is still valid here?" Xiao Yan expressed his concerns, as he would be unable to procure healing medicine without it. Injuries were commonplace in the mountains, and healing potions were essential supplies for any traveler. "It is no longer valid. However, I have prepared these items for you," Xiao Long replied, presenting a package that contained 10,000 gold coins for unforeseen circumstances. Xiao Long nodded, having long been prepared for Xiao Yan's expedition. With a wave of his hand, he tossed a spatial ring towards Xiao Yan. Upon receiving the ring, Xiao Yan examined its contents, finding a complete array of healing potions and essential supplies for his journey, which brought a satisfied smile to his face. He carefully stowed the ring away, rising to express his gratitude. "Thank you, ancestor. Are you truly planning to set off for the Demon Mountain Range at this very moment?" Xiao Long gazed at Xiao Yan, astonished as he seemed intent on departing immediately. Xiao Yan turned back, affirming that he indeed intended to embark on his journey today. "Yes, that is my plan. Is there something amiss, ancestor?" he inquired, glancing at the surprised Xiao Long. With a wry smile, Xiao Long considered how reckless it was for someone so naive to charge into the perilous Demon Mountain Range, likely to be utterly oblivious to the dangers that lay within. "Do you have any notion of the threats that lurk within the Demon Mountain Range? You must understand, with your current strength, you could easily find yourself in a fatal situation without even realizing it." Xiao Long shot Xiao Yan a disapproving look, lamenting the audacity of youth. Although the beasts within the range possessed limited intelligence, their formidable physical prowess was not to be underestimated. Xiao Yan shrugged, feigning ignorance, yet internally, he had meticulously planned his route. Beneath the Demon Mountain Range lay a small town, where he intended to first venture before daring to enter the treacherous terrain. Armed with a map from the Qi refinement stage, he was far from uninformed. However, he refrained from revealing this knowledge, instead maintaining an expression of naivety. "I truly wonder how you managed to gather the chaotic sacred flame. I find it rather hard to believe," Xiao Long remarked, shaking his head in exasperation at Xiao Yan's carelessness. With a subtle gesture, a beam of light shot into Xiao Yan's forehead, instantly imparting vital information about the demon mountain range within his mind. Xiao Yan offered an awkward smile, once again bowing in thanks. The Earth Compass? Xiao Long's words reminded Xiao Yan of the device, which had been introduced to him by the Ming Emperor. This remarkable tool could transport individuals instantaneously to designated locations, undoubtedly providing an added layer of safety. Digging through the spatial ring, Xiao Yan produced a ghostly blue stone, his lips curling into a slight smile as he caressed its unique texture. Have you taken note? Let us move on. I will inform Xiao Li. With a swift motion, a shimmering light rose from Xiao Long's hands, transforming into a radiant beam that shot forth from the alchemy hall into the distance. Observing Xiao Long's distinctive method of communication, Xiao Yan felt a sense of curiosity. Noticing Xiao Yan's lack of understanding regarding the technique, Xiao Long gently tapped the top of his head, imparting this communication method to him. This technique, utilizing condensed Dou Qi for messaging, was a fundamental skill on the Dou Emperor continent, and Xiao Yan, being new to this world, was understandably unaware. Without further delay, Xiao Long retrieved the Earth Compass, and the two vanished from the alchemy hall. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in another location, before a massive vortex materializing before Xiao Yan's eyes. Isn't this the place you first visited? This passage is precisely where Xiao Yan first entered the Xiao clan. Not only can one access Tianming Valley through this passage, but it also leads to other locations. However, it will only transport you to the town of Maiyun, adjacent to the Tianma mountain range, from where you can proceed into the mountains. Xiao Long explained to Xiao Yan. Wait a moment, your ancestor Xiao Li has also arrived, Xiao Long added promptly. At that moment, a figure appeared faintly before Xiao Yan and Xiao Long, revealing none other than Xiao Li. Ancestor Xiao Li, Xiao Yan quickly bowed in greeting, feeling a surge of gratitude as he realized that Xiao Li had come to see him off before his journey to Tianma mountain range. Observing Xiao Yan, Xiao Li displayed a hint of fondness. As you venture forth alone for your training, exercise caution. Additionally, be vigilant as you travel to Maiyun town. The Yimo cult has a presence there, and they have previously attacked you. Should you find yourself in danger, notify the Xiao clan, and we will come to your aid as swiftly as possible, Xiao Li cautioned. He recalled Xiao Yan mentioning that the Yimo cult had laid an ambush when he first arrived, originally sending Xiao Long to retrieve him. However, Xiao Long had diverted to gamble, leaving someone else to fetch Xiao Yan. Fortunately, the substitute was Ming Di, otherwise, Xiao Yan could have fallen into the hands of the Yimo cult during that encounter. Now, with Xiao Yan's elevated status within the Xiao clan, any misfortune befalling such a prodigy would undoubtedly result in significant loss for the clan, hence Xiao Li's heightened vigilance. After advising Xiao Yan, Xiao Li turned his gaze to Xiao Long. Have you prepared everything for Xiao Yan? Xiao Li inquired. Xiao Long nodded, assuring, rest assured, though I may indulge in gambling, I understand the importance of these matters and would never be careless. He laughed, tilting his head. Xiao Li acknowledged with a nod. Recognizing Xiao Long's deep care and affection for Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, realizing the extent of his significance. Even the two usually reclusive elders from the clan had come to bid him farewell, which would likely stir considerable excitement within the Xiao clan. As he entered the spatial realm, Xiao Yan set his course toward Maiyun town, planning to proceed to Tianma mountain range afterward. Although the Xiao clan and Maiyun town were separated by a mountain range, within this spatial wormhole, he arrived in mere minutes. It is said that deep within the Tianma mountain range lies an abundance of rare herbs and minerals, yet it is fiercely guarded by terrifying magical beasts. The extent of their ferocity is likely unknown even to an average 2-star Dou Emperor. Most people dare not venture deeply into the Tianma mountain range, which in the imperial province exists almost as a forbidden zone. The Tianma mountain range is vast, ranking among the foremost in the imperial province. Within its confines, magical beasts abound, and countless strong practitioners have met their demise there. Consequently, numerous alluring treasures lie hidden within, and occasionally, fortunate individuals stumble upon the remnants of fallen powers, acquiring various combat skills and treasures. Thus, despite the considerable dangers presented by the Tianma mountain range, it remains one of the most sought-after training grounds in the imperial province. Nestled beneath the Tianma mountain range, the enchanting town of Maiyun exudes an air of mystery, shrouded in ethereal mist. This picturesque settlement, built against the mountains, thrives on the abundant resources of rare herbs and minerals that the mountain has to offer. The bustling streets are alive with a myriad of figures, creating an almost overwhelming atmosphere of vitality. Xiao Yan's silhouette materialized above Maiyun, his gaze transfixed on the town enveloped in clouds, a realm that radiated an enigmatic allure. It was his inaugural encounter with a town so steeped in mystique. In comparison, the towns of the Dou Di Continent appeared rather rudimentary. Gradually, he descended to a spot not far from the town's outskirts and ambled towards Maiyun, taking in the surrounding terrain with keen interest. The town extended gracefully along the base of the Tianma Mountain, featuring numerous wide and immaculate streets. At the end of one such thoroughfare stood an imposing wall, soaring over 10 meters high, adorned with 3 characters of ink-black paint that pronounced the name of the town, striking yet subtle, akin to elusive runes that stirred the imagination. At the grand entrance, throngs of people converged, bustling like ants, and Xiao Yan was swept along into the heart of Moyun. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the vastness of the town. Built into the mountainside, it boasted a network of winding streets teeming with life, a cacophony of activity that belied the perilous surroundings of the Tianma mountain range. However, one particular street was notably desolate. As he surveyed his surroundings, he spotted several bold characters spelling out Yimo sect in the street's center, indicating the presence of this sect's branch within Moyun. Xiao Yan regarded the somewhat sinister edifice with a contemplative expression. He resolved to explore the town further before making any decisions. After meandering through the streets for about half an hour, he gleaned a rudimentary understanding of the dynamics at play in Moyun. The majority of the power structures here were affiliated with the Yimo sect, although being a renowned town in the vicinity of the Tianma Mountains. Several other factions also held sway, allowing Xiao Yan to acquire some intelligence about the Yimo sect after considerable effort. He was particularly invested in determining who might have compromised his whereabouts, making the Yimo sect his primary target for investigation. Clad in a simple black robe, Xiao Yan wandered the cobblestone streets, attracting curious glances from passers-by. In the Dou Di Continent, most individuals donned armor, an essential piece of defensive gear that was commonplace, leading them to view those without it as reckless. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Xiao Yan continued his aimless exploration of the quaint town until his eyes were drawn to an apothecary shop, igniting a spark of interest within him. Xiao Yan harbored little interest in armor and similar artifacts, yet he possessed a profound fascination for rare medicinal herbs. It was only by discovering these precious materials that he could concoct imperial-grade elixirs, thereby accelerating the advancement of his alchemical skills. Moreover, healing potions were of paramount importance for survival within the treacherous mountain ranges. Upon entering the spacious shop, illuminated by moonstones suspended on the walls as if it were daylight, Xiao Yan noticed the bustling activity within. Customers were plentiful, and the staff was exceedingly busy, leaving no one to attend to him as he stepped inside. Relishing the solitude, he allowed his gaze to leisurely traverse the transparent counter. When his eyes fell upon a small jade box nestled in the corner, he paused momentarily. Peering through the glass, Xiao Yan fixated on a pale blue substance contained within the box. After a brief moment, he licked his lips and casually approached the counter, lowering his head to scrutinize the pale blue object once more. "Excuse me, could you please retrieve this item for me?" he inquired. The young clerk cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yan, noting his ordinary attire, then glanced at the requested item. Realizing it was merely a piece of low-grade Qinglingji, he rolled his eyes in annoyance and stiffly retrieved it from the counter. Qinglingji, low-grade herb, 100 gold coins. Though aware of the clerk's disdainful attitude, Xiao Yan merely scoffed internally. He casually accepted the so-called low-grade Qinglingji, discreetly scratched its surface with his nail, revealing a hint of a vivid crimson hue beneath the slightly greenish exterior. Observing that barely discernible scarlet, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He nonchalantly touched his nose and inhaled the peculiar, slightly fresh aroma lingering on his fingers, an unusual brilliance igniting within the depths of his gaze. Indeed, it was bloodlingji. Fortune seemed to favor him today, for this rare herb was exceedingly difficult to find within the Tianma Mountains, commanding a price of 1,000 gold coins. With a smile, Xiao Yan tossed 100 gold coins to the young clerk, carefully stowing the jade box containing the bloodlingji. He then selected several more herbs for crafting healing potions, leaving the shop with a sense of satisfaction before finding a humble inn to rest. With all preparations complete, he resolved to venture into the Tianma Mountains the following day. Xiao Yan was filled with anticipation, pondering the formidable beasts and the extraordinary herbs that might await him in that mystical realm. Chapter 55, Slaying the Fox Demon Beyond Its Level, Part 2. In the stillness of the night, time slipped away quietly. As dawn broke the next day, Xiao Yan, still asleep, opened his eyes precisely on cue. Sitting cross-legged upon his bed, he formed the seals of cultivation with his hands, closing his eyes once more. Reminiscent of his training on the Dou Di Continent, morning was the optimal time for cultivating Dou Di, akin to navigating against the current. Without progress, one would regress. Only through relentless perseverance could one achieve metamorphosis from caterpillar to butterfly. As Xiao Yan's breathing gradually stabilized, the tranquil space around him rippled gently like the surface of water, with wisps of imperial essence seeping forth from the surroundings. While his pores greedily absorbed the energy, a substantial amount of fighting spirit flowed into his body through his breath. After refining through specific meridians dictated by various techniques, it was slowly stored within a network of veins operating at a deliberate pace. The cultivation of fighting spirit persisted for nearly an hour, and once the sunlight outside illuminated the room, Xiao Yan finally concluded his practice. The hand seals dissipated, and a cloud of turbid air was expelled in a long exhalation. As he gradually opened his eyelids, a faint yellow glow flickered in his dark irises, vanishing into the depths of his gaze after a moment. This sensation of gradually increasing power was a long-lost pleasure, immensely comforting. Stretching languidly, he listened to the crackling sounds emanating from his body, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Today, he would venture into the Tianma mountain range, and he felt a tinge of anticipation for the demon domain's graveyard. Having prepared everything, Xiao Yan exited the inn and leisurely made his way out of the bustling town, setting off alone towards the depths of the Tianma mountain range. Within the silent forest, Xiao Yan held the ancient fire in his grasp, progressing cautiously. Zhan Lao, what should I do now? He called out in his heart, as he could communicate directly with the elder within the tower. Shortly after, an elderly voice echoed in Xiao Yan's ear. Head east, find a place to settle down first. Your current strength is somewhat lacking, Zhan Lao advised languidly. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Yan promptly set off towards the east, recognizing that this was not the time for confrontation. Finding a safe haven was paramount. Xiao Yan's figure rapidly traversed the periphery of the ancient and mysterious Tianma mountain range, filled with lurking dangers. After covering several dozen miles, a moist breeze gradually penetrated his being. Noticing the sudden change in the air's humidity, his previously swift pace began to slow. I've arrived, he muttered absent-mindedly, touching his nose as he emerged through a thicket, revealing a colossal waterfall before him, its thunderous roar echoing through the air. Leaping over a ravine, Xiao Yan cautiously approached the waterfall, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, while his spiritual force meticulously probed the area. After detecting no signs of magical beasts, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon reaching the steep cliff face, he carefully examined the area for some time before selecting a cave approximately 4 to 5 meters above the ground. With a gentle leap, he entered the cave. The interior of the cave was slightly cool, yet spacious enough to accommodate Xiao Yan comfortably. After thoroughly inspecting the ground for any remnants of magical beasts and finding none, he felt a measure of reassurance. He retrieved the outdoor supplies prepared by Xiao Long from the spatial ring and set about constructing a soft and dry bed within the cave. After securing a few essential living supplies, Xiao Yan used a massive stone to block the cave entrance, allowing only a single person to pass through. He would spend a considerable amount of time here. Safety was paramount. Once these tasks were completed, Xiao Yan brushed off the dust from his hands and gazed at the dimly lit cave, pondering for a moment. He then retrieved 3 moonlight stones from his spatial ring and placed them in the grooves along the surrounding stone walls. Instantly, a gentle radiance illuminated the cave. As Xiao Yan embraced the tranquility, his breathing gradually steadied. With each inhale and exhale, a flawless cycle emerged, and with every rhythmic breath, wisps of ethereal energy from the source of the Emperor's essence emanated from the surrounding space, ultimately flowing into his body, after being refined through his meridians. This energy was stored within the network of meridians in his lower abdomen. In the serene embrace of meditation, Xiao Yan's consciousness delved into his body, experiencing a unique introspection that allowed him to clearly observe the leisurely flow of his fighting spirit. His spirit traversed several primary meridians, eventually arriving at his lower abdomen. There, the cyclone, serving as the foundation for his fighting spirit, slowly rotated into view. Indeed, the complete version of the burning decision was remarkable. Xiao Yan felt the fighting spirit recovering at an unprecedented speed, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. Once he had fully recovered, Xiao Yan once again reached out to Elder Zhan. Elder Zhan, my sanctuary is prepared. What should I do next? Xiao Yan inquired softly in his mind. Elder Zhan responded, and 3 unfamiliar herbal names emerged in Xiao Yan's thoughts: Blood Ming Grass, Gathering Spirit Branch, and Transformation Fruit. Blood Ming Grass could withstand blood energy attacks, safeguarding both his physical self and mental clarity. It was crucial for the journey to the demon domain graveyard. The Gathering Spirit Branch was indispensable, capable of instantly restoring depleted fighting spirit to its peak state, potentially saving one's life in dire situations. As for the Transformation Fruit, this herb was exceedingly rare, its quantity far exceeding that of the already scarce Blood Ming Grass. Yet, its potency was unmatched. It possessed the ability to transform malevolent spirits into mere pools of blood, making it an essential item for entering the graveyard. The herbs Elder Zhan instructed Xiao Yan to find were not only highly practical, but also incredibly rare and precious. For instance, a single Blood Ming Grass could fetch as much as 5,000 gold coins at an auction, underscoring its rarity. However, With rarity came formidable guardians in the form of powerful magical beasts, making the acquisition of these herbs a daunting task. Xiao Yan stepped out of the cave, gazing at the boundless expanse of the Demon Mountain range. Unable to suppress a click of his tongue, he surged forth into the distance, his soul power enveloping the area. With the aid of his soul power, the search for these herbs, imbued with extraordinary spiritual energy, became considerably easier. Yet, after a prolonged search around the periphery of the Demon Mountain range, he still found no trace of the herbs he sought. With a wry smile, he realized that only deeper within the heart of the mountains could these precious herbs be found, a notion that filled him with trepidation. Xiao Yan sensed yet another location rich in the spiritual essence of medicinal herbs. After scouring numerous areas abundant in such energies without encountering the herbs described by Master Zhan, he resolved to delve deeper into the Tianma mountain range if his current search proved fruitless. Relying on his exceptional soul perception, he could vaguely discern the general direction of the plentiful energies surrounding him. Presently, he was heading towards the spot that emanated the most concentrated energy in his perception. Despite gathering various herbs that were of little use to him, Xiao Yan meticulously collected each one, storing them within his spatial ring, as they were likely to serve a purpose in the future. Swiftly navigating through the underbrush, he stumbled upon a small pile of blood-red stones. Behind this pile, against a rocky wall, crimson vines sprawled outward. Observing the stone formation, Xiao Yan rubbed his hands together. The degree of energy concentration here was indeed the most potent he had sensed in several miles. With a keen gaze, he slowly scanned the blood-red stone pile. And after a moment, his eyes settled on a small crimson grass emerging from the disordered stones, faintly exuding a hint of sanguinescence. Bloodshade grass. Xiao Yan gasped in astonishment. He carefully surveyed the vicinity, but found no traces of magical beasts. After a period of observation, he summoned the ancient fire measuring ruler, which appeared in his hands with a sudden burst of energy. With the ancient fire measuring ruler, Xiao Yan's combat prowess would significantly increase. His focus sharpened to an extraordinary degree. Even the slightest rustle of the wind or movement of the grass did not escape his scrutiny. Xiao Yan could not fathom that such a precious herb would lack guardians among the magical beasts, which seemed implausible. Although his soul power was at the Emperor realm, there were undoubtedly entities within this space far stronger than himself, rendering him unable to detect their presence. As he approached the bloodshade grass, a sudden chill crept into Xiao Yan's heart. His footsteps halted abruptly, brows furrowing as he swiftly turned to flee. Thud! Just as he pivoted, a colossal purple shadow descended from the mountaintop like a crashing mountain, completely blocking his escape route. Chapter 57. Overcoming the Demon Fox, Part 4. Staring at the unexpectedly massive magical beast, cold sweat trickled down Xiao Yan's back, sending a shiver through him as he froze in place, paralyzed by fear. Before him stood a gigantic demon fox, its body shimmering in alternating shades of purple, towering over 10 meters in height, covered in long, flowing fur. Its gaping maw revealed elongated fangs, while a pair of blood-red eyes radiated a ferocious, killing intent. As his gaze flickered through the purple fur, Xiao Yan inhaled sharply. This demon fox's power was likely at the late stage of a one-star Dou Emperor. He speculated silently. If it were indeed at that level, there might be a chance to confront it. Clenching the ancient fire-measuring ruler tightly, he braced himself. Thud, thud. The demon fox panted heavily, its blood-red eyes locked onto the intruder in its territory, while its massive claws pressed down upon the ground, grinding several stones to dust. Gazing at the fox demon, which displayed no pretense in concealing its murderous intent, Xiao Yan swallowed hard. Elder Zhan, what are my chances of dealing with this creature? Xiao Yan inquired, for it seemed that only Elder Zhan could fathom the true strength of this fox demon. The amethyst crystal fox, with your current power, indeed presents a formidable challenge, Elder Zhan replied softly. Your odds of victory do not exceed 30%. However, the blood fiend grass is exceedingly rare. Do not let this opportunity slip away. Xiao Yan rolled his eyes in response. Is my life or the medicinal herb more important? Reluctantly, Xiao Yan diverted his gaze once more to the fox demon, scrutinizing it closely, and unexpectedly noticed a terrifying scar on its lower abdomen. The wound nearly tore its belly apart, and with every movement of the fox, blood gushed forth, staining its violet fur a deep crimson. The horrific nature of the wound suggested it had been inflicted by a savage clawed beast. Typically, injured beasts are exceedingly aggressive, and unfortunate Xiao Yan appeared to have stumbled into the territory of this severely wounded fox demon. It seems that the blood fiend grass has attracted quite a few foes. Xiao Yan mused. The clawed beast must have coveted the blood fiend grass, ultimately succumbing to defeat and fleeing, yet leaving the fox demon gravely injured. Fixating intently on the fox's continuously bleeding wound, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed, and a flicker of thought crossed his mind. Although under normal circumstances he would stand no chance against a fox demon of a late-stage human star Dou Emperor, the current situation appeared to be somewhat advantageous for him. Xiao Yan gripped the ancient fire measuring ruler tightly. This was his first encounter with a beast of emperor-level strength. Today would surely be a grueling battle, and he could not afford to hold back in the slightest. His actions, undoubtedly a provocation to the agitated fox demon, prompted the beast to slam its claws against its hard armor, producing a resounding clang. With a powerful leap, the fox demon charged at Xiao Yan. Its crimson eyes filled with fury, and white energy rapidly coalesced around its massive claws, causing the surrounding air to chill instantaneously. Emperor of Flames. Suddenly, dozens of flames erupted around Xiao Yan. The roaring strange fire surged into his body under his command, causing him to expand rapidly. As he swelled, brilliant flames erupted from every pore, transforming into swirling fire dragons that encircled him, while the ancient fire measuring ruler grew in size alongside him. After manifesting his emperor's form, Xiao Yan's stature magnified several dozen times. The size of the emperor's form could be controlled, and he maintained a moderate scale. A larger figure did not necessarily equate to greater strength. Xiao Yan's expression turned grave as he exhaled a deep breath infused with the essence of wind and thunder. Grasping the ancient ruler, formed from 22 strands of strange fire, he stepped forward. The resplendent flame ruler sliced through space, imbued with immense and terrifying power, as it struck fiercely towards the fox demon. In this moment of life and death, Xiao Yan summoned all his strength. A terrifying energy storm swept across the land, reducing nearby trees and stones to mere powder, yet the blood demon grass remained unscathed. Xiao Yan's eyes were drawn to this peculiar phenomenon, silently acknowledging the immense spiritual power at play. His ancient fire, the celestial, struck heavily against the body of the demon fox. Now, this weapon, forged from celestial flames, though not in its complete form, wielded an extraordinarily terrifying might. With a resounding crash, the demon fox, gravely injured, found itself unable to evade Xiao Yan's formidable assault. Its massive form propelled through the air by the force of the blow. Remarkably, the demon fox quickly regained its footing, panting heavily, its breath visible in the cold air, and let out a fierce roar. Such formidable defenses. Xiao Yan, relieved, mused that had the demon fox not been wounded, this strike would likely have missed its mark. Nevertheless, the full force of the celestial caused the wound on the fox's abdomen to erupt anew, blood gushing forth like a torrent, staining the ground beneath it a deep crimson. As a beast of Emperor Dou caliber, despite its low intelligence, the demon fox was acutely aware of its dire condition. With a furious roar, it attempted to flee. Observing the retreating creature, Xiao Yan, now at the end of his strength, allowed a faint smile to cross his lips, softly proclaiming, "Having come this far, how could I let you escape?" Fiery explosion. In an instant, Xiao Yan appeared before the fleeing demon fox, a mere 10 meters away, wielding the celestial in his left hand while his right hand expanded as if magnified, channeling all his remaining power into his fist, unleashing it upon the critically wounded creature. The demon fox's blood-red eyes glimmered with fear. Unable to evade Xiao Yan's onslaught, it lunged forward with its claws in a desperate last effort. However, having lost too much blood, it lacked the strength to retaliate and was struck squarely by Xiao Yan's punch. Boom! Xiao Yan shouted coldly. The impact sent the demon fox hurtling backward, its massive body carving a deep trench in the earth, reducing surrounding trees to mere stumps. A dull thud resonated from within the demon fox, and in an instant, its wounds erupted, flesh and blood splattering everywhere, even its innards bursting forth. Having sustained a fatal blow, the demon fox's howls gradually ceased, its blood-red eyes wide open, resembling a collapsing mountain as it fell heavily to the ground. Well done, little one. You have slain a beast of the mid-level, post-advanced human 1-star, Dou Emperor tier. Although the beast had been injured prior, its offensive capabilities were still formidable. I am beginning to grasp some truths, the voice of Elder Zhan echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. In response to Elder Zhan's praise, Xiao Yan could only offer a wry smile, for had the mountain-sized demon fox not been injured, this encounter might not have been so effortless for him. He could very well have perished here. Nonetheless, the exhilaration of battle was undeniably refreshing. Half an hour later, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. Though his palms still felt somewhat numb, the Dou Qi within him began to gradually replenish. The energy here is quite remarkable. Murmuring to himself, Xiao Yan rose to his feet, flexed his hand, and frowned. This complete version of the burning decision cannot withstand my consumption. It barely supported me for just over 10 minutes of combat. If that fox persists a bit longer, it seems I shall be the one to fall. Indeed, it is rather lacking. However, once your burning decision evolves into the frost decision, I trust that your current level of consumption will be negligible. In this regard, Elder Zhan concurred, The 8 Extremes Heaven Decision comprises 8 methods, and Xiao Yan has only mastered the Burning Decision thus far. To evolve it into the Frost Decision, he must absorb 3 rare items. At that point, this level of consumption will be trivial. Sighing, Xiao Yan reflected on when these extraordinary flames would truly merge into a singular entity, becoming the genuine heavenly fire. He lamented, realizing that this complete version of the Burning Decision had become his Achilles heel on the Dou Di Continent. Shaking his head in resignation, Xiao Yan approached the blood-red grass, carefully harvested the entire crimson blood fiend grass, and stored it in a small jade bottle, placing it into his spatial ring. Feeling the contained essence of blood energy, he could not suppress a shiver. After securing the blood fiend grass, he surveyed the surroundings and discovered numerous precious herbs. The Gathering Spirit Branch. Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled. To find a Gathering Spirit Branch here was serendipitous. Having located 2 types of herbs in quick succession filled him with joy. He hurriedly proceeded to gather the Gathering Spirit Branch and surrounding herbs, then retrieved a dagger from his spatial ring and approached the corpse of the purple crystal fox, severing its head. Upon opening the fox's head, a violet magic core came into view. A magic core? Xiao Yan was elated to retrieve the core. It was his first encounter with such a high-grade magic core. Thrilled, he tossed it lightly in his hand, feeling a faint chill that made him shudder. He promptly stored it carefully in his spatial ring. The magic core of the purple crystal fox could fetch around 2,000 gold coins in the market, primarily purchased by alchemists. Xiao Yan fully understood its utility, especially for future alchemical endeavors. Time to leave. I shall seek the final herb, the transformation fruit, tomorrow. He murmured to himself, recognizing that this last herb was the most crucial. With a slight furrow of his brow, Xiao Yan scanned the area before swiftly darting into the nearby thicket, cautiously observing the outside through the grass's gaps. Shortly after his concealment, 2 figures gradually came into view. As his gaze swept across their chests, his expression shifted slightly, and he whispered coldly, "It is indeed members of the EMO sect." Noticing the symbols on their chests, he recognized them as the insignia of the ambush that had targeted them. We should stop here. Venturing further would lead us into the depths of the Tian Mo mountain range, where the magical beasts possess the power to crush us with a single strike. One of the middle-aged men remarked, concern etched on his face. Listening to his companion, the other middle-aged man nodded helplessly, cursing under his breath, "Damn it. Where could that kid Xiao Yan possibly be hiding?" The branch leader has issued a resolute order to locate that young man, irrespective of whether he is alive or dead. One cannot help but wonder what they intend to do with him. Perhaps he has already been devoured by some monstrous beast and reduced to mere waste, chuckling to himself. Chapter 59, Slaying the Fox Demon, Part 6. Upon hearing the middle-aged man utter his name, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. Indeed, the followers of the evil demon sect were searching for him. Who could have disclosed my whereabouts this time? Observing the 2 middle-aged men, Xiao Yan noted that their strength was merely at the mid-level of a 1-star Dou Emperor, thus eliminating them would not pose much of a challenge. The middle-aged man nodded. But just as he turned to leave, his expression abruptly shifted. A fierce energy surged towards his head like lightning. Reacting instinctively, he thrust his fist forward to counter the oncoming attack. However, the ferocity of the energy exceeded his expectations. His complexion paled. He felt a constriction in his chest, and a mouthful of blood spewed forth as his body was propelled through the air in a parabolic arc. Kill him. As he soared, the middle-aged man urgently shouted at his startled companion. Yet, before his voice could fade, a figure flashed through the air, and at the moment of their intersection, an elbow struck forcefully against the middle-aged man's throat, producing a sharp cracking sound that echoed through the desolate forest. With a thud, the middle-aged man fell limply to the ground. The disparity in strength was overwhelmingly vast. 2 mid-level 1-star Dou Emperors were no match for the peak of Xiao Yan's prowess. Gazing up in horror, the surviving middle-aged man stared fearfully at the blood-soaked figure not far away and stammered, "Who are you? Why are you attacking us? You are Xiao Yan?" As his pupils constricted, the middle-aged man exclaimed this name and suddenly turned to flee. As he ran, he hastily retrieved a flare from his pocket, intending to fire it off, but a surge of force from behind caused him to drop it. Xiao Yan deftly caught the flare and stowed it away in his spatial ring before propelling himself towards the fleeing man. Witnessing Xiao Yan's astonishing speed, panic washed over the middle-aged man's face. With a sharp gasp, he drew a long sword from his waist and swung it viciously at Xiao Yan, slightly tilting his body. Xiao Yan easily evaded the attack. In an instant, his left foot shot out like lightning, delivering a powerful kick to the man's abdomen. The blow caused the middle-aged man to grunt in pain, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he staggered back a few steps. In a swift motion, Xiao Yan seized the long sword from his grasp, and soon after, a cold object pressed against his neck. "Move again, and I shall sever your throat," a voice as chilling as that of a demon, whispered in the middle-aged man's ear, causing him to freeze in place. If you kill me, the evil demon sect will not spare you. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as his voice trembled with dryness. You have no right to choose. Xiao Yan smiled as he brought his long sword closer. Do you believe I can carve a dozen wounds on your body and toss you into the nest of the corpse-eating ants? What do you wish to inquire about? Tell me, how did you come to know of my whereabouts? With a smile, the middle-aged man replied, we merely received orders from our superiors to capture you. Your whereabouts were provided to us by them. As for how they acquired that information, I am unaware. Observing the man's earnest demeanor, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow slightly. How many individuals has the EMO sect dispatched to apprehend me? The middle-aged man swallowed hard and responded, since receiving the command to capture you, the branch leader has sent out all members of the EMO sect present in Yun town. Huh, I did not expect them to create such a commotion. They truly hold me in high regard. Xiao Yan chuckled lightly, though a fierce killing intent gleamed in his eyes. One final question. How many members does the EMO sect have in Yun town, and what is their strength? The EMO sect comprises over 50 members in Yun town. More than 30 are at the early to mid-level of a one-star Dou Emperor, while around 20 are at the late stage of a one-star Dou Emperor. Only the branch leader possesses the strength of a mid-level two-star Dou Emperor, making him exceedingly formidable. As the middle-aged man's eyes darted, a dagger quietly slipped from his sleeve into his palm. You shall die? A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he lunged the dagger towards Xiao Yan's chest. With a faint smile, Xiao Yan gracefully retreated, casually drawing his sword, which revealed a line of crimson upon the blade. I did not anticipate that the EMO sect had amassed such a considerable force in Yun town. The branch leader at the mid-level of a two-star Dou Emperor is indeed a ruthless character. After carefully erasing the traces of the nearby struggle, Xiao Yan lifted the bodies of the two men and cast them into the abyss in the distance. Zhan Lao, it seems we must hasten our journey to the demon domain graveyard. He glanced at the unfathomable chasm and clapped his hands, smirking. Indeed, we should expedite our pace. Came Zhan Lao's gentle laughter from within the void spirit tower in the ring. I am quite eager to discover what lies within the demon domain graveyard that enables a one-star Dou Emperor to ascend to the rank of two-star, Xiao Yan remarked, pondering that if he could reach the two-star Dou Emperor realm, he would no longer harbor such trepidation toward the branch leader of the EMO sect in Yun town. Thus, enhancing his strength became of utmost importance. Chapter 60. The Opening of the Demon Domain Graveyard, Part 1. In the EMO sect's branch in Yun town, the atmosphere in the somber hall was heavy, where several prominent figures were seated. At the head of the hall sat a middle-aged man with a somewhat grim expression, gently tapping his fingers on the table to break the silence. I have just received news that a two-person search team dispatched today has gone missing in the central region of the Tian Mo mountain range. His voice was hoarse. Branch leader, they may have encountered a beast attack, an elder interjected. It is quite common for teams to perish at the hands of magical beasts in the Beast Mountain range. Hearing the title of elder, it became apparent that the middle-aged man was none other than Hua Yun, the sub-leader of the evil demon sect in the town of Mo Yun. Should they encounter an attack from a magical beast, there would certainly be some remnants left behind. However, the personnel dispatched to assist, after scouring the area overseen by the two individuals, found not a trace of battle. Excluding the notion of a clumsy misstep leading to a fall from a cliff, an error only a novice would commit, it seems they must have been ambushed by that individual. The disappearance of any signs of conflict is likely also attributable to him. Another elder shook his head and remarked coolly, that guy is merely a newcomer. Both of us are mid-level one-star Dou Emperors. It is hard to believe that he could have slain us. The previous elder expressed his confusion. Let us put such discussions aside. We must expand the search area around the Tianma mountain range. This is a directive from above. There is no room for error. We must apprehend that individual in the shortest time possible, Hua Yin stated, clenching his fist. According to their intelligence, Xiao Yan was simply a newly arrived one-star Dou Emperor on the Dou Di Continent. Yet, within mere months, two mid-level one-star Dou Emperor disciples of the evil demon sect were no match for him. It is no wonder the headquarters pressed for such urgency. Within a tranquil cave, a golden tower slowly floated, emanating a faint glow that conveyed an aura of immense antiquity. Elder Zhan, do you mean that the four light pillars surrounding us contain Dou techniques? Xiao Yan inquired from the second tier of the cultivation layer, with Elder Zhan beside him. Elder Zhan affirmed that the techniques within those four pillars surpassed the heavenly tier, and Xiao Yan gazed in astonishment at the four light pillars, his eyes sparkling with excitement. At present, his Dou techniques were akin to refuse on the Dou Di Continent. During combat, he could hardly rely on their power. If not for the ancient fire's eternal ruler, it would have been uncertain whether he could have emerged victorious in his recent battle with the demon fox. Acquiring new Dou techniques was an urgent necessity for Xiao Yan. Indeed, Dou techniques that transcend the heavenly tier are classified much like cultivation methods. They are ranked as Earth, World, and Saint levels, with each level further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced stages. Start with the one on the far right. The other techniques are beyond your current capabilities. Even the technique within the far right pillar will be quite challenging for you to learn. Given your present Dou Qi, you can only afford to use it once at most, so it should only be employed in dire circumstances where you must strike decisively. Additionally, I will assist you in modifying the numerous techniques within your body, Elder Zhan explained. Thank you, Elder Zhan. Subsequently, Xiao Yan submitted all the Dou techniques he deemed useful to Elder Zhan for modification, which would require some time. Elder Zhan advised Xiao Yan to first familiarize himself with the technique from the light pillar on the far right. Nodding, Xiao Yan approached the pillar. Before the ethereal blue light pillar, Xiao Yan peered closely within, spotting a scroll that radiated a captivating, otherworldly power. Is this the Dou technique that transcends the heavenly tier? He mused, extending his hand towards the light pillar. As soon as he made contact, the scroll transformed into radiant light and surged into his body, overwhelming him with a torrent of information. Flame explosion slash. A foreign name emerged in Xiao Yan's mind. The cultivation of the flame explosion slash must be complemented by the ancient fire ruler, and a flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Yan's eyes. This combat technique seemed tailor-made for him, and even the ancient fire ruler appeared within the technique's information. At that moment, a peculiar vision flashed in Xiao Yan's mind. A figure clad in black robes, with long black hair cascading down his back, stood suspended in the wind. Facing away from Xiao Yan, his visage was obscured, yet the imposing aura he emanated left Xiao Yan utterly astounded. Notably, Xiao Yan observed that the black-robed figure held a ruler in his hand. As he gazed at the resplendent ruler clasped by the figure, Xiao Yan could hardly believe his eyes. The ancient fire ruler. He could not help but exclaim, his mind exploding with possibilities. Could it be that there was more than one ancient fire ruler? Or was the black-robed individual the previous master of the ancient fire ruler? Xiao Yan stared in astonishment, his eyes fixed, fearful of missing any detail. The tranquil surface of the lake beneath the black-robed figure suddenly erupted as if boiling, white bubbles frothing and rolling, surging outward from the figure's feet until they completely enveloped the lake's expanse before finally ceasing their expansion. It felt as though time itself had come to a standstill, with any surrounding movement seemingly stifled by this overwhelming presence. The black-robed figure resembled a cold blade, partially drawn from its sheath, emanating an aura so sharp that one could scarcely bear to look directly at it. This must be the true essence of a combat technique that transcends the heavenly tier. Dumbfounded by the extraordinary spectacle before him, Xiao Yan whispered softly. Moments later, his eyes ignited with fervor, as he believed that one day, he too could reach such heights. Chapter 61. The Unveiling of the Demon Domain Graveyard, Part 2. Above the lake's surface, the black-robed figure calmly raised the resplendent ruler in his hand. The peculiar patterns that had once intrigued Xiao Yan now radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. As the ruler swept through the void, the surrounding space became ethereal and indistinct. Gripping the ancient fire ruler, which shimmered like a vibrant rainbow, the black-robed figure uttered a low, resonant command, and his form suddenly sprang into motion. With a gentle step upon the void, a fleeting shadow materialized under the setting sun, leaving a breathtaking impression. Staring at the apparition in awe, Xiao Yan found himself at a loss for words. The speed was astonishingly swift, almost terrifying. As the shadow gradually dissipated, the black-robed figure reappeared as if teleporting beneath a massive waterfall, which spanned over 10 yards wide. Compared to the colossal cascade, the figure's diminutive form resembled that of an insignificant insect upon a canvas, hardly drawing attention. Yet, this seemingly negligible silhouette now exuded a might surpassing that of the waterfall itself. The immense wind pressure generated by the waterfall failed to budge the slender figure in the slightest. Suddenly, the figure lunged forward, halting abruptly. With a push of the toes against the void, the body executed a 180-degree rotation in midair. The radiant glow of the ancient fire scale in the black-robed figure's hand intensified, ultimately compelling Xiao Yan to squint against its brilliance. Intermediate-level combat skill, Fiery Explosion Slash. In the expansive valley, a sound akin to thunder erupted, followed by a surging wave of heat that nearly engulfed the entire area. Boom. The broad surface of the lake erupted as countless columns of water shot skyward, a spectacle of grandeur. Amidst the soaring water columns, a massive red glow suddenly flashed into existence. Wherever the red light traversed, the water columns vanished, replaced by a misty vapor. Bang! The red beam raced across the lake's surface like a startled swan, creating waves that soared to 10 meters in height before crashing heavily upon the torrent of the waterfall. The residual energy rippled outward, and the once mighty waterfall was reduced to a mere slope by this strike. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Yan gaped at the overwhelming might of the attack, and after a moment, he swallowed hard, his gaze swiftly shifting toward the waterfall. However, the enveloping mist obscured his vision entirely. A fierce wind swept across the lake, dispersing the vapor, and the colossal waterfall gradually revealed its true form. Staring wide-eyed at the unveiled waterfall, Xiao Yan stood momentarily dazed, inhaling a sharp breath as dizziness washed over him. The once mighty cascade had been severed, revealing a gash over 10 zhang long and 3 to 4 zhang wide upon the massive rock behind it, glaringly visible. At the edge of the chasm, countless minute fissures spread across the stone wall, resembling ivy creeping up a surface. At the base of the waterfall, what was once the lake's surface had been drained by this formidable blow, exposing a bottom of silt devoid of any living creatures or vegetation. Chapter 62. The Awakening of the Demonic Domain Graveyard, Part 3. Such incredible power. The waterfall above the cliff remained suspended for a full 20 seconds before it resumed its gentle descent, while the massive scar on the rock gradually became concealed. Is this the might of a skill surpassing the heavenly tier? Rubbing his chest lightly, Xiao Yan felt a twinge of anxiety. In a boundless world like the Dou Di Continent, such a skill could cleave an entire region in two. The ability to unleash such power on the Dou Emperor continent could only be attributed to a skill of the intention tier. As the image of the fiery explosion faded from his mind, Xiao Yan's eyes snapped open, a mixture of astonishment and excitement illuminating his gaze. A desire to master the fiery explosion immediately overwhelming him. Seeing Xiao Yan awaken, Elder Zhan smiled knowingly, as if he had anticipated this expression. Rising to his feet, Xiao Yan strode toward the tower's exit. There was no time to waste. He would commence his training in the fiery explosion at once. Fiery explosion. A shadow suddenly stirred, wielding a vividly colored giant measuring stick that struck down with ferocity. This scene mirrored those days in the Warcraft Mountains. Xiao Yan, with his upper body exposed, basked in the sunlight that illuminated his robust figure. The cascading waterfall sent forth splashes that shimmered magnificently under the sun. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Yan unleashed the ancient fire measuring stick, which traced an extraordinary path as it descended upon the towering waterfall. Although his current strength could not fully harness the true power of the fire exploding stick, its might was formidable, far surpassing any techniques he had previously mastered. As the peculiar fire surged into the ancient measuring stick, the once colorful weapon now radiated an ancient aura. In Xiao Yan's grasp, it moved as if alive, exuding a fierce energy. With a resounding crash, the waterfall was cleaved in two, sending waves soaring high into the air. Under the scorching heat of the peculiar fire, the splashes instantly transformed into steam, dispersing throughout the isolated valley. As Xiao Yan gently descended, he remained unsatisfied with the display of power. He knew that truly unleashing the fire exploding stick's capabilities would require him to ascend to the rank of a 2-star Dou Emperor. Settling into a meditative posture, he formed a cultivation seal to replenish his recently depleted Dou Qi. The surrounding energy converged upon him, revitalizing the once exhausted pathways within his body. After several days of this cyclical practice, Xiao Yan, now at the pinnacle of the mid-stage 1-star Dou Emperor, felt his Dou Qi stabilizing, devoid of any wavering restlessness. With his formidable soul force scanning the vicinity, he sensed the presence of the Yimo sect searching for him, compelling him to heighten his vigilance. Suddenly, his dark, tranquil eyes snapped open, focusing ahead. He swiftly retreated, but before he could conceal himself, a figure appeared in his line of sight. Upon recognizing this figure, a chill swept over Xiao Yan. Members of the Xiao clan. He felt the bond of bloodline stirring within him, along with the palpable murderous intent emanating from the young man before him. This aura of killing was all too familiar, unmistakably the same he sensed upon his first emergence after completing his training. Xiao Yan, I have finally found you. I wish to discuss something with you. I am Xiao Yong of the Xiao clan. The young man called out deliberately to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yong. Huh. What a pleasant way to phrase it when you say you have something to discuss. A strange smile played on Xiao Yan's lips. Oh, so it is the renowned Xiao Yong from the Xiao clan. I wonder what business you have with a junior like me. He replied coolly, fully aware of the murderous intent radiating from Xiao Yong. Haha, I have heard that you are the greatest genius of our clan, Xiao Yan. With nothing to occupy my time, I have come specifically to seek your guidance, Xiao Yong exclaimed with a relieved laugh. Feeling at ease now that he had found Xiao Yan. With the strength of a 2-star Dou Emperor, killing Xiao Yan would be as simple as crushing an ant. Such nonsense. Xiao Yan suddenly issued a sharp command, fully aware of Xiao Yong's intentions. His remarkable talent in cultivation would undoubtedly impact the disciples who had previously been favored within the clan, and Xiao Yong was among them. If you wish to fight, then let us do so. There is no need for such pretentious words. Don't think for a moment that I am oblivious to your schemes. Very well, young man. You possess quite the audacity. Knowing this, I shall take your life today and see how you continue to revel in your arrogance. A shadow crossed Xiao Yang's face. Xiao Yan, however, exhibited no signs of fear. Confident in his ability to handle Xiao Yang, especially after recently mastering the fiery explosive slash, he prepared himself. Just then, several figures suddenly emerged around him, unmistakably members of the E-Demon sect. The E-Demon sect? How shameful, Xiao Yang, to collude with them against me. A disgrace to the Xiao clan. Today, I, Xiao Yan, shall eradicate this threat. While his words were resolute, Xiao Yan understood that even against Xiao Yang alone, his chances of victory were slim. Now, with the arrival of the E-Demon sect, his situation had grown perilously dire. Humph, I fear you do not possess the capability. Xiao Yang shouted fiercely, and in an instant, the surrounding members of the E-Demon sect converged, encircling Xiao Yan completely. Meanwhile, in the central region of the Tianma mountain range, more and more followers of the E-Demon sect rushed to the scene. With news of Xiao Yan's encirclement spreading, the entire branch of the E-Demon sect in the Devil Cloud town mobilized, transforming the previously tranquil Tianma mountain range into a hub of chaos. The valley, once illuminated by brilliant sunlight, now seemed to shroud itself in darkness, enveloped by an oppressive atmosphere of murderous intent. In days past, the Tianma mountain range had been overrun by ferocious beasts, and human warriors dared not linger for long. Yet today was an exception. The powerful beasts, exhibiting a degree of intelligence, chose to remain silent. Nevertheless, some cunning creatures stealthily lurked in the forest, waiting for the opportune moment to strike at isolated human warriors. The sudden turn of events caught Xiao Yan off guard. Surveying his surroundings, he realized that the current predicament was beyond his capacity to manage. The majority of the arriving E-Demon sect members were merely mid-level Star Emperors, while core personnel were still en route. He found himself in a precarious situation, with no choice but to fight desperately in hopes of breaking free. As Xiao Yan prepared to move, a powerful reaction emanated from the ring in his hand. Chapter 63, The Opening of the Demon Domain Graveyard, Part 4. At this moment, within the Ziqing Virtual Spirit Tower, in the Qi refinement layer, the statue-like Long, he seemed to sense Xiao Yan's peril. His golden eyes abruptly opened. Xiao Yan was his son, and he would not allow anyone to harm even a single hair on him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A beam of golden light shot forth from the ring in Xiao Yan's hand, manifesting as 100-foot-long golden radiance that illuminated the sky above the valley. The golden light sliced through the air with a sonic boom, causing the surrounding energy to surge violently. Roar. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the valley, as a towering column of water erupted from the pool beneath the waterfall. This was none other than the Nine Shin Golden Thunder Dragon, Long Yi, who had now manifested his true form. The immense body of the dragon shimmered with golden lightning, soaring through the skies above the valley like a divine beast. Startled, Xiao Yan gazed up at the magnificent Nine Shin Golden Thunder Dragon, realizing that Xiao Yan possessed this formidable creature. Previously, he had failed to detect its presence, believing it was not by Xiao Yan's side, yet now it appeared before him unexpectedly. Long Yi unleashed a deafening roar, charging fiercely at Xiao Yang, who intended to attack Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, equally astonished, had not anticipated Long Yi's emergence at this moment. A smile crept onto his lips as he beheld the dragon's divine form. The members of the Yimo sect, witnessing the sudden arrival of the thunderous dragon, were filled with dread. Ground explosion spear. Xiao Yang's golden spear emitted a low hum as it surged with energy. Long Yi, aware that a two-star Dou Emperor like Xiao Yan was beyond its capacity to confront, showed no fear. Instead, it accelerated, diving towards Xiao Yan. Long Yi, let us strike together and find an opportunity to retreat swiftly. Xiao Yan communicated with the dragon's spirit, recognizing that the current circumstances did not allow for bravado. With a resounding thud, Xiao Yan clenched his fist, summoning the ancient fire measuring rod, which slammed heavily against the ground, creating fissures in the earth from its immense power. Today, I will make you acutely aware of the might of a two-star Dou Emperor. Xiao Yan sneered, raising his golden spear high. With a powerful grasp, he unleashed a torrent of golden Dou Qi, transforming it into a colossal fist of energy that tore through the air, crashing down towards Xiao Yan. The descending fist was akin to a mountain collapsing, the sound of its impact echoing like thunder, instantly pulverizing the dried leaves scattered on the ground. The formidable strength of a two-star Dou Emperor was indeed terrifying. Even the depths of the Tianma mountain range would tremble before it. Though the difference between a one-star and a two-star Dou Emperor was merely 1 star, the disparity in power was as vast as a chasm. The members of the Yimo sect, witnessing the battle unfold, prudently distanced themselves, aware of the terrifying force wielded by a two-star Dou Emperor. Xiao Yan, today, you have but one path, death. Your demise will go unnoticed by your clan. I will craft it to appear as though you were slain by a magical beast." Xiao Yan snarled, his face contorted with malice. With a sweep of his spear, a torrent of Dou Qi rapidly coalesced in the air, forming a massive golden spear surrounded by swirling golden flames, an attack surpassing heavenly tier techniques. Golden Emperor's cataclysmic spear. Boom. The sky erupted in a dazzling cascade of golden light, which burst forth in myriad beams, the thunderous roar resonating like the wrath of the heavens. The golden radiance enveloped a Tinjong radius around Xiao Yan, leaving him no avenue for escape. Gripping the ancient fire measuring rod tightly, a fierce crimson light erupted from its tip. Clang! The fierce blade of the ancient pressed heavily upon the golden spear, astonishingly slowing its velocity. A low hum resonated as the forcefully countered the golden, unleashing torrents of formidable energy. At that moment, the vibrant on the ancient began to writhe rapidly, its myriad colors enveloping this body, swiftly dissipating the encroaching power. Dragon E charged towards Xiao Yan with fervor, who merely scoffed, casually waving his hand to send the massive form of Dragon E hurtling backward. A golden scale was dislodged, and blood immediately flowed from the wounded dragon. Yet, seemingly unfazed, Dragon E shook off the impact and roared once more at Xiao Yan, resolutely determined. This desperate act astonished everyone present. Xiao Yan, witnessing Dragon Yi's injury from Xiao Yan's strike, felt a surge of anger. The in his hand suddenly expanded to a staggering 100 feet, causing the surrounding energy to stir with palpable intensity. Such a powerful commotion. Xiao Yan could elicit such a shift in energy. This was in combat skill. No wonder the headquarters was willing to go to great lengths to capture this lad. Yet, his power was still too weak, merely at the mid-level of a 1-star, rendering him incapable of unleashing the full might of in combat skill. He could hardly be a match for Xiao Yan. Indeed, we are fortunate to merely observe, haha. As they watched the energies of heaven and earth rapidly coalesce atop the massive in Xiao Yan's hands, whispers of the disciples from the echoed through the valley. Chapter 64. The Unveiling of the Demon Domain Graveyard, Part 5. Flame Explosion / Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, Xiao Yan shouted coldly, the in his grasp emanating a unique pressure that reverberated through the heavens. The transformed, akin to molten lava, radiated a terrifying heat, causing the surrounding air to hiss as it evaporated. The disciples of the war expressions of horror, indeed. The combat skill possessed such formidable momentum that if Xiao Yan were in their place, a single strike would likely leave nothing but bones. Xiao Yan's hand seals shifted rapidly as he took a heavy step, drawing the surrounding energy into a vortex that surged into the. A resounding boom echoed, astonishingly. It showed no signs of abating. Gasps filled the air as Xiao Yan prepared for a desperate strike. The oppressive aura enveloped the area, causing many disciples to blanch. Xiao Yan, if you wish to slay me, it shall not be so simple. With another forceful step forward, the colossal descended upon the slightly altered expression of Xiao Yan, crashing down with immense force. As the fell, the surrounding space seemed to shatter instantaneously, a terrifyingly intense heat sweeping through the valley. Boom. The colossal spear and the golden lance collided once more, rendering the heavens and earth momentarily silent. In that fleeting instant, an indescribable tempest of combat energy erupted violently within the valley. All the trees in the vicinity were instantaneously reduced to mere dust by an unseen force, while the surrounding soil was upheaved by this formidable energy. A massive waterfall was abruptly severed in half by the sweeping force, leaving the valley in utter disarray. Countless figures retreated in panic, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the earth-shattering clash above. Several disciples of the evil demon sect, caught in the fray, were brutally sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths, teetering on the brink of life and death. Long E run. The atmosphere above was chillingly silent, but below, Xiao Yan, upon completing his fiery strike, hesitated not for a moment. He pivoted sharply, unleashing the last vestige of his fighting spirit, his form transforming into a fleeting shadow as he dashed towards the depths of the demon mountain range. Long E grasped the situation, swiftly maneuvering his massive dragon body to hoist Xiao Yan atop his head, racing towards the heart of the mountain range. Xiao Yan, I shall remember this grudge today and repay it 100-fold in the future. Evil demon sect, I will eventually eradicate your lair. Xiao Yan proclaimed from atop the dragon's head, turning back to shout. Quickly pursue. Xiao Yan commanded with a fierce expression, rallying the members of the evil demon sect, who seemed obedient and showed no signs of hesitation as they swiftly followed in the direction Xiao Yan had taken. Chapter 65. The Opening of the Demon Domain Graveyard, Part 6. Night enveloped the vast expanse of the Demon Mountain Range, the cold moonlight cascading down, draping the mountains in a delicate veil, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. A flash of golden light, accompanied by sonic booms, surged rapidly into the depths of the boundless forest, pursued closely by the swarm-like disciples of the evil demon sect. Xiao Yan realized that the number of adversaries was far greater than he had initially anticipated. Fortunately, Long Yi's speed was exceptional, and he noted that Xiao Yong had not given chase, likely injured from the recent battle. Suddenly, a sharp wind cut through the tranquil skies, drawing the attention of formidable beasts lurking within the mountains. Yet, before these creatures could unleash their roars, a multitude of figures swarmed from the distance. Like a plague of locusts, the deafening sound of their approach tearing through the serenity of the range. Observing the relentless pursuit of the evil demon sect, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. If this chase continued, escape would be exceedingly difficult. Just as he pondered a means of evasion, a voice rang out from within his storage ring. Though we have yet to gather the final herb, there is no time for hesitation. You must enter the demon domain graveyard at once. The voice belonged to Elder Zhan, who seemed to sense the urgency of the situation. The demon domain graveyard. Xiao Yan exclaimed in surprise, questioning the whereabouts of its entrance, which he had not yet discerned. At that moment, a phantom materialized beside him, unmistakably Elder Zhan. Elder Zhan. Xiao Yan gasped, astonished by the sudden appearance of Elder Zhan, who he had believed could only manifest within the confines of the tower. Old Zhan smiled faintly, a hint of apology in his expression. There's nothing I can do. Had it not been for the rules within the tower, I would have long since dispatched these individuals with a mere gesture. Please, halt Long Yi, Zhan remarked, clicking his tongue. Xiao Yan shot a glance at Old Zhan. Fully aware of his formidable strength, yet cognizant of the restrictions he faced, he patted Long Yi, whose colossal form came to a halt above the Tianma mountain range. At that moment, Xiao Yan had ventured deep into the mountains, yet the members of the Yimo sect relentlessly pursued him from behind. Observing the approaching figures, Old Zhan waved his hand gently, conjuring an invisible barrier that suddenly materialized before them. Those charging forward were repelled violently by the formidable shield, their expressions shifting to disbelief as they failed to comprehend the force that obstructed their path. Staring wide-eyed at Xiao Yan, they also noticed an elder standing beside him, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Xiao Yan turned to gaze at the crowd held at bay several meters away, taken aback, but soon broke into a slight smile. Very well. Let us open the passage to the demonic graveyard, Old Zhan said with a smile. With a surge of brilliance, the Ziqing virtual spirit tower manifested in Old Zhan's palm. Xiao Yan nodded, and with a swift motion of his sleeve, Old Zhan suspended the tower in midair, unleashing a resounding roar as if it were summoning something. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, the ground beneath them began to tremble, as though the entirety of the Tianma mountain range quaked in response. Xiao Yan watched in astonishment as the mountain swayed, his heart racing at the thought of the immense energy required to create such a disturbance. Meanwhile, the myriad beasts of the Tianma mountain sensed the peculiar tremors, erupting into roars and frantically surging deeper into the mountains. Chapter 66, Opening the Demonic Graveyard, Part 7. Moments later, with a dull thud, a massive stone door erupted from the earth, slowly rising from the ground. Adorned with enigmatic patterns, the door emanated an extraordinary radiance. What is this? An ancient relic. Quick, informed the branch leader. Upon witnessing the emergence of the stone door, the surrounding Yimo sect members erupted into commotion. As the door ascended, those with keen eyes recognized it as an ancient site, a relic from the Dou Di Continent, rumored to house extraordinary treasures within. Fear not. Even your ancestors would be unable to breach the Douqi barrier I have erected, let alone them. Prepare to enter. This relic holds immense benefits for you. Remember, I can only intervene when your life is in peril. Exercise caution. Should I intervene, your training will come to an abrupt end, Old Zhan gently advised Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded, feeling considerably reassured with Old Zhan's guarantee. As Xiao Yan conversed with Old Zhan, the runes on the stone door began to fade increasingly. And after approximately 10 minutes, the final ancient rune finally dissipated entirely. With a humming sound, as the last rune vanished, the colossal stone door trembled violently. A torrent of energy surging forth from within, swirling around the door's surface and gradually coalescing into a vast energy vortex several hundred feet in diameter. The vortex whirled, drawing the primal forces of this realm with a forceful tug, at the end of which lay an expanse filled with darkness and coldness, evoking an aura of profound mystery. Long Yi transformed into a boy, his golden eyes glancing at Xiao Yan, nodding slightly before transforming into a beam of light that entered the suspended Ziqing spirit tower. Let us depart. Upon entering the energy vortex, Xiao Yan could distinctly sense a repulsive force surging towards him. With a wave of Zhan Lao's hand, a faint glow enveloped Xiao Yan's body, causing the repulsive force to dissipate instantly. This repulsion was not insignificant. However, Xiao Yan estimated that one would need at least the power of a 2-star Dou Emperor to barely withstand and enter. This posed a considerable challenge for him, but fortunately, Zhan Lao's assistance effortlessly dispelled the repulsive force. Freed from its grasp, Xiao Yan's speed surged dramatically, allowing him to be drawn into the energy vortex. Moments later, a luminous portal appeared in the darkness ahead, and Xiao Yan swiftly darted through it. Chapter 67, The Surge of Heroes, Part 1. This was a vast and desolate land, enveloped in silence, with an ancient melancholy permeating the soil. The entire space resonated with a sense of solitude, the sky painted in shades of crimson, infusing the atmosphere with a hint of sanguine energy that began to corrode Xiao Yan, leaving several wounds upon his skin. As Xiao Yan descended from the heavens, gazing upon the boundless expanse, his heart swelled with awe. This was no mere underground palace. It was indeed an underground realm, a marvel beyond belief. Hurry and consume the blood spirit grass, Zhan Lao urged hastily from the side. Xiao Yan, not daring to hesitate, quickly retrieved the vividly red blood spirit grass from his storage ring and consumed it without delay. The sanguine energy had already carved several wounds upon his skin, with blood seeping continuously and a tearing pain radiating through him. After ingesting the blood spirit grass, a warm energy spread within Xiao Yan, transforming the blood oozing from his wounds into a thin layer of scabs, effectively repelling the sanguine energy. Exhaling a puff of white vapor, Xiao Yan felt the tearing pain gradually subside. Observing the swirling crimson currents in the air, he now understood the formidable nature of this sanguine energy. Zhan Lao's blue robe billowed gently in response to the sanguine energy, as if it were wary of him. Zhan Lao glanced at the swirling crimson currents overhead, then at Xiao Yan, whose skin had begun to form scabs after consuming the blood spirit grass, feeling slightly reassured. This demonic blood energy is indeed found in every ancient burial ground of the demon race, and it is exceedingly potent. If one could absorb it, the benefits would be unimaginable, Zhan Lao remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Absorb it? You old fool. How could one even consider that? The difficulty of absorption is one thing, but if it shatters all the meridians in my body, what good would it do? Xiao Yan retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Zhan Lao before launching into a tirade. Xiao Yan had just experienced the formidable power of the demonic blood aura. Even his robust physique could not withstand it. If it were to be absorbed into his body, it would surely leave him utterly devastated. Zhan Lao chuckled softly, waving his hand to capture a wisp of demonic blood aura within his grasp. Observing the pulsating essence in his palm, he was not surprised by Xiao Yan's trepidation. After all, who in their right mind would consider harnessing something capable of nearly reducing them to a bloody pulp? But that is not necessarily the case. Part of our purpose in coming here was indeed to seek this demonic blood aura, for it is exceptionally beneficial for your cultivation. However, you must first acquire another item before you can absorb it, Zhan Lao stated. As Zhan Lao spoke, Xiao Yan had already seated himself cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, forming a recovery seal with his hands, prepared to replenish the exhausted Dou Qi from the recent battle. Yet, as soon as Zhan Lao finished, Xiao Yan's eyes flew open in astonishment. Could this essence truly be absorbed? What item? He could not help but inquire. The notion of absorbing the demonic blood aura was tantalizing. Zhan Lao observed Xiao Yan's intent to recover his Dou Qi and remarked with a smile, "You will find out in due time. TSK, your audacity is commendable. You dare to forcibly unleash the advanced Dou technique, Flame Burst Slashing Strike, at the pinnacle of a mid-tier 1-star Dou Emperor. Fortunately, you were not met with backlash. Otherwise, given your current strength, I shudder to think of the consequences. Alas, this old man, shall lower myself to be your protector just this once." Listening to Zhan Lao's musings, a faint smile crept across Xiao Yan's lips before he immersed his mind into his body, activating the burning decision to commence absorbing the surrounding elemental energies. Luckily, the protective blood ming grass kept the demonic blood aura at bay, preventing it from permeating his skin. Otherwise, while Xiao Yan could afford to recover, the intrusion of this aura might have indeed left his body in utter disarray. Meanwhile, outside the demonic domain graveyard, news of a peculiar stone door suddenly appearing in the Tianma mountain range spread rapidly throughout the entire empire. This stone door was undoubtedly a passage to ancient relics, stirring significant excitement among various factions. For millennia, the Tianma mountain range had been a subject of intrigue, yet none anticipated that ancient relics lay hidden within. It was well understood that such relics contained extraordinary treasures. An ancient site holds immense allure for anyone, be it a formidable individual or a powerful clan. In no time, the emergence of this ancient relic spread like wildfire among the factions of the empire, prompting countless individuals to surge towards the stone door's location. The once quiet Tianma mountain range transformed into a bustling hub, with the resident beasts roaring in response to the human horde, some being driven deeper into the mountains by the overwhelming tide. In just a matter of days, the skies above the Tianma mountain range have become a tumultuous sea of people, gathering nearly all the various forces and powerful figures from the entire empire. The allure of an ancient relic is indeed immense. Merely gazing upon the enigmatic patterns etched on the stone door and the ominous aura exuding from it suffices to confirm that this relic is of ancient origins, undoubtedly left behind by extraordinary beings. Has that lad, Xiao Yan, ventured into this passage? Xiao Yang's form emerged amidst the throng, his gaze cold and filled with fury as he beheld the sudden appearance of the ancient relic's entrance. Indeed, he has entered. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Seemingly summoned by an elder who appeared beside him, spoke a youth adorned with the insignia of the Yimo sect. Xiao Yang's expression twitched involuntarily. An elder? Impossible. I have never detected any other presence by his side. That lad merely utilized his prowess. Yet can the ancient relic be so casually accessed by ordinary individuals? He is undoubtedly doomed. Once this force dissipates, we shall enter to seek his remains. Ha ha. Xiao Yang's countenance was grave, clearly having sustained severe injuries during his confrontation with Xiao Yan, yet he found solace in the belief that Xiao Yan, possessing merely the strength of a one-star Dou Emperor, would surely meet his demise within the ancient relic. The youth from the Yimo sect remained silent, gazing quietly toward the distant stone door. After countless attempts by many, the notion of forcibly breaching the door was abandoned, and they could only watch helplessly as the colossal whirlpool of energy within beckoned, hoping for the arrival of the 5 great powers to break through it. Chapter 69, The Surge of Heroes, Part 3. Meanwhile, a tremendous upheaval also erupted within the Xiao clan. In the grand hall of the Xiao clan, a young man clad in a white robe stood before Xiao Li and Xiao Long, his hands trembling slightly, with faint stains of blood adorning his robe, his complexion ashen. You say Xiao Yong has left the clan to follow Xiao Yan. What does this wretched creature intend to do? If a single hair on Xiao Yan is harmed, I shall not forgive him. Xiao Long slammed his palm down, instantly reducing the finely crafted table made from premium wood to mere dust. Xiao Yong's talent was originally second only to the clan's foremost prodigy, Xiao Qi, and he harbored deep admiration for Xiao Qi. Yet Xiao Yan's emergence posed a direct threat to Xiao Yong's status as a genius. Is Xiao Yan safe? Xiao Long turned to the man in white, asking urgently. The young man in white faltered slightly, his expression turning exceedingly grim. Xiao Long noticed this shift, and his own countenance darkened. The young man stammered, his voice trembling. While we were covertly protecting Xiao Yan, we discovered that Xiao Yong had found him, seemingly intending harm. We were about to intervene when a multitude of formidable figures, all members of the Yimo sect, appeared beside Xiao Yong. We dared not act recklessly. The white-robed youth paused, his complexion alternating between pallor and ashen gray, his voice quaking. Xiao Long's expression grew increasingly severe. Should Xiao Yan perish or be rendered incapacitated, the Xiao clan would suffer the loss of an unparalleled genius. Beside him, Xiao Li's expression was equally grave, softly urging, "Take your time, speak slowly." The young man in the white robe nodded slightly and continued. Soon after, a multitude of disciples from the evil demon sect surged into the heavenly demon mountains, surrounding Xiao Yan. The situation was exceedingly dire at that moment when a flash of golden light erupted. It was the Jiushuan Golden Thunder Dragon that had emerged from the 5 stone pillars. The Jiushuan Golden Thunder Dragon fought valiantly. Just as we were preparing to rush in and desperately protect Xiao Yan, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. 2 types of intent-level combat techniques were simultaneously unleashed. Their power was tremendously formidable. Taking a deep breath, the young man in the white robe continued. After the conclusion of the intent-level combat techniques, Xiao Yan's figure appeared in midair, stepping onto the Thunder Dragon as he entered the heavenly demon mountains. It is said that only Xiao Yan managed to access the ancient relic passage, which has recently stirred much commotion in the heavenly demon mountains. Upon hearing this, all the elders gasped in astonishment. Xiao Yan had actually entered the ancient relic. According to intelligence reports, this passage was deemed inaccessible to anyone. Yet Xiao Yan had ventured inside. Xiao Long also felt a slight sense of relief. Although Xiao Yan had entered such a perilous place akin to a forbidden zone and had not yet escaped danger, he had at least evaded the encirclement of Xiao Yong and the evil demon sect. Wait, did you just mention 2 types of intent-level combat techniques? One could possibly be that of Xiao Yong's, but what of the other? Could it be that it was Xiao Yan's? Xiao Long recalled what the young man in the white robe had said and quickly pressed for clarification. We were quite far away at the time, so we couldn't see clearly. However, one of the combat techniques was indeed the Golden Emperor's explosive gun. Upon hearing this, all the elders seated in the hall, including Xiao Li at the head of the table, were utterly shocked. The white-robed man also admitted he did not see who unleashed the intent-level combat technique. but one of them could be definitively identified. It was the exceedingly renowned Golden Emperor's explosive gun within the clan. The Golden Emperor's explosive gun is a primary intent-level combat technique that belongs to Xiao Yan, who has consistently ranked second in the clan's testing matches. In the Xiao clan, one must secure a top 3 position in the clan competition held every 100 years to be eligible to enter the combat technique hall, where they may acquire and cultivate intent-level combat techniques, with the level of techniques determined by their ranking. As for the nature of the other combat technique, the white-robed man was uncertain, yet no elder believed it could have been wielded by Xiao Yan. Nevertheless, the fact that Xiao Yan had escaped from the hands of Xiao Yan, a 2-star Dou Emperor, left them perplexed. Xiao Yan has colluded with enemies to pursue his fellow clansmen. According to clan regulations, he must have his bloodline extracted and be expelled from the family. All clan members are to apprehend Xiao Yan. Xiao Li stood up abruptly, issuing a stern command. It was evident that he was exceedingly furious regarding this matter. Xiao Li's countenance was grave. Such an occurrence had never transpired within the clan, and it was something he could not tolerate, regardless of whether Xiao Yan was in danger. The mere fact that Xiao Yan had allied with hostile forces was sufficient grounds for bloodline extraction and expulsion from the Xiao clan, coupled with his pursuit of fellow clansmen. This was a capital offense according to clan law. Thus, he decisively condemned Xiao Yan's actions. At that moment, Xiao Long angrily rebuked an expressionless elder beside him. I do not care who unleashed the second intent-level combat technique. If anything befalls Xiao Yan within the relic, you, Xiao Wutian, shall also bear responsibility. He believed that had it not been for Xiao Yang's pursuit of Xiao Yan would not have inadvertently trespassed into the ancient ruins, akin to a forbidden domain. Xiao Yan is none other than the disciple of Xiao Wutian, the 4th elder of the Xiao clan. After Xiao Long finished his furious outburst, he snorted coldly and, without uttering another word, swept his robe and strode towards the hall's exit. Once Xiao Long departed, Xiao Wutian, who had been reprimanded by him, maintained an expression of nonchalance, a peculiar smile hidden at the corners of his mouth. Xiao Li, observing Xiao Long's retreating figure, could only shake his head in resignation. Indeed, this matter posed a direct threat to Xiao Yan's life, and it was only natural for Xiao Long, who held Xiao Yan in high regard, to be infuriated. Without further ado, it was likely that other factions were also making their way to the Tianma mountain range. I implore all elders to mobilize personnel. We shall depart for the Tianma mountain range. Xiao Li continued to toy with 2 small orbs exuding an extraordinary aura, adjusting his robe as he spoke. His voice laced with authority. All the elders rose in unison, acknowledging with a respectful yes before gradually exiting the hall. Watching the departing elders, Xiao Li inwardly scoffed, sensing that he had a fair idea of who was instigating the turmoil. Chapter 70. The Surge of Heroes, Part 4. Within the Tianma mountain range, a remarkably peculiar stone door loomed high atop the peaks. This stone door, towering over 100 feet, was surrounded by an energy vortex of unfathomable density, swirling erratically, drawing in the surrounding energies as if they were being consumed. With the emergence of the ancient relic passage, the Tianma mountain range has transformed into a hub of human activity, nearly resembling a gathering of heroes from the empire. In the expansive territory of the Tianma mountain range, shadows flitted about like ants in a ceaseless stream. In the skies above, figures occasionally darted past, riding various flying mounts and wielding an array of weapons, leaving trails of rainbow light that segmented the azure sky into vibrant patches. Such a spectacle exemplifies the immense allure of an ancient relic. Gazing at the colossal gaping hole the stone door had carved into the earth's surface, one could only imagine the monumental ancient relic hidden beneath this land. A relic that had remained undiscovered for millennia in the Tianma mountain range. Now that it has suddenly surfaced, it is no wonder that the various powerful beings are stirred with excitement. 10 meters away from the stone door, a throng of people surged, a sea of black. All eyes fixated on the door before them, eagerly anticipating the dissipating of the enigmatic force that barred their advance. Yet, their prolonged wait yielded no fulfillment of their desires. Though the name Xiao Yan reverberated amidst the crowd, becoming a topic of fervent discussion, word has it that someone has already ventured into the passage. Indeed, I have heard. It appears to be a member of the Xiao clan, yet his strength is merely at the mid-stage of a 1-star Dou Emperor named Xiao Yan. He is quite the fortunate fellow to have stumbled upon the ancient relic by mere happenstance. Indeed, such luck is extraordinary. However, can an ordinary individual truly enter a domain as forbidden as an ancient relic? Whether being a mid-stage 1-star Dou Emperor is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. The Illusion Demon Clan. In the distance, a vast sea of people suddenly stirred, and a rift was torn open, from which figures emerged gracefully into the air. Clad in peculiar garments, they captivated attention not only for their attire, but also for the strikingly diverse colors of their hair and eyes. Chapter 71, The Surge of Heroes, Part 5. An overwhelming force and aura radiated from them. As countless gazes fell upon the most conspicuous figure, a man in crimson robes with blood-red hair and fiery eyes, exclamations of awe escaped the crowd. Once the members of the illusory demon clan appeared in the sky, all eyes converged upon them. The 5 great powers had finally arrived. It seemed that only these 5 factions possessed the capability to breach the formidable force that barred their way. As the onlookers regarded the man in red, a flicker of trepidation flashed in their eyes. The illusory demon clan boasted a lineage of demon blood, their physical prowess unmatched by ordinary beasts, their strength formidable. The man in crimson was named Yao Shi, a mid-level 3-star Dou Emperor and an elder of the illusory demon clan. His formidable prowess had secured him a place among the top 10 strongest in the imperial province. And the fact that such a figure had been drawn to this ancient relic was indeed astonishing. With the emergence of the illusory demon clan, the other 4 clans also appeared above the Tianma mountain range. No one had anticipated that all 5 major families would dispatch such high-ranking and powerful figures, leaving everyone in awe. Perhaps only those within these 5 factions could hope to dismantle this force, thereby gaining entry to the ancient relic. The treasures within were coveted not only by them, but also by the 5 great powers. The forces of the Yimo sect, Tianming Valley, the Annihilation Clan, the Illusory Demon Clan, and the Xiao Clan all materialized above the Tianma mountain range, drawing countless gazes. Among them, the Xiao Clan undoubtedly stood as the strongest. Yi Ying of the Yimo sect, along with several elder guardians, exhibited considerable prowess. Turning their attention, they noted the presence of Tianming Valley, where Ming Di, Xiong Yuan, Yun Feng, and numerous elite disciples gathered. The name Annihilation Clan, or Miezu, still held great weight even within the imperial province. It was well understood that among the younger generation across the province, this individual was indeed a paragon. The members of the Annihilation Clan were equally formidable, unwilling to be overshadowed. The Xiao Clan, hailed as the mightiest, saw several figures ascend into the air above Tianma Mountain. Countless eyes gleamed with anticipation as Xiao Li stood shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Li, flanked by powerful allies. As they observed the approaching factions, discussions among the crowd began to swell. Clearly, the 5 great families were united in their resolve to seize victory. Indeed, this was likely to become an intensely competitive struggle. Regardless, all that mattered was the eradication of this vexatious force, allowing them to gaze upon the grandeur of the ancient relic, even if they did not acquire any treasures. The opportunity to witness such marvels was a feast for the eyes. Ah, it appears I am witnessing the passage to this ancient relic for the very first time. Being able to enter and behold it is indeed a privilege. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the senior figures of several families feigned friendly greetings. Behind the Xiao clan, Xiao Long's expression was exceedingly grim as he gazed at the figures of the EMO sect in the distance. His gaze shifted abruptly, landing on Xiao Yong, who was unexpectedly amidst the crowd of the EMO sect. Instantly enraged, he took a heavy step forward, his hand tearing through the fabric of space as it reached out to seize Xiao Yong, exclaiming, "Xiao Yong, you traitor!" Upon witnessing Xiao Long's advancing hand, Xiao Yong's countenance shifted dramatically. The power of Xiao Long, a 3-star Dou Emperor, was beyond his capacity to endure. That seemingly casual strike could easily inflict severe injury upon him. Xiao Long's colossal hand descended with a fierce rush, only to be met with an equally formidable force rebounding against it. Zhan Tian, how I discipline my kin is none of your concern. He is now one of my EMO sect members, and as a guardian, how could I permit my disciple to be slaughtered under my very nose? Xiao Long, filled with fury, attempted to charge forward, but was forcefully restrained by a pair of strong hands on his shoulder. Turning in anger, he faced the increasingly audacious EMO sect. His restraint began to waver, yet upon seeing Xiao Li shake his head, a glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes, and Xiao Long's ire subsided. Within the clan, it seemed he would heed only Xiao Li's counsel. If Xiao Long were truly to unleash his power as a dedicated alchemist, he could likely command the strong within this realm with ease. However, observing Xiao Li's shake of the head, he chose not to press further. Xiao Li surely had his own plans. With a huff, he flicked his sleeve and turned away, swiftly propelling himself towards the distant stone gate. Chapter 72, The Crimson Cloud, Part 1. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared within the Xiao clan, causing a considerable stir in the space around her. Countless gazes turned towards her, and murmurs filled the air. This figure was none other than Xiao Qi, renowned as the foremost prodigy of the Xiao clan prior to Xiao Yan's emergence. Xiao Qi had consistently claimed the top position in every clan competition and possessed the second-ranking heavenly fire within the clan. Having entered the Tianmo mountain range for cultivation several months prior, she now rushed to the stone gate that had suddenly manifested above the mountain. drawn by the influx of powerful figures. Upon her arrival at the stone gate, she found herself in the presence of the 5 major forces. The appearance of these 5 factions astonished Xiao Qi. What could lie within the stone gate that exerted such immense allure, drawing even the reclusive old-timers of these factions to converge? Having witnessed the earlier altercation between Xiao Long and the EMO sect, Xiao Qi quickly grasped the situation. Her discerning brows furrowed with a hint of disdain as she cast a scathing glare towards Xiao Yong within the ranks of the EMO sect. Xiao Yong stood among the EMO sect, his fists clenched tightly, long harboring feelings of admiration for Xiao Qi. He now found his already unappealing expression contorted into something even more grotesque under the weight of her scornful gaze. Countless gazes converged upon Xiao Qi, whose delicate features and flawless visage were accentuated by a cascade of silken hair flowing gracefully behind her. Her striking figure was elegantly enveloped in a garment of azure, rendering her beauty both enchanting and perilous. Among these scrutinizing stares, there lay admiration, infatuation, awe, and even envy. Envy not only for her appearance, but also for her extraordinary talent, which was as rare as a phoenix feather in the entire imperial capital. Yet, Xiao Qi seemed unfazed by the attention, moving purposefully toward Xiao Li. Xiao Qi, you have also arrived, Xiao Li acknowledged, sensing her presence. After observing Xiao Long darting toward the stone gate, he shook his head in resignation before turning to face Xiao Qi, clad in her azure attire. This ancient relic, hidden within the Tianma mountain range, was fortuitously discovered by a new generation of our clan, he explained. A new generation? I am somewhat perplexed, Xiao Qi replied, her brow furrowing in confusion. Much has transpired in the clan during the months following your departure, some of which may be difficult for you to accept, Xiao Li said with a wry smile. Is there trouble within the clan? Xiao Qi exclaimed, her eyes widening in alarm, her delicate features displaying a sense of urgency. Well, it cannot truly be classified as trouble. Perhaps it is even a fortuitous turn of events for the Xiao clan. Dear Xiao Qi, it seems that you are no longer the foremost prodigy within the clan. Xiao Li stated calmly. What? Does this mean that during my brief absence, a new genius has emerged within the Xiao clan? Xiao Qi's competitive spirit surged as she processed this revelation. The thought of a kinsman surpassing her innate talents stirred both curiosity and discomfort within her. How could such a prodigy arise so soon after her departure? Xiao Li's resigned smile reflected the upheaval that had transpired in merely a few months, all sparked by the arrival of Xiao Yan. He recounted the various feats of Xiao Yan since his arrival in the Dou Emperor continent, detailing them to Xiao Qi, who had been training within the Tianma mountain range and was entirely unaware of the outside world. You mean to say that Xiao Yan has shattered the records set by our ancestor? Xiao Qi gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. When she first arrived on the Dou Emperor continent, her own accomplishments after just over half a month of training were already remarkable within the Xiao clan. Yet Xiao Yan's achievements eclipsed what she had once taken pride in, leaving her utterly astounded. Just this single feat alone was enough to overshadow her talents. Xiao Li nodded, fully anticipating Xiao Qi's shock. After all, who within the clan had not been taken aback by Xiao Yan's prowess? Despite the tumult of emotions swirling within her, including a hint of discomfort, Xiao Qi couldn't help but harbor a secret admiration for Xiao Yan as she listened to Xiao Li's account. She had heard that this Xiao Yan had even ventured into the stone gate, which many speculated to be an ancient relic. If he were to emerge from there, she would surely seek him out for a thorough exchange of insights, she mused. Her beautiful eyes gazed longingly at the distant stone gate, pondering whether this so-called genius would indeed survive the trials that lay within the ancient relic. In the present moment, with shadows flitting across the sky, all eyes are drawn to the 5 great powers hovering above. The barrier before the stone gate may only be opened by these 5 forces. And amidst the heavens of the Demon Mountain range, anticipation fills the air. Chapter 73, Blood-Red Clouds, Part 2. Boom. Meanwhile, within the necropolis of the demon realm, a blood-soaked figure sits, surrounded by a dense aura of ominous crimson energy, emanating a faint red glow that almost merges with the blood-colored sky. This sanguine essence swirls in the air, forming numerous whirlpools of blood energy, rich with formidable power. This figure, reminiscent of Ashura emerging from the depths of hell, is none other than Xiao Yan, who is currently recovering his fighting spirit. Elder Zhan stands beside Xiao Yan, gazing into the distance, his expression slightly furrowed, as if something looms ahead. Casting a sidelong glance at the still recovering Xiao Yan, Elder Zhan lets out a subtle sigh. The young man has indeed exhausted himself in the preceding battle. At present, Xiao Yan's use of the intent-level fighting techniques is exceedingly taxing. The current burning decision, while still a relatively low-grade technique on the Dou Emperor continent, could be enhanced to the frost decision, significantly alleviating the energy consumption associated with the intent-level techniques. However, This would require Xiao Yan to fully integrate all the within his body into the chaotic sacred flame, and subsequently absorb a ghost spirit and a spirit seal. For the elevation of the burning decision to the frost decision to become feasible, the principle of from the extreme of burning, cold is born applies here. Without sufficient power from the chaotic sacred flame, the transition from burning to frost cannot be achieved. Yet, without reaching the rank of a 2-star Dou Emperor, the method remains unattainable. The fate of this young man hangs in the balance. As Elder Zhan contemplates the future, Xiao Yan suddenly opens his eyes, a hint of pale yellow flickering within them before retreating to the depths of his gaze. His once depleted fighting spirit has now returned to its peak state. Rising to his feet, Xiao Yan follows Elder Zhan's gaze into the distance, feeling a powerful energy subtly approaching. He shoots a glance at Elder Zhan, but the Elder has already vanished into the fabric of space. No sooner had Elder Zhan disappeared than a surge of golden light envelopes Xiao Yan. Emerging from the Zichin virtual spirit tower, the figure of Long Yi appears, his expression grave as he surveys the blood-red expanse. Sensing the presence of that elusive power drawing nearer, Xiao Yan smiles at Long Yi, perceiving the concern emanating from him, akin to a fatherly bond. Boom. Suddenly, a massive fissure tears open on the ground, from which a colossal two-headed serpent emerges, its forebody protruding from the void, fixating its gaze upon Xiao Yan. With a mighty roar, it unleashes a thunderous wave that reverberates throughout the space. Chapter 74, Blood-Red Clouds, Part 3. The furious roar resonates, echoing throughout the space. The unique sound waves causing Xiao Yan's very soul to ache. Rubbing his temples, he steadies his gaze, now fixated on the enormous two-headed serpent before him. What manner of monstrous creature is this? Xiao Yan gazed upon the colossal being that had suddenly emerged, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Long Yi's eyes were fixated on the two-headed serpent, a fierce glint surfacing between his brows. Without hesitation, he stepped forward with a heavy tread, his form soaring into the air, transforming into a brilliant flash of gold. In an instant, 100-foot-long thunder dragon manifested from thin air, hurtling towards the two-headed serpent that had just slithered forth from the fissure. The two-headed serpent, caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, hastily shook its body to regain its form and unleashed a furious roar towards Long Yi in the distance. Yet, Long Yi offered no respite. His dragon form surged forward relentlessly. A streak of lightning illuminated the sky as he descended upon the serpent with breathtaking swiftness. The two-headed serpent found itself utterly unable to withstand such a rapid and powerful barrage. Its aura was significantly weaker than Long Yi's, and it seemed to harbor a hint of fear in the presence of his might. Observing Long Yi's ferocious assault, Xiao Yan, his body marred by blood, revealed a trace of astonishment on his face. It was evident that Long Yi's current strength surpassed his own, from the aura emanating from Long Yi moments ago. Xiao Yan discerned that Long Yi was indeed more formidable at this juncture. As the golden lightning struck down, the two-headed serpent was instantly reduced to a gory mass. Xiao Yan, witnessing the serpent's gruesome demise at Long Yi's hands, could not help but click his tongue in disbelief. Following the serpent's defeat, the surrounding stench of blood intensified, and the malevolent aura began to stir ominously, an uncanny phenomenon that did not escape Xiao Yan's keen observation. Long Yi, we must depart. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Yan took a deep breath, instantly sensing a multitude of auras surging towards them at an alarming speed. Though these auras were not particularly powerful, their sheer number was staggering, and Xiao Yan faintly discerned a particularly elusive presence among them. Heeding Xiao Yan's urgency, Long Yi swiftly pivoted, lifting Xiao Yan and propelling them away from the impending threat as the myriad of auras surged towards the direction they had just vacated. Chapter 75, The Crimson Clouds, Part 4. Just as Xiao Yan was prepared to make a bold stand, a sudden flash of information pierced through his mind. Stunned by the unexpected revelation, he pondered, is this the Huangquan Heavenly Wrath? The information he received evidently differed from the previous iteration of Huangquan Heavenly Wrath. At that moment, the voice of Zhan Lao resonated in his ear. I have modified the Huangquan Heavenly Wrath for you. Though it may not rival the prowess of top-tier combat techniques, its power surpasses that of your former Huangquan Heavenly Wrath. This sole combat skill can hinder their speed, the rest is up to you. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Yan ceased his speech, gradually closing his eyes to center his mind, beginning to diligently practice the modified Huangquan Heavenly Wrath. Long Yi, seemingly understanding the gravity of the situation, exerted his utmost speed to buy Xiao Yan precious time, as the clouds behind them began to move with increasing rapidity. The cloud layer loomed just a few paces away from Long Yi, while Xiao Yan, standing atop the dragon's head, kept his eyes tightly shut. A strange hissing sound emanated from the clouds, mingling into a cacophony that reverberated through the air, sending chills down one's spine. The clouds appeared almost sentient, closely trailing behind Long Yi, and the surrounding malevolent blood energy seemed subdued under their influence, ceasing its chaotic movement, with some of it being directly drawn into the clouds. As the cloud layers swelled ominously, Long Yi sensed the escalating peril of the situation. Suddenly, a soul-stirring wave of sound rippled through the space, akin to a hurricane sweeping through every corner, affecting the very souls within. This resonant sound was produced by Xiao Yan, who had been meditating with closed eyes. Gradually, he opened his eyes, his mouth slightly agape, as a powerful sound wave erupted forth. This soul wave was the modified Huangquan Tianru, enhanced by Master Zhan. As the Huangquan Tianru surged forth, the blood-red cloud layer trembled significantly. The intensity of the sound waves caused the seemingly tangible clouds to burst apart in concentric circles from within. Although Xiao Yan had only recently mastered the revised version of Huangquan Tianru, the essence of the technique remained unchanged. Despite the modifications, he could still wield it swiftly and effortlessly. Surveying the dark clouds and sensing the obscure aura within, Xiao Yan did not dare to be negligent. The clouds, while evidently slower than before, still moved with alarming speed. Discontented with the degree of deceleration, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. After taking a deep breath, he unleashed his formidable soul power without reservation. A thunderous impact surged forth, a soul-shattering shockwave sweeping through the space like a torrent. The cloud layer, struck by such a potent soul attack, immediately slowed down, prompting a satisfied smile to finally grace Xiao Yan's lips. This modified Huangquan Tianru was indeed far superior to its predecessor, reaching an almost perfect level of potency. Even a 2-star Dou Emperor would likely need to retreat in the face of its might. Before him lay an expanse shrouded in darkness, countless shadows writhing across the vast earth. Each shadow stretched several paces in length, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Xiao Yan's forehead. Damn, I've stumbled into a nest of vermin, he thought, as he halted, astonished by the myriad of colorful giant insects beneath him. Though their presence was not overwhelmingly strong, their sheer number and wriggling motion instilled a profound sense of dread. Xiao Yan grimaced, recognizing the formidable nature of this ancient ruin. At that moment, a series of roars erupted from behind, sending a jolt through his spirit. From within the blood-red clouds, numerous elongated figures emerged, their appearance seemingly capturing the attention of the colossal insects beneath him, which raised their massive heads and unleashed piercing shrieks towards the approaching shadows. Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The monsters within the clouds appeared to have encroached upon the territory of the insects beneath him, presenting a potential opportunity. However, he was acutely aware that his position remained precarious. Should a conflict arise between the two factions, he would undoubtedly be caught in the crossfire. Nevertheless, this was an opportunity that could not be ignored. Long Yi's dragon form loomed large, prompting Xiao Yan to transform him into human shape. With a serious expression, Xiao Yan scanned his surroundings, meticulously assessing the terrain. He found himself ensnared amidst two vast hordes of countless monsters and insects, making a frontal breakthrough seemingly impossible. Observing the insects beneath his feet, he noticed they had not strayed from their designated area. Could it be that these insects were restricted to this particular region? This peculiar observation piqued Xiao Yan's interest. Continuing to survey his surroundings, his gaze shifted to the center of the insect swarm beneath him. Here, the quantity of insects was markedly greater than in the periphery, and their size was significantly larger as well. A terrifying aura emanated from the center, spreading its menacing influence. Suddenly, a serpentine monster emerged from the clouds, with more of its kind following closely behind. Xiao Yan swiftly reached out and crushed one with a powerful grip. These serpentine creatures appeared deceptively ordinary, yet each was surrounded by a swirling aura reminiscent of demonic energy. Perhaps this immense cloud was formed from such entities. Though the strength of these serpentine monsters was relatively low, their overwhelming numbers posed a significant threat. Even the mightiest could be overwhelmed by sheer quantity. After all, an army of ants can bring down an elephant. Long Yi assisted in fending off the advancing serpentine beasts. Their presence, along with the multitude of insects, bore the essence of a lowly 1-star Dou Emperor, easily dispatched by Xiao Yan in a single blow. It was crucial to note that even the strongest of monsters could not withstand a vast disparity in power relying solely on physical might. Thus, the resistance posed little challenge to Xiao Yan and Long Yi. However, the sheer volume was staggering. Even if Xiao Yan depleted all his Dou Qi, he would still be unable to slay them all. What troubled him further was the subtle, yet potent aura emanating from among the serpentine monsters, an essence that far surpassed his own strength. If a confrontation occurred between the serpentine beasts and the insects, it would inevitably involve him, placing him in a precarious situation. Chapter 77, The Crimson Clouds, Part 6. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. Xiao Yan squinted, unleashing the power of his soul at the imperial realm, sweeping through the space before him. Suddenly, a flash of light caught his attention. He directed his gaze towards the source of the illumination, which emanated from the center of the insects on the ground. Curiosity stirred within him, yet the terrifying aura from the center instilled caution, preventing him from recklessly investigating. Meanwhile, his hand seals continued to shift as he struck at the relentless wave of serpentine monsters approaching them. Long E was equally unyielding, despite taking on a human form. His attacks remained relentless. With golden lightning effortlessly manipulated in his grasp, every beast struck was reduced to mere charcoal. The serpent-like beasts surged forth with increasing ferocity and in ever-growing numbers, relentless waves crashing toward Xiao Yan and Long E. A piercing intensity flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes as he brandished his fist, enveloped in a rich crimson aura. Any serpent-like beast that dared to approach his fist was almost instantly obliterated. The disparity in their levels and strengths was too vast for these lowly one-star Dou Emperors to withstand his onslaught. Among the innumerable serpent-like beasts, two figures, one golden, the other red, darted like flashes of lightning. Yet, the sheer volume of their adversaries was overwhelming, creating a thin veil of blood mist around them as they remained locked in a stalemate. Xiao Yan felt his Dou Qi gradually depleting, dwindling with each passing moment. While the serpent-like beasts continued their relentless assault, and the obscure presence in the clouds drew nearer. Just as his energy was on the verge of exhaustion and anxiety began to creep in, the voice of Zhan Lao resonated in Xiao Yan's mind. Quickly, consume the spirit-gathering branch and head towards the light. There is something of great value there. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of determination sparked in Xiao Yan's eyes as he hastily retrieved the spirit-gathering branch and ingested it, instantly revitalizing his Dou Qi to its zenith. The spirit-gathering branch was indeed a remarkable low-tier restorative herb, capable of replenishing the Dou Qi of a one-star Dou Emperor from complete depletion to full capacity. However, in the realm of mid to high-tier herbs, it was merely commonplace. Nonetheless, it was perfectly suited to replenish Xiao Yan's waning energy at this critical juncture. With his Dou Qi once again surging, Xiao Yan still harbored a slight trepidation toward the ominous aura at the center. Yet, considering it was deemed a treasure by Zhan Lao himself, its worth was undoubtedly significant. With a slight frown, he resolved to take a gamble. As he continued to fend off the onslaught of serpent-like beasts with his fists, he called out to Long E beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, Long E transformed into a streak of golden light and darted into the golden tower. Xiao Yan felt a surge of energy. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted amidst the horde of beasts. In the wake of that sound, tendrils of unusual fire began to emerge from Xiao Yan's body, enveloping him in a fiery cocoon, making him appear resplendent amidst the multitude of beasts. As the serpent-like beasts attempted to breach the barrier of Xiao Yan's extraordinary flames, they were swiftly reduced to clouds of blood mist. Within the kaleidoscope of flames, a seemingly unremarkable pale, yellow fire flickered with an otherworldly essence. This pale yellow chaotic sacred flame possessed a remarkable sentience, mercilessly assaulting the invading beasts. Any creature struck by the chaotic sacred flame was instantaneously vaporized. "Let us do this," Xiao Yan shouted, his form slicing through the air like a specter as he surged toward the illuminated center of the ground, where the creatures lay. The sole power of Xiao Yan, in the Emperor realm, swept through everything around him. He discovered that the insects on the periphery were stronger than the serpentine magical beasts. Yet not by much. This posed no hindrance to Xiao Yan, enveloped in his. Under the onslaught of his, countless insects perished within the fiery sphere. Approaching the center, Xiao Yan forcefully stomped the ground, propelling himself forward several meters, causing fissures to crack in the earth. Chapter 78. Xiao Yan sustained severe injury, Part 1. A powerful aura surged towards the advancing Xiao Yan, akin to an invisible mountain. Confronted with such a formidable assault, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. Time was of the essence, and he had but one chance to breach the center, entirely dependent on his speed. The materialized in his hand, expanding to an extraordinary size in the blink of an eye, and came crashing down upon the swarming insects. As expected, they stood no chance against his current strength. Every insect struck by was reduced to mere pulp. 3,000 thunderclaps. Xiao Yan bellowed, his form transforming into streaks of lightning as he surged towards the center. It had been quite some time since he employed such a technique, yet he was pleasantly surprised by its efficacy on the Dou Emperor continent, drawing him ever closer to the core. "You young ones, the graveyard is a forbidden land. How dare you trespass?" A deep voice resonated from the heart of the insects, unmistakably emanating from the terrifying presence he had sensed earlier. Xiao Yan did not falter, continuing to dart swiftly amidst them. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, unleashing a potent aura that surged towards him. This presence, by Xiao Yan's estimation, possessed at least the power of a peak Dou Emperor, far beyond his reach. With a swift pivot, Xiao Yan evaded the attack, yet several shadows flitted behind him, launching rapid assaults. Cold sweat broke out on his back. The auras of these massive insects surpassed his own, placing Xiao Yan in a perilous predicament. He maneuvered, deftly weaving in an erratic path to evade the onslaught. These insects were known as the blood-devouring black bloodworms, typically thriving in places heavy with blood energy, such as the demonic graveyard, where they could consume various blood energies to grow. Generally, an adult blood-devouring black bloodworm could attain the strength of a 2-star Dou Emperor. However, within the confines of the demonic graveyard, their growth appeared restricted, with these creatures only reaching the peak of 1-star Dou Emperor strength. If there were but a single worm, Xiao Yan might have had a slim chance of victory with all his might, but facing several was beyond his capacity. Most critically, he noticed that the blood aura on his skin had been diminished to a mere faint layer by the encroaching demonic blood energy. If this situation were to persist, it would become exceedingly disadvantageous for Xiao Yan. Yet, escaping from these blood-devouring black bloodworms proved to be an arduous task. Xiao Yan's expression darkened. Having come this far, retreat was not an option, especially with the treasures that Zhan Lao had mentioned still lying ahead. Chapter 79. Xiao Yan sustains severe injury, Part 2. You young fool, you seek your own demise. The irate voices of several devouring black bloodworms echoed in the air, and a peculiar smirk curled at the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. He was acutely aware that these black worms possessed formidable physical prowess, making them impervious to ordinary combat techniques. Now at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of a 1-star Dou Emperor, facing foes 2 tiers above him, his chances of victory were virtually non-existent. Suddenly, Long Yi re-emerged, his physical form now comparable to that of the devouring black bloodworms. His presence undoubtedly instilled a glimmer of hope into the battle. With a cold countenance, Long Yi surveyed the massive black worms surrounding him, and with a tremor of his hand, a golden spear materialized. He was gradually mastering his power, enabling him to conjure his own weapons. Confronting the devouring black bloodworms, Long Yi exhibited no trepidation. He sensed that while their strength surpassed his, their physicality was not as formidable, thereby narrowing the gap considerably. The sudden appearance of Long Yi momentarily stunned the worms, which recognized that his power eclipsed that of Xiao Yan. In truth, if Xiao Yan were to employ his advanced combat techniques, his strength would be on par with Long Yi's. As more insects began to swarm, Xiao Yan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It seemed that to reach the center, he must first surmount this obstacle. He plunged the ancient fire-measuring ruler into the ground with great force, causing fissures to erupt like a spider's web. A fierce aura swirled around him as he extracted the massive ruler, swinging it with full force toward the charging, devouring black bloodworms. To claim my life, you may find yourselves ill-prepared. The ruler in Xiao Yan's grasp felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, sending one of the worms flying several dozen meters away. The sight of a mid-stage 1-star Dou Emperor repelling them was evidently difficult for the worms to accept. Regaining their balance, the black bloodworms let out a furious roar directed at Xiao Yan. At this moment, a multitude of serpentine magical beasts swarmed in like ants, engaging in a fierce struggle with the insect horde. In mere instants, countless serpentine beasts perished at the periphery of the swarm, with some of the stronger worms opening their gaping maws to devour them whole. The worms were vastly larger than the serpentine beasts, making their voraciousness quite natural. However, the blood-red clouds in the sky swiftly approached, unleashing wave after wave of serpentine magical beasts from their depths. The number of worms paled in comparison to the serpentine beasts. Unable to withstand the overwhelming onslaught, the entire insect nest would soon be turned upside down. The devouring black bloodworms raised their heads, acutely aware that their situation was growing increasingly dire. If they continued to engage Xiao Yan, the entire nest might not endure much longer. At this juncture, a voice brimming with arrogance resonated. You all hold the line at the periphery. Leave this human brat to me. A figure exuding a formidable aura suddenly appeared, suspended in midair, gazing down upon Xiao Yan and Long Yi with a measured intensity. The figure presented an exceedingly peculiar appearance, with green skin and remarkably unattractive features. Clearly not human, but rather a form of insect. Its strength had reached the rank of a 2-star Dou Emperor, capable of manifesting a rudimentary human shape. The Mojhe Shui insects displayed profound respect towards the figure above, hastily retreating to the periphery upon hearing its command. Another formidable opponent had arrived, and Xiao Yan could only manage a wry smile. At that moment, 2 pieces of information surged into his mind. Huang Quan Palm, an explosive step. A slight smirk curled at the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. These were undoubtedly the combat techniques refined by Elder Zhan, indicating that Elder Zhan was still closely monitoring him. These 2 techniques were of a lower grade, serving merely as a prelude. yet Elder Zhan had perfected them through an unusual method. For Xiao Yan, who was already exceedingly proficient and possessed a high level of comprehension, mastering them was a matter of mere moments. The explosive step had shown tangible changes, and Elder Zhan had even bestowed it with a new name, Instant Step, which allowed for instantaneous movement, well suited for evasive maneuvers. Young one, this turmoil was instigated by you, was it not? Today, you shall meet your demise. The figure above instilled a great sense of trepidation in Xiao Yan. For the power of a two-star Dou Emperor far surpassed his own. Previously, having exerted all his strength and relying on a mid-tier intent-level technique, he had barely escaped from the clutches of Xiao Yan, a two-star Dou Emperor. Moreover, the figure above was not human, possessing even greater physical prowess, making it exceedingly difficult for Xiao Yan to flee, even if he were to exhaust all his energy employing intent-level techniques. Nonetheless, Xiao Yan refused to show weakness. Then let us see you try. With his left hand gripping the ancient fire-measuring ruler, he gradually levitated into the air. At that moment, the ancient fire-measuring ruler resembled transparent organic glass, with a molten-like liquid coursing through it, exuding a faint glow. The ancient fire-measuring ruler? Ha! I never imagined that a mere mid-stage one-star Dou Emperor would possess such a rare artifact. However, you must understand, the gulf in strength cannot simply be bridged by a small ruler, the insect-like creature with green skin contemptuously remarked, transforming its entire body into a humanoid form. Green-skinned creatures, akin to the Mog He Shui insects, thrived in blood-rich environments and were known as Mog Lv Shui insects. Although insects were categorized as magical beasts, they fundamentally differed in essence. Within the insect race, status was determined by the color of their blood, with green holding a higher rank than black. The Mog insects possessed a faint lineage of demonic blood, capable of devouring weaker kin or foes to enhance their own power. However, in this realm, many entities seem to be bound by a certain power, halting their growth at specific levels. Indeed, if the master of the demon domain graveyard did not impose such restrictions, chaos would surely ensue throughout the entire graveyard. Chapter 81. Xiao Yan sustained severe injuries, Part 4. Emperor of Flames. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened as he bellowed, summoning the ancient fire into his body. In an instant, his physique expanded dramatically, transforming him into a towering giant of 100 feet. While size does not necessarily equate to strength, upon assuming the form of the Dou Emperor, Xiao Yan's physical resilience was significantly enhanced. The eternal fire of the ancient scale expanded in accordance with Xiao Yan's physique, becoming an imposing and vibrant presence in this blood-colored space, inevitably drawing the attention of numerous magical beasts and insects. The magic-devouring green blood insect's expression contorted, its veins bulging on its forehead as it swung its fist, which instantly doubled in size, hurtling towards Xiao Yan, who had transformed into the form of a Dou Emperor, surrounded by the extraordinary flames. The surrounding malevolent blood energy was swept aside by the gale produced by the fist, and a formidable aura immediately filled the space around them. A thunderous sound erupted, sending shockwaves through all the magical beasts in the vicinity, who sensed the terrifying force at play. The magic-devouring green blood insect held a significant position within its hive, second only to the insect king. I shall witness the true strength of this diminutive creature. Yellow Spring Palm. Upon uttering the command, Xiao Yan's colossal figure quivered, and torrents of Dou Qi surged forth, exuding a fierce pressure that enveloped the area. He then grasped the air above, conjuring a gigantic palm, 100 feet in size, composed of Dou Qi and imbued with an ancient essence. The palm bore countless intricate patterns, and an aura reminiscent of sovereign dominion descended from above. The Yellow Spring Palm, enhanced by the Elder Zhan, had undergone a significant amplification in power. With this improved technique, Xiao Yan might just contend against the green blood insect. The two potent energies collided fiercely, tearing through space, as they struck with tremendous force under the watchful eyes of countless insects and serpentine beasts, unleashing a catastrophic energy storm. Within the tempest of energy, a fist met the enormous hand, continuously eroding each other as they exchanged blows, producing resounding explosions that echoed through the atmosphere. Despite Xiao Yan being slightly at a disadvantage, the contest bore a sense of indeterminate outcome. Faced with this stalemate, the green blood insect let out a cold snort, retracting its arm slightly to harness a powerful force, then extending its arm with sudden ferocity, striking out and repelling Xiao Yan's Yellow Spring Palm. However, Xiao Yan did not falter. He clenched his hand, channeling Dou Qi once more into the ancient palm, directing it towards the green blood insect, which emanated a faint green glow. In an instant, the two forces engaged once again in a standoff in the sky, a dreadful resonance reverberating throughout the space, as the subtle yet ominous presence within the blood-red clouds began to stir. Chapter 82. Xiao Yan sustained severe injuries. 5. The green blood insect. Vexed to find itself entangled by a mere one-star Dou Emperor, evidently struggled to maintain its composure, prompting its attacks to become increasingly rapid and fierce. Yet, Xiao Yan did not retreat. He slightly parted his lips, unleashing a terrifying soul sound wave that swept through the area, causing many weaker magical beasts and insects to burst apart. The green blood insect, too, felt a slight dizziness in its mind, which only intensified its onslaught. After several rounds of attacks, Xiao Yan's yellow spring palm ultimately crumbled. Following the destruction of the yellow spring palm, Xiao Yan spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly injured. The green blood insect had wounded Xiao Yan solely through brute strength. If it truly unleashed its full fury, Xiao Yan would have no means of retaliation, making it imperative for him to escape swiftly. Xiao Yan understood that the likelihood of victory in this battle was almost non-existent. His only option was to escape. Turning his head, he was shocked to witness the unfolding scene. In a moment, he executed a swift movement and appeared several meters away, hurtling towards Long Yi. As the green-blooded insect charged at him, Long Yi felt a surge of urgency. However, the moment he moved, he was struck by an unfamiliar figure descending upon him. Sensing impending doom, Xiao Yan hurriedly executed a series of swift movements, but the green-blooded insect remained relentlessly on his trail, its hand seals continuously shifting. The earlier conflict had drained much of his fighting spirit, leaving Xiao Yan with insufficient energy to unleash his advanced techniques. Suddenly, he pivoted to face the pursuing green-blooded insect. And with a deft motion, a colossal finger, 100 feet long, coalesced in the air, aiming directly at the insect. Huan finger. The insect's arm trembled. And after much effort, it formed an energy-infused fist, which it swung violently towards Xiao Yan. The impact shattered Xiao Yan's Huan finger instantly. With a thunderous sound, the giant fist struck Xiao Yan's chest, an invisible force crashing down upon him with devastating might. Blood erupted from his mouth, and his vision blurred. In a fit of rage, Long Yi, seeing this, disregarded the unfamiliar figure attacking him, letting out a furious roar, instantly transforming into his true form. A 100-foot golden dragon emerged, its massive body causing numerous serpentine monsters to crash against it, leaving the dragon drenched in blood. Yet, Long Yi paid no heed. With a powerful sweep of his tail, he repelled the surrounding beasts. With bloodshot eyes, Long Yi swiftly flew towards Xiao Yan, but as he turned, the assault from the unfamiliar figure struck him fiercely, forcing him back and causing many of his scales to fall away, exposing his bloody flesh. In this moment, Xiao Yan's form was helplessly plummeting downwards. Having already sustained injuries, he could not withstand such a heavy blow, his insides roiling. He caught a glimpse of the bloodied Long Yi before losing consciousness, his body swiftly descending until it vanished. Xiao Yan's disappearance wrought significant changes upon the battlefield in the demon territory. As the serpentine monsters invaded the territory of the insects, or rather, breached the forbidden grounds guarded by them, the battle between the snakes and insects officially commenced. Amidst the throng of serpentine monsters and insects, a golden light flashed and roared. In a darkened space, silent and still, malevolent blood energy swirled through the air, creating turbulent currents. A shadow floated within, faintly shimmering. This shadow was none other than Xiao Yan, who had been unconscious for an indeterminate time. Struggling to open his eyes, Xiao Yan first assessed his body, discovering, to his astonishment, that his injuries had miraculously healed significantly. Could this be the effect of the within him? He was awake. As Xiao Yan opened his eyes, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, none other than Elder Zhan. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, his body aching and weak, his head heavy with fatigue. This time, his injuries were particularly grave. Although they had somewhat healed his severe wounds, his internal energy remained turbulent and unstable, with faint traces of blood still visible on his body, rendering him a pitiful sight. This time, Xiao Yan had truly suffered a great setback. Where's this place? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's question, Elder Zhan smiled faintly. You are quite fortunate. You were inadvertently struck into the side space of the center. The item we seek is located within this space, and it appears there are some unexpected gains as well. Xiao Yan could only manage a bitter smile at the dangerous situation he found himself in. The power of a 2-star was indeed beyond the reach of his mid-stage 1-star self. The disparity was as vast as a chasm. Fortunately, the green-blooded insect lacked any formidable techniques. Otherwise, he likely would not have survived to this point. The demonic blood energy here is exceedingly dense. Use yours to protect yourself and focus on healing your injuries, Elder Zhan gently urged, observing Xiao Yan's disheveled state. Just as Xiao Yan prepared to sit up and retrieve his healing medicine, Elder Zhan, with a face lined with wrinkles, managed an awkward smile and continued. Thanks to the within you, you escaped death at the hands of the green-blooded insect. I had intended to intervene, But it seemed the insect lacked the strength to take your life, so I held back. Elder Zhan chuckled at Xiao Yan's furious expression. You know, that punch was rather well executed. It served as a good exercise for you. Ignoring Elder Zhan, Xiao Yan consumed the healing medicine. A wisp of emerged, enveloping his entire body. It was evidently far more potent than when it had first merged. As Xiao Yan absorbed the within him gradually began to unify. However, if he relied solely on this pace, he could not fathom how long it would take to completely merge with the. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's expression changed dramatically as he recalled something. He remembered that when he was struck down, Long Yi had been drenched in blood. Although he had the protection of Long Yi, do not worry. Long Yi is a rare being of this world and is not so easily harmed, Elder Zhan said soothingly. If anything happens to Long Yi, I will unleash a bloodbath upon the entire demonic realm. Xiao Yan's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination, his voice thick with murderous intent. First, focus on healing your injuries. I believe that creature is no pushover. Once you recover, I will ensure you possess the strength to enact your vengeance upon the demonic realm, Elder Zhan reassured him, nodding in agreement. Xiao Yan recalled Elder Zhan's earlier words about the treasures within this place. Could it be that they had the potential to elevate him to the power of a 2-star? If he attained such strength, even the green-blooded insect would not stand as his opponent, and he would wield his techniques with much greater ease. With that thought, Xiao Yan closed his eyes, allowing the forces of the heavens and earth to swiftly converge around him, surging into his body. His injuries began to mend at an accelerated pace. However, the forces of nature in this realm are exceedingly violent. Should one attempt to absorb such ferocity directly into their body, it would likely yield adverse effects, exacerbating their condition. Xiao Yan found it necessary to decelerate, repeatedly refining with the before daring to absorb it. This process of restoration persisted for an extended period, indicating the severity of Xiao Yan's injuries. The chaos was entirely incited by Xiao Yan. On the periphery of the demonic domain's graveyard, two formidable races existed, the demonized serpent clan and the insect clan, each defending their territory. These two races typically coexisted peacefully, rarely infringing upon each other's domains. Even when there were occasional trespassers who met their demise, it seldom escalated into large-scale conflict. Yet, Xiao Yan's presence shattered this tranquility. Both clans were guardians of this space, while Xiao Yan bore the bloodline of humanity. Thus they could not allow him to intrude and wreak havoc. The demonized serpent clan was stationed on the outskirts as sentinels, while the insect clan was tasked with safeguarding something of great significance. Any intruder, even one who stumbled in unwittingly, would be torn to shreds. Now, with the demonized serpent clan pursuing Xiao Yan, he inadvertently drew them into the insect nest, leading to a merciless onslaught. In a brief span, both sides suffered devastating casualties. When Xiao Yan vanished, the insect clan presumed the demonized serpent clan would retreat, yet they were taken aback by the latter's persistent aggression. Perhaps the losses incurred by the demonized serpent clan were too grievous, driving them into a furious, reckless battle against the insect clan, relying on their overwhelming numbers to hold their ground. After a prolonged standoff, a streak of golden light darted through the fray with astonishing speed, obliterating all insects and serpent-like beasts in its wake, leaving behind a mist of crimson. This golden light heralded the wrath of Long Yi. Seizing the opportunity amidst the confrontation, Long Yi intermittently appeared, swiftly dispatching insects and demonized serpents before vanishing again, inciting the ire of both factions. In that moment, Long Yi became the common enemy of both sides. Chapter 85. Xiao Yan sustained severe injuries. Long Yi's speed had reached an alarmingly formidable level, flickering like lightning among the insects and serpent-like beasts. Listen closely. Capture that fiend. A voice commanded from above, resonating against the blood-red sky. This figure was the green-blooded insect, furious that even his own speed could not match Long Yi's. Long Yi was acutely aware of his precarious situation and dared not linger. He flickered and vanished. Yet, he could not maintain this pace for long. In a space thick with bloodlust, a solitary figure sat in meditation, emitting a faint rumble, Xiao Yan, healing from his injuries. As time slowly passed, several days later, Xiao Yan gradually opened his eyes. After days of recuperation, his internal wounds had fully healed. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the surroundings with keen interest. Xiao Yan did not perceive anything unusual. However, he discovered that the malevolent blood energy in this space was far more abundant than he had anticipated. Waves of chaotic blood energy surged around him. At that moment, the effects of the blood ming grass had nearly been exhausted, significantly weaker than when it was first used. Without the protection of the chaotic holy flame, he would have likely been torn apart by these turbulent flows. Xiao Yan nodded, realizing the urgency of the situation. He was unaware of Long Yi's condition and understood that he must hasten to enhance his strength. Otherwise, venturing out now would be tantamount to courting death. His eyes ignited with fervor as he pondered what could elevate him to a 2-star Dou Emperor in such a brief period, a thought that intrigued him greatly. With a swift motion, a faint flame enveloped his entire being as he darted into the distance, leaving behind several fleeting shadows in the air. Presently, Xiao Yan utilized the 3,000 thunder movements and instant steps for his advance, both requiring minimal Dou Qi. He had become quite adept at these forms of movement, allowing him to traverse quickly, which would undoubtedly benefit him in future battles. As he moved, the surface of his body was marked by the malevolent blood energy, resulting in numerous bleeding wounds. Xiao Yan pressed a tendril of faint flame against the injuries, producing a sizzling sound as he felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. After executing several more evasive maneuvers, he found himself deep within the crimson space. At that moment, within the depths of his gaze, a remarkably grand scene unfolded. Chapter 86. The Emperor's Tribulation. The sound of intersecting blood energy crackled around him, resonating throughout the surrounding space. A blood-red figure materialized before Xiao Yan, striking a wide stance. For thick blood-red chains, as robust as arms, bound its limbs, each adorned with a massive bloodstone that seemed to merge with the very surroundings. Xiao Yan scrutinized the blood-red figure before him, and at that moment, Zhan Lao emerged from the tower once again, stroking his white beard with a grin. This is our unexpected gain, the Xiao puppet. However, you may not yet be able to fully control it. Although this puppet is sealed, its strength remains on par with a 2-star Dou Emperor, and its physique is exceptionally robust. The insects outside are likely its guardians. Those insects are its guardians? This entity possesses the strength of a 2-star Dou Emperor? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of golden light flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. A puppet of such caliber was indeed a valuable asset that would undoubtedly become a significant ally. The Xiao puppet was forged from an amalgamation of countless blood energies and souls, meticulously crafted by a powerful puppeteer. It harbored intense resentment, but was equally formidable. Nevertheless, with Xiao Yan's imperial soul power, he could manage to exert control, though further refinement would be necessary. Of course, this entity could serve as a capable aid for you at present. Hurry and claim it, but be cautious. It possesses a degree of sentience. With that, Zhan Lao's figure vanished once more. Xiao Yan gazed at the spot where Zhan Lao had just been, a wry smile escaping him. Indeed, Zhan Lao bore a resemblance to Yao Lao. Turning his attention back to the Xiao puppet, his previously calm eyes now ignited with fervor. The power of a 2-star Dou Emperor was indeed a remarkable find. However, Xiao Yan was aware that although this entity was indeed remarkable, the overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from the Xiao puppet suggested that fully refining it would require considerable effort. In a fleeting moment, Xiao Yan found himself standing before the Xiao puppet. Upon closer inspection, the puppet appeared as if its entire being was forged from blood, with nearly translucent crimson muscles revealing the ebb and flow of life force within. With determination, Xiao Yan bit his tongue, causing a stream of essence blood to erupt forth, which in turn elicited a faint rumble from the incantations coalescing in the sky. The essence blood swiftly entwined with the incantations, gradually permeating them, and imparting an eerie hue to the entire formation. As the essence blood infiltrated, the very essence of the incantation underwent a qualitative transformation, releasing a potent surge of spiritual energy. Xiao Yan's fingers curled slightly, powerful spiritual energy rapidly coalescing at his fingertips, indicating his resolve. Hovering within the sanguine expanse, he pivoted and, with a flick of his finger, unleashed a beam of light that struck the incantation with formidable force. Contrary to his expectations, the incantation did not shatter, but instead radiated with even greater brilliance. A dazzling light emanated from Xiao Yan's brow, as an immense reservoir of spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping the incantation. In an instant, the incantation expanded, transforming into a delicate liquid that flowed into the transparent form of the Xiao puppet, where it swiftly coalesced into a peculiar seal within. Observing this, a flicker of joy crossed Xiao Yan's countenance. After much effort, he had finally inscribed the soul seal. At the very moment the soul seal was inscribed, the Xiao puppet abruptly opened its eyes, an overwhelming aura of menace immediately filling the air. Such an intense malevolence sent a shiver down Xiao Yan's spine. Chapter 87. The Imperial Cataclysm, Part 2. The Xiao puppet's crimson eyes displayed neither expression nor emotion, as 4 iron chains slowly descended, binding its limbs, evoking a sense of dread akin to that of a hellish demon. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Yan summoned the Xiao puppet into his spatial ring. The puppet's aura was excessively potent, and Xiao Yan was unable to maintain control for an extended period. Prolonged exertion might lead to unforeseen consequences, easily resulting in a backlash from the puppet's bloodthirsty essence. Capturing the Xiao puppet had required a considerable investment of time and effort. leaving Xiao Yan fatigued, prompting him to sit in meditation to recuperate. Inscribing a soul seal on the puppet had been exceedingly taxing, and given the puppet's formidable power, it would have been impossible to achieve without the 4 iron chains restraining it. Fortunately, his recovery was swift, and soon he rose, directing his gaze deeper into the space ahead. According to Elder Zhan, the Shamo puppet was merely an incidental acquisition. The truly valuable treasures lay further ahead. Throughout this period, however, the turbulent currents of demonic blood essence continued to inflict wounds upon Xiao Yan's body. He had attempted to refine the demonic blood essence using, but ultimately, he was unable to eliminate the ferocious factors contained within, rendering absorption impossible. Xiao Yan's figure surged deeper into the space. His yearning for the treasure spoken of by Elder Zhan was palpable. To possess an item capable of elevating one from a mid-level 1-star Dou Emperor to a 2-star Dou Emperor is a rarity that would undoubtedly incite fierce competition and bloodshed in the outside world. Yet, Elder Zhan seemed unfazed, further igniting Xiao Yan's curiosity regarding the Elder's true identity. With a few flickers, Xiao Yan, now adept at combining the 3,000 lightning movements with the instant step, achieved a speed that was nothing short of astonishing. The 3,000 lightning movements transformed his being into a streak of lightning, while the instant step harnessed the explosive force from his feet for instantaneous movement. The harmonious integration of these 2 rapid movement techniques had been executed with remarkable finesse, allowing Xiao Yan to surpass even the swiftest of 2-star Dou Emperors. After several flashes, Xiao Yan had traversed a considerable distance, and if his instincts were correct, he had reached the depths of this space. The surrounding demonic blood aura intensified, leaving numerous deeper scars across his body. He was compelled to accelerate the operation of the chaotic sacred flame to withstand the onslaught. Yet such rapid exertion could not be sustained for long. Navigating through the turbulent currents, Xiao Yan advanced further until a massive rune, radiating golden light, caught his eye. This rune emanated an unusual energy, swirling around it with only a hint of energy leaking outward. Remarkably, this slight leakage was sufficient to create a colossal vortex of demonic blood aura in the vicinity. Xiao Yan was astounded. Merely a trace of this energy was capable of generating such a formidable whirlpool. What immense power it must possess. Elder Zhan reappeared, flicking his sleeves and exhaling a sigh. Ah. Finally, the first item I sought has been found. This is the treasure I spoke of, one that will aid you in absorbing the demonic blood aura. Fear not. This item possesses its unique qualities. This rune is known as the demonic spirit rune, capable of eliminating the violent factors within the demonic blood aura. If you wish to swiftly elevate to a 2-star Dou Emperor, this demonic blood aura is your only recourse, Elder Zhan explained with a shrug. The demonic blood aura is said to manifest only in burial grounds filled with the remains of numerous demon clans, believed to be transformed from the blood of deceased demons. Rich in energy, upon hearing that it could indeed facilitate his rise to a 2-star Dou Emperor, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with determination. His insatiable thirst for power made this an irresistible temptation. To annihilate the insect tribes and the demon eye serpent clan, attaining the 2-star Dou Emperor status was imperative. Resolute, he began to fly toward the demonic spirit rune. Wait, there are spirit demons here. Since we couldn't locate the transformation fruit earlier, we must face it head on. However, with your current strength, you cannot hope to contend, Elder Zhan cautioned. Spirit demons are peculiar entities generated by spirit runes. Although devoid of intelligence, they possess considerable power. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's brow furrowed in concern. What should we do? Utilize the blood demon puppet you just acquired. That entity is also a product of the blood aura, Elder Zhan suggested, stroking his beard. Intrigued by the recently acquired Shamo puppet, Xiao Yan nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the prospect of utilizing the puppet to gauge the atmosphere. With a swift motion of his hand, a shadowy figure materialized, its limbs shackled by 4 massive chains, exuding an intense aura of menace. This entity appeared formidable. Should the seal be broken, its power could rival that of a 3-star Dou Emperor. However, it was likely that once the seal was lifted, control would be lost. It would be prudent to wait until complete refinement before proceeding, remarked Elder Zhan, eyeing the blood-red Shamo puppet. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, his mind focusing intently as the Shamo puppet transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly darting towards the Demon Sha spirit talisman, commanding the puppet's movements. Its hand gradually extended towards the talisman. As it neared, a violent tremor erupted, the surrounding blood energy swirling chaotically. With a thunderous sound, a shadow was sent hurtling backward, the Shamo puppet itself. In its place, a colossal transparent figure emerged, resembling an enormous soul radiating golden light, its form adorned with peculiar runes. The reason for the Shamo puppet's recoil stemmed from the massive arm covered in runes. Clearly, this was the spirit demon spoken of by Elder Zhan. Chapter 89. The Imperial Tribulation, Part 4. Xiao Yan activated the power of the Shamo puppet, and in an instant, its blood-red eyes flared open, causing the surrounding demonic blood energy to recede in fear. The puppet clenched its fist tightly, its blood vessels pulsating with vigor. It then gazed upward at the spirit demon, its blood-colored figure springing into action, massive fists swinging down with tremendous force upon the seemingly towering spirit demon. The Shamo puppet's movements flowed seamlessly after delivering its blows. It retreated, spreading its stance, and launched its fists skyward, utilizing the momentum to hurl the chains, resembling colossal boulders, towards the spirit demon. The spirit demon trembled, hastily raising its arms for defense, but ultimately could not withstand the might of the Shamo puppet, resulting in one of its arms being severed. Indeed, the Shamo puppet proved to be an exceptional asset. The spirit demon's strength was likely on par with the 2-star Dou Emperor, yet it had been decisively disarmed. Xiao Yan marveled at the puppet's fierce assault, unable to suppress a satisfied click of his tongue. Though the Shamo puppet was undeniably formidable, a swift resolution was imperative, for it remained unrefined, and prolonged engagement would be unsustainable for Xiao Yan. This is quite a fine tool indeed, providing you with an additional combatant. Seize the opportunity to refine it, Elder Zhan remarked with a smile. For Xiao Yan at this juncture, the Shamo puppet was undoubtedly a valuable asset, poised to become a lethal strike in his arsenal. The Shamo puppet's relentless assault rendered the disarmed spirit demon utterly defenseless. The spirit demon's power was heavily reliant on its arms. Thus, with one severed, it was no match for the might of the Shamo puppet. Once the Shamo puppet was secured, Xiao Yan's gaze drifted toward the distant Demon Sha spirit talisman. This talisman seemed to possess a compelling allure for the demonic blood energy, which began to coalesce in the aftermath of battle. The talisman floated in the air, appearing to be devoid of immediate danger. Xiao Yan approached it cautiously, extending his hand, transforming it into a massive energy grasp aimed at seizing the talisman. As Xiao Yan had anticipated, the spirit talisman posed no further danger. With a swift grasp, he reduced the talisman to the size of his palm. A flick of his hand brought the talisman into his possession. It seems to be going rather smoothly. Now, let us commence the absorption. Time is of the essence, for that beast outside may not hold out much longer. Elder Zhan observed the talisman hovering in Xiao Yan's hand, then turned to him with a serious demeanor and spoke earnestly. Chapter 90. The Imperial Tribulation, Part 5. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. Time was indeed of the essence. As Long Yi's fate outside remained uncertain, he sought a location rich in chaotic blood energy and sat cross-legged, allowing the runes in his hand to gently float before him. The runes appeared exceedingly strange, their forms quite peculiar. Each line seemed to have required immense effort to delineate. Upon closer inspection, anyone would marvel at the perfection of these lines. The creator of this rune must possess remarkable skill, Xiao Yan mused inwardly. He then slowly closed his eyes, allowing his soul power to surge into the spirit talisman. Instantly, a powerful energy radiated from the talisman, and the surrounding demonic blood energy surged towards it like a tidal wave. Once activated by Xiao Yan, the talisman expanded considerably. As the demonic blood energy flowed into the talisman, it underwent a purifying transformation, the chaotic elements being thoroughly cleansed, instantly converting into an exceptionally pure form of energy, which then continuously flowed into Xiao Yan's body. This pure energy was devoid of any impurities, greatly benefiting Xiao Yan, as the speed of his absorption and cultivation accelerated significantly. The surrounding concentration of demonic blood energy was immense, and in overwhelming numbers, it surged into Xiao Yan's body after being refined by the talisman, gradually filling him with vitality. Meanwhile, outside in the adjacent space, Long Yi believed Xiao Yan to be dead, entangled with the insect and demonic serpent tribes, refusing to relent. After days of conflict, Long Yi had achieved notable victories, inflicting severe damage on both the insect and demonic serpent factions. Consequently, both sides regarded him as a thorn in their side and pursued him relentlessly, gradually cornering him into a desperate situation. In a secluded valley, Long Yi, bloodied and gasping for breath, appeared gravely wounded. Suddenly, 3 figures materialized above him, evidently powerful beings from the insect and demonic serpent tribes. Filthy beast, we have finally discovered your hiding place. Today, I, Mo, shall see how you escape. In the air, a figure clad in garments adorned with countless serpentine embroideries, their skin a deep black, pointed at Long Yi and berated him. It was clear that Long Yi's actions over the past days had thoroughly enraged them. Long Yi raised his golden eyes to gaze at the figure that spoke, recognizing it as the same elusive presence he had sensed amidst the crimson clouds. Mo, the leader of the demonic serpent tribe, boasting strength beyond that of a 2-star Dou Emperor, indeed formidable. Beside Mo stood 2 other figures, the Insect King and the Green Blood Insect. Long Yi had now found himself in an exceedingly perilous predicament. Long Yi, aware of his inferiority, transformed his body and fled into the distance. The three figures above seemed to have anticipated his escape, swiftly pursuing him. Flee now, beast! Suddenly, before Long Yi's eyes, dozens of dark silhouettes emerged, half belonging to the Insect Clan, the other half to the Demon Eye Serpent Clan. Chapter 91. The Imperial Tribulation 6. Long Yi hesitated momentarily. At that very moment, a figure dashed overhead, unleashing a powerful force that descended upon him with ferocity. Unbeknownst to Long Yi, Xiao Yan was still alive. He had lost all hope and awaited death. With Xiao Yan's presumed demise, he no longer wished to continue living. Meanwhile, in a spatial realm adjacent to him, a figure sat in meditation at the center of a blood sphere composed of demonic blood energy. Several days had passed since Xiao Yan absorbed the demonic blood energy, which, refined by spiritual talismans, exceeded his expectations in potency and purity. It flowed into Xiao Yan's body without hindrance, swiftly transforming into his fighting spirit, seemingly limitless in absorption. In just a few days, his strength surged to the pinnacle of the late one-star level. However, breaking through to the two-star Dou Emperor tier would require considerable time, for the energy needed was immense. Xiao Yan continued to absorb the energy ceaselessly, his once pristine black hair now shrouded in a layer of blood-like essence, resembling a blood-soaked figure. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, revealing a faint crimson glimmer in his dark irises, as if he sensed something. Closing his eyes once more, he turned his meridians, instantly escalating his absorption rate to a terrifying level. The surrounding demonic blood energy expanded, becoming denser and thicker as it surged through the spiritual talismans into his body. Time passed, and the demonic blood energy within this space gradually diminished. At a certain moment, a powerful energy erupted from Xiao Yan's dantian, sweeping through him with ferocity. In an instant, a force of thunder condensed above him, emanating from all directions, accompanied by a tumultuous rumble. The Imperial Tribulation. This was the Imperial Tribulation. Xiao Yan was on the brink of breaking through to the two-star Dou Emperor level. If he successfully navigated this tribulation, he would ascend to the rank of two-star Dou Emperor. Zhan Lao, who had been vigilantly guarding Xiao Yan, finally smiled in satisfaction. It is time for him to reach his potential. With excitement, Xiao Yan's eyes widened, and a vast power erupted from within him. For bolts of thunder exploded at his 4 cardinal points, revealing 4 colossal figures. The Thunder Demons birthed from the Imperial Tribulation. These were the Yellow Thunder Demon, the Profound Thunder Demon, the Earth Thunder Demon, and the Heaven Thunder Demon, named after the 4 characters representing the essence of the world. These demons embodied profound energies that few in this realm could comprehend. To successfully overcome the Imperial Tribulation and ascend to the 2-star Dou Emperor level, Xiao Yan must conquer these 4 distinct thunder demons. Rising to his feet, Xiao Yan heard crackling sounds resonate from within him. The Yellow Thunder Demon, embodying a fierce tempest, launched itself towards Xiao Yan with immense force. Unperturbed by this formidable foe, Xiao Yan took a measured step forward, extending his hand to grasp the approaching Thunder Demon. Forcefully repelling it, he advanced another significant stride, delivering a powerful blow that shattered the Yellow Thunder Demon into fragments. In that fleeting moment of destruction, a bolt of lightning descended upon Xiao Yan with unerring precision. Chapter 92. The Imperial Tribulation 7. With a resounding crack, the thick lightning struck Xiao Yan's body with relentless force, its speed far beyond his own capacity to evade, causing him to stifle a grunt of pain. He had underestimated it. Turning his gaze to the Xian Thunder Demon now looming beside him, he observed as its arm quivered, summoning yet another lightning strike. This time, Xiao Yan exhibited prudence, employing a momentary shift to evade before dashing directly before the Xian Thunder Demon. From what had been an empty hand, a radiant, multicolored giant ruler materialized. With a resounding thud, the Xian Thunder Demon was forcefully brought to the ground by Xiao Yan's strike. Above him, several bolts of lightning flickered ominously. The thunder roared like a mighty dragon, crackling down and then dispersing into numerous smaller bolts in midair. Xiao Yan hastily utilized his momentary shifts alongside the 3,000 lightning technique. Although he evaded most of the onslaught, a few strikes still found their mark. Leaving his garments in tatters, gazing at the defeated Xian Thunder Demon at his feet, Xiao Yan struck down with renewed vigor, obliterating it once more. In the blink of an eye, he had vanquished both the Yellow and Xian Thunder Demons, but time was of the essence. The safety of Long Yi was paramount. Turning his attention to the Earth Thunder Demon, he wielded the ancient Fire Ruler, which glimmered with a faint crimson light. Intense stage combat technique, Flame Burst Ruler Strike. He declared with crisp clarity, The ruler paused momentarily in the air before transforming into a formidable surge of energy that crashed down upon the Earth Thunder Demon. With a swift motion, he flipped the ruler and, without hesitation, directed another strike towards the Sky Thunder Demon. Such a rapid onslaught drew approving nods from the observing Zhan Lao. The Imperial Tribulation is divided into the first and second trials, and Xiao Yan was currently facing the first trial of the Imperial Tribulation, the Heavenly Yellow Thunder Demon Tribulation, for a peak 1-star Dou Emperor. Overcoming this trial is quite a formidable challenge. The subsequent second trial is even more daunting. The Sky Thunder Demon, incensed, steadied its swaying form and raised its palm towards the heavens, instantly dispersing countless bolts of lightning above Xiao Yan. The Sky Thunder Demon commanded the very essence of thunder in the arena, and should such lightning descend, it would surely leave Xiao Yan grievously injured. The Earth Thunder Demon, struck by Xiao Yan's intense stage combat technique, did not succumb as he had anticipated. While the power of the technique was indeed formidable among the 4 Thunder Demons, the Earth Thunder Demon boasted the most robust physique, rendering it resilient. Though the Earth Thunder Demon bore the brunt of Xiao Yan's flame burst ruler strike, losing an arm in the process, it remained standing, albeit not without significant discomfort, its eyes brimming with countless tiny bolts of lightning, reflecting its fury. As Xiao Yan disregarded everything around him, the hand seals in his grasp continued to shift rapidly. His gaze was fierce as he focused on the 2 looming thunderous phantoms before and behind him. With his left hand wielding the ancient fire measuring ruler and his right hand swirling a faint crimson energy that emanated a formidable aura, he exclaimed, "Flame profound explosion." In an instant, the crimson energy transformed into a slender beam of red light as Xiao Yan clenched his palm, trapping the glow within his grasp. In a fluid motion, he pivoted and swung his fist, the radiant red light crashing towards the Heavenly Thunder Demon that was summoning lightning. Meanwhile, the Earth Thunder Demon closed in from behind. With a fleeting glance, Xiao Yan released the ancient fire measuring ruler, sending it hurtling toward the Earth Thunder Demon. A series of resounding impacts echoed as Xiao Yan's fist struck the Heavenly Thunder Demon with tremendous force, while the ancient fire measuring ruler struck the Earth Thunder Demon's chest with an uncanny trajectory. In a flash, after landing his blow on the Heavenly Thunder Demon, Xiao Yan did not pause. Instead, he unleashed a flurry of rapid punches. His fists moved with terrifying speed, the crimson light blazing forth as each strike carved a blood-red arc through the air, leaving faint imprints upon the body of the Heavenly Thunder Demon. In the blink of an eye, the red imprints adorned the entire form of the Heavenly Thunder Demon. Suddenly, the sky above began to rumble ominously, and a colossal bolt of lightning descended, far more powerful than any before. Xiao Yan's pupils contracted to the size of pinholes. 3,000 thunder movements, he uttered softly, transforming into a streak of lightning as he appeared in a different position. The lightning seemed to possess a will of its own, locking onto Xiao Yan as it surged towards him without mercy, leaving him no time to defend. Suddenly, a small figure materialized before Xiao Yan. It was little E. With her tiny hand raised slightly, she conjured a fireball the size of a basin. The lightning struck the fireball with a thunderous roar. Yet the power of the fireball was no match for the might of the thunder. With a crackling sound, the lightning surged through the fireball and struck Xiao Yan. However, thanks to Little Yi's intervention, the force of the thunder was significantly diminished. Little E, being a fire spirit, remained unharmed, but Xiao Yan suffered greatly. His garments were torn asunder, and his body bore numerous lacerations. Explode. Xiao Yan's countenance darkened as he uttered the word softly. In an instant, the air around him seemed to freeze, and then, within the shadowy space that had formed after he absorbed the demonic blood energy, 2 brilliant beams of light erupted. The ancient fire measuring ruler, infused with the flame profound explosion, unleashed its devastating power upon the Heavenly Thunder Demon, leaving a mark of explosive energy. Under the relentless barrage from Xiao Yan, both the Heavenly and Earth Thunder Demons ultimately crumbled to ruin. Chapter 94, 2-star Dou Emperor, Part 1. After vanquishing the 4 Thunder Demons of the Celestial Calamity, Xiao Yan gazed upwards. He was uncertain whether this imperial tribulation consisted of 1 or 2 stages. However, he was perplexed. If the tribulation were to conclude, the thunderclouds should dissipate upon the collapse of the 4 Thunder Demons, yet no such indication was present. Above him, the thunderclouds continued to accumulate energy relentlessly. From a distance, Elder Zhan also looked up at the ever-expanding thunderclouds above Xiao Yan, where flickers of lightning danced, and energy surged as if heralding an impending storm. The thunderclouds swelled further. It is said that the greater the volume of the thunderclouds, the more formidable the lightning that would strike, suggesting that the achievements of the tribulation bearer may reach unprecedented heights. Yet, one must understand that as the thunderclouds expand, The power of the thunderbolts intensifies. Should the strength of the thunder exceed the tribulation bearer's capacity to endure, their fate would be uncertain, rendering any notion of achievement moot. Quickly, use the transformation pill, Elder Zhan suddenly exclaimed, as if struck by a realization. The thunderclouds above Xiao Yan continued to churn and gather energy, producing a deep, resonant roar. Xiao Yan had never experienced an imperial tribulation and was thus unaware of the gravity of the situation, but Elder Zhan was acutely aware. Given the current accumulation of energy, this second tribulation was of extraordinary magnitude. Even if Xiao Yan were formidable, he would surely be unable to withstand such a powerful heavenly thunder, potentially facing utter destruction. Only by relying on the transformation pill could he hope to survive this ordeal. Upon hearing Elder Zhan's urgent call, Xiao Yan felt a jolt of anxiety but hesitated not. He directed his spiritual force into his storage ring and swiftly retrieved the transformation pill gifted to him by the Ming Emperor. He had not anticipated that it would be needed so soon. A surge of azure light emanated from his hand as a resplendent jade vial appeared, releasing a rich fragrance that even Xiao Yan found somewhat intoxicating. Though Xiao Yan was a first-tier imperial alchemist, his current alchemical skills were slightly inferior to that level. Without the aid of the heavenly fire, he would not have been able to concoct an imperial-grade elixir. How do I use this transformation pill? Xiao Yan inquired of Elder Zhan. This was his first encounter with such a substance, and the Ming Emperor had not provided any instructions on its use. Simply toss it into the thunderclouds, Elder Zhan replied. Is it truly that simple? Xiao Yan asked, already preparing to extract the pill. Wait. Let us first observe how powerful the heavenly thunder can become, Elder Zhan cautioned, glancing at the thunderclouds that continued to swell. Xiao Yan, poised to utilize the pill, was halted by Elder Zhan's words. He paused and followed Elder Zhan's gaze towards the ominous clouds. The larger the thunderclouds grew, the more potent the energy, which surely posed a greater danger. Elder Zhan, wouldn't he allowing it to swell further be unwise? Xiao Yan furrowed his brows slightly as he gazed at the raging energy that continuously surged within the darkened clouds. A sense of concern washed over him. Earlier, while absorbing the demonic blood energy, he had sensed the imminent danger posed by Long Yi, with life and death hanging in the balance. Time was a luxury he could not afford. Feeling a surge of urgency, Xiao Yan reached for the transformation pill once more when suddenly, Elder Zhan appeared beside him, blocking his path. Do not rush. I understand your worry for Long Yi, but the thunder of your first tribulation can foretell your future potential. Pay close attention, Elder Zhan said solemnly. This was indeed a prime opportunity to gauge Xiao Yan's aptitude, and Elder Zhan was eager to witness the extraordinary prowess of the heir he had chosen. Upon hearing that the celestial thunder could reveal his potential, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he ceased his chatter, fixating intently on the ever-expanding storm clouds. As time passed, the thunderclouds continued to swell, nearly engulfing the entirety of the sky above, swirling in concentric circles. Elder Zhan regarded the colossal clouds with a satisfied smile as they grew ever larger. Boom, he exclaimed. Now consume the pill. Otherwise, I fear you might suddenly vanish, he chuckled. Xiao Yan shot a glance at Elder Zhan, acutely aware of the immense energy gathering in the heavens, poised to unleash its fury. From Elder Zhan's demeanor, Xiao Yan understood that the power of this thunder was formidable, far beyond what he could withstand. Chapter 96, 2-star Dou Emperor, 3. In haste, Xiao Yan poured the transformation pill from the jade vial. The pill's peculiar shape was marked by irregular dimples and protrusions, some even sharp enough to prick his fingers. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, questioning the appearance of the pill. However, the pressing circumstances left no room for contemplation. Long Yi's safety demanded immediate action. He needed to transcend the tribulation swiftly to rush to Long Yi's rescue. A deep, resonant sound reverberated as Xiao Yan delicately pinched the pill between his fingertips. He tilted his head towards the thunderclouds, observing the roaring thunder within, and flicked his fingers. With a whoosh, the transformation pill transformed into a beam of light, shooting into the storm above. Upon its entry, the thunderclouds abruptly contracted, producing a profound and distant rumble. The lightning within surged chaotically in all directions, intensifying as the clouds shrank, akin to a meteor shower slicing through the endless darkness of the night sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle in that space. Gradually, the thunderclouds began to dissipate, shrinking in size, and Xiao Yan knew this was undoubtedly due to the effect of the transformation pill. Suddenly, a torrent of violent energy erupted from within the clouds, hurtling down towards Xiao Yan. Unprepared for the onslaught, he was struck without warning. The color and shape of this thunderbolt are rather peculiar, distinct from other thunderbolts. Although it possesses formidable power, it still falls short of what Xiao Yan had initially envisioned. It is by no means unbearable. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yan, Had he not utilized the transformation calamity pill to disperse a portion of the energy that had accumulated within the thundercloud for an extended period? This singular thunderbolt could have obliterated him entirely. The thundercloud, before dissipating, was immensely powerful. It was not merely the calamity of a 2-star Dou Emperor, but rather akin to the might of a 3-star Dou Emperor's tribulation, far beyond what Xiao Yan could withstand. As the thunderbolt struck Xiao Yan, several more thunderbolts crashed down upon him. The ethereal flame ancient ruler transformed into beams of light that penetrated Xiao Yan's body, allowing him to gradually descend. At this moment, Long Yi, having consumed healing potions, showed noticeable improvement in his injuries. At least he was no longer in mortal danger and had reverted to his human form to recuperate. Long Yi had suffered grievously. Had Xiao Yan delayed his emergence by even a moment, Long Yi would likely have vanished from this realm altogether. In the 97th chapter, 2-star Dou Emperor, Part 4, Xiao Yan endured but a single onslaught, thanks to the transformation calamity pill, which mitigated one round of strikes. Nevertheless, even then, he was rendered unconscious. The true moment of Xiao Yan's ascension to a 2-star Dou Emperor had arrived. The thunderbolt that struck him circled around his body before being entirely converted into Dou Qi, enveloping him in a vast quantity. In the blink of an eye, this Dou Qi began to materialize from its initial transparency, gradually forming a cloud of Dou Qi, within which Xiao Yan, still dazed from the thunder, floated. As more thunderbolts rained down from the sky, the cloud of Dou Qi surrounding Xiao Yan continued to expand slowly. At the core of this immense cloud, a current began to swirl rapidly, placing Xiao Yan at its center. The colossal movement of Dou Qi manifested as a vortex spanning 100 feet, with energy swirling violently through the space. At that moment, an abundance of flames erupted from Xiao Yan's skin, surging upwards and slowly coalescing above his head. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that among these flames, a faint yellow flame was merging and growing at a visible pace, transforming from a mere wisp into a blossoming flame. Nearby, Elder Zhan stroked his beard with a slight smile, seemingly having anticipated this scenario. After using the transformation calamity pill, this energy is sufficient to knock you unconscious. Indeed, your fortune is remarkable. I fear that this enhancement of your power will surpass your expectations. However, it is regrettable that such strength will not last long, Elder Zhan mused, gazing at Xiao Yan, who was enveloped in the energy vortex with his eyes tightly shut. Although Elder Zhan held high hopes for Xiao Yan, the young man's remarkable performance in less than a year on this continent had compelled him to reevaluate his expectations, which now seemed to exceed even his own predictions. The rumbling sound echoed as a surge of fighting spirit flooded into Xiao Yan's body. The network of meridians within him operated at an accelerated pace, gradually expanding as it voraciously absorbed the energy. This process of absorption continued for an indeterminate duration. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's piercing eyes snapped open, and a torrent of vast fighting spirit erupted forth, creating an overwhelming aura that seemed to condense the surrounding air. Chapter 98, 2-star Dou Emperor, Part 5. In the adjacent space, numerous bodies lay lifeless. After several days of relentless combat, the conflict between the insect tribe and the demon-eyed serpent clan finally subsided. It was evident that the master of the demon domain graveyard had anticipated the discord between these two factions and had deliberately balanced their strengths, ensuring that neither side emerged victorious, resulting in a stalemate. At this moment, both parties ceased hostilities, bringing an end to the conflict initially instigated by Xiao Yan. The forces of both tribes converged, separated by a long trench that distinctly divided them. The insect tribe and the demon-eyed serpent clan encircled Long Yi, deliberating on how to deal with him. An outsider who had brazenly slain members of both races was something they could not tolerate. Among the two factions stood 3 figures. The foremost leaders, the Insect King and the bloodthirsty green blood insect, alongside the Serpent King, Mo Li of the demon-eyed serpent clan. These 3 figures hovered above Long Yi, gazing down at him, bloodied and scarred. Mo Li was the first to speak. Let us kill him. Indeed, such a beast that has caused us so much suffering deserves to die, agreed the Insect King, his face obscured by a black robe, yet emanating an aura comparable only to the 2 before him. At once, the tribes erupted into a chorus of roars, with some members growing impatient. Their resentment towards Long Yi palpable as they shifted restlessly, eager to charge at him. Following the lead of a few bold individuals, the entire insect tribe and demon serpent clan began to surge forward. Let us consume him, proclaimed the Insect King, his voice echoing lightly in the air. In an instant, the surrounding insect tribe and demon serpent clan members rushed forth. To them, Long Yi represented a valuable source of nourishment. Even if their strength did not increase, they would still gain significant enhancement. As the masses of the demon serpent clan and insect tribe closed in on him, Long Yi slowly shut his weary eyes, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. Bang! A tremendous noise erupted as a dark figure suddenly appeared before Long Yi, wielding a ruler nearly his own height, none other than Xiao Yan, who had hastily emerged from the adjacent space. Chapter 99, Two-Star Dou Emperor, Part 6. This human is still alive, exclaimed the Insect King, draped in black robes, his voice low and incredulous. Green blood insect. Did you not claim that you had slain him? How is it that he appears here now? The green blood insect had previously assured the Insect King that he was entirely confident in having eliminated Xiao Yan. But now he faced the unacceptable reality of the human's reappearance before them. The green-blooded insect suddenly faltered, clearly struggling to accept the undeniable fact that Xiao Yan was still alive. The appearance of this figure astounded not only the green-blooded insect, but also the members of the Demon Eye Serpent clan and many from the insect tribe who had previously encountered Xiao Yan. How could this human, who was barely at the late stage of a one-star Dou Emperor, still be alive after enduring the full-force assault of a two-star Dou Emperor? Amidst the countless gazes imbued with varying emotions, Xiao Yan lowered his head, observing the dragon Yi, now in its true form. Covered in wounds and on the brink of death, a deep crimson surged in his eyes, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent ignited like a raging inferno. Dragon Yi opened its golden eyes, and, upon seeing Xiao Yan standing beside it, was instantly filled with joy, struggling to rise. This joy was not due to Xiao Yan's arrival to save it, but rather the sheer relief that Xiao Yan was still alive. At that moment, Dragon Yi was gravely injured and could not stand. Without uttering a single word, Xiao Yan flicked his fingers, sending several healing pills shooting into Dragon Yi's mouth in brilliant beams of light. He then slowly turned around, lifting the ancient fire scale with his left hand, and began to ascend into the air. No matter what you wretched serpents or filthy insects may be, today, I, Xiao Yan, shall grant you a collective burial. With a sudden uplift of his head, Xiao Yan coldly spat out these brief, yet chilling words. A mere human brat dares to utter such grandiose claims. Does he not fear ending up as mere scraps? The leader of the Demon Eye Serpent clan, Mo Li, laughed heartily. In his eyes, Xiao Yan was nothing more than an inconspicuous weakling among humans. However, in the next moment, his perspective would shift dramatically. Xiao Yan took a slight step forward, unleashing a torrent of Dou Qi that radiated an overwhelming murderous intent, enveloping the surroundings. The three figures instantly felt their pupils constrict. They could not accurately gauge the strength of their opponent. Clearly, the opponent's power was superior, as one could only struggle to sense the strength of someone much stronger than themselves. Upon finishing his words, the Insect King, whose skin was a deep shade of green, wore a solemn expression. He raised his massive hand and struck heavily at the green-blooded insect, which was ensnared by Xiao Yan's soul power. The formidable Dou Qi swiftly transformed into an enormous Dou Qi blood insect, hoping to shatter Xiao Yan's soul power. Overestimating oneself, Xiao Yan snorted coldly, dismissing the Insect King's attack as inconsequential. At that moment, the three two-star Dou Emperors appeared to pose no threat to him. With a wave of his hand, a surge of soul power erupted from his palm, directly countering the Insect King's offensive, leading to a collision of two terrifying forces. Boom! A muffled sound resonated as Xiao Yan's soul attack effortlessly shattered the Insect King's offensive, requiring no effort whatsoever. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Mo Li of the Demon Eye Serpent clan realized that this human was gaining the upper hand by merely relying on his soul power against the two-star, Dou Emperor-level green-blooded insect and Insect King. They had become so strong that they were beyond their capacity to contend with. Observing the current situation, it became clear that only by joining forces could they hope to confront this human, as it pertained to the survival of their two races. Leaving no room for hesitation on Mo Li's part, with a swift motion, Mo Li leaned forward, taking a step closer, his hands waving through the air, resembling a venomous serpent with its gaping maw. Xiao Yan, however, paid him no heed, scarcely casting a glance in his direction. With a flick of his wrist, a crimson light surged forth, hurtling towards the advancing Mo Li. Before Mo Li stood a blood-colored silhouette, for prominent chains trailing beneath it. This was the Shamo puppet. Upon its emergence, the Shamo puppet unleashed a fierce assault, its crimson hands striking with all their might against the oncoming Mo Li, resulting in a thunderous clash. Mo Li's body stiffened, a tumultuous wave roiling within him, and he could not suppress the spurt of fresh blood that erupted from his lips as he staggered backward. The might of the Shamo puppet was overwhelming, compounded by Mo Li's failure to anticipate Xiao Yan having an ally, let alone one whose strength surpassed his own. At that moment, Xiao Yan's mid-level two-star Dou Emperor strength erupted in full force. The green-blooded insects, enveloped by Xiao Yan's intangible spiritual power, began to contract rapidly, their features contorting grotesquely. Xiao Yan slowly raised his hand, and with a sudden, forceful grasp, a harrowing scream reverberated throughout the space as the green-blooded insect was obliterated into a mist of blood. Witnessing this spectacle, both the insect and the demon snakekin were rendered dumbfounded, their previously reckless charge halted. Indeed, Xiao Yan's strike had instilled an overwhelming sense of dread within them. With a stoic expression, Xiao Yan's left hand wielded the ancient fire measuring ruler, which emitted a resplendent glow, its hue predominantly a pale yellow, exuding an ancient aura as if infused with otherworldly flames. He took a slight step forward, his entire being leaning into the motion, and in the blink of an eye, a shadow materialized before the insect king, a searing force igniting the surrounding air as he brought it down with ferocity. The flame burst slash. Xiao Yan's current prowess left them utterly bereft of any means to retaliate, his speed too swift to evade. A piercing scream echoed once more as the insect king's form was effortlessly cleaved in two by the ancient fire measuring ruler. Xiao Yan raised his hand slightly, a pale yellow flame leaping forth, merging with a considerable amount of chaotic sacred flame, reducing the insect king's severed body to ashes. Surveying his surroundings, Xiao Yan noted the demise of their leader, sensing their loss of will to fight. He had no desire to slay them further. "Begone," he uttered softly. Instantly, the serpents and insects scattered in a desperate bid for escape. The ancient fire-measuring ruler transformed into beams of light that penetrated Xiao Yan's being as he descended gently to the ground. At this moment, Long Yi, having consumed healing potions, showed marked improvement in his condition, at least free from the brink of death, now assuming human form as he recuperated. Long Yi had suffered grievously. Had Xiao Yan delayed even a moment longer, he might have truly vanished from this realm. After scanning the area with his spiritual power, Xiao Yan gradually settled into a meditative posture, not to cultivate, but to first quell the tempest of emotions within him. As the murderous aura surrounding him gradually dissipated, Xiao Yan regained his composure and stood up, directing his gaze toward the depths of the demon domain graveyard. Just as he was about to take a step forward, a flash of blue light appeared beside him, and Zhan Lao materialized at his side. "Hold on. Wait. The world within is beyond my comprehension and likely quite formidable. With your mere 2-star Dou Emperor status, you stand no chance against it. Furthermore, your cultivation has only just begun. The true purpose of your journey lies in the refinement of your blood essence." Zhan Lao interjected solemnly, emphasizing the phrase refinement of blood essence. Xiao Yan paused, feeling particularly unfamiliar with the term refinement of blood essence, and inquired with curiosity, "What is this refinement of blood essence?" "Let us proceed to the tower first," Zhan Lao replied, and upon finishing his sentence, his form transformed into a blue light that darted into the Zichin virtual spirit tower. Xiao Yan, filled with confusion and intrigue, waved his hand, causing the Zichin virtual spirit tower to manifest as a stream of light, gently floating before him. With a swift motion, he brought Long Yi along and entered the tower. Chapter 101, Refinement of Blood Essence, Part 1. 3 figures appeared within the Zichin virtual spirit tower. Xiao Yan first ensured Long Yi was comfortably settled, recognizing that Long Yi had sustained severe injuries and would require considerable time to recover. After securing Long Yi, he turned to Zhan Lao, who wore a peculiar smile and beckoned for him to follow as he walked toward the center of the Qi refinement layer. Xiao Yan closely trailed behind. With a wave of his hand, Zhan Lao caused the entire Qi refinement layer to warp, and a massive blood pool materialized in the center of the layer. "What is this?" Xiao Yan exclaimed, astonished by the sudden appearance of the enormous blood pool, his expression one of disbelief. Within the blood pool, the crimson liquid churned violently, producing bubbles that burst forth, splattering dark red droplets like blooming blood flowers. Zhan Lao chuckled softly and elucidated, "This is a blood pool infused with the bloodline of the demon race. If you wish to advance the 8 extremes heavenly decision and cultivate it to completion, you must possess the bloodline of the demon race within you. This is what I mean by the refinement of blood essence." "Refinement of blood essence? Will this allow me to acquire the bloodline of the demon race?" Xiao Yan questioned, perplexed, as Zhan Lao nodded affirmatively. "Why must one possess the bloodline of the demon race to advance the 8 extremes heavenly decision?" Xiao Yan inquired further, his initial belief that advancing the 8 extremes heavenly decision was already exceedingly difficult, now seeming to pale in comparison to the true challenges ahead. As Xiao Yan's eyes gently closed, a torrent of information flooded his mind. In ancient times, when the heavens and earth were first formed, this world was home to countless planes. During the primordial era, 3 great races emerged: the human race, the demon race, and the monster race. Each of these races possessed distinct characteristics, unique cultivation methods, and their own unparalleled powers. The human race, as one might expect, was the most widespread, with representatives found in nearly every plane. Their cultivation method revolves around the mastery of Dou Qi, drawing upon the source energy of the world to enhance their strength. Employing Dou Qi to unleash their techniques, a relatively stable yet slow method of advancement. Humans can absorb heavenly fire from the three oddities, significantly boosting their offensive capabilities and alchemical skills. Chapter 102, Refining Blood Essence, Part 2, The Demon Clan, an ancient lineage imbued with mystique and uniqueness, is not lacking in martial prowess, nor in the cultivation of fighting energy. Rather, their physical constitution necessitates that they absorb fighting energy to hone their formidable strength through a practice known as body cultivation. Consequently, their might is truly awe-inspiring. Engaging in combat with their robust physiques, they possess formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, rendering even the fiercest magical beasts of equal rank inferior in strength. The Demon Clan can absorb the spiritual seals among the three rare treasures, significantly augmenting their physical prowess. Conversely, the Demon race is an exceedingly rare and enigmatic lineage. There exists no fundamental disparity between the Demon race and the human race. Both require the cultivation of fighting energy. However, the divergence in their bloodlines results in distinct methods of cultivation. The Demon race does not solely rely on absorbing the energies of heaven and earth to enhance their power. They can also directly assimilate the energies of demonic cores, although they cannot fully absorb these cores. The portion they do assimilate allows for a significantly accelerated enhancement of their strength compared to both humans and demons. This unique method of cultivation renders the Demon race exceptionally formidable. Such bloodthirsty beings are scarce across dimensions, yet their numbers are not inferior to those of the human and demon clans in terms of strength. The Demon race can absorb the spectral essences within the three rare treasures, greatly enhancing their spiritual power, although the degree of absorption is contingent upon the strength of the absorber's soul and the rank of the spectral essence. Among these three races, while the Demon race is confined to a few dimensions, both the human and demon races flourish across countless realms, continuously perpetuating their vibrant bloodlines. Due to the distinct characteristics of each race, they can only absorb a specific type of the three rare treasures, rendering the treasures on the Dou Emperor continent seemingly designed exclusively for these three powerful races. Chapter 103, Refining Blood Essence, Part 3. In the distant ancient times of the Dou Emperor continent, a cataclysmic battle erupted. A conflict so profound that it shook the heavens and stirred the souls of the departed. Nearly all Dou Emperor-level warriors were embroiled in this upheaval. Later dubbed the Ancient Catastrophe, the land was engulfed in flames of war, and cries of despair echoed for years. The cause of such devastation stemmed from the unique and rapid cultivation methods of the Demon race. At the dawn of the Dou Emperor continent, the balance of power among the human, demon, and demon clans was nearly equitable. However, the disparities in their cultivation techniques gradually became apparent, leading to an ever-widening gap in power. Due to their distinctive and swift cultivation approach, the Demon race's enhancement of strength far surpassed that of the other two races. Consequently, the Demon race's influence expanded, leveraging their overwhelming strength to forcibly seize resources across the Dou Emperor continent, which resulted in a severe imbalance of power with the human and demon clans. Thus, the stage was set for an explosive conflict. The fierce battle plunged the continent of Dou Di into chaos, transforming it into a veritable land of slaughter, with corpses strewn across the ground and rivers of blood flowing, leaving the living in dire straits. Just as despair began to envelop the hearts of nearly all, a name resonated throughout the land: Ghost Emperor Xian. The legendary Dou Xian powerhouse and the very creator of the Dou Di Continent emerged. This Dou Xian figure towered above all, casting a disdainful gaze over every living being upon the continent. The arrival of the Dou Xian ultimately quelled a war that had raged for nearly a century. The Dou Xian imposed restrictions on the ascension of the demon race to Dou Di, unlike the human and beast races, which could ascend upon reaching Dou Di in other realms. Consequently, the population of the demon race on the Dou Di continent diminished significantly, leading to a balance of power among the three factions, establishing a tripartite equilibrium. Naturally, the presence of the Dou Xian was indelibly etched into the minds of all beings on the Dou Di continent. Thus, if one aspires to cultivate the eight extremes heavenly decision to its pinnacle, or even to transcend to Dou Di, the refinement of blood essence is an indispensable trial. Old Zhan cast a glance at Xiao Yan, who had now opened his eyes, astonishment evident within them. However, it is essential to understand that refining blood essence is no simple feat. Without the strength of a 2-star Dou Di, one cannot endure the process. This explains why you must first absorb demonic blood energy to elevate yourself to a 2-star Dou Di. The agony experienced during refinement is beyond what an ordinary person can bear. Only a superhuman will and unwavering conviction can withstand it. Furthermore, should one falter, they will vanish from this realm. Old Zhan's tone grew somber as he spoke. The process of refining blood essence involves extracting the bloodline of a human and infusing it with that of a demon, leading to a fusion of the two bloodlines. Throughout this ordeal, the individual will suffer immensely, yet upon successful completion, they will possess both human and demon bloodlines, along with the abilities inherent to each. Xiao Yan listened, his brow furrowed. The risks associated with refining blood essence were indeed daunting. Not only is the process excruciatingly painful, but failure leads to immediate demise. A notion that is hard to accept, although he could not fathom the intensity of the pain. The promise of immense benefits made it evident that such suffering would be formidable. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, prompting Old Zhan's intense gaze to soften. Old Zhan had anticipated Xiao Yan's consent, yet until he received it, he remained tense, finally exhaling a sigh of relief once Xiao Yan affirmed his decision. Have you made up your mind? You must understand that once you commit, there can be no turning back. Are you certain? Old Zhan inquired again. I have made my decision. Only through strength can one attain everything, Xiao Yan replied resolutely. A flicker of relief and approval crossed Old Zhan's aged face as he nodded. Then let us begin. I will initially suppress my power, but it will intensify as we proceed. You must hold on. With a slight nod, Xiao Yan shed his garments without a hint of hesitation and stepped into the blood pool, which was bubbling ominously. As Xiao Yan stepped into the crimson pool, the sanguine waters splashed against his body, producing a series of searing sounds, and an intense burning pain surged through him, causing beads of cold sweat to form upon his forehead. Soon, the entire pool began to revolve around Xiao Yan, forming a scarlet vortex that ensnared him, rendering him immobile as it spun like a top. Within Xiao Yan, strands of essence blood were drawn out in tandem with his rotation, and his strength began to wane gradually. Astonishingly, his mid-stage 2-star Dou Emperor prowess diminished to the high level of an initial 2-star Dou Emperor within mere minutes. Against the backdrop of the blood-red waters, Xiao Yan's complexion appeared as pale as snow, veins bulging on his forehead as sweat droplets cascaded down. With a sudden cough, Xiao Yan expelled a mouthful of essence blood, which merged into the pool, invigorating its energy significantly. Chapter 105, Refining Essence Blood, Part 5. Xiao Yan bit down hard on his lip, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, only to be devoured repeatedly by the blood-soaked waters. The pool began to emit a faint red glow, likely due to the infusion of Xiao Yan's human blood essence. Kid, you must hold on, murmured Elder Zhan. Concern etched upon his face as he stood by the pool. Agonizing pain engulfed Xiao Yan's entire being, making him feel as though he was being scorched within a furnace. It was as if ants were gnawing at his bones. He struggled to move his hands to alleviate the torment, but found himself utterly immobilized. This kind of suffering could not be comprehended without personal experience, and the unbearable agony intensified as his strength continued to ebb away. Elder Zhan gradually moderated the flow of the blood waters, ensuring that the pace of the currents increased slowly, preventing Xiao Yan from collapsing under the pressure. Xiao Yan spiraled within the scarlet vortex, his body surrounded by wisps of energy beams that danced around him. His eyes were tightly shut, and his brows twitched incessantly, revealing the depth of his torment. Within the center of his brow, the clan's markings began to emerge, radiating an eerie glow. As time passed, the flow of the pool's blood reached its zenith, the vortex spinning faster and faster until it became nearly indistinguishable, transforming into a swirling column of crimson mist. Amidst this sanguine veil, several strands of golden light flickered and swiftly penetrated Xiao Yan's body. With a sudden jolt, Xiao Yan's body trembled violently, a heart-wrenching cry of agony escaping his lips. The true process of refinement had commenced. Elder Zhan's expression turned even more grave. Such excruciating suffering was likely beyond the endurance of most on the Dou Emperor continent, and whether Xiao Yan could withstand it hinged entirely on his willpower. Beside him, Elder Zhan began to feel a sense of trepidation. Although he had not known Xiao Yan for long, he had developed a considerable fondness for the young man. You must persevere, kid. As time gradually passed, Xiao Yan's consciousness became muddled, tormented by an almost unbearable agony. His strength had dwindled to the mid-stage of a 1-star Dou Emperor, and the surrounding crimson energy grew increasingly dense, with blood continuously corroding and transforming Xiao Yan's meridians. At this moment, subtle changes occurred in both his physique and meridians, as a faint aura of bloodlust began to emanate from his entire body. The time was nearly at hand. Elder Zhan observed Xiao Yan, who was involuntarily swirling within the blood-red vortex, his brow furrowed in deep concern as he muttered to himself. Just as he finished his thoughts, the rotation of the vortex began to slow, and the flow of blood gradually ceased. A beam of light surged forth from the blood. spiraling around Xiao Yan's head before slowly permeating through the clan's symbol located between his eyebrows. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Yan's anguished cries abruptly ceased, gradually fading away. His eyelids wearily fluttered open, revealing a peculiar energy wave radiating outward. The fusion was a success. In Chapter 106, The Refinement of Blood Essence, Part 6. Elder Zhan looked on in astonishment as Xiao Yan opened his eyes wide. Joy filled his countenance. Xiao Yan had finally persevered, and the refinement had indeed succeeded. This lad's fate was truly extraordinary. Above Xiao Yan's head, amidst the bizarre patterns at the apex of the qi refining layer, a soft glow emitted, yet Xiao Yan remained oblivious to it. This lad is remarkable. He has truly succeeded in the refinement. Elder Zhan expressed his delight. Indeed, refining blood essence was an exceptionally cruel process. While others might not grasp its severity, Elder Zhan was acutely aware that it was beyond the endurance of ordinary individuals. He couldn't help but admire Xiao Yan's tenacity. Xiao Yan chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Hee, just lucky, I suppose. Had I persisted any longer, I might have truly reached my limit. Success is what matters. The objective of this venture has been achieved. So, do you need to rest for a while? Elder Zhan inquired with concern. No need. I feel absolutely fine now. Although the refinement process was excruciating, recovery is remarkably swift post-success. Then let us exit the tower to absorb the demonic blood energy and restore your strength. I sense the graveyard's interior is impenetrable. Entering without sufficient power would be unwise. Elder Zhan, could we also allow Long Yi to refine his blood essence? While the process is perilous, possessing demonic lineage offers tremendous benefits for rapid strength enhancement. If Long Yi could also refine his blood essence, it would greatly assist me. Elder Zhan shook his head. Do you think anyone can simply immerse themselves in this pool and refine their blood essence? Young man, only you are capable. Others need not even dream of it. Xiao Yan was instantly perplexed. Why can only I do it? Let us not dwell on that. You will understand in due time. With that, Elder Zhan's figure vanished. Though Xiao Yan was curious, without Elder Zhan's explanation, he had no means to pursue the matter. He moved to exit the tower, and the blood pool within gradually faded from view, concealed within the qi refining layer. Now, how can I absorb it without the spiritual talismans? Upon exiting the tower, Xiao Yan realized a significant problem. The demonic talisman had vanished after his last use, and without it, he was utterly incapable of absorbing the demonic blood energy. He chuckled, stating that such an item was no longer necessary. Look at you. Even with the strength of a mere initial stage star Dou Emperor, the malevolent blood energy has not harmed you in the slightest, Elder Zhan remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan abruptly realized that the overwhelming malevolent blood energy posed no threat to him at all. Could it be due to the bloodline of the demon race? Xiao Yan inquired in astonishment. Elder Zhan nodded in affirmation, confirming that indeed, the malevolent blood energy was a product of the deceased demon race and would naturally not harm those of the same lineage, thereby allowing direct absorption. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Xiao Yan drew a stream of malevolent blood energy into his palm, confirming that it no longer inflicted any harm upon him. He ceased his chatter and promptly settled into a cross-legged position, focusing his mind as the surrounding malevolent blood energy surged toward him from all directions at an astonishing pace. Exercising great caution, Xiao Yan feared any unforeseen circumstances. As the energy entered his body, he first refined it with the chaotic sacred flame before absorption, ensuring the energy would be distilled into a more potent and pure form. The malevolent blood energy continued to flood toward him, and within minutes, Xiao Yan found himself encased in a sphere formed entirely of this energy. The ferocious energy rushed into his body, and in an instant, his aura began to swell dramatically, signifying an exceptionally rapid pace of cultivation. Meanwhile, outside the Demon Abyss Cemetery, a tremendous upheaval was unfolding. It had been half a month, and the young man from the Xiao clan had yet to emerge. Indeed, he may have stumbled upon some treasure within these ruins, one voice speculated. Humph. He is likely long dead by now. The entire space surrounding the cemetery had become a gathering place for countless powerful beings, their numbers beyond estimation. Clearly, the 5 major forces had failed to breach Elder Zhan's protective barrier and were compelled to abandon their efforts. Despite this, many continued to attempt to unlock the barrier daily, yet none succeeded. In a secluded corner, 5 figures cloaked in black robes gathered. Although their garments obscured their faces, they could not conceal the formidable aura they exuded. These individuals drew the attention of the major powers from the imperial state. Without exception, the 5 black-robed figures approached the stone door in the sky. Upon reaching the barrier, they halted in unison, forming a straight line before unleashing a tremendous force, their fierce fighting spirit crashing against the barrier. The barrier exhibited no sign of disturbance. The impact of their assault dissipated like a droplet in the ocean, leaving not a ripple behind. The 5 black-robed figures retreated in unison, refraining from further attempts, seemingly aware that their strength was insufficient to breach the barrier. As the presence and momentum of the 5 figures clad in black robes began to permeate the surroundings, their formidable strength elicited a profound reaction among the crowd. Almost all could discern that these black-robed individuals were far from ordinary. They were certainly not from the imperial capital, as such powerful beings did not reside there. The 5 major factions turned their attention towards these enigmatic figures, naturally sensitive to the presence of formidable individuals from beyond the imperial capital. The Illusion Demon clan was undoubtedly the most cautious among them. Their attire was exceedingly peculiar, each robe adorned with a serpentine pattern, exuding an air of mystery and subtlety. The members of the Illusion Demon clan meticulously observed the actions of the black-robed figures, yet the overwhelming aura emanating from them rendered the clan hesitant to act impulsively. Meanwhile, the members of the demon sect stood silently behind the black-robed figures, seemingly intimidated. Though few noticed this underlying fear, "It appears we cannot breach it," remarked one black-robed figure in a tone of resignation. "This energy barrier is not only formidable, but also exceedingly strange. What kind of powerful being could have set up such a barrier?" Another black-robed individual responded. "With such a strong presence guarding the stone door, one can only surmise that there must be invaluable treasures within this relic. Is the only person who entered from the Xiao clan named Xiao Yan?" After a brief moment, a composed and authoritative voice resonated among the black-robed figures. The speaker cast a glance at the stone door before shifting his gaze towards Xiao Yan, who stood among the demon sect. "You are the one who fought that young man?" inquired the black-robed middle-aged man. Xiao Yan nodded eagerly. "We clashed. That young man possesses merely mid-level strength as a 1-star Dou Emperor. By now, he is most likely deceased," Xiao Yan replied, a hint of regret in his tone. The black-robed man shot Xiao Yan a disapproving glance before whispering to his companions, "Do you think what we seek is truly here?" The others remained silent. The black-robed man surveyed the remaining 4 and continued, "It seems we must first locate the Xiao clan. Regardless of whether what we seek resides within, we must ensure that young man is in our grasp. If he emerges, have them hand him over to us directly." The other black-robed figures nodded in agreement. Without further ado, the 5 black-robed individuals directed the members of the demon sect to lead the way towards the Xiao clan. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the territory occupied by the Xiao clan. One of the black-robed figures raised his voice and shouted, "The head of the Xiao clan, come forth to speak." Amidst the clamor of the crowd, the shout may not have seemed particularly loud, but it was sufficient to draw the attention of Xiao Li and his companions. A figure gradually emerged, clad in a refreshing blue robe that exuded an ethereal and transcendent aura. "I am Xiao Li. May I inquire about the business that brings such powerful beings to my clan?" Xiao Li approached with a composed demeanor, clasping his fists in greeting. "You need not concern yourself with our identities. It is said that only one of your clan has ventured into this relic. We hope that when this individual exits, you will hand him over to us. We assure you that we will not harm your clan in the slightest. However, should you refuse, I trust you understand the consequences." One of the 5 figures clad in black spoke coldly, lifting his head slightly, a glint of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. "Forgive my rudeness. Regarding the matter of our clansmen, we kindly request time to deliberate. We shall provide a response in 3 days." Xiao Li glared at Xiao Qi and hurriedly replied. The black-clad individuals exchanged glances before soaring into the distance. "Grandfather." Xiao Qi stomped her foot, clearly unaware of the terrifying strength possessed by the 5 figures. However, Xiao Li understood all too well. When the 5 black-clad figures attempted to breach the barrier earlier, the aura and pressure they emanated were such that even he, a late-stage 3-star Dou Emperor, could not sense their true power. This indicated their formidable prowess. Even he had no means of resistance. A single ill-chosen word could spell disaster for the Xiao clan. Hence Xiao Li opted for a polite facade. Chapter 110, Refining the Blood Essence, 9. Xiao Li waved his hand, shaking his head helplessly, and then walked toward the crowd of the Xiao clan. During this expedition to the Tianma mountain range, only Xiao Li and Xiao Long had led the Xiao clan on the first day. It was only after a day that the elders of the clan arrived to gather at the mountain range. At this moment, all the elders of the Xiao clan had congregated, and Xiao Li recounted the events. Xiao Long was the first to express vehement opposition, naturally hot-tempered and fierce. Upon hearing that the mysterious black-clad figures demanded the surrender of Xiao Yan, he immediately refused. If they were to hand over Xiao Yan just like that, what would become of the Xiao clan's dignity in the imperial continent? Moreover, if Xiao Yan were to acquire some treasure in the demonic realm graveyard, coupled with his extraordinary talent, surrendering him would result in significant losses for the Xiao clan. The hope for the clan's resurgence on the Dou Emperor continent, ignited by Xiao Yan's gifted abilities, would be extinguished in an instant. Xiaolong's perspective resonated with many of the elders. I hold a differing opinion, Elder 4, Xiao Wutian interjected. Surely, everyone witnessed the earlier attempt by the 5 black-clad figures to breach the barrier. Was anyone able to discern their strength? Second Elder, you are the strongest among us. Could you gauge the power of these black-clad individuals? Xiao Wutian inquired of Xiao Li. If even the second elder cannot perceive their strength, I surmise their power must at least be at the 4-star Dou Emperor level, and I sense one among them is even stronger than the others. Consider this. If we refuse to surrender Xiao Yan, can we contend with these 5 black-clad figures? Xiao Wutian posed the question to the gathered elders. Xiao Wutian, do not engage in alarmist rhetoric. We all saw that it was members of the E-Demon sect leading those 5 black-clad figures. Your prized disciple, Xiao Yong, is now part of the E-Demon sect. We might as well confront them head-on. We cannot hand over our own, Xiao Long retorted to Xiao Wutian, evidently still harboring resentment over Xiao Yong's role in forcing Xiao Yan into the ancient ruins. A cold smile played on Xiao Wutian's lips as he leisurely replied, confront them? With what resources? Do you believe our entire clan can contend with 5 4-star or even stronger Dou Emperors? Are we willing to risk our entire lineage for one Xiao Yan? Ultimately, what matters more, our entire family or a single Xiao Yan? Furthermore, Xiao Yan is yet to be officially recognized as a member of our clan. Upon concluding his thoughts, a sense of covert satisfaction enveloped him. Xiao Yan, oh Xiao Yan, it appears you shall not survive until the clan competition. He was acutely aware that, in comparison to the survival of the clan, Xiao Yan was of little consequence. No one would dare to jeopardize the clan's existence for the sake of Xiao Yan. This time, Xiao Yan, your demise is inevitable. The prior schemes against Xiao Yan were orchestrated for the benefit of Xiao Yong. Although Xiao Yong had been expelled from the clan due to his own recklessness and had joined the demon sect, Xiao Wutian's resentment toward Xiao Yan had only intensified, fueling his desire for swift retribution. The elders of the Xiao clan fell into a deep silence upon hearing this. And even Xiao Long could not muster a rebuttal to Xiao Wutian's assertions. It was clear to all that, with the fate of the entire Xiao clan at stake, sacrificing Xiao Yan was the only recourse. Chapter 111, Refining Blood Essence, Part 10. I firmly believe we must surrender Xiao Yan to preserve our clan. This is the only course of action we can take. What do you all think? After a prolonged silence from the elders, Xiao Wutian spoke again, a hint of triumph in his demeanor. The elders turned their gazes toward Xiao Li, who remained non-committal. At that moment, Xiao Li was meticulously contemplating how to address this critical issue. As the steward of the Xiao clan, he understood the gravity of the situation. It was a matter that could dictate the clan's present and future, a true watershed moment for the Xiao clan. Should they hand over Xiao Yan, as Xiao Long suggested, the clan's influence in the imperial capital would undoubtedly suffer significantly. Most importantly, they would lose Xiao Yan, whom Xiao Li believed could lead the clan towards a glorious resurgence. Yet, if they refused to comply, how could they overcome the imminent threat? The formidable strength of the 5 cloaked figures, coupled with the power they represented, could very well spell the end for the Xiao clan. Wait. It seemed he had overlooked something. Xiao Li reminded himself. A thought flashed through his mind, and suddenly clarity dawned upon him. Of course. How had he not considered this aspect? His expression immediately relaxed. Xiao Li gestured for Xiao Long to come closer and stepped aside. Xiao Long, preoccupied with concerns about Xiao Yan, was momentarily dazed, but upon seeing Xiao Li wave him over, a glimmer of hope ignited within him, prompting him to follow. The elders exchanged glances, seemingly understanding that Xiao Li intended to counsel Xiao Long privately before making a decision. Once aside, Xiao Li quietly inquired, I have heard that the Emperor gifted Xiao Yan a geographical compass. Is that correct? Xiao Long's eyes sparkled with sudden realization. Indeed. How could I have overlooked that? Xiao Yan possesses a geographical compass. Are you certain? Xiao Li pressed for confirmation. Absolutely. Xiao Long nodded emphatically. Let us proceed this way. Xiao Li whispered into Xiao Long's ear, outlining a plan. Xiao Long listened intently, nodding in agreement at intervals. The other elders observed the exchange between Xiao Li and Xiao Long with confusion, questioning the necessity of such a hushed conversation. Xiao Wutian's brow began to furrow. He sensed an ominous change, though he could not articulate the source of his unease. Chapter 112, Refining Blood Essence, Part 11. The elders fell into contemplation, recognizing that they had not previously considered these matters. Truly, Xiao Li, as the steward of the clan, demonstrated remarkable acumen, aligning his analysis closely with the reality at hand. In truth, Xiao Li had no necessity to utter such words. His intent was merely to remind the elders that this matter transcended the simple act of surrendering an individual. Xiao Wutian vaguely discerned Xiao Li's ulterior motive, yet he remained reluctant and, with a hint of irritation, retorted, the analysis presented by the second elder is indeed sound. But can we truly stake the survival of our entire clan on the potential assistance of a formidable entity whose existence is uncertain? Do not be hasty. I never claimed we would not hand over Xiao Yan. After all, there are still 3 days remaining. It is entirely possible that Xiao Yan has already met his demise within the ancient ruins. Moreover, did you not also state that Xiao Yan cannot yet be deemed a true member of our Xiao clan? Let us observe the developments and make our decision in 3 days. Xiao Li cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Wutian and replied, additionally, I must first activate the family's defensive array in case of unforeseen circumstances. Wutian, you shall preside over matters here, regardless of the outcome. You will have the authority to make decisions. Xiao Long and Xier, accompany me. Xiao Li continued, adopting a tone reminiscent of a patriarch. It would not suffice for Xiao Li to activate the family's defensive array alone. After issuing his orders, he instructed Xiao Long, take Xier ahead. I shall inform the Ming Emperor. With a swift turn, he soared towards the location of Tianming Valley. Chapter 113, Ghost Spirit, Part 1. Amidst this blood-red expanse, the atmosphere began to coalesce with ominous thunderclouds. Beneath these clouds, a figure lay nearly obscured by the sanguine aura, yet even through this veil, one could perceive the overwhelming presence emanating from it. Xiao Yan had absorbed the demonic blood essence for several days, his strength surging as a result, while the within him underwent significant transformation. The vibrant flames danced within him, and as countless types of fire coursed through his, a faint yellow flame emerged from the. This cycle repeated, and the once palm-sized gradually expanded to the size of a basin. The surrounding diminished in number, eventually merging into the. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan sensed that the fusion was not yet complete, as if a crucial element remained elusive. What could this missing aspect be? He recalled the. Setting aside these thoughts, Xiao Yan resumed his absorption of the demonic blood essence. Days passed in this manner, and his strength once again ascended to the peak of a 1-star. Heralding the arrival of the thunderclouds overhead began to swirl ominously. This marked Xiao Yan's second encounter with the 2-star. And it was evident that this trial was not as formidable as the previous one, even that did not make an appearance. As the thunderclouds intertwined in the sky, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, and with a flick of his sleeve, they erupted into brilliance, incinerating the surrounding sanguine aura with a sizzling sound. It is time to test the destructive fire lotus formed from the. Xiao Yan remarked with a faint smile, once again channeling into the, which immediately expanded like a balloon, swiftly coalescing into a colossal fire lotus. Go. Chapter 114, The Spirit of the Ghost, Part 2. Xiao Yan gently exhaled a single word, and the fire lotus, infused with the chaotic sacred flame, surged rapidly into the thunderclouds above, exploding amidst them. Instantly, the entire expanse of thunderclouds was enveloped in a faint layer of yellow flames. This time, Xiao Yan did not break through to the mid-stage of a 2-star Dou Emperor. The demonic blood energy in this realm was evidently less concentrated than in the side space, resulting in Xiao Yan only managing to absorb the initial stage of a 2-star Dou Emperor, as the demonic blood energy in this space had already been depleted. Xiao Yan was clearly dissatisfied with such an outcome. Having previously reached the mid-stage of a 2-star Dou Emperor, he now found himself regressing a rank, which naturally left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Young one, do not despair. You must understand that absorbing an excessive amount of demonic blood energy is not necessarily a blessing. In fact, we have already accomplished our purpose for coming here. The mission is complete. However, I cannot shake the feeling that your experience this time has been rather simplistic. There seems to be something concealed within this demonic realm graveyard, far from the simplicity it presents on the surface. Yet, I cannot be certain. We should venture inside for a closer inspection, Elder Zhan remarked, patting Xiao Yan's shoulder and gazing thoughtfully into the depths of the demonic realm graveyard. Xiao Yan regarded Elder Zhan with utmost seriousness, devoid of any jest, and nodded in agreement. If even Elder Zhan could not discern the depths of this graveyard, what might lie within? Xiao Yan turned to Elder Zhan and inquired, shall we proceed deeper into the demonic realm graveyard? He was acutely aware that Elder Zhan's grave concern indicated that the interior of the graveyard was indeed extraordinary, with the power of the soul radiating outward. He moved toward the center. Chapter 115, The Spirit of the Ghost, Part 3. Whoosh. A figure darted swiftly through this space, its speed so remarkable that it left behind numerous afterimages. Xiao Yan unfurled his bone wings, employing the instant step and the 3,000 thunder movements to accelerate deeper into the space. He first executed the 8th level leap, followed by the final technique of the Yellow Springs trilogy, the Yellow Spring Finger, both of which had been perfected. Most significantly, Elder Zhan had made restrictive modifications to the Heavenly Fire transformation based on Xiao Yan's possession of the, enabling him to utilize the chaotic sacred flame to rapidly enhance his strength in a brief span. These combat techniques were Xiao Yan's favorites, and with Elder Zhan's enhancements. The formerly rudimentary techniques had reached, if not surpassed, the heavenly tier, instantly bringing a smile to Xiao Yan's face. As Xiao Yan soared through the air, he gazed down at the land beneath him. Along the way, he encountered numerous oddly shaped peaks and bizarre stones, abundant with precious medicinal herbs. Several times, he found himself unable to resist stopping, repeatedly collecting a plethora of ores and herbs. These ores shimmered like crystals, brimming with immense energy. While the energy of ores in the Dou Di Continent was nearly negligible, those in the Dou Emperor continent exuded an intoxicating vitality. Naturally, the herbs he gathered were of the highest market value. As he journeyed onward, Xiao Yan also discovered numerous graves, likely the resting places of fallen powerful beings from the demon race. Without lingering too long, he continued his flight deeper into the demonic realm graveyard. As Xiao Yan ventured deeper, he observed that the surrounding graves and medicinal mineral resources became increasingly scarce, while the air grew heavier and more oppressive, causing him to furrow his brow in concern. Pressing onward, a colossal edifice gradually came into view before him. This magnificent structure loomed majestically, its every column resembling translucent crystal, within which flowed a peculiar liquid that emanated a faint luminescence. The entire building appeared as a resplendent crystal palace, magnificently suspended in the air, exuding an aura of grandeur. Hovering above, Xiao Yan noted that directly beneath the palace lay a vast, enigmatic imprint on the ground, radiating a cool, subdued light. The crystal palace hovered precisely above this peculiar mark. With swift determination, he approached, and in a flurry of steps, Xiao Yan found himself at the entrance. His right foot almost crossing the threshold. Suddenly, a powerful force thrust him back, sending him sprawling several dozen paces away. "Young man, do not move recklessly. There is something amiss here." The voice of Elder Zhan echoed sharply. Regaining his composure, Xiao Yan pressed his hand against his chest, pondering the nature of that formidable force. His earlier experiences at the cemetery had left him somewhat unprepared for this revelation. "I am uncertain as well. Perhaps you might test it with the Shama puppet?" Elder Zhan suggested, evidently perplexed by the mysterious power. Xiao Yan nodded, raising his hand as the Shama puppet transformed into a streak of crimson light, dashing towards the palace entrance, directly penetrating its threshold. "What? The Shama puppet can enter?" Both Xiao Yan and Elder Zhan exclaimed in unison. With a resounding thud, the moment the Shama puppet crossed the threshold, a dull sound reverberated as the seals binding its limbs were instantaneously shattered. "Indeed, there is something amiss." Elder Zhan's voice resonated once more. The ability to effortlessly break the seals of the Shama puppet indicated that the force was extraordinarily potent, causing Xiao Yan's heart to race with trepidation. As the seals shattered, the Shama puppet's form began to contort, flattening under an invisible pressure. The might of the Shama puppet, which could rival even a 3-star Dou Emperor beast, was now being overwhelmed. In an instant, the Shama puppet was crushed into a mere pancake, exploding violently and scattering flesh and blood in all directions. Xiao Yan stood outside, utterly astonished. To obliterate the Shama puppet in such a fleeting moment was a display of terrifying power. His heart ached at the loss of the Shama puppet. A crucial ally he had painstakingly subdued, now rendered useless. In the aftermath of the explosion, 2 lines of blood-red characters materialized on either side of the entrance. "Those not of my kin shall perish. Those not of my royal bloodline shall be doomed." These words radiated an imperious authority, infused with an undeniable dominance. With the emergence of these ominous inscriptions, both Xiao Yan and Elder Zhan comprehended the gravity of the situation. The royal bloodline of the demon clan, indeed, Elder Zhan mused thoughtfully, stroking his beard. "It appears that entering this palace requires the bloodline of the demonic royal family. It seems we are unable to proceed," lamented Xiao Yan. "The Shama puppet evidently lacks the royal bloodline, and given that it was instantly obliterated, I stand no chance whatsoever." "Have you given up? I can sense something within that holds immense significance for you," Old Zhan remarked with a smile. "What is it?" Xiao Yan inquired, a mix of confusion and surprise in his voice. Chapter 117, Ghost Spirit, v. The Ghost Spirit. Old Zhan spoke in a haunting tone. The Ghost Spirit. The one among the 3 extraordinary items. Upon hearing the words Ghost Spirit, Xiao Yan felt a surge of excitement, his eyes sparkling momentarily before his expression darkened. The Shama puppet was crushed in an instant. Considering my own power, I would likely suffer severe injuries, if not face life-threatening peril, attempting to navigate this palace. In the entirety of the Dou Di Continent, if one does not possess the bloodline of the demonic royal family, it is improbable that more than 5 individuals could survive the passage through this palace. Only 5 individuals across the entire Dou Di Continent can succeed? Xiao Yan was astounded, contemplating the magnitude of such power. If old Zhan claims he would face dire consequences and potentially death, does that not place his strength among the top 5? Old Zhan, may I inquire about the current pinnacle of power in the Dou Di Continent? Old Zhan cast a glance at Xiao Yan, realizing he may have inadvertently revealed too much. The highest strength, well, it is approximately the 9-star Dou Di, Old Zhan replied hesitantly. 9 stars? Xiao Yan was utterly taken aback, astonished to discover that this elder, who was always ready to assist him, possessed a strength of at least 8-star Dou Di. If even someone of old Zhan's caliber must risk their life to pass through. What about me? Xiao Yan corrected himself, now addressing old Zhan with respect. He had indeed been somewhat blind to his worth. This palace may present a challenge to others, but for you, it shall be remarkably effortless. Old Zhan quickly shifted the topic. Xiao Yan's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, I can pass? Effortlessly. This was a notion he had never anticipated. Indeed, old Zhan affirmed with a soft utterance. Is it due to bloodline? By sheer strength alone, it would be utterly impossible to proceed. If even old Zhan finds it difficult, how could I, a mere 2-star Dou Di, manage it? It must be attributed to the bloodline. Yes, after the refinement of your essence blood, your bloodline is unparalleled on this continent. The reason for your extraordinary bloodline will not be revealed to you just yet. In due time, you shall come to understand. Disclosing it now may not serve you well, old Zhan said solemnly. Having gleaned an understanding of old Zhan's strength, Xiao Yan contemplated the complexities surrounding the Zichen Su Ling Tower, recognizing it was far from ordinary. With complete trust in old Zhan, he refrained from further inquiries. But why was I pushed out just now? Xiao Yan expressed his confusion regarding the force that had expelled him earlier. Were you not unharmed in the process? Old Zhan countered. Indeed, that force merely propelled him outward, inflicting no damage whatsoever. It seemed old Zhan's assertion held a kernel of truth. Xiao Yan nodded. But the memory of the moment when the demonic puppet was crushed still caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead. He unleashed the full extent of his strength, equivalent to that of a 2-star Dou Emperor in the early stages, enveloping his entire being as he flew toward the palace entrance. Upon reaching the threshold, a powerful force surged forth once more. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yan released his Dou Qi and staggered forward, his steps heavy as he slowly crossed the threshold into the palace. With a cough, Xiao Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet he did not suffer the same fate as the demonic puppet. His body felt as though it were sinking under an immense weight, as if 1,000 tons pressed upon him, making his legs feel as if they were filled with lead. His eyes turned a deep crimson as he trudged onward with great difficulty, moving slowly into the depths of the palace. The grand courtyard of the palace was vast and empty. From a distance, one could see a small black dot at the entrance, inching its way inward like a sluggish snail. Each step taken was a monumental struggle, and deep within the palace, another small black dot could be seen. The overwhelming pressure was evidently a result of Xiao Yan's inadequate strength, as Zhan Lao had indicated. Entering was one matter, but advancing was an entirely different challenge. As Xiao Yan labored on, he noticed numerous shallow carvings on the courtyard floor, each depicting scenes of battle and slaughter. There were figures of both men and beasts, large and small, with a profoundly tragic and bloody aura permeating the air. Observing these carvings closely as he walked, doubts began to stir within him. Such grand and devastating scenes of combat, while he had encountered many extraordinary experiences, this was his first time witnessing such a spectacle. Could it be? Xiao Yan pondered. Were these carvings chronicling the ancient calamities? Was this demonic graveyard a remnant of a bygone cataclysm? Chapter 119, Ghost Spirit, 7. Astonished, Xiao Yan's curiosity intensified, invigorating his spirit as he pressed further into the depths. The small black dot grew larger, and he felt an increasingly eerie atmosphere enveloping him. At last, the small black dot came into full view. It was a stone door, or rather, a square stone frame. At its center swirled a crimson vortex, emanating a potent and ancient aura. Within the demonic graveyard, everything Xiao Yan had seen was tinged with blood-red hues. On either side of the stone door stood 2 vividly lifelike statues, their eyes radiating an uncanny glow. Xiao Yan could not help but draw a sharp breath. It was all so bizarre. However, the light did not linger long, vanishing in an instant. With the disappearance of the glow, the vortex in the middle of the stone door also faded, revealing a moderately long corridor behind it, ending in an energy barrier that obscured Xiao Yan's view. What was that just now? On the object shaped like an eye, Xiao Yan sensed a peculiar energy, chilling and seemingly imbued with a high level of spiritual power. That was the ghost spirit. Zhan Lao's voice echoed in Xiao Yan's ears. Was that truly the ghost spirit? Xiao Yan exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that what he had just encountered was an exceedingly rare treasure akin to heavenly fire, manifesting right here. Indeed, that was the ghost spirit. The specter holds great significance for you. It is imperative that you find a way to acquire it. The space here is heavily infused with energy suppression. Let us proceed cautiously. Xiao Yan, no longer questioning the situation, acknowledged the necessity of their presence here and nodded, striding purposefully towards the stone door. As he crossed the threshold, the prior sense of oppression vanished without a trace, instantly replaced by a feeling of lightness that invigorated his steps. With no obstacles in his path, he swiftly traversed the corridor and arrived before the energy barrier. He paused, contemplating the barrier before him, refraining from any rash actions. Master Zhan's voice resonated once more, impressive. After expressing his admiration, Master Zhan continued, "Enter. The energy of this barrier is akin to that of the palace square, albeit significantly more potent. However, it poses no threat to you." Encouraged by Master Zhan's words, Xiao Yan cast aside his hesitations, unleashing all of his battle energy, and stepped forward, penetrating the barrier. Before him unfolded a resplendent palace, reminiscent of a crystalline dream, akin to a miniature version of the grand structure he had observed from outside. The entire edifice appeared to be crafted from crystal, its translucent surface adorned with vascular-like veins, through which a liquid substance flowed, emanating a faint luminescence. Countless beams of light converged, enveloping the palace in a kaleidoscope of colors. Xiao Yan, rendered speechless by the spectacle, realized that the interior of the graveyard indeed held extraordinary wonders. Regaining his composure, he advanced towards the entrance of the palace, where he again caught a glimpse of the specter, only for it to vanish in an instant, seemingly guiding him onward. Upon entering the hall, Xiao Yan beheld a vast, yet opulent chamber. For crystal columns within the hall were embedded with potent magic cores and an array of exceedingly rare minerals. At the far end of the hall, a towering and majestic statue stood against the wall, intricately carved to lifelike perfection, exuding an aura of dominance that commanded respect. As Xiao Yan stepped into the hall, a sudden and intense spatial fluctuation erupted before the statue, and a shimmering, ethereal figure materialized, resembling a soul that twisted and rolled. As the spatial disturbance subsided, the figure solidified into that of an elderly man with red hair, clad in a flowing crimson robe. Upon closer inspection, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the grand statue. "Ah, at last, I've awaited your arrival. I never anticipated encountering a mere two-star Dou Emperor." The elderly man exclaimed with a hearty laugh, exuding an overwhelming aura of bloodlust that signified his formidable strength as he approached Xiao Yan. "Senior, I did not intend to intrude upon this place. I beseech your forgiveness," Xiao Yan replied hastily, bowing respectfully. The sheer magnitude of the man's power and the palpable menace he radiated instilled a sense of trepidation and helplessness within Xiao Yan, rendering the two-star Dou Emperor's might akin to that of an ant in his presence. "Ha, do not be afraid, young one. Relax, I mean you no harm. I am simply here, awaiting your arrival." The red-haired elder restrained his entire aura, yet even in this subdued state, he exuded an immense pressure that made Xiao Yan feel exceedingly burdened. This presence, he is the Blood Demon Emperor, the Demon Emperor of the Cataclysm. Zhan Lao's astonished voice suddenly resonated in Xiao Yan's ears, causing his mind to erupt in a cacophony of thoughts. The Blood Demon Emperor from the Cataclysmic era? This elder is such a terrifying figure. Chapter 121, The Spirit of the Ghost, Nine Shin. As he approached Xiao Yan, the elder furrowed his brow, his eyes widening with intensity as all his aura once again surged forth. "You are human? How did you manage to enter here? Speak." An overwhelming force bore down upon Xiao Yan, rendering him momentarily immobile, his knees involuntarily bending as his insides churned in turmoil. I just walked in." Xiao Yan strained to assert, mustering his fighting spirit to resist the urge to kneel. "You just walked in? With your mere initial strength as a two-star Dou Emperor? Do you dare to deceive me?" The elder advanced a step, his massive hand seizing Xiao Yan's entire head. The moment he grasped him, the elder paused, his pressure dissipating in an instant, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes, followed by a dawning understanding. Xiao Yan could only smile wryly. This ancient tyrant of the demon race had discerned his non-demonic identity. Yet, upon grasping him, he displayed no animosity whatsoever, instead appearing quite satisfied, leaving Xiao Yan utterly perplexed. The elder's shifting demeanor made Xiao Yan feel as though he had traversed a realm of extremes. "Rest assured, all will be revealed in due time," Zhan Lao stated with an air of certainty. Chapter 122, The Spirit of the Ghost, Nine Shin. As he approached Xiao Yan, the elder furrowed his brow, his eyes widening with intensity as all his aura once again surged forth. "You are human? How did you manage to enter here? Speak." An overwhelming force bore down upon Xiao Yan, rendering him momentarily immobile, his knees involuntarily bending as his insides churned in turmoil. I just walked in." Xiao Yan strained to assert, mustering his fighting spirit to resist the urge to kneel. "You just walked in? With your mere initial strength as a two-star Dou Emperor? Do you dare to deceive me? The elder advanced a step, his massive hand seizing Xiao Yan's entire head. The moment he grasped him, the elder paused. His pressure dissipating in an instant, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes, followed by a dawning understanding. Xiao Yan could only smile wryly. This ancient tyrant of the demon race had discerned his non-demonic identity. Yet, upon grasping him, he displayed no animosity whatsoever, instead appearing quite satisfied, leaving Xiao Yan utterly perplexed. The elder's shifting demeanor made Xiao Yan feel as though he had traversed a realm of extremes. Rest assured, all will be revealed in due time, Zhan Lao stated with an air of certainty. Chapter 123. The Deal of the Demon Emperor. 1. Following the elder, they spiraled up the staircase, not knowing how many turns they had taken, until they finally reached the second level of the palace. A familiar scene unfolded before Xiao Yan's eyes once more, a blood pool, larger than that of the Zichen's spirit tower. The viscous blood in the pool, even thicker than that in the Zichen's spirit tower, bubbled like boiling water, forming clusters of blood bubbles. Above the pool, a thick mist of blood permeated the air, saturating the atmosphere with an overwhelming stench of blood. The elder, with hands clasped behind him, addressed Xiao Yan. You are of the human race, yet you possess the bloodline of the demon clan. This is indeed a rare fortune. Your arrival here signifies the bond between us. Very well, I shall grant you another blessing. Pausing for a moment, he gestured towards the blood pool and continued. Although you have the bloodline of the demons, it is rather diluted. Cultivating within this blood fiend pool will enhance the concentration of your bloodline. You may enter, but do not exceed a few hours, for beyond that, you will not be able to endure. At that moment, the voice of Zhan Lao echoed. Go ahead. This experience will differ from the last. You, lad, truly lack words. How fortunate you are to encounter such an opportunity. There was an unmistakable excitement in Zhan Lao's tone. Hearing this, Xiao Yan pondered no further, shedding his garments before leaping directly into the blood pool. As he plunged into the pool, the agony he had previously experienced during the refinement of his essence blood did not assail him as he had anticipated. Instead, he felt a sense of comfort. Unbeknownst to him, he now possessed a bloodline of the demons that even the royal bloodline of the demon clan could not suppress. Within this pool, all the powers of the bloodline were a boon to him, rendering any pain impossible. Young man, what is your name? Inquired the blood demon Xianhuang. Observing Xiao Yan with a smile. Xiao Yan, he replied, sitting cross-legged and revealing his name to the elder. Then, do you know who I am? The elder asked playfully. I do not know, nor dare I claim to know, Xiao Yan replied, cautious not to reveal Zhan Lao. As this elder was a figure from the ancient calamity, how could he possibly know? I was originally the demon emperor, known as the blood demon Xianhuang. That was thousands of years ago. The blood demon Xianhuang recounted the events of that cataclysm. Despite Xiao Yan's prior understanding of the ancient calamity, hearing it recounted by the very person involved still sent shivers down his spine. He found it hard to fathom that this elder, exuding both majesty and a hint of mischief, was the same demon emperor who once dominated the Dou Emperor continent. Why have you not ventured out in all these years? Xiao Yan asked the elder, puzzled. Venture out? Ha! Oh, how I wish to. In that cataclysm, I had already perished. The presence you converse with now is merely a remnant of my soul. I have waited here for tens of thousands of years for a fated individual to assist me in completing a task. And you, indeed, are that fated individual. Thus, it became clear to Xiao Yan that the blood demon Xianhuang before him was but a remnant of a once great soul. The prowess of the nine-star Dou Emperor naturally enables him to manifest his soul in a form akin to that of a corporeal being, a capability that the second-star Dou Emperor, Xiao Yan, could hardly perceive. During the ancient calamity, the Ghost Emperor, in an effort to quell the chaos, vanquished countless formidable beings from the demon clan, interring them in the demon domain's graveyard. Many of these superlative entities possessed immensely potent souls, although they perished. Their spirits did not dissipate. The Ghost Emperor subsequently undertook a special process to seal these powerful souls within a crystalline palace, to facilitate the resurgence of the demon clan and to ensure the inheritance of their supreme artifact, the Blood Demon Order. The essence of all these strong beings was drawn forth to create a blood pool for the enhancement of the inheritors' bloodlines. They devised various restrictions within the palace to exhaust the entirety of their soul powers, leaving only a remnant of the Demon Emperor's spirit, awaiting the arrival of a worthy successor. This remnant resides within a statue, destined to manifest whenever someone enters the hall. However, being merely a trace of a spirit, its energy is limited, and it cannot sustain its form for long before it dissipates. Originally, it was assumed that only those of the demon clan's royal bloodline could enter this sacred space, hence becoming the inheritor. Unexpectedly, the one who entered, Xiao Yan, belonged to the human race and could only be regarded as a fateful individual. Chapter 125. The Demon Emperor's Bargain, Part 3. Senior, may I pose a question? Why is it that other bloodlines of the demon clan cannot enter this place, yet I can? I am not of royal demon blood. Upon hearing this inquiry, the spirited Demon Emperor faltered momentarily. You will naturally come to understand this in due time. For now, simply know that you are indeed the fated one we have awaited. The Demon Emperor resolutely evaded the question. Xiao Yan felt a wave of frustration. The vague responses of both the elder and this ancient Demon Emperor only deepened the mystery surrounding the secrets he harbored. Young one, your immersion in this blood pool is a fortuitous blessing I bestow upon you. Now, shall we engage in a transaction? The Demon Emperor clearly wished to shift the conversation away from the previous topic. A transaction? What sort of transaction? Xiao Yan was perplexed. He, a mere second-star Dou Emperor, could hardly fathom what kind of deal could be made with the Demon Emperor. Upon hearing the mention of a spirit, Xiao Yan hesitated but eventually nodded. Initially, he had been unaware of the spirits lurking in the depths of the demon domain's graveyard. He had merely entered out of curiosity. It was only after Elder Zhan indicated sensing a spirit within the palace that he ventured here, so it was not inaccurate to say he came for the spirit. Very well, let us discuss the terms of our transaction. With that, the Demon Emperor's eyes gleamed with a golden light as a red glow enveloped his hand, revealing a token of a peculiar yet ancient form, the Blood Demon Order. The Blood Demon Order is a token that commands the entire demon clan. With this order in hand, none among the demon clan would dare to defy its bearer. It is said to have been left behind by the founder of the demon clan, the first Demon Emperor, concealing within it the mysterious power to command the entire demon clan. In the cataclysm that once ravaged the realms, the demon race was shattered into disarray, fragmented, and scattered. The Blood Demon token vanished following the demise of the Blood Demon Sovereign. The absence of this token has rendered the demon race no longer a unified entity, but rather a collection of disparate factions. Subsequently, the Demon Sovereign articulated his request to Xiao Yan. Chapter 126, The Demon Sovereign's Bargain, Part 4. The Blood Demon Sovereign's request entailed that Xiao Yan venture forth with the Blood Demon token to locate a faction known as the Blood Demon Clan and deliver the token to them. The Blood Demon Clan is the royal lineage of the demon race and the ancestral kin of the Demon Sovereign. You likely grasp the essence of my intent. The Demon Sovereign continued, addressing Xiao Yan, who was seated in meditation within the blood pool. Although your strength may be somewhat lacking, embarking on a quest to find the Blood Demon Clan with the token may present numerous challenges. Yet, I must place my hopes upon you. Should you acquiesce, the spectral entity known as the ghostly spirit of the abyss will be yours as a reward for delivering the token. What do you think of this arrangement? At that moment, Xiao Yan, meditating in the blood pool, exuded an alluring crimson aura. The prospect of receiving the ghostly spirit of the abyss filled him with elation. With the addition of the ghostly spirit, alongside the already possessed chaotic sacred flame, he could evolve the 8 extreme celestial decision into the frost decision upon acquiring a spirit seal. However, a thought crossed his mind. The act of relinquishing the ghostly spirit could not be as straightforward as it appeared. Such remarkable entities as the ghostly spirit are exceedingly rare across the continent, especially one ranked 5th like the ghostly spirit of the abyss. To simply offer it in exchange for a token, even one capable of commanding the demon race, seemed implausible, necessitating further inquiry. Is it merely a matter of agreeing to deliver this token to the Blood Demon Clan for the ghostly spirit of the abyss to be mine? Xiao Yan furrowed his brow and inquired. Certainly not. Once you agree, upon your departure from here, the ghostly spirit will accompany you. However, you will be unable to wield its power. Only upon delivering the Blood Demon token to the Blood Demon Clan will the spirit fully submit to you. The Demon Sovereign responded. My power is limited. What if the Blood Demon token is seized and not delivered to the Blood Demon Clan? Xiao Yan pressed further. In such a case, it would be said that fate does not favor me. Yet, the ghostly spirit would abandon you. With your current abilities, you would be incapable of subjugating it. The Demon Sovereign replied patiently. The ghostly spirit would leave on its own. Where would it go? Xiao Yan inquired, astonished. According to the Demon Sovereign, this spirit possessed an extraordinary level of intelligence. Such a highly intelligent spirit, can I truly bind it? Xiao Yan pursued. Rest assured, there is no need for you to bind it. As long as you deliver the Blood Demon token to the Blood Demon Clan, it will naturally yield to you, becoming entirely yours, the Demon Sovereign assured, remaining patient, aware that he needed to dispel all of Xiao Yan's doubts. What if the Blood Demon Clan no longer exists? After all, thousands of years have passed. Xiao Yan pondered another possibility. Though I am not entirely aware of the changes in the outside world over these millennia, I am certain of one thing. While the Blood Demon Clan may have waned, it has not vanished entirely. My remnant soul can sense it, the Demon Sovereign stated, his demeanor visibly somber. Is it sufficient to simply hand the token over to any member of the Blood Demon Clan? Will they believe me? Conflicts between the human and demon races are frequent, and with his own strength still quite feeble, Xiao Yan certainly does not wish to deliver something only to be bullied. Chapter 127. The Deal with the Demon Emperor, Part 5. The Blood Demon token holds immense significance. It must be handed over personally to the current leader of the Blood Demon clan. By the way, my true name is Qin Xintian. The demon race refers to me as the Demon Emperor, while others call me the Blood Demon Sovereign. Aside from my ancestral clan, which is the leader of the Blood Demon tribe, no one else is privy to this name. If you mention this name, they will undoubtedly trust you. I believe no one would dare to make things difficult for you. The Demon Emperor elaborated with clarity. Do you really trust that I will deliver this token for you? The Blood Demon token commands the entire demon race. Are you not afraid that I might keep the token for myself? Xiao Yan inquired, voicing his final doubt. Indeed, the Blood Demon token is of paramount importance. It could rightly be deemed a sacred artifact of the demon race, capable of commanding all demons. The Demon Emperor suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent question. If you hadn't asked, I might have had a lingering concern. However, with your inquiry, I am completely at ease." Ha! Xiao Yan was taken aback by the Demon Emperor's laughter. "Kid, your ability to pose such a question indicates your integrity. Very well. I like you. If it were a few millennia ago, I would have surely taken you as my adopted son. Alas, our fate seemed destined to conclude soon." The Demon Emperor's expression turned momentarily somber before he quickly regained his composure. "So, does this mean you agree?" Xiao Yan naturally nodded in affirmation. A beam of crimson light shot into Xiao Yan's hand. It was indeed the Blood Demon token. "What would happen if I refused?" he asked curiously while carefully placing the Blood Demon token into his spatial ring. "Then you would only meet your demise." Just then, a magnificent scene unfolded. A towering column of blood erupted from the blood pool, and a peculiar energy surged forth, causing a strange red aura to emanate from Xiao Yan. At the sight of this spectacle, the Demon Emperor was momentarily stunned. For the blood pool to exhibit such a phenomenon, it required a royal bloodline of substantial purity. A flash of unusual expression crossed the Demon Emperor's eyes as he silently lamented the exceptional fortune this young man possessed. When he had previously captured Xiao Yan's head, he had sensed an aura that allowed him to roughly speculate on Xiao Yan's origins, yet he had not anticipated the remarkable strength of Xiao Yan's bloodline, which sparked a fleeting thought in his mind. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yan, this blood pool was a concoction of the blood of numerous fallen superstrong beings from the demon race, meticulously processed to enhance the bloodline concentration of their kin. However, to provoke such a commotion, an exceedingly potent royal bloodline was imperative. Although the Demon Emperor could also invoke such a reaction, it would not compare to the magnitude stirred by Xiao Yan. Chapter 128. The Deal with the Demon Emperor, Part 6. This breathtaking scene persisted for several moments before the Demon Emperor flicked his fingers, sending a ray of light into the blood pool, gradually calming the entire pool. Seated in the midst of a crimson pool, Xiao Yan exhaled a deep breath, his clear eyes shimmering with a faint crimson hue. The Demon Emperor scrutinized him intently, as if gazing upon a stranger or a monstrous entity. His mouth slightly agape before closing again, only to part once more as if to speak. "Young man, may I propose a matter for your consideration?" The Demon Emperor finally articulated, his tone unexpectedly polite. "Please, speak your mind, esteemed elder," Xiao Yan replied, rising to don his garments and stepping out of the blood pool to face the Demon Emperor. "Your bloodline is likely unparalleled among the demon race. Why not venture forth to unify the demon tribes?" A glimmer of hope illuminated the Demon Emperor's face as he gazed at Xiao Yan, a thought that had sparked in his mind upon witnessing the magnificent display earlier. Upon recognizing Xiao Yan's formidable demonic lineage, he was suddenly struck with the notion that Xiao Yan could lead the demon race to resurgence. Though Xiao Yan hailed from the human lineage, he now possessed the blood of demons, rendering his identity unproblematic. More crucially, the aura he exuded when captured infused the Demon Emperor with unwavering confidence in Xiao Yan's potential to rejuvenate the demon race. Aware that the likelihood of Xiao Yan acquiescing was nearly non-existent, the Demon Emperor hesitated for a moment, his tone exceedingly courteous. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback by this proposal, struggling to comprehend. Unify the demon race? No, esteemed elder. I fear it is an impossible request for me to fulfill. With a wry smile, he shook his head and clasped his fists in respect, observing Xiao Yan's resolute refusal. The golden light on the Demon Emperor's visage dissipated, leaving a hint of disappointment. He shook his head in resignation but did not press Xiao Yan further, as if he anticipated this outcome. "If you are unwilling, let it be, and consider it unspoken. However, I do hope you can commit to one thing, if you please." Noticing the Demon Emperor's lack of malice, Xiao Yan smiled and inquired, "What would you have me promise, esteemed elder?" He was perplexed. having already pledged to deliver the Blood Demon order to the so-called Blood Demon clan. What further commitment could be required? The Demon Emperor's demeanor shifted, his gaze turning solemn. His tone now earnest. I require your vow that, in the event of peril befalling the Blood Demon clan, you will lend your assistance. Can you uphold such a promise? Xiao Yan, too, adopted a serious countenance. He was a man of his word, seldom making promises lightly, but once he did, he was bound to honor them. Esteemed elder, I regret that I cannot offer you such a commitment. It is not from a lack of willingness, but rather from my humble strength. I fear I would fail to meet your expectations. Since entering this realm, despite their brief interaction, the Demon Emperor had left a profoundly positive impression on Xiao Yan. Though he was the architect of the ancient calamity, their differing stances were evident. The Demon Emperor's unwavering dedication to his kin and his heartfelt concern for his ancestral lineage earned Xiao Yan's respect. Yet, as a mere two-star Dou Emperor, how could he bear such a heavy responsibility? The desire was there, but the capability was lacking. Chapter 129, The Demon Emperor's Bargain, 7. Good lad. Truly commendable. So, does this mean you are willing, merely apprehensive about your strength? Xiao Yan nodded in affirmation. Strength, you will possess it, though absent now. It shall undoubtedly be yours in the future. I assure you of this. With that, I am reassured, and I shall consider it a promise made. As the words left his lips, the Demon Emperor waved his hand, and a grand cauldron suddenly materialized before Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan gazed upward in astonishment at the cauldron, which radiated an aura of spiritual energy. Its material was indiscernible, and its shape was quite peculiar, resembling a flickering flame. The surface was intricately adorned with various inscriptions and elaborate patterns, adding an air of mystery to the cauldron. This medicinal cauldron is known as the Yinmu Ding, my most cherished possession. It is crafted from the Yinmu, a substance formed from the primordial essence of heaven and earth at the dawn of creation, imbued with an exceptionally dense spiritual energy, unique in the entire continent. Though it appears wooden, even the sharpest weapon would find it impossible to leave a mark upon it. Its resilience is remarkable, impervious to water and fire, rendering it a sacred item for crafting medicinal cauldrons. I went to great lengths to acquire this item, spending decades alongside the three most distinguished alchemists of the Dou Emperor continent to forge it. Utilizing this cauldron for alchemy significantly enhances the success rate and elevates the grade of the pills produced, while also imparting additional attributes to them. It would not be an exaggeration to deem it a divine artifact for alchemy. What do you think? Do you like it? Listening to the Demon Emperor's introduction, Xiao Yan's gaze toward the Yinmu Ding transcended mere fervor. Such a powerful cauldron was no longer a mere temptation for an alchemist. It was akin to a fatal poison. He swallowed hard several times before. Without averting his eyes from the Yinmu Ding, he inquired, Senior, do you know that I am an alchemist? I knew when I had your head in my grasp. I am an alchemist as well, and a top-tier one at that, given your affinity for heavenly fire. I surmised it. However, lad, your alchemical skills do not quite measure up to your bloodline. The Demon Emperor, evidently in high spirits, jested, flipping his palm to reveal a stack of ancient parchment resembling weathered leather. These are a myriad of recipes I have gathered throughout my life. I shall bestow them upon you, for they may assist you in your alchemical endeavors. With a flick of his finger, he scattered the papers toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan reached out to catch them, though he appeared relatively unfazed. Little did he know, these recipes were the Demon Emperor's lifelong collection, with many being exceptional even in ancient times. The recipes Xiao Yan now possessed were nearly all lost to history, and the assistance they would ultimately provide him was beyond his current imagination. Chapter 130, The Demon Emperor's Bargain, 8. Splendid. I believe in you. However, it would be prudent to refrain from using this medicinal cauldron in public. Though nearly all who are aware of it have perished, caution is advisable in the face of insufficient power. Even I, in my youth, dared not reveal the cauldron's wonders, for fear of retribution. The Demon Emperor offered this concerned counsel, then with a flourish of his sleeve, he cast the suspended cauldron toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan raised his palm slightly, and a small Yinmu Ding gently floated into his grasp. As soon as the Yinmu Ding was grasped, an intense warmth surged within, and a faint energy penetrated Xiao Yan's palm, swiftly transforming into an enigmatic rune within his being, signifying the cauldron's acknowledgement. The cauldron itself possessed a form of sentience, and without the Demon Emperor's consent, it would have been impossible to inscribe such a rune so effortlessly. Once inscribed, this rune requires nurturing through your Dou Qi. As you cultivate it, it will gradually expand, enhancing the quality of the pills you refine. I am but a remnant soul, and my energy is waning. Thus, I present to you one final gift. As the Demon Emperor spoke, Xiao Yan noticed his form beginning to waver, appearing increasingly ethereal. The Demon Emperor extended his hand. slowly revealing a peculiar red ring that emanated a potent scent of blood. This is a spatial ring, containing all I have amassed throughout my life. However, it cannot be opened by you. Carry it with you, and upon encountering the leader of the Blood Demon clan, he will sense it and assist you in unlocking it using the secrets of my ancestral lineage. My time is limited, and once I vanish, this place will collapse. You must hasten your exit through the path you came. Young man, ensure that the Blood Demon order is delivered to the Blood Demon clan and assist them. Remember my name, Qin Xiantian. As the Demon Emperor spoke, his form became even more insubstantial, and the ring gradually floated towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan received the ring and gazed at the increasingly translucent figure of the Demon Emperor, clasping his fists and assuring, "Rest assured, esteemed elder. Leave quickly." The Demon Emperor urged sharply. Xiao Yan swiftly secured the ring, and the cauldron melded seamlessly into his body. Without hesitation, he darted towards the corridor, while behind him, a sliver of cold light surged forward, diving directly into Xiao Yan's pocket, unleashing a chilling aura. Utilizing the 3,000 thunder movements and instant steps, he swiftly arrived at the palace square. At that moment, Xiao Yan's bloodline density had escalated beyond comparison to when he first entered, alleviating any pressure he once felt, and he hurriedly exited the structure. Unfurling his bone wings, he soared at full speed towards the graveyard's entrance. Chapter 131, Entering the Ancient Chaos Relic, Part 1. Outside the Demon Domain graveyard, above the territory occupied by the Xiao clan, 5 shadowy figures flashed by once more. These were the same black-cloaked individuals who had previously claimed Xiao Yan after his emergence. The 3-day deadline had arrived, and the black-cloaked figures appeared punctually above the Xiao clan. 3 days prior, Xiao Li and Xiao Long had entrusted all clan affairs to Xiao Wutian upon their departure. Upon seeing the figures above, Xiao Wutian greeted them with a smile. "Esteemed sirs, after deliberation among our elders, we have decided that once our kin emerges from the relic, they shall accompany you." Xiao Wutian clasped his fists, a subtle smirk gracing his face. "It is best that you proceed in this manner. Naturally, we shall not trouble the Xiao clan," one of the black-cloaked figures remarked indifferently. Suddenly, from beyond the barrier, a figure emerged at the stone door of the relic, unmistakably the hurried Xiao Yan, freshly escaped from the Demon Domain graveyard. The appearance of Xiao Yan instantly stirred a tempest within this space. Countless individuals had presumed that Xiao Yan had surely met his demise within the ancient relics. They could hardly fathom that a mere mid-stage 1-star Dou Emperor could emerge alive from such a forsaken place. Yet, the figure before them stood resolutely. The Ming Emperor, gazing at Xiao Yan materializing before the stone door, was equally astonished. Although he had harbored hopes for Xiao Yan's survival, he had not anticipated the reality of it. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, recalling Xiao Li's instructions, prompting him to act without delay as he swiftly dispatched a message. Suddenly, a surge of information flooded Xiao Yan's consciousness, causing his heart to jolt. Observing the dense throng before him, he surmised that a significant event had transpired. Otherwise, Xiao Li would not have entrusted the Ming Emperor with the message in his absence, nor would Xiao Long be absent. A flash of blue light illuminated his palm as the earth compass materialized. At that moment, the stone door began to quake violently. Xiao Yan understood that the remnants of the Demon Emperor's soul had dissipated, and the tomb was on the verge of collapse. With a strategic shift in thought, he refrained from immediately activating the earth compass, instead remaining still, peering through the barrier at the approaching masses. The tremors intensified, causing the very ground to quiver. While the crowd surged towards the stone door, convinced that the barrier was on the brink of shattering, heralding the door's opening. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the sky as the stone door crumbled. Amidst the chaos, a flash of blue light signified Xiao Yan's disappearance from this realm. His intention was to activate the earth compass precisely at the moment of the stone door's collapse, creating the illusion that he had been entombed beneath the debris, thus buying precious time to comprehend the unfolding events. The stone door had indeed collapsed. Before the eyes of countless witnesses, the door disintegrated, taking Xiao Yan's figure with it into oblivion. The entire valley fell into stunned silence. With a thunderous sound, the energy barrier before the stone door swiftly disintegrated alongside it, the immense force leveling the remnants of the door to the ground. The collapse of the stone door, coupled with Xiao Yan's vanishing act, incited a chorus of furious outcries, signaling the complete loss of their opportunity to venture into the relic in search of treasures. Some, unwilling to concede, continued to seek alternative entrances, clinging to the hope that Xiao Yan remained within, firmly believing he must have acquired substantial treasures. Others, however, merely shook their heads in resignation and departed. A figure cloaked in black turned to address the middle-aged man in the same attire, exclaiming, "Elder brother, why did the stone door suddenly collapse?" That lad vanished inexplicably. In an instant, The middle-aged man in black surged forward with an uncanny swiftness, seizing Xiao Wutian by the throat and lifting him into the air, leaving the taken aback Xiao Wutian gasping for breath. You dare to deceive us. How did that boy vanish so suddenly? Did you relay a message to him? I distinctly sensed a trace of his presence, albeit fleeting, yet it could not escape my spiritual perception. That boy has fled. The black-clad man's voice was laced with fury. Xiao Wutian struggled for breath, his feet flailing in desperation. Cough. We certainly do not dare to truly confront Xiao Wutian, whose face turned crimson as he struggled to articulate a few fragmented sentences. The middle-aged man in the black robe, visibly infuriated, let out a cold snort and forcefully hurled Xiao Wutian away. The members of the Xiao clan rushed forward to catch him. How did that fellow escape? Speak. The man in black demanded angrily of Xiao Wutian. Chapter 133. Entering the Ancient Chaos Relic, Part 3. Cough. Esteemed senior, we genuinely have no idea. Xiao Wutian gasped for breath, his eyes filled with trepidation. In that fleeting moment, he had nearly suffocated, realizing that his initial strength as a 3-star Dou Emperor was utterly powerless. At that moment, the members of the Yimo sect had also arrived at the Xiao clan's location. And among them, Xiao Yong stepped forward, clasping his fists respectfully towards the man in black. My lord, I have a conjecture, Xiao Yong said with great reverence, not even glancing at Xiao Wutian. The latter, however, regarded Xiao Yong with a mix of disappointment and resentment. Speak. The middle-aged man in black turned his head, spitting out the word in anger. The only possibility for Xiao Yan to vanish without a trace is that he employed a teleportation device or something similar. He might possess a geographical compass, which can instantaneously transport one to a pre-recorded location, Xiao Yong explained. The man in black cast a glance at Xiao Yong, pondered briefly, and then turned to Xiao Wutian, asking, where would Xiao Yan go? Lead the way. To the Xiao clan. You had better be honest. If you dare to play any tricks, I will annihilate your entire clan. The man in black admonished Xiao Wutian sternly. Xiao Wutian's complexion changed dramatically as he glared fiercely at Xiao Yong, then hastily bowed and replied, Yes, we would never dare to deceive you, my lord. With a wave of his hand, a spatial rift appeared before everyone. Xiao Wutian, along with numerous disciples of the Xiao clan, swiftly entered the rift, followed by 5 individuals in black robes who accompanied the Yimo sect. Meanwhile, within the pill hall of the Xiao clan, a blue light flickered as a figure gradually descended into the hall, none other than Xiao Yan, holding the geographical compass, which now emitted a noticeably weaker blue glow than before. It seemed that the compass required substantial energy to function. Xiao Yan pondered how many more times it could be used. As soon as Xiao Yan touched down, a voice echoed in his ear. Upon focusing, he saw that it was Xiao Li speaking. Looking at Xiao Yan, who had finally returned after 3 days, both Xiao Li and Xiao Qi displayed a glimmer of astonishment in their eyes, filled with surprise, for Xiao Yan's aura had now reached that of a 2-star Dou Emperor. You've become a 2-star Dou Emperor. Xiao Long could not restrain himself from being the first to inquire. Xiao Yan nodded, and an overwhelming joy washed over Xiao Long's face as he rushed forward, placing his hands on Xiao Yan's shoulders, his excitement palpable. Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with brilliance, indeed. His judgment was not mistaken. Xiao Yan's talent was extraordinary. Meanwhile, Xiao Qi silently marveled at the situation. Observing the grave expressions of Xiao Li and Xiao Long and recalling the message from the Ming Emperor, Xiao Yan hurriedly asked, what significant event has transpired? Since you were pursued by Xiao Yong and entered the ancient relic, the passage of the relic has appeared, attracting nearly all the powerful figures from the imperial state. However, before the stone door of the relic stands an exceptionally formidable energy barrier, which no one has been able to breach. Thus, since your entry, no one has been able to follow. Xiao Li began to speak to Xiao Yan. The barrier was set by old Zhan, and Xiao Yan was naturally aware of this situation. However, he was oblivious to the fact that such a monumental stir had been caused by an ancient relic. The moment you entered, many powerful individuals began to harbor jealousy and even animosity towards the Xiao clan. Of course, this does not affect us. But we never anticipated that this relic would attract the attention of powerful beings beyond the imperial state. Several figures in black robes demanded that once you emerge, we must hand you over to them, threatening to annihilate our Xiao clan. Xiao Li continued, do a few individuals truly think they can obliterate my Xiao clan? Xiao Yan questioned skeptically. Young man, those 5 possess strength beyond your imagination, each above the rank of a 4-star Dou Emperor. Even I would stand no chance of resistance. Annihilating my Xiao clan would be as easy as flipping a hand. Listen to me carefully, Xiao Li said, clearly eager to make haste. Chapter 135, Entering the Chaotic Ancient Relic, Part 5. After finishing his words, Xiao Li turned his gaze to the Xiao Qi who had been watching Xiao Yan intently from behind and brought her forth. This is my granddaughter, Xiao Qi. I entrust her to you, he said, placing her hand into Xiao Yan's grasp. The Xiao clan is likely facing dire straits. And Xiao Li was well aware that his greatest concern lay with Xiao Qi. He had previously discerned the unusual connection between the evil demon sect and the 5 black-robed individuals. Should the Xiao clan encounter calamity, Xiao Yan would undoubtedly not spare Xiao Qi. As for Xiao Yan's exceptional talent, it goes without saying. And Xiao Qi's aptitude within the clan is also among the best. Together, they would be the perfect match, ensuring that even in the face of adversity, the Xiao clan might one day rise anew. Grandfather, what are you entrusting? I want to leave you. Xiao Qi quickly withdrew her small hand from Xiao Yan's grip, a faint blush already gracing her cheeks. Having lost her father at a young age, her bond with Xiao Li was undoubtedly the deepest. Xiao Qi was just that kind of child, and having lost her father early on, she had grown to be independent and strong-willed. Now, faced with an unclear situation, the prospect of following a man she had only met once was evidently difficult for her to accept. Qi, the situation is far too urgent. You must heed your grandfather. Xiao Li insisted, fully aware that this was not the time for hesitation. Xiao Yan gazed at the strikingly beautiful, yet somewhat resolute and stubborn Xiao Qi. Unsure of what to say, he understood that the situation was indeed dire. 5 individuals of 4-star strength were not something the Xiao clan could contend with. Since they sought him, if he could escape unnoticed, the Xiao clan might evade this crisis. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan spoke, "They seek me. Although I do not understand their motives, as long as I can escape undetected, they should not trouble the Xiao clan too severely, and Xiao Qi need not accompany me." After saying this, he glanced at Xiao Qi. "You know nothing," roared Xiao Long, his voice booming. "Do you think that if you escape, everything will be fine? Why do they want you? It is, of course, because of the treasures hidden within the ancient ruins. Only you have ventured inside. Who else would they seek? Those 5 cloaked figures are allied with the evil demon sect. With their backing, would the evil demon sect easily spare my Xiao clan? Would Xiao Yong let Xiao Qi go?" Upon hearing Xiao Long's words, Xiao Yan felt a sudden clarity, and a vague suspicion began to form in his mind. Chapter 136, Entering the Chaos Ancient Ruins, Part 6. Are they perhaps of the demonic race? Xiao Yan sought to confirm his intuition. "I cannot say for certain, but their strength is undeniably formidable. It seems the evil demon sect is beholden to them, as it has always been a branch of the demonic race's periphery." Xiao Li, having the most contact with the cloaked figures, naturally held the most authority in this matter. The evil demon sect again. Xiao Yan clenched his fists, feeling the weight of ancestral burdens. "I have a rough idea of the reason. I must leave at once, yet I cannot take Xiao Qi with me. It is too perilous. It is dangerous to leave her behind. Not taking her is far more perilous." Xiao Long interjected urgently, recalling a wager he had with the elder Xiao Li when Xiao Yan first refined an imperial-grade elixir. If you succeeded, Xiao Qi would be promised to you. You succeeded. Hence Xiao Qi is rightfully yours. Ordinarily, there would be no rush, but the circumstances have become pressing. Before Xiao Yan could fully digest Xiao Long's words, he wore a look of astonishment. Xiao Qi, in turn, looked toward Xiao Li, who silently nodded in affirmation. Xiao Yan was at a loss for words, intending to mention that he was already wed on the Dou Di Continent. "What? Can I, as the ancestor of the Xiao clan, make this decision? Are you not a descendant of the Xiao family?" Xiao Long's impatience was palpable. Boom. At that moment, a deep rumble echoed from the sky, causing the entire Xiao clan to tremble violently. Xiao Li quickly lifted his gaze toward the distance, and then turned to Xiao Long, stating, "They have arrived." The thunderous roars began to resonate continuously. Each rumble was accompanied by a violent shake. Xiao Li's brow furrowed. "They are attacking the clan's protective array. It seems the array will not withstand for long. Their strength is overwhelming." After speaking, he once more took Xiao Qi's hand and placed it in Xiao Yan's. His voice slightly hoarse. "I am sorry, my child. Your grandfather has failed to protect you." "Bow to your grandfather." Xiao Li's voice quivered, his aged eyes glistening with moisture. At that moment, Xiao Yan and Xiao Qi could say nothing further. Xiao Yan held Xiao Qi's hand and knelt before Xiao Li, earnestly bowing 3 times. Witnessing this scene, tears streamed down Xiao Li's weathered face. Gently wiping away his tears, he said, "Rise." Xiao Yan, still holding Xiao Qi's hand, slowly stood up. Xiao Qi felt a rush of embarrassment as Xiao Yan held her hand, her cheeks flushing deeper. Xiao Li affectionately stroked Xiao Qi's head, earnestly advising, "Cheer. Remember to heed Xiao Yan's words. The future of the Xiao clan relies entirely upon you two." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qi's blush faded, replaced by a wave of anxiety. She wondered if, after their escape, she would ever see her grandfather again. In that instant, tears welled up in her eyes. Observing the appearance of Xiao Qi, Xiao Liqiang chuckled softly, "Silly child, why do you weep? Grandfather will be just fine." At that moment, the rumbling sound grew increasingly louder. Chapter 137, Entering the Chaos Relic, Part 7. The current situation left no room for further discussion, and Xiao Li turned to Xiao Yan, stating, Xiao Yan, escaping now is impossible. Our only option is to see if the chaos relic can be activated. That place is hidden and difficult to locate. You take Xiao Qi to the relic. I and Xiao Long will hold our ground. Remember, child, the blood of the Xiao clan flows within you. Xiao Long stepped forward, gazing at Xiao Qi. With a flicker of blue light in his hand, a geomantic compass materialized. He handed it to Xiao Qi, saying, Xiao Qi, this is the geomantic compass. Since you are betrothed to Xiao Yan, consider it a gift. Though it may not be as fine as Xiao Yan's, it records more locations. Do not seek refuge within the relic. There is no safe haven for the Xiao clan at present. Use this to escape directly. Xiao Qi accepted the compass, a flush of crimson rising to her cheeks, while Xiao Yan remained composed beside her. Ancestor, my chaos sacred flame is nearly fully integrated. I wish to enter the chaos relic to complete its fusion. Xiao Li, the elder, had previously mentioned that the relic was elusive and challenging to find. Even if unexpected events occur, it will be timely to use your geomantic compass. Xiao Yan intended to refer to Xiao Li as an ancestor, but caught himself, realizing he needed to address Xiao Qi as grandfather instead, quickly correcting his address. Call Xiao Long ancestor and Xiao Li grandfather. What a tangled hierarchy we have. Fortunately, they were all practitioners accustomed to measuring time in millennia, so such titles mattered little to them. Noticing Xiao Yan's calm demeanor amidst the chaos, both Xiao Li and Xiao Long cast approving glances, and Xiao Qi felt a newfound respect for Xiao Yan. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. However, remain vigilant for danger. Young man, you must grow stronger. Let us not endure such indignities again. Xiao Long patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder, then turned and joined Xiao Li. Xiao Li turned to Xiao Yan and said, Xiao Yan, you must protect Xiao Qi. Now, make haste to the chaos relic. I shall do my utmost to buy you time. With that, the figures of Xiao Li and Xiao Long soared away towards the outskirts of the Xiao clan. Let us depart as well. Watching Xiao Li and Xiao Long leave, Xiao Yan released Xiao Qi's hand and spoke to her. Xiao Qi hesitated for a moment, feeling slightly awkward, before following Xiao Yan out of the Dan hall. The two of them traversed several buildings, minimizing their presence and suppressing their breaths, weaving through the clouds, appearing and disappearing like shadows. In a remote corner of the Xiao clan, two moving figures gradually came to a halt. Above, a green ripple spread across the vast emptiness of the sky. In the heavens, a stone door, seemingly hidden within this space, began to reveal itself, adorned with peculiar patterns and imbued with an ancient aura. Xiao Yan and Xiao Qi found themselves standing before this magnificent stone door. Gazing at the suddenly materialized massive stone gates, Xiao Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. After so many years within the Xiao clan, she had been utterly unaware of such a concealed place. Xiao Yan slightly raised his palm, and with a soft sound, a delicate yellow flame elegantly surged forth from the center of his hand. Chapter 138. Entering the Chaotic Ancient Ruins, Part 8. The flame, as if possessing a spirit of its own, danced playfully in Xiao Yan's grasp like an impish child. Observing the flame in his hand, Xiao Yan gently waved his palm, sending the fire directly towards the stone door before him. Beside him, Xiao Qi was instantly astounded by the sight. Unaware of Xiao Yan's possession of heavenly fire, she noted, based on her observations, that this heavenly fire bore a striking resemblance to the chaos sacred flame her grandfather had spoken of. The chaos sacred flame held a formidable reputation within the Xiao clan, leaving Xiao Qi utterly astonished. As the pale yellow flame touched the stone door, the peculiar patterns etched upon its surface began to emit a faint glow, with the fire swiftly integrating into these enigmatic designs. Xiao Yan channeled his fighting spirit, amplifying the power of the chaos sacred flame. As his energy flowed into it, the stone door radiated a gentle yellow aura. A smile crept upon Xiao Yan's lips as he observed this phenomenon. With an increasing influx of fighting spirit, a subtle sound of movement emanated from between the two stone doors. Xiao Yan, unwilling to relent, unleashed his soul power, allowing his fighting spirit to surge like a tide into the chaos sacred flame. With a thunderous sound, the stone door slowly creaked open, releasing a more profound, ancient aura from within, enveloped in a pale yellow mist that revealed a world ablaze with fire. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan grasped Xiao Qi's hand and stepped into the stone door, with Xiao Qi, in a state of shock, trailing behind him. As Xiao Yan entered the chaotic ancient ruins, an invisible pressure immediately bore down upon Xiao Qi the moment she crossed the threshold, eliciting a muffled groan from her. Although Xiao Qi also possessed heavenly fire, ranking second within the Xiao clan, it paled in comparison to the chaos sacred flame, which was several tiers superior, naturally resulting in her being suppressed by its might. Once inside the chaotic ancient ruins, the pale yellow mist dissipated instantaneously, and the stone door slowly began to close, causing the entire chaotic ancient ruins to gradually conceal itself once more within this space. Within the ruins, a breathtaking sea of pale yellow flames unfolded before Xiao Yan, with countless delicate yellow flames swirling in the air, reminiscent of innumerable newly merged chaos sacred flames. Xiao Yan gazed at these flames, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. With a gentle wave of his hand, several pale yellow flames floated gracefully into his palm, their forms nearly indistinguishable from the chaos sacred flame within him, and each carried a faint essence of the chaos sacred flame. Chapter 139. Entering the Chaotic Ancient Ruins, Part 9. A smile graced Xiao Yan's face. It seemed he had indeed come to the right place. As he opened his hand, the flames once again detached from his palm, hovering in the space around him. This space was not vast, and at its center, a low stone platform could be clearly seen, upon which a faint luminescence hovered. Xiao Yan's footsteps began to move slowly toward the center. Standing behind Xiao Yan, Xiao Qi gazed at his silhouette, a surge of inexplicable emotions washing over her. However, she dismissed her thoughts and followed in his footsteps. Xiao Yan, where did you grow up? The two tread cautiously through this space, the only sound being the crackling of flames. Xiao Qi, unaccustomed to the oppressive silence, could not help but inquire, her cheeks involuntarily flushing crimson. That must be another realm. I was raised in a different dimension. My father passed away early, leaving only my grandfather as my sole kin. As she spoke, memories of Xiao Li surfaced, tightening her heart and enveloping her in sorrow. Haha, no. You still have me as family, Xiao Yan replied with a gentle smile. Xiao Qi was taken aback by his sudden declaration, her face quickly reddening once more. Xiao Yan, do you have family in the Dou Di Continent? She asked, her right hand brushing against her slightly heated cheek, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Xiao Yan hesitated, preparing to respond, when suddenly the space around them quaked violently, the energy becoming tumultuous. Countless previously tranquil flames began to thrash about wildly, prompting Xiao Yan's body to emanate a faint yellow glow from his chaotic holy flame. His gaze sharpened, and the Dou Qi within him erupted, swiftly calming the chaotic atmosphere around them. Chapter 140. Entering the Ancient Chaos Ruins, Part 10. It appears this is a fixed energy field. We must suppress our auras to avoid triggering energy disturbances. I managed to contain it with my Dou Qi. Fortunately, the energy in this space is not excessively violent. Xiao Yan advised Xiao Qi, who nodded and lowered her aura to its minimum. Xiao Yan followed suit, suppressing his own aura before continuing deeper into the space. The energy structure here was too fragile. Caution was indeed prudent. Before long, they arrived at the heart of the ancient chaos ruins. As Xiao Yan stepped into the center, a modest stone platform came into view. At the center of the platform rested a small, pale yellow flame, exuding an aura strikingly similar to that of his chaotic holy flame. He instructed Xiao Qi to remain outside, while he cautiously approached the flame alone. Utilizing his spiritual power to probe carefully, he discovered that the essence of this flame was identical to his own chaotic holy flame. It appeared that by integrating this chaotic holy flame into his being, he could achieve a complete fusion of his internal chaotic holy flame. Looks like your chaotic holy flame is about to merge successfully. Kid, this place is quite secluded, and there's no one around. That girl behind you is not bad. A voice suddenly echoed in Xiao Yan's ear. Stay put. Xiao Yan disregarded the voice, carefully advancing towards the flame at the center of the stone platform, releasing his own chaotic holy flame. As he drew near to the chaotic holy flame, he waved his right hand gently, causing the flame to soar into his grasp. Instantly, the surrounding flames erupted into chaos once more. Collect. With a sharp command, Xiao Yan promptly settled into a cross-legged position upon the stone platform, his hands cradling two chaos sacred flames, the larger on his left and the smaller on his right. The chaos sacred flames, resting in Xiao Yan's grasp, showed no inclination to resist. However, he could sense an abundance of violent elements contained within. As his voice reverberated through the air, flames began to swirl around him, swiftly converging into the chaos sacred flame in his right hand. Beneath him, a peculiar rune materialized upon the stone platform. Upon its emergence, Xiao Yan was enveloped by a strange aura, and remarkably, the two chaos sacred flames autonomously detached from his palms, levitating in the air and gradually drawing closer together. As the flames made contact, a hissing sound echoed, and a formidable surge of energy erupted forth, causing the previously swirling flames in the space to surge into the flame upon the stone platform. These flames were undoubtedly a manifestation of the chaos sacred flame. The two flames intertwined in the air, and in that moment, they began to fuse with remarkable swiftness. During this fusion, the distant sound of collapsing structures could be faintly heard outside the ancient ruins, causing Xiao Yan's brow to furrow in concern. Meanwhile, Xiao Qi, a upon hearing the rumblings. Felt her anxiety intensify. Chapter 141. The Fusion of Sacred Flames, Part 1. At this juncture, Xiao Yan had emerged from the ancient ruins, and the news of the stone gate collapsing had spread far and wide. Not only throughout the Empire continent, but even beyond its borders, the tale was met with fervor. Many viewed the Xiao clan as extraordinarily fortunate, believing Xiao Yan's survival from the ruins must have yielded numerous treasures. Some merely felt envy, while others harbored covetousness towards the Xiao clan. In a vast courtyard beyond the empire, a middle-aged man with crimson hair, filled with astonishment and excitement, inquired of an elderly man standing nearby. Also with crimson hair, the ancient ruins have appeared in the Demon Mountain range of the empire? The crimson-haired middle-aged man, along with several elderly individuals present, displayed palpable excitement. Our clan has long held a secret tradition. Our ancestors perished in the Demon Mountain range of the empire. For millennia, we have dispatched countless individuals in search, all to no avail, and now it has finally emerged. The eldest elder exclaimed with fervor. What is the situation there now? The middle-aged man interrupted, fixating his gaze on the crimson-haired elder. What do you mean? It has collapsed? The crimson-haired man's hand trembled around his teacup. Upon hearing this, his eyes sparkled with urgency as he pressed. Who is that youth? I demand to know who he is. What is his name? Which clan does he belong to? He bellowed. The expression of the crimson-haired man darkened significantly. After a moment's contemplation, he forcefully slammed the teacup onto the ground, commanding, order a dispatch to the empire. Investigate thoroughly. We must locate this youth. Yes. The crimson-haired elder responded with a bow, promptly retreating. At that moment, a striking woman with similarly crimson hair dashed into the courtyard, grasping the arm of the middle-aged man and gazing up at him with eager eyes. Brother, have you received any news? The red-haired man immediately restored his smile and nodded. Yes, there is news. Moore, it would be wise for you to stay at home and not wander about. Have you heard? It is said that other factions of the demon clan have already made their move. Do not act recklessly. Understood. I won't speak with you any longer, humph. Without waiting for the red-haired man to respond, the young woman skipped away. Meanwhile, within the Xiao clan, thunderous sounds echoed continuously. In the heart of the clan, two figures stood resolutely, surrounded by numerous disciples of the Xiao clan, all safeguarded by a colossal energy shield. At the forefront of the shield, a massive energy sword hovered, encircled by countless smaller blades, forming an intricate and mysterious formation. This was the protective array of the Xiao clan. The energy shield completely obstructed the entrance to the Xiao clan. Outside the shield stood 5 figures cloaked in black, members of the EMO sect, alongside all the disciples of the Xiao clan who had returned from the Tian-Mo mountain range. The 5 black-cloaked individuals led the charge, surrounding the entrance of the Xiao clan and assaulting the protective array, while the returning disciples maintained a cautious distance. Faced with the might of the Xiao clan's protective array, the members of the EMO sect were astonished, for the strength of this formation far exceeded their expectations. It was evident that it could not be breached by their current capabilities. However, the 5 black-cloaked figures displayed an air of disdain towards the protective array. As the formation endured the assault, the countless smaller blades surrounding the massive energy sword lunged at the attackers. Several members of the EMO sect were struck by these energy blades, falling lifelessly to the ground, prompting the remaining members to retreat in alarm. One of the black-cloaked figures stepped forward, raising a hand slightly, letting out a low grunt as crimson light flickered in his eyes. With a powerful sweep of his sleeve, he unleashed an overwhelming aura, causing the energy blades before him to dissipate instantly. Who dares to assault the Xiao clan without provocation? A voice resonated, belonging to Xiao Li, who had arrived at the protective array after sending Xiao Yan away and now stood at its center. Enough with the pleasantries. Hand over that brat Xiao Yan, and we shall not trouble you further, the black-cloaked figure commanded coldly, retracting his sleeve. What evidence do you have that Xiao Yan is within our clan? Xiao Li replied calmly, seeking to buy time for Xiao Yan. If that boy is not in your clan, why have you activated this protective array? The black-cloaked figure questioned skeptically. Should you come to our clan as guests, a simple announcement would suffice, and we would welcome you warmly. However, the EMO sect is not our ally. With so many of your members arriving, we had to exercise caution until we understood your intentions, Xiao Li stated. Quite a sharp tongue you possess. The middle-aged man among the black-cloaked figures, referred to as the elder brother, interjected. You are merely stalling for that boy to escape. Are you not? Open the protective array and allow us to search. If that boy is truly not within your clan, we shall cease to trouble you. What say you? Delusional. Xiao Libei's brow bore an air of authority and determination. Although our Xiao clan is relatively weak, it is not to be trifled with. The middle-aged man in the black robe momentarily froze. A palpable aura of menace began to permeate the atmosphere as he addressed Xiao Li with deliberate enunciation. warning that they would not show mercy. The man remained stationary, his gaze flicking to signal the other 4 figures cloaked in black, who swiftly emerged. Their formidable presence unleashed without reservation. Beneath the shrouds of their robes, their eerie azure eyes became discernible. The 4 unleashed a full-force assault upon the protective barrier, an array of energy blades whistling through the air, yet their fierce onslaught quickly dissipated against the defenses. In a brief span of time, a breach was torn in the formation, and the 4 figures, like phantoms, surged into the heart of the array. Xiao Li and Xiao Long's expressions grew grave, their hand seals shifting rapidly, revealing a faintly flickering clan emblem at their foreheads. The instant the emblem manifested, the entire formation was seemingly invigorated, radiating a blinding brilliance. Its overwhelming might likely compelling even a typical 4-star Dou Emperor to retreat. "Humph, overestimating yourselves," came a voice tinged with disdain from one of the black-robed figures. At that moment, countless energy blades sliced through the air, leaving trails of ethereal sword shadows in their wake, enveloping the entire formation in a sea of blades. Every direction within the formation was occupied by Xiao clan members, their fighting spirit continuously infusing the array with energy. "Hold on, everyone." Xiao Li's rallying cry invigorated the spirits of all the Xiao disciples. They were acutely aware that their chances of victory were nearly non-existent. Perhaps, against a single 4-star Dou Emperor, there might have been a glimmer of hope, but now they faced 4 formidable foes of superior strength, not to mention an even more powerful adversary yet to reveal themselves. Despite the grim odds, the disciples within the formation exhibited no signs of surrender, fervently channeling their energy into the array. At this juncture, Xiao Long's hand seals accelerated, and the colossal energy, sword hovering above, erupted with blinding light, releasing a fierce sword aura. Xiao Li's gaze sharpened as he directed the massive energy sword forcefully towards the 4 black-clad figures. The 4 figures did not waver in the slightest. Instead, they converged their formidable energies into one, meeting the oncoming energy sword infused with razor-sharp, sword-intent head-on. The array reverberated with a resounding crash, a tremendous wave of energy radiating outward, causing the entire formation to tremble slightly. In the aftermath, countless Xiao disciples, including Xiao Li and Xiao Long, coughed up blood, all suffering internal injuries. The thunderous roar echoed into the depths of the chaotic ancient relic. Hearing such a deafening sound, Xiao Yan's countenance darkened further, while Xiao Qi's eyes brimmed with tears once more. "Grandfather," she murmured, her lips twitching as she cast anxious glances towards the entrance of the chaotic ancient relic, her hands clasped tightly over her chest in silent prayer. Before Xiao Yan, the 2 chaotic sacred flames had already fused significantly, while the violent factors within the other flame were gradually being activated. Xiao Yan fueled his Dou Qi, guiding his chaotic sacred flame to meticulously eliminate these violent factors. Only by completely purging the violent factors from the other chaotic sacred flame could the resulting fusion be devoid of impurities, thus ensuring greater stability. The process of removing these violent elements was exceedingly slow. Any haste could provoke an even more tumultuous blaze. Xiao Yan had no choice but to exercise immense patience. Step by step, as he eliminated the factors, operating the burning decision, which indeed aided in the fusion of the chaotic sacred flames. Suddenly, a shadow drifted into view before Xiao Yan, startling him. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the figure was an elderly man, exuding the aura of the Xiao clan. Seemingly just a remnant soul. "Young one, you must be the current master of the chaotic sacred flame," the old man's voice resonated abruptly. Xiao Yan nodded. "Who are you?" Gazing at the elder, Xiao Yan inquired, yet his hand seals did not falter, continuing their slow transformation. With each seal he executed, a portion of the violent factors within the chaotic sacred flame was expelled, and with every removal, the flames fused a little more. The elder observed Xiao Yan's continuously shifting hand seals, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I am the previous master of the chaotic sacred flame, Xiao Sei," the elder replied. "Alas, it was my hubris that led me to believe that possessing the chaotic sacred flame would lead the Xiao clan to prosperity." With a sigh of lament, he continued, "Your ascension as the new master of the chaotic sacred flame signifies a fateful connection between you and the flame. My energy is limited, but allow me to assist you in completing the fusion of the sacred flame." Upon finishing his words, the elder's form shifted, transforming into a beam of light that merged into the 2 chaotic sacred flames. In an instant, the violent factors within the flames astonishingly vanished. Boom! The 2 chaotic sacred flames erupted into resplendent brilliance, merging seamlessly, and a fierce, scorching energy immediately surged forth. An ancient and profound aura emanating wave after wave from the chaotic sacred flame, engulfing the entire ancient chaos ruins. The fused chaotic sacred flame danced before Xiao Yan, swaying gracefully as if performing a lively ballet, its dazzling light flickering as though expressing its euphoric spirit. Gradually, the radiance dimmed, and the ancient aura began to recede. The sacred flame descended towards Xiao Yan, gently landing in the palm of his hand. It was then that Xiao Yan noticed that the once pale yellow chaotic sacred flame had transformed into a deep yellow hue, cradling the fully fused chaotic sacred flame. Xiao Yan examined it closely. The entire flame was composed of countless intricate patterns, remarkably peculiar, evoking a sense of antiquity and mystery. At that moment, a piece of information materialized in Xiao Yan's mind. The chaotic sacred flame, as legend has it, was formed from the purest essence of energy at the dawn of creation, capable of unleashing ancient chaotic power in an instant, thereby allowing its bearer to experience a swift enhancement of their abilities. During this transformative phase, the individual is referred to as possessing a chaotic body. The chaotic sacred flame encompasses 3 techniques: the chaotic body, the chaotic ancient fire, and the chaotic transformation of power, the mysteries of which must be unraveled by the holder themselves. As the chaotic sacred flame merged with him, Xiao Yan underwent remarkable changes. Faint patterns began to emerge on the surface of his skin, seemingly pre-existing beneath it, emanating a soft golden glow. In Chapter 146, titled Fusion of the Sacred Flame, Part 6, Xiao Qi observed the unfolding wonders with quiet astonishment. The chaotic sacred flame indeed lived up to its reputation. Although her heavenly fire ranked 21st on the heavenly fire list, it paled in comparison to the 18th ranked chaotic sacred flame. Meanwhile, a monumental transformation was occurring within Xiao Yan. The network of meridians within him, after being coursed by the liquid-like chaotic sacred flame, had become significantly more robust and thicker. The sacred flame flowed incessantly through Xiao Yan's meridians and limbs, each surge reinforcing his skeletal structure. The patterns on his skin grew increasingly distinct, almost alive, pulsating with each heartbeat, and with every pulse, Xiao Yan's muscles subtly expanded, concealing a chilling power beneath the surface. Before long, a faint flame emerged on Xiao Qi's skin, the manifestation of her heavenly fire, the heavenly demon flame, ranked 21st. Although it was only 3 positions lower than the chaotic sacred flame, its might was incomparable. The rankings of miraculous entities, even with a single position of difference, could signify an insurmountable chasm. In truth, Xiao Qi was formidable in her own right, being at the intermediate level of a 2-star Dou Emperor, stronger than Xiao Yan, who was at the early stage of the same rank. However, in terms of actual combat prowess, it was likely that even peak-level 2-star Dou Emperors would find themselves outmatched by Xiao Yan, let alone Xiao Qi's intermediate capabilities. Xiao Yan activated the burning decision, absorbing the energy of the chaotic sacred flame, which began to flow steadily into his being. As the sacred flame integrated with him, the Dou Qi within Xiao Yan expanded rapidly, his aura intensifying. He had firmly established his strength at the early stage of a 2-star Dou Emperor, yet his internal energy continued to surge. As time passed, within the chaotic ancient ruins, 2 figures could be seen seated as still as ancient sages. Xiao Yan and Xiao Qi were unaware of how long they had meditated, but Xiao Yan's aura continued to ascend, while Xiao Qi remained focused on her cultivation. In Chapter 147, titled Fusion of the Sacred Flame, Part 7, 2 disheveled figures appeared in the skies above the Xiao clan. Blood stained the corners of Xiao Li's mouth, while Xiao Long bore the marks of a brutal beating, his nose bleeding profusely. The protective formation of the Xiao clan began to tremble ominously. The strength of 4 above 4-star Dou Emperors could not be resisted by merely 2 3-star Dou Emperors. Even bolstered by the formidable protective array, it remained insufficient. Nonetheless, being a protective formation, the 4 cloaked figures had sustained some minor injuries, their murderous intent intensifying. Many disciples of the Xiao clan had perished, and countless others lay grievously wounded, their combat capacity nearly extinguished. Without the support of Dou Qi, this formation would soon collapse. Xiao Yan and his companions had yet to emerge. They must endure. It was a matter of surrendering to fate. Xiao Li's gaze hardened as he reached skyward with a hand, stabilizing the array once more. His expression darkened as he regarded the cloaked figures. Exhausting the remnants of his Dou Qi, he managed to steady the wavering formation, yet he found himself utterly drained. It was time to conclude this. The previously silent middle-aged cloaked figure suddenly spoke in a detached manner. No sooner had the words left his lips than he vanished from sight. In the next moment, Xiao Li and Xiao Long were seen hurtling backward within the formation. Above them, a shadow materialized, raising a hand slightly. A surge of Dou Qi coalesced like a tidal wave in the figure's grasp, emanating a ferocious aura. Without a moment's pause, the cloaked figure struck violently toward the retreating Xiao Li and Xiao Long. A simultaneous cry of anguish pierced the air as the two were sent plummeting toward the ground. The middle-aged cloaked figure, ghostly in his movements, reappeared beneath the descending Xiao Li and Xiao Long, extending his hands to grasp their shoulders as they fell. A flicker of light passed over his palms, and a skeletal mark faintly emerged upon the necks of both, only to vanish moments later. At that moment, Xiao Li and Xiao Long became as limp as puddles of mud, seemingly clinging to their final breath. Though not dead, they were evidently gravely injured. As the protective formation, deprived of Dou Qi, swiftly collapsed, countless disciples of the Xiao clan suffered severe wounds. The cloaked figure tossed the two to his companions, instructing them to confine and guard them, ensuring they did not perish. Though also wounded in battle, the other cloaked figures wiped away their blood and replied in unison. Chapter 148. Fusion of the Holy Flame. With a sudden explosion, a pair of eyes snapped open, shimmering with a golden hue akin to a blazing flame. Yet, this brilliance swiftly receded, retreating to the depths of the gaze. This was Xiao Yan, seated upon a stone platform. Within him, a torrent of Dou Qi surged, a formidable aura saturating the entire space. The intricate patterns once vividly apparent upon his surface began to fade, retreating beneath his skin, now barely discernible. Xiao Yan had completely absorbed the power of the chaotic sacred flame within his body. His strength, originally at the early stage of two-star Dou Emperor, had now surged to the peak of that same level. His entire body had undergone a qualitative transformation. His physical strength now likely rivaled that of magical beasts with typical two-star Dou Emperor strength. Such a significant boost and transformation, naturally, came from the pure and potent energy of the chaotic sacred flame. As Xiao Yan released his soul power outward, he was shocked to discover that the auras of Xiao Li and Xiao Long had vanished. Even more alarmingly, several extremely powerful presences were heading in their direction. Outside the chaotic relic, several black-robed figures suddenly appeared and came to an abrupt halt, as if they had sensed something. That brat should still be within the Xiao clan. That trace of soul power just now. There's no mistake about it. The strongest of the black-robed middle-aged men said with certainty. He seemed to sense something else as well. But as he looked at the empty space before him, he couldn't spot any flaw. Boom. A pair of eyes suddenly snapped open, glowing with a golden hue like burning golden flames. But soon, that golden color slowly faded, retreating into the depths of the eyes. This was none other than Xiao Yan, seated cross-legged atop a stone platform. At this moment, the vigorous Dou Qi within Xiao Yan's body surged fiercely, and the overwhelming pressure filled the entire space. The once clear patterns on the surface of his skin had gradually faded as well, now barely visible, hidden deep beneath the skin. Xiao Yan had completely absorbed the power of the chaotic sacred flame within his body. His early-stage two-star Dou Emperor strength had now reached its peak, and his body had undergone a fundamental transformation. His physical strength likely rivaled that of magical beasts with similar power. This tremendous enhancement and transformation were undoubtedly due to the pure and potent energy of the chaotic sacred flame. Xiao Yan spread out his soul power again, only to be stunned by the discovery that Xiao Li and Xiao Long's auras had disappeared. Even more troubling, several overwhelmingly strong auras were rapidly approaching their location. Outside the chaotic relic, several black-robed figures flickered into view and suddenly froze, as if they had sensed something. That kid must still be within the Xiao clan. That trace of soul power just now. There's no doubt about it, said the strongest black-robed middle-aged man with certainty. He seemed to sense something unusual. Yet the space before him appeared completely empty, revealing no clues. Chapter 150. Fusing the Sacred Flame, Part 9. Could there be another hidden space here? The black-robed man speculated, as his powerful soul force scanned the surrounding area inch by inch. Yet no matter how thoroughly he searched, he found nothing. What an incredibly strong soul force. Looks like we're about to be discovered. That soul presence outside the relic just now definitely surpassed the Dou Emperor realm. Xiao Yan quickly withdrew his own soul force, stood up, and stretched his limbs. Instantly, cracking sounds echoed from all his joints. Xiao Qi, we have to go. They're about to find us, Xiao Yan said as he walked over to Xiao Qi, who was still seated in meditation. What about Grandpa and the others? Are they all dead? Xiao Qi trembled as she inquired. Her soul power failing to detect the slightest trace of Xiao Li and Xiao Long. Xiao Yan let out a bitter smile. He had previously employed his soul power to probe, confirming that the presence of Xiao Li and Xiao Long had indeed vanished. However, upon further scrutiny, he discerned a nearly imperceptible trace of aura lingering in the surrounding space. Rest assured, they are still alive. They may be injured, but we will undoubtedly rescue them, Xiao Yan assured Xiao Qi, gazing into her reddened eyes. The delicate features of her face flushed even rosier, rendering her exceedingly charming. Unbeknownst to them, it was precisely Xiao Qi's soul power that had inadvertently revealed their whereabouts. Just as Xiao Yan finished speaking, a resounding crash echoed, prompting him to abruptly lift his gaze toward the stone door. It appears they are arriving sooner than I anticipated. There is no time to waste. Xiao Qi, quickly retrieve the compass that your ancestor Xiao long entrusted to you. Immerse your soul power within it, and you will understand. With a focused expression, Xiao Yan urged. As a deep yellow, seemingly tangible giant ruler materialized in his hand. Chapter 151, Fusion of the Sacred Flame, Part 10. Having absorbed the fully integrated chaotic sacred flame, had now evolved into the Tianhua Honggu ruler. Xiao Yan's gaze remained fixed on the ancient ruler in his hand. Its texture and the aura emanating from it had transformed entirely from that of the former, now imbued with an even more ancient and formidable essence that coursed through his being. Identify the coordinates. The ideal location would be within the mountain range. I will hold them off for now. As he spoke, a flicker of light darted from his toes, and in an instant, his figure vanished before Xiao Qi. With a thunderous crash, the stone door was shattered, revealing several shadowy figures at the entrance. It's scorching. There seems to be the aura of heavenly fire here. This family possesses quite a treasure trove, remarked the lead figure clad in black robes, surveying the still fiery ruins with a cold smile. Suddenly, he glanced upward, spotting a figure hurtling toward him. A torrential wave of heat obscured the figure's features, and a colossal shadow rapidly formed, descending fiercely upon the black-robed individual. As the immense shadow landed, the surrounding waves of heat appeared to be violently torn apart. The black-robed man staggered, raising his arms slightly, only to be met with an overwhelming force crashing down upon him. Utterly unprepared, he involuntarily took a step back. Let us go. A flash of lightning streaked through the space, accompanied by a glimmer of light. The black-robed man regained his footing, but upon focusing his gaze, he found the area utterly devoid of any presence. Chapter 152, Beast Tide, Part 1. Deep within the Tianma mountain range, a unique aura permeated the forest. Occasionally, the resounding roars of magical beasts echoed through the mountains, casting a shadow of peril over the otherwise vibrant landscape. In the depths of the forest, a flash of blue light pierced through the air as two figures abruptly materialized. These figures were none other than Xiao Yan and Xiao Qi, with Xiao Yan still grasping the celestial fire ancient ruler. After stowing the ruler within his being, he wiped the perspiration from his brow and exhaled a sigh of relief. At last, I have escaped. Sitting down upon the ground, Xiao Yan began to ponder. Previously, he had surmised that the cloaked individuals were members of the demon clan, though he could not ascertain which faction they belonged to. The reason they sought him with such fervor was likely due to the blood demon token he possessed. As for how they had discerned that this was the burial site of the demon emperor, Xiao Yan chose not to dwell on it. The demon clan must possess their own clandestine knowledge. Now, with the Xiao clan facing tribulations and himself under relentless pursuit by such formidable adversaries, the only path to extricate himself from this dire predicament and alleviate the crisis befalling the Xiao clan lay in locating the blood demon lineage spoken of by the blood demon Shin emperor. Rising to his feet, Xiao Yan surveyed his surroundings, releasing his soul power to meticulously probe the area. To his astonishment, he soon detected numerous exceedingly potent auras, causing his heart to skip a beat. He turned to Xiao Qi and inquired, Xiao Qi, to what location have we been transported? Upon hearing his question, Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, which aligned with his intentions. He glanced at the earth compass still held in Xiao Qi's hand, which now emitted no trace of light, clearly indicating that its energy had been entirely expended. Stretching out his hand, he took the compass from Xiao Qi, shaking his head with a wry smile as he remarked, "It appears that the energy consumed in transporting two individuals was indeed excessive. This compass is now rendered useless." With that, he casually discarded the compass, recognizing that it had become a mere relic devoid of purpose. Preparing for ascent, Xiao Yan began to rise slowly, eager to survey the terrain surrounding them. Moments later, he descended and suggested to Xiao Qi, "Let us take a moment to rest in the ravine over there. We must depart from the imperial state post-haste. I must swiftly locate the blood demon lineage. Only by reaching them and delivering the blood demon token do we stand a chance of saving the Xiao clan." Deep within the demon mountain range, a unique aura permeated the forest. Occasionally, the resounding roars of magical beasts echoed through the mountains, casting a shadow of peril over the otherwise vibrant landscape. Xiao Yan rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings as he released his soul power to conduct a meticulous probe. To his astonishment, as he began his investigation, he immediately detected numerous formidable presences, which startled him. He turned to Xiao Qi and inquired, "Xiao Qi, to what location have you been transported?" Upon hearing his words, Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, as this was indeed to his liking. He glanced at the earth compass still held in Xiao Qi's grasp, which had lost all its brilliance, indicating that its energy had been fully expended. Xiao Yan reached over, took the compass from Xiao Qi, and with a wry smile, remarked, It appears that the energy required for 2 individuals to teleport is exceedingly vast. This compass is now rendered useless. After speaking, he casually tossed the compass aside, recognizing that the energy gifted by Xiao Long had been depleted, making it nothing more than a worthless relic. Xiao Yan then began to ascend slowly, preparing to survey the terrain around them. Moments later, he descended and addressed Xiao Qi. Let us first rest in that ravine over there. We must depart from Dizhou. I must swiftly locate the Blood Demon clan. Only by delivering the Blood Demon order can we hope to save the Xiao clan. Chapter 154, The Beast Tide, Part 2. The depths of the Tianma mountain range are perilously treacherous, a place I have never visited and know little about. However, I possess a rough understanding of the route. We should be able to leave Dizhou by traversing the mountain range opposite us, reaching Diyuanzhou, a land even larger and more powerful than Dizhou. Do we truly intend to journey there? Xiao Qi, evidently more knowledgeable about the Dou Di Continent than Xiao Yan, who had only recently arrived, expressed her concerns. Let us go. Xiao Yan nodded in affirmation. Remaining in this forest is not prudent. The surrounding energies have made him exceedingly vigilant. It is best to rest in the ravine before proceeding. Having navigated their escape with the Earth compass, the cloaked figure could not ascertain their location, rendering them temporarily safe from pursuit. With a heavy step, Xiao Yan propelled himself forward, appearing several meters away in an instant. Not to be outdone, Xiao Qi lightly pressed her toes against the ground, matching Xiao Yan's speed with remarkable agility. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes, but he soon recognized the wind attribute in Xiao Qi's Dou Qi, which naturally allowed for unparalleled swiftness among all attributes. As Xiao Qi caught up to him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, she questioned, "Why are you faster than I am? My Dou Qi is of the wind attribute." Have you advanced in rank? Xiao Qi suddenly realized that she could no longer gauge Xiao Yan's strength accurately. Xiao Yan chuckled and nodded. To what rank have you ascended? Xiao Qi pressed further. Perhaps the peak of the early 2nd star, Xiao Yan confessed, feeling a tad bashful as he scratched his head. Are you even human? It has only been a short time since you arrived on the Dou Di Continent, and you have already reached the peak of the early 2nd star. How is anyone expected to survive this? She scolded playfully. Initially, Xiao Qi felt a twinge of disbelief regarding Xiao Yan's genius. But after their experiences in the chaos ancient ruins and witnessing his prodigious talent firsthand, she was left utterly convinced. A sense of inexplicable joy blossomed within her. For this extraordinary man was her husband. Chapter 155, Beast Tide, Part 3. Xiao Yan smiled gently at Xiao Qi, and soon their figures swiftly traversed the forest. The soul power of Xiao Yan, at the Emperor level, spread out. For the magical beasts lurking deep within the Tianma mountain range were not adversaries that a mere 2-star Dou Emperor could contend with. Fortunately, under the intimidation of Xiao Yan's Emperor-level soul power, the average magical beasts hastily retreated. Such formidable soul power was rare even among the 3-star Dou Emperors. Thus the less powerful beasts dared not approach. The two soon arrived at a ravine. Xiao Yan surveyed the area and excavated a cave atop the ravine, affixing moonlight stones to the cave walls, illuminating the interior instantly. You must be tired. Let us rest for a moment. We need to prepare before we set off for the Emperor Source Prefecture. I will go gather some herbs, Xiao Yan remarked to Xiao Qi, who was inspecting the cave. Along their journey, Xiao Yan had sensed several potent auras, each around the 3-star Dou Emperor level. It was uncertain how powerful the beasts would be when they attempted to cross the mountain range, and the challenge was undoubtedly significant, making it essential to prepare some elixirs. With that, Xiao Yan turned and exited the cave, while Xiao Qi sat cross-legged inside, attempting to calm her mind. The events of the day had unfolded so abruptly that she still found it hard to accept. She needed time to gather her thoughts. Clearly, the depths of the Tianma mountain range were not as tranquil as they appeared. Concerned for Xiao Qi's safety, Xiao Yan dared not stray too far from the ravine, gathering herbs in the vicinity while also surveying the terrain. Fortunately, no immediate dangers arose, though he did detect an unsettling aura. Xiao Yan retrieved some common herbs suitable for crafting healing elixirs and prepared to begin his concoction. With a gentle thought, he reached out to Old Zhan. Old Zhan, do you have a better recipe for healing elixirs? After several attempts, silence ensued, leaving Xiao Yan puzzled. Did Old Zhan still need to rest? Chapter 156, Beast Tide, Part 4. Old Zhan's voice finally echoed in Xiao Yan's ear. Now you think of me? What happened to your earlier bravado when you called for me? Don't bother me. Still sulking, at such an age resorting to childishness. Xiao Yan hastily chuckled. This is a pressing matter. Without healing elixirs, I fear I won't make it out of this mountain range. You wouldn't want to see me perish, would you? Internally, Xiao Yan chuckled to himself, muttering, well, with beasts blocking the way ahead and demon races pursuing from behind, it seems Xiao Yan is destined to meet his end here. Just then, a seemingly ordinary piece of parchment fluttered into Xiao Yan's view. Fine. If you can't concoct anything better, make do with this for now. Don't pester me again. Old Zhan's voice faded, leaving no further response. Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly, smiling wryly. The recipe Old Zhan provided was of low tier, and typically, low-tier elixirs would not attract elixir tribulations. It appeared Old Zhan was rather considerate. With a flourish of his sleeve, a cauldron shaped like flames materialized before Xiao Yan. Indeed, it was the Yinmu cauldron gifted to him by Qin Xian. Xiao Yan gently waved his hand, and a collection of medicinal herbs appeared before him. Selecting the necessary ingredients for the prescription, he deftly flipped his palm, causing the herbs to be deposited into the medicinal cauldron. With a flick of his fingers, the chaotic sacred flame erupted from his palm, streaking through the air like a comet before plunging into the Yinmudi cauldron. Xiao Yan's mastery of fire control was exceptional. Combined with the chaotic sacred flame and the esteemed medicinal cauldron, the healing pills he concocted surpassed his expectations. The process of refining these pills was remarkably swift. Within mere minutes, Xiao Yan had completed the preparation of all the herbs, filling the space before him with pristine jade vials. These healing pills, known as easy healing pills, were commonplace among mercenaries and those who roamed the forests, universally carried for their practicality. Xiao Yan picked up one of the jade vials and brought it to his nose. Inhaling the rich aroma, what was once an ordinary pill had remarkably elevated in quality due to the cauldron and the chaotic sacred flame. With a wave of his hand, he stored all the healing pills into his spatial ring. Chapter 157, Beast Tide, Part 5. A thunderous rumble echoed as Xiao Yan stood up and approached the cave entrance, peering outside. In the distance, a mass of dark clouds roiled ominously, resembling a living entity. Lightning slashed through the clouds, exuding an overwhelming and fearsome energy that made Xiao Yan's brow furrow in concern. The tranquil Xiao Qi, meditating beside him, was abruptly awoken by the tremors. She joined Xiao Yan at the cave's mouth, and, upon gazing outside, her pupils constricted in shock as she uttered two words, Beast Tide. The term Beast Tide was not unfamiliar to those who frequently traversed the mountains. It was spoken of in hushed tones. Survivors of past beast tides often turned pale at the mere mention, for once a beast tide erupted in the mountains. It became a realm of magical beasts. In the Tianma mountain range, survival against such a tide was nearly impossible for anyone below the rank of a 4-star Dou Emperor. Upon hearing the phrase beast tide, Xiao Yan's pupils also narrowed, and with a sudden tremor, he propelled himself out of the cave. In an instant, he reappeared at the cave's entrance, lifting a massive boulder and slowly retreating back into the cave, using the stone to securely seal the entrance. Xiao Yan understood that a single boulder could hardly withstand the multitude of beasts akin to swarming ants. Gently placing his palm on the stone, a flicker of flame erupted from his hand, igniting the surface of the boulder in a faint glow, causing the air within the cave to grow oppressively warm. Xiao Qi, these are healing pills. Please handle them with care, Xiao Yan instructed, clearly unsettled about her safety. Xiao Qi remained silent, channeling her energy, causing a soft, ethereal flame to envelop her body. Is that heavenly fire? Xiao Yan inquired in astonishment, observing the flames that adorned Xiao Qi's form. She nodded, explaining, this is the 21st ranked heavenly fire, the Tian Yao Yan. It holds a certain deterrent effect against magical beasts weaker than myself. A flicker of light suddenly shone in Xiao Yan's eyes, as he had never anticipated that Xiao Qi would also possess the heavenly fire. Just as they had narrowly escaped, they found themselves confronting a calamity of nature, the two of them anxiously waiting within the cave for the beast tide to pass. Chapter 158, The Beast Tide, Part 6. A thunderous crash resounded, evidently caused by something colliding against the massive boulder. Outside the cave, it appeared that the entire Tianma mountain range had been infused with a frenzied energy, as the magical beasts surged forth without any semblance of reason. A dark tide sweeping across the landscape. Wherever they passed, whether it be the densely forested ravines or the serene, secluded caves, everything was left in utter disarray, save for the faint glimmer of light within the cave that Xiao Yan occupied. At this moment, the nearby Moyin town was also being ravaged by the magical beasts. Numerous powerful figures within the town rose to retaliate, confident that as long as no beasts of 3 stars or higher appeared, they could hold their ground. Within Moyin town, several figures cloaked in black nonchalantly strolled through the chaos, seemingly unfazed by the overwhelming horde of magical beasts. As the roaring creatures charged forth, a mere flick of their sleeves caused the beasts before them to erupt into clouds of bloody mist. Yet, there was still no trace of that boy. Has he slipped into the Tianma mountain range? One of the cloaked figures spoke with a grim expression, addressing his companions. If that boy has truly entered the Tianma mountain range, he would likely find it difficult to survive this beast tide. The organization has made it clear, We must see the living or the dead. Let us wait until the beast tide has passed to discuss further. There exist magical beasts of 5-star Dou Emperor strength within this mountain range. Dealing with them will not be a trivial task. The other cloaked figures nodded in agreement. The rumbling outside the cave grew incessantly, and a fissure suddenly appeared in the massive boulder. Xiao Yan's expression turned grave. It seemed they could not hold out much longer. Prepare for battle. He turned to Xiao Qi, urging her to ready herself. Xiao Qi nodded, fully aware of the terror of the beast tide, her demeanor now serious. A yellow glow emanated from Xiao Yan's left hand, and a colossal ancient ruler materialized in his grasp. The fissures in the boulder, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, rapidly spread like a spider's web. With a resounding crash, the boulder obstructing the cave entrance finally shattered. As the stone exploded, a wave of bloody scent rushed into the cave, and a massive magical beast howled as it charged ferociously toward Xiao Yan, roaring menacingly at the cave. Chapter 159, The Beast Tide, Part 7. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yan pivoted, the ancient ruler in his hand tracing an alluring arc through the air, decisively cleaving down upon the oncoming beast. Like a razor-sharp blade, it carved a massive gash upon the beast's head, blood gushing forth as the creature was sent hurtling backward, only to be torn apart by the other magical beasts that surged past. As the cave entrance opened wide, numerous magical beasts took notice of Xiao Yan and Xiao Qi, rushing towards the cave in a frenzy. A pungent scent of blood permeated the air as Xiao Yan stood tall, steeling himself for the impending battle. Xiao Qi did not pause. With a tremor of her hand, a long spear materialized within her grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, she brandished the spear and charged forward, launching a relentless assault upon the frenzied beasts rushing towards her. Each thrust met its mark on the heads of the foremost monsters, eliciting a cacophony of anguished cries as they were swiftly torn to shreds by their compatriots. Suddenly, the surrounding beasts began to thin out, causing Xiao Yan to furrow his brow, a grave expression overtaking his features as an ominous premonition took root in his heart. He spread his spiritual energy, sensing an aura within the confines of his soul's reach. Without a shred of doubt, Xiao Yan summoned forth his fighting spirit, a faint crimson aura enveloping him as peculiar patterns surfaced beneath his skin. His presence surged significantly, and with a flash of lightning, he appeared atop the colossal creature, expending all his might to bring down the ancient fire measuring rod upon the beast's head, resulting in a resounding clash of steel. Xiao Qi, displaying remarkable agility, swiftly maneuvered around the massive beast. This creature, known as the steel-spiked giant beast, was 3 times larger than the average monster, its surface adorned with armor resembling steel spikes. Remarkably, Xiao Yan's strike left not a single mark upon its formidable body. Realizing his attack had been in vain, he swiftly distanced himself from the beast, darting towards Xiao Qi. The steel-spiked giant beast, a 4-star monster, possessed strength and defense comparable to a 4-star Dou Emperor, making it exceedingly powerful. Though common among 4-star monsters, their numbers in the Tianma mountain range were remarkably few. Chapter 160, The Beast Tide, Part 8. The steel-spiked giant beast, while slow in its attacks, boasted overwhelming power and defense, with a tail that moved with astonishing speed. Xiao Yan materialized beside Xiao Qi, facing the beast with gravity etched upon his features. This creature is too formidable. We must rely on our speed to contend with it, he urged her, before employing the instant step technique and vanishing once more. The sluggish steel-spiked giant beast was unable to catch up to the swift Xiao Yan. In a fit of rage, it lashed its tail and roared, sending the surrounding monsters scurrying away from the ravine in fear. Suddenly, a violent impact resonated through the air as a figure was sent flying, crashing heavily against the ravine's edge. It was Xiao Yan. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, astonished by the rapidity of the creature's tail attack, which belied its massive size. Hurriedly, he retrieved a healing elixir and swallowed it, his form once again levitating into the air. Xiao Qi, equally astonished, realized that Xiao Yan's speed was on par with, if not surpassing, her own. Yet he had still been unable to evade the swift strike of the steel-spiked giant beast's tail. As Xiao Yan soared backward, Xiao Qi and her companions swiftly maneuvered, their long spears gliding across the formidable beast, producing a cacophony of metallic clashes. Yet, to the steel-spiked beast, Xiao Qi's attacks were as inconsequential as a mere tickle. The colossal creature pivoted swiftly, its massive tail hurtling towards Xiao Qi with ferocious speed, striking her and sending her hurtling through the air. Xiao Yan had no choice but to confront this nearly insurmountable 4-star monster. The presence of the steel-spiked beast deterred many creatures, leaving only a few in the vicinity, all of them maintaining a safe distance. If he attempted to flee solely on speed, he would undoubtedly be engulfed by a tidal wave of beasts, leaving him with little chance of survival. Gazing at the steel-spiked beast, which was drooling and tilting its head at him. Xiao Yan's expression sharpened as he bellowed. Body of the Fighting Emperor. Instantly, his form expanded to an impressive 100 feet, and the enormous heavenly fire ancient ruler in his grasp radiated a brilliant light, emanating a faint yet ancient aura as it descended fiercely upon the steel-spiked beast. The creature did not flinch. Instead, its massive claws struck directly at the heavenly fire ancient ruler, the tremendous force forcing Xiao Yan to stagger back several steps. This was merely a fraction of the beast's true strength. To the steel-spiked beast, Xiao Yan was likely no more than a trivial morsel. Should it unleash its full power, Xiao Yan would not have been able to retreat as easily. Intent-level fighting technique. Inferno explosive / ruler. The heavenly fire ancient ruler in Xiao Yan's hands erupted with blinding flames, radiating like molten lava. With a swift motion, he altered his hand seal, directing the colossal ruler straight at the steel-spiked beast. With a resounding slice, Xiao Yan's strike carved a gaping wound across the beast's back. In retaliation, the steel-spiked beast swung its enormous tail towards him, its speed rendering Xiao Yan unable to evade. A tremor coursed through his body as he was sent flying once more. The immense power of the steel-spiked beast was beyond what Xiao Yan's current physique could withstand, and this blow rendered him unconscious, clearly suffering grave injuries. A 2-star fighting emperor was utterly no match for a 4-star monster. Roaring in fury from the injury inflicted by Xiao Yan's technique, the steel-spiked beast's murderous intent intensified as it lumbered toward the unconscious Xiao Yan, its massive frame moving with the weight of a mountain. Alas, I must save you, sighed Elder Zhan from within the spirit tower of Zichun. Just as he prepared to intervene, suddenly, a flash of cold light burst forth from Xiao Yan's pocket, revealing a transparent entity resembling an eye hovering in the air, the ethereal soul of the abyss. In an instant, an unparalleled and intangible force radiated outward, enveloping the nearby beasts, which were instantly obliterated into clouds of blood mist. Those that remained untouched fled in terror, and the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. The steel-spiked beast had evidently sustained grave injuries. It immediately sensed an overwhelming peril, unleashing a fierce roar as it turned to flee. Yet, as soon as it took a step, a ring of crimson marks appeared around its neck, and its massive head fell in an instant, blood gushing forth like a fountain. At this moment, Xiao Yan had already succumbed to unconsciousness. A warm surge of energy coursed through Xiao Yan's body, gradually mending his wounds. Chapter 162, Beast Tide, 10. There is another update. It was that ghostly spirit that saved you. Moments ago, I administered some healing elixirs to you. Resonated the voice of old Zhan in Xiao Yan's mind. Hastily, Xiao Yan rushed towards Xiao Qi, whom he had concealed, quickly producing a healing potion and placing it into her mouth, thereafter cradling her into the cave for safekeeping. Xiao Qi had also sustained significant injuries, and it might take her some time to awaken. Young man, the magic core of a 4-star magical beast is quite a valuable asset for you at present. Do not let this opportunity slip away. Old Zhan's voice echoed once more. Xiao Yan was taken aback. He swiftly turned and flew towards the fallen steel-spiked beast in the ravine. Observing the beast's enormous form, he couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. With the celestial fire ancient ruler in hand, Xiao Yan pried the magic core from the beast's head, subsequently storing its corpse within his spatial ring. The body of a 4-star magical beast bore considerable worth, and Xiao Yan casually collected it. A magic core, the size of a head, lay in Xiao Yan's palm, resembling a magnificent, radiant ruby. Within the core, torrents of potent energy surged, the air surrounding it seemingly growing heated. The imperial essence contained within a 4-star magic core equated to countless 2-star cores, reaching a level that evoked profound admiration. On this continent, the significance of imperial essence was well known, thus many coveted the 4-star core infused with rich imperial essence. However, despite their desires, slaying a 4-star magical beast was no simple feat, even for those of equal strength as 4-star Dou Emperors. Moreover, Xiao Yan was merely a 2-star Dou Emperor at this stage. Although severely injured, Xiao Yan was fortunate to have obtained a 4-star magic core in the end. Absorb it. Old Zhan's voice resonated once more. A glimmer of determination sparked in Xiao Yan's eyes. Since acquiring the bloodline of the demon clan, he had yet to devour a magic core for cultivation. Now was the perfect opportunity to try. Chapter 163, Beast Tide, 11. Xiao Yan placed the magic core on the ground, clasping his palms together. The aura of his demon bloodline immediately permeated the air, forming a faint layer of blood mist that enveloped the 4-star magic core, which resembled a ruby. As the core was shrouded in the blood mist, the imperial essence within it was refined at an astonishing speed, ultimately transforming into a searing energy that flowed incessantly into Xiao Yan's body. With each surge of imperial essence akin to a tidal wave, it coursed through Xiao Yan's limbs and bones, resonating with a delicate, crisp sound. Meanwhile, an unusual layer of faint patterns re-emerged upon the surface of Xiao Yan's body. The blood mist enveloped the magic core tightly, swiftly devouring the majestic imperial essence within, grinding it away like a millstone. Before long, the imperial essence within the core was entirely consumed. At this moment, the remarkable prowess of Xiao Yan's demonic lineage was revealed. He consumed the 4-star magic core in a fraction of the time compared to ordinary demonic bloodlines. Xiao Yan completed this cultivation in less than an hour. As the hue of the ruby-like magic core gradually faded, deep within the mountain gorge, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. In an instant, a sharp glint akin to a cutting blade sliced through the air from his gaze, exuding an undeniable intensity. A heavy exhalation of white vapor escaped from his lips. As a powerful surge of energy enveloped him, stronger than before, he had ascended to the mid-phase of a 2-star Dou Emperor. With the aid of the 4-star magic beast core, Xiao Yan's strength had once again been elevated, marking his advancement into the mid-phase of a 2-star Dou Emperor. Moreover, the intricate patterns on his body had deepened noticeably, indicating that the 4-star core not only enhanced his power, but also fortified his chaotic physique, rendering it even more formidable and profound in color. The beast tide had passed, and it was time for Xiao Yan to head to the Imperial Source Continent in search of the Blood Demon clan once Xiao Qi awoke. Xiao Yan murmured to himself, then stood up and glanced at the still unconscious Xiao Qi. Chapter 164, The Beast Tide, Part 12. Uncertain whether he would successfully locate the Blood Demon clan in the Imperial Source Continent, Xiao Yan shook his head in resignation. All the calamities stemmed from the Blood Demon Order. Only by finding this clan could the issues be resolved. He approached Xiao Qi, seated beside her, and began to channel his Dou Qi through his hands into her body. The infused energy would catalyze the healing effects of the medicinal elixirs, allowing her internal injuries to mend at an astonishing rate. Did that magic beast perish? Xiao Qi inquired, shaking her pained head. Xiao Yan nodded in response. Did you slay it? She pressed on. Xiao Yan hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose the matter of the ghostly spirit to her, and simply scratched his head instead. Seeing him scratch his head, Xiao Qi assumed he had been the one to vanquish it, but felt a bit shy to press further. Gradually, she rose to her feet, stretching her body, and declared, I'm nearly recovered. We should hurry. Her face bore a stubborn expression, and her eyes showed admiration for Xiao Yan. Although she could not sense the precise strength of the steel-spiked beast, she understood it far surpassed both her and Xiao Yan's capabilities. The fact that Xiao Yan had managed to slay it alone illustrated that he was not only a prodigy in cultivation, but also an unparalleled genius in combat. Xiao Yan did not oppose her, smiling as he organized their belongings. Together, they set off deeper into the mountains. Meanwhile, amidst the devastation in Demon Cloud Town, several dark figures were racing toward the heavenly Demon Mountain Range. Chapter 165, Qing Mu'er, Part 1. Xiao Yan and Xiao Qi traversed the mountains with relentless determination. Although Xiao Qi had often roamed these mountains, she had never ventured this deep. Yet she possessed a considerable understanding of the terrain, allowing them to navigate the intricate landscape without losing their way. Upon crossing this range, they would enter the Empire's source state. Gazing at the towering peaks before them, Xiao Qi spoke. Xiao Yan nodded, and in his mind, a map materialized, the very one from the pinnacle of the Zichin Spirit Tower's Qi refining layer. The duo resumed their passage through the forest, with Xiao Yan employing his formidable spiritual power to evade the magical beasts. Before long, they reached the summit, where an endless expanse of ancient forest unfolded before their eyes, the rich aura of the Empire's source wafting towards them. The name Empire Source State derived from the fact that this region possessed a more potent essence of the Empire than any other area. Standing atop the peak, they gazed down upon the boundless woods. Once again, the map appeared in Xiao Yan's mind as he assessed their direction, pointing towards a specific area. Let us proceed this way. It should lead us most swiftly to the nearest town from this mountain range, he suggested to Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi nodded in agreement. This was also her first visit to the Empire Source State, but she had perused numerous maps and heard ample information about it. The location we currently occupy is the outer region of the Empire Vein. Indeed, following your indicated path would lead us quickly to the nearest magical city. However, I have heard that despite its proximity, this route is the most perilous among all options, she remarked with a hint of caution, clearly possessing more knowledge about the Empire Source State than Xiao Yan. Suddenly, Xiao Yan sensed something amiss. He turned to look behind him, and the lines on his brow reappeared as his powerful spiritual force surged forth. Moments later, the tension in his features began to fade. It appears that the group of cloaked figures has already detected us. We have little time left. We must take this route. Let us go. Xiao Yan's expression grew grave as he spoke decisively. He had not anticipated the cloaked individuals would discover their whereabouts in such a short span. Chapter 166, Qing Muer, Part 2. The two dared not delay and swiftly moved towards the direction indicated by Xiao Yan. It seems we have lost our way. Xiao Yan and Xiao Qi found themselves wandering through a primordial forest. Within this forest, a peculiar milky mist enveloped the surroundings, making it exceedingly difficult for even spiritual power to penetrate, while an icy chill pervaded the air, so formidable that even Xiao Yan, with his chaotic holy flame, struggled to endure. After more than an hour of meandering through this route, they found themselves ensnared in its depths. The prolonged wandering had evidently begun to irritate Xiao Yan. It felt as though they were trapped. Thankfully, the cloaked figures had yet to pursue them. What manner of mist is this? It is truly bizarre. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, realizing that the map in his mind had become futile, lacking any detailed markings of this route. The vast expanse of the world has undergone profound transformations throughout the passage of time. I recall now, this is the Misty Demon Forest. The reason this route has been distinctly named is due, in part, to the eerie mists that envelop it. It is said that only one correct path leads out. Should we still find ourselves within its confines come nightfall, our situation would become dire, exclaimed Xiao Qi. It seems that in order to escape this place, we require a guide. Let us head south first, suggested Xiao Yan slowly. Although Xiao Yan possesses formidable spiritual power, the mists significantly hinder the detection capabilities of one's soul, rendering him unable to sense much beyond his immediate surroundings. A bitter smile crossed his mind as he reflected on their misfortunes thus far. They had navigated through a gauntlet of magical beasts, evading them with agility, but had encountered an unprecedented tide of beasts and were nearly slain by a 4-star magical creature. After enduring the perils of the imperial capital, they finally arrived in the imperial source state, only to find themselves ensnared by this confounding misty demon forest. Unaware of the greater dangers that lay ahead, let us proceed. With a wave of his hand towards Xiao Qi, Xiao Yan set forth, striding briskly southward, with Xiao Qi nimbly following close behind. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. In a clearing shrouded in thick mist, dozens stood back to back, surrounded by ferocious magical beasts that charged forth, their bodies dripping with blood. Yet, these creatures were swiftly obliterated by powerful strikes, reduced to mere fragments. These beasts are indeed a nuisance. When will this end, my lady? Do you think a 5-star magical beast might appear? A man among the group, wielding a massive sword, cleaved a magical beast in two, wiping the blood from his face as he cursed. Amidst this throng, there was a graceful figure clad in a short azure garment, exuding an air of elegance. Bloodlust radiated from her, and a crimson ponytail danced behind her. Beneath her neatly arranged bangs, a pair of subtly crimson-hued eyes shimmered, complemented by a delicate and noble nose, and full, slightly wild lips that were half-parted. Chapter 167, Qing Muer. The graceful figure stirred slightly, with a twist of her slender waist. The long whip in her hand lashed out like a tempest, instantly reducing the surrounding magical beasts to blood mist. With a flick of her wrist, magical cores began to float in the air. As she drew them towards her, they transformed into beams of light, merging seamlessly into her being. This young woman evidently possessed the greatest strength among the group, boasting the prowess of a 5-star Dou Emperor. Even amidst the onslaught of countless magical beasts, she remained remarkably composed, a stark contrast to her appearance. For each magical beast slain by the individuals in this group, the magical cores would convert into energy, infusing their bodies. Only those of the demonic race could directly absorb these cores, indicating that this group was indeed comprised of demons. The battle raged for nearly half an hour before it finally subsided, leaving a multitude of magical beast carcasses strewn around them. Once the fight concluded, most of the individuals collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The creatures they had just faced were primarily low-level magical beasts. They had refrained from utilizing their Dou Qi, opting instead to rely on their physical strength, which served as a form of training for their bodies. Upon encountering the weary crowd, the graceful figure could not help but shake her head in resignation. Just as she was about to reprimand them, her beautiful eyes suddenly flickered, and her gaze abruptly turned toward the mist ahead, exclaiming, "Who goes there?" Hearing her sudden call, the individuals who had just settled hurriedly rose, grasping their nearby weapons. Their expressions taut with anxiety as they peered into the obscurity. Under their tense scrutiny, two figures gradually emerged from the fog, none other than the lost Xiao Yan and Xiao Qi. At that moment, Xiao Yan exuded an aura reminiscent of the demon clan. Xiao Qi was perplexed. How could Xiao Yan suddenly emanate the essence of the demon race? Yet, the current circumstances left no room for inquiry. As she observed the crowd's intense gaze upon them, Xiao Yan scratched his head and quickly reassured, "Please, do not be alarmed. We have merely lost our way and inadvertently stumbled here, harboring no ill intent. Noticing that only a young man and a girl stood before them, and sensing their feeble presence, the crowd collectively sighed in relief. However, the graceful figure remained vigilant, her gaze firmly fixed on Xiao Yan and Xiao Qi. As an inexplicable sense of danger lingered about Xiao Yan. This young brother hails from afar, does he not? The graceful figure inquired softly, her eyes locked onto Xiao Yan. Indeed, Xiao Yan nodded with a smile, then clasped his fists and added, "Miss, we have lost our way here and would greatly appreciate it if you could guide us." Upon being detected by the graceful lady, Xiao Yan had instinctively released the aura of the demon clan, as he had already sensed that this group belonged to that very race. "Absolutely not. We shall not escort strangers. You should continue on your own," declared a burly middle-aged man, brandishing a blood axe, as he scrutinized both Xiao Yan and Xiao Qi. He then turned to the graceful figure beside him. Speaking in a hushed tone, "Miss, we are here to hunt the 5-star demon beasts. Bringing along an unknown liability is ill-advised and perilous." Upon hearing his words, the graceful figure did not immediately respond. Her gaze remained intently focused on Xiao Yan and Xiao Qi. After a prolonged moment, she finally inquired, "What is your name, young brother? Which branch do you belong to?" "I am Qing Mu'er. You may call me Mu'er," she replied. "Yet, you have yet to disclose which branch you represent." In an instant, Xiao Yan's eyes widened, his mouth agape in disbelief. "The Blood Demon Clan," he murmured in astonishment. "Are you claiming to be of the Blood Demon Clan? Is that not obvious? Who else could traverse the demon mist forest with such ease, if not my clan?" Qing Mu'er maintained her wary gaze upon Xiao Yan. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Mu'er nodded in acknowledgement. She approached him, while the burly middle-aged man appeared somewhat anxious, ready to speak, but was halted by a gesture from Qing Mu'er. She and Xiao Yan moved aside, not far from the crowd. "Miss Mu'er, is it true that you are of the Blood Demon Clan?" Xiao Yan whispered cautiously, his voice barely above a murmur. In this close proximity, he could clearly discern Qing Mu'er's exquisite features, her beauty striking enough to take his breath away as he involuntarily swallowed hard. Qing Mu'er raised her eyelids slightly and nodded. "Indeed, from the Blood Demon Clan. What? Are you afraid? Quickly tell me which branch you belong to, or I shall not be polite." Xiao Yan hurriedly waved his hand, speaking with urgency. "My branch is of no consequence. I am here specifically in search of you." "Specifically looking for us?" Qing Mu'er questioned. "Yes. Where is your clan leader? Please take me to see him. I have urgent matters to discuss." Xiao Yan insisted, growing more anxious. "Whatever you have to say can be conveyed to me as well. I am the clan leader's sister." Qing Mu'er regarded Xiao Yan with suspicion. Yet, Xiao Yan shook his head earnestly, stating, "That is not acceptable. This matter is of great importance and must be addressed solely with the clan leader of the Blood Demon Clan." Upon hearing this, Qing Mu'er couldn't help but curl her lips, thinking, could it be that he has been discovered and seeks to obfuscate? "My brother is not someone you can meet so easily. Speak up, or I shall truly lose my patience." Xiao Yan fell into contemplation, his fingers stroking his chin. Observing his indecision, Qing Mu'er thought, "Humph, let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve. I can only speak to your clan leader. Therefore, please convey to him the 3 words, Qing Shin Tian. I believe upon hearing these words, your clan leader will personally come to see me." After speaking, Xiao Yan fixed his determined gaze upon Qing Mu'er. "You dare." Qing Mu'er stamped her foot, letting out a cold huff. Raising her hand as if to strike at Xiao Yan, he quickly waved his hands, saying, "Miss Mu'er, look, we are quite weak and unfamiliar with this place. It would be better to trust me first. If your clan leader does not come after you tell him those 3 words, you may do as you wish." At this moment, the burning decision within Xiao Yan had intensified beyond measure, with each pulse of Dou Qi coursing through his meridians becoming increasingly pure. As night gradually descended, the fog thickened around them, with flickering flames barely visible within it. "Everyone, be cautious," Qing Mu'er suddenly admonished. All stood up, alertly sensing their surroundings, faintly hearing rustling sounds encroaching upon them. Before long, numerous shadows of magical beasts appeared in their sight from all directions, gazing at the horde of beasts surrounding their camp, and then at the colossal creature leading them, significantly larger than the others. Qing Mu'er's expression turned grave as she quietly commanded, "Indeed, the news was accurate. Qing Xiong, protect the camp. Do not let these 2 escape. I shall handle the Crystal Peak Cloud Beast." "Understood," replied a middle-aged man named Qing Xiong, wielding 2 blood-tinged axes, enveloped in powerful Dou Qi, radiating a robust sheen that offered more reassurance than the flickering firelight in the night. Roar. This beast can even perform a soul attack?" A flash of intrigue crossed Qing Mu'er's eyes. However, the demons possess a profound mastery over soul power. rendering the Crystal Peak Cloud Beast's soul attack insignificant before a 5-star Dou Emperor like Qing Mu'er. Qing Mu'er flicked her fingers, unleashing an imperceptible wave that effortlessly dissipated the soul-infused sound waves. The roar of the Crystal Peak Cloud Beast echoed, unmistakably a battle cry. As soon as the beast's roar subsided, the eyes of countless monsters ignited with a crimson glow, resembling flickering ghostly flames in the night, evoking an unsettling fear. The horde of beasts charged towards the camp, causing the very ground to tremble beneath their might, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Kill. Faced with the onslaught of the monstrous horde, the Blood Demon clan members radiated ferocity. They regarded these beasts with disdain, knowing that they posed little threat if fought with fighting spirit. A surge of fighting energy swept forth like a tidal wave, and in an instant, dozens of beasts exploded into blood mist, many others sustaining grievous injuries, the stench of blood enveloping the air. The strength of these monsters was at most 4 stars, primarily hovering around 3 stars, rendering them utterly incapable of withstanding the might of a team composed entirely of 4-star Dou Emperors. Their greatest concern remained the 5-star Crystal Peak Cloud Beast, a creature only Qing Mu'er could contend with. Xiao Yan and Xiao Qi stood amidst the chaos, observing their comrades wielding various weapons in a deadly dance. As the beasts fell before them, their cores transformed into beams of light, merging into the bodies of the fighters, igniting a flicker of fervor in Xiao Yan's eyes. Rather than summoning the ancient heavenly fire ruler, he darted towards a section where the beasts were fewer in number, channeling his soul power to lock onto an injured monster, propelling himself forward like an arrow. 8 extremes collapse. Xiao Yan's fist struck the beast with tremendous force, a resounding thud reverberating from within the creature as it collapsed. Xiao Yan leaped, faint patterns appearing on his arms, a fierce aura emanating from his fists as he brought them down mercilessly onto the beast's head, shattering it. A radiant core emerged before him, and as Xiao Yan enveloped it in blood mist, he was taken aback to find the core's imperial essence instantly drained, a torrent of potent energy surging into his body. Tasting the sweetness of victory, Xiao Yan began targeting wounded lower-tier beasts for slaughter. Fortunately, the night was shrouded in blood mist, and with Xiao Qi absent, his consumption of monster cores went undetected. In a short span, the entire team, like a meat grinder, suppressed the ferocity of the monstrous horde. Meanwhile, Qing Mu'er faced the Crystal Peak Cloud Beast, gaining the upper hand in this, her first solo confrontation with a 5-star beast. Between her and the beast, the air seemed to solidify, resonating with a formidable energy that was almost palpable. Despite her advantage, the beast's relentless charge showed no signs of abating, its crimson eyes gleaming with savagery and cruelty. Boom, boom. The trembling earth instilled a palpable tension among all present as they gazed upon the formidable Crystal Summit Cloud Beast, each heart racing with trepidation. The beast charged towards Qing Mu'er once more, its powerful paws striking the air with incredible swiftness, generating shockwaves that rippled like a series of air cannons. Yet, Qing Mu'er remained unperturbed. Wielding her whip infused with fighting spirit, she swung it towards the oncoming beast. Beneath her azure robes, her energy surged forth with astonishing velocity, enveloping the surrounding area. With a serene expression, Qing Mu'er observed the rapidly enlarging silhouette of the beast within her gaze. The howling air cannons, accompanied by a deafening rush of wind, surged towards her. However, mere moments before reaching the tip of her whip, they inexplicably detonated, as though an invisible barrier encircled her, providing protection. With a fierce roar, the Crystal Summit Cloud Beast, its crimson eyes ablaze, barreled forward. The intangible shield surrounding Qing Mu'er appeared ineffective against the beast's relentless assault, as it charged directly towards her without hesitation, a powerful gust of wind crashing against her. In the face of such ferocity, Qing Mu'er did not falter. Instead, she stepped forward, her whip arcing seductively as it descended upon the beast. With a sharp crack, the whip ensnared the entire Crystal Summit Cloud Beast. With a forceful flick of her arm, the massive creature was sent hurtling backward, its hooves clawing at the ground, skidding to a halt after carving deep furrows in the earth. The soil erupted like serpentine dragons, bursting into the air and showering down as muddy debris. Blood whip strike, Qing Mu'er exclaimed, her foot barely touching the ground as she leaped towards the Crystal Summit Cloud Beast. Without a moment's delay, she lashed out with her whip, drawing a crimson arc through the air that pierced directly into the beast's skull, resulting in a thunderous collapse of its colossal body. In midair, Qing Mu'er swiftly approached the fallen beast, extracting the magic core from its head. Gazing at the core, which was nearly half her size and radiated a brilliant glow, a wave of ecstasy washed over her as she hastily stored it in her spatial ring. Meanwhile, the ground was strewn with the remains of various magical beasts. The few that remained, frightened by the demise of the Crystal Summit Cloud Beast, scattered into the night, which posed no threat to them. With their belongings arranged, the group set forth towards the demon city with practiced ease, demonstrating their familiarity with the forest. Xiao Yan and Xiao Qi followed among the crowd. The battle left Xiao Qi in awe, as she had never witnessed such a grand scale of conflict. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan felt a slight enhancement in his strength, his heart swelling with excitement from the experience. Under the guidance of the Blood Demon clan, a quaint town soon materialized before Xiao Yan's eyes within 2 short hours. By this time, the sun had fully risen, illuminating the grand entrance of the town, where the imposing character's magic capital gleamed with a crimson glow. Here we are at the magic capital. Qing Xiong, please escort these 2 individuals to the clan's inn for safekeeping, Qing Mu'er instructed, halting in her steps beside Qing Xiong. Xiao Yan promptly clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and addressed Qing Mu'er. Miss Mu'er, I kindly ask that you relay my message to your clan leader. I am confident he will come to meet me. Qing Mu'er shot him a sidelong glare, letting out a cold snort before proceeding deeper into the magic capital with the others. Qing Xiong guided Xiao Yan and Xiao Qi toward the inn indicated by Qing Mu'er. Chapter 173. The Blood Demon Clan, Part 1. Within the courtyard of the Blood Demon clan in the magic capital, a middle-aged man with crimson hair held a teacup, his expression laden with concern. Report. An elderly man with red hair hurried into the courtyard, bowing respectfully to the middle-aged leader. Clan leader, we have news from the Empire. Speak at once. The middle-aged man appeared anxious. The young man who entered the ancient ruins is named Xiao Yan, a disciple of the Xiao clan from the Empire. Possessing the strength of a mid-stage 1-star Dou Emperor, the Soul Demon clan has dispatched 5 of their members to capture Xiao Yan, but he has managed to escape, and his whereabouts remain unknown. The elderly man detailed the information received from the Empire. You mean he escaped? 5 members of the Soul Demon clan could not capture him? The middle-aged man inquired. A mere mid-stage 1-star Dou Emperor managed to survive the ancient ruins and evade 5 members of the Soul Demon clan. He must have obtained something significant. Issue a command to search for Xiao Yan throughout the Empire relentlessly. We must locate this individual. Understood. The elderly man acknowledged, turning to leave. Wait, what about the young lady? I heard she slipped away. The middle-aged man called out to the elderly man who was on the verge of departing. We could not stop her from going out, the elderly man replied, his tone subdued. Indeed. The elderly man again attempted to turn away. Brother, a melodious voice chimed, unmistakably belonging to Qing Mu'er. The middle-aged man's expression brightened instantly, and the elderly man let out a quiet sigh of relief. What mischief are you discussing behind my back? Qing Mu'er asked, tilting her head as she questioned the elderly man while nodding. The elderly man, clearly wary of the little demoness, hurriedly took a step back, stammering, I would never dare to. Chapter 174. The Blood Demon Clan, Part 2, Zhu, Yingying. Only then did Qing Mu'er turn and dash to the middle-aged man's side, tugging at his arm as she exclaimed, I have always been very well-behaved, haven't I? Brother, look at this. With that, she produced a magic core, the very one obtained from slaying a 5-star magical beast in the Empire. Where did you acquire that? The middle-aged man inquired. Of course. I obtained it by defeating the 5-star magical beast. Do you think I just stumbled upon it? Humph. Qing Mu'er replied with a sense of pride. So, what do you think? Your sister is quite impressive, isn't she? Hee. Indeed, you are the most impressive. That suffices, the middle-aged man teased his sister. Enough, enough. All you do is jest, she retorted. Qing Mu'er pouted at her brother and said, By the way, brother, I brought someone out from the misty demon forest this time. The red-haired middle-aged man playfully teased his sister. Oh? Did our little sorceress develop a crush on someone? Did he mention he had business with me? What is his name? The red-haired man expressed interest. His name is Yan Xiao. He said he has something important to discuss with you. But he insisted he wouldn't share anything unless he met the clan leader. I don't believe him. I suspect he might be a spy from another tribe. Qing Mu'er remarked sagely. Yan Xiao, Xiao Yan? A thought stirred in Qing Haoran's mind, but before he could voice it, Qing Mu'er continued. Oh, right. He also wanted me to tell you 3 words. He said once you hear them, you would definitely meet him. Humph, sounds rather mysterious. Qing Mu'er recalled the 3 words that Xiao Yan wanted her to convey. The red-haired man furrowed his brow. 3 words? What are those? His curiosity was piqued. Xian Qing Qing Xian Tian. Yes, that's it. Qing Xian Tian. Qing Mu'er finally remembered the words. The red-haired man's mind exploded with disbelief as he firmly grasped Qing Mu'er's shoulders. His gaze locked onto hers, his breath uneven. What did you say? Repeat that. Qing Mu'er was taken aback by her brother's reaction. She had never seen him like this. Nervously, she said, Qing Xian Tian, brother, what's wrong? Realizing his loss of composure, the red-haired man quickly regained his demeanor and asked Qing Mu'er, where is this person now? I asked Qing Xiong to keep him at the inn. Qing Mu'er replied softly. Someone. The red-haired man suddenly shouted. An elderly man rushed in from outside the courtyard. Relay my orders. All elders and captains, report to the inn immediately. Yes, Muir. Quickly take me to see this person, the red-haired man urged as he took Qing Muir's hand and headed outside. Brother, who is he? You really are going to meet him just because of those 3 words? Qing Muir asked in confusion. Don't ask. You will understand when we arrive. You have accomplished something significant this time, the red-haired man said solemnly. Seeing her brother's serious demeanor, Qing Muir dared not utter another word and led him towards the inn. Before long, the siblings arrived at the inn, where many individuals were already waiting, none of whom were below the rank of 4-star Dou Emperor. The innkeeper, also a member of the Blood Demon clan but of a lower rank, was terrified as he witnessed the clan's high-ranking officials gather at the inn, especially with the clan leader personally present. His face turned pale, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. The red-haired man turned to the innkeeper and inquired, What guests do we have at the inn? Go claim the reward of 100 dragon pattern coins. You need not concern yourself here, the innkeeper replied. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper immediately knelt and bowed his head. Thank you, clan leader. 100 dragon pattern coins is equivalent to 10,000 gold coins. Mine doesn't even earn that much in a year. He quickly got up to claim his reward. The middle-aged man with red hair surveyed the crowd. His expression a blend of seriousness and excitement as he commanded, Surround this place. No living creature shall approach. Those who defy this order will face immediate execution. He then turned to Qing Muir and instructed, Lead me to him. The onlookers, bewildered by the unfolding situation, exchanged glances yet remained silent, each emanating a formidable aura as they took their designated positions, effectively sealing off the house. Qing Muir guided her brother towards Xiao Yan's room. Inside, Xiao Yan sensed an unsettling anxiety in Xiao Qi, who felt the presence of numerous powerful individuals outside, an intensity she had seldom encountered. Xiao Yan, however, found solace in the arrival of these forces and closed his eyes to meditate peacefully. Before long, footsteps echoed outside, followed by a knock on the door. Come in. Xiao Yan called calmly as he opened his eyes. The door swung open to reveal the red-haired man and Qing Muir, while Qing Xiong, who had been guarding the entrance, turned to leave. Upon entering, the red-haired man scrutinized Xiao Yan before glancing at Xiao Qi. He then clasped his fists and addressed Xiao Yan, Young brother, are you the one who wishes to see me? Xiao Yan lifted his eyelids and regarded the man without response. Qing Muir, incensed, exclaimed, My brother is speaking to you. Do you seek death? The red-haired man, holding his fists, turned to glare at Qing Muir and sternly rebuked, Muir, do not be disrespectful. Qing Muir was taken aback, wondering what had come over her brother to reprimand her for this stranger. At that moment, Xiao Yan finally rose, offering no courtesy in return. He addressed the red-haired man. I wish to meet the leader of the Blood Demon clan. May I inquire if that is you? Only then did Xiao Yan clasp his fists in greeting and introduce himself. I am the younger generation, Xiao Yan. You are Xiao Yan? The one who emerged from the ancient ruins of the imperial continent? Qing Haoran exclaimed in astonishment. Despite his prior suspicions, he was still taken aback by Xiao Yan's confirmation. Indeed, that is me, Xiao Yan replied with composure. You are not of the demon clan. Why did you previously exude the aura of my clan? Qing Muir suddenly demanded, her tone sharp. At that moment, Xiao Yan radiated the essence of the human clan, and this query was one that Xiao Qi had long wished to pose. Previously, I consumed a medicinal pill, which temporarily granted me the aura of the demon clan, Xiao Yan replied dismissively, unwilling to disclose the truth of his bloodline. A medicinal pill? Very well, but why did you claim your name was Yan Xiao? While it is common for travelers to adopt aliases for protection, Qing Muir clearly remained perturbed by Xiao Yan's deception. Left speechless, Qing Muir rolled her eyes and chose to remain silent. At this moment, Qing Haoran suppressed the excitement within him. The person he had been searching for was right before his eyes, and had come specifically to seek him out. Qing Haoran steadied himself, still unaware of Xiao Yan's purpose for visiting, nor did he know what treasures Xiao Yan had unearthed within the ancient ruins. He realized he must not leave a negative impression on Xiao Yan, and thus smiled as he inquired, Young brother, you have specifically requested to meet me. Do you have any insights to share? Chapter 178, The Blood Demon Clan, Part 5. Meanwhile, Xiao Qi was utterly bewildered, unaware that Xiao Yan was in search of the leader of the Blood Demon clan. Having been raised with the belief that demon clans were bloodthirsty and savage, committing unspeakable evils and being the enemies of humankind, she feared that these demons would pose a threat to Xiao Yan. Yet, the leader of the demon clan before her bore no malice towards Xiao Yan or herself. On the contrary, he was courteous and respectful, completely overturning her preconceptions of the demon race. May I pose a question? Why is it that upon hearing the name Qing Xiantian, you felt compelled to come? Xiao Yan had long been puzzled by this inquiry. Why did Qing Muir exhibit no reaction to those 3 words? while the leader of the Blood Demon clan responded with such intensity. You are unaware, my young brother, that when our clan's leader assumes their role, they adopt an additional name that only a select few within the clan are privy to. This name is used for issuing important and confidential tasks, and serves as a means to authenticate the leader's commands. For instance, I am currently known as Xiao Yan, yet I possess another name as clan leader. Xiao Yan is the name of my ancestral sovereign, and aside from myself, hardly anyone remembers it. Your ability to utter those 3 words indicates a significant connection to my esteemed ancestor. I hope this explanation clarifies matters for you. Xiao Yan suddenly understood. The Blood Demons indeed maintained a stringent confidentiality protocol. How can you prove that you are the leader of the Blood Demon clan? Xiao Yan posed his second question. The Blood Demon token was of utmost importance, and he could not afford to be careless. He needed to confirm the truth. Xiao Yan found himself at a loss. He had not anticipated being asked how to substantiate his claim as the leader of the Blood Demon clan. Should he summon someone to vouch for him? Those were all his people, and why should this young man place his trust in them? For a moment, he could not produce any compelling evidence of his authority. Hey, is it customary for you to question someone like this? My brother is indeed the leader of the Blood Demon clan. What further proof is needed? I am the proof. Is that sufficient? Qing Mu'er, displeased, directed an indignant outburst at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan shook his head with a smile, calmly responding. If you cannot provide proof, it won't suffice. There are matters that I can only discuss with the leader of the Blood Demon clan. In truth, Xiao Yan had already nearly confirmed Qing Haoran's identity in his heart, yet he sought one final validation. For the Blood Demon token was a sacred artifact of the demon race. My surname is Qing, and my brother shares the same surname. Every member of our clan bears the surname Qing. In the demon race, only those of the Blood Demon clan possess this surname. Other clans lack the qualifications to bear it. Does this serve as proof? Qing Mu'er spoke rapidly, a flurry of words spilling forth. Indeed, this undeniably substantiates the identity of Qing Haoran as the leader of the Blood Demon clan. How could I have overlooked such a detail? Xiao Yan felt a profound embarrassment and promptly bowed deeply to Qing Haoran, saying, I humbly apologize for my earlier indiscretion. The matter at hand is of great significance, necessitating my caution. I hope the esteemed elder can forgive me. Qing Haoran quickly extended his hand to support Xiao Yan, who was bowing, and replied, My young brother, there is no need for such formality. Caution is indeed warranted. Qing Mu'er let out a disdainful snort, casting a glance at Xiao Yan, as if to suggest that such a straightforward question should not have escaped his notice. Xiao Yan straightened his posture, his expression turning grave as he addressed Qing Haoran. I have been tasked by the esteemed elder Qing Tiandi to personally deliver a certain item into the hands of the current leader of the Blood Demon clan. With that, a flash of crimson light emanated from his hand as he produced the Blood Demon token, presenting it to Qing Haoran. Qing Haoran gazed intently at the Blood Demon token, his eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light as he tremulously reached out to accept it, unable to quell his agitation. Qing Mu'er, too, widened her eyes in astonishment. As Qing Haoran dripped blood upon the Blood Demon token, it remained unresponsive, causing his brow to furrow in concern. He then raised his gaze to Xiao Yan, unleashing his soul power to lock onto him. After a moment of scrutiny, he began to relax his furrowed brow. Xiao Yan observed Qing Haoran's actions closely, and upon witnessing the lack of reaction from the Blood Demon token, he quickly comprehended the reason. You need not regard me with such intensity. The item entrusted to me by Elder Qing Tiandi is indeed this token. Ah, my young brother, do not be alarmed. I sense that my ancestor, the Emperor, must have bestowed upon you more than just this token. I can detect his lingering aura surrounding you. Qing Haoran said amicably to Xiao Yan. In response, Xiao Yan nodded. Indeed, Elder Qing has gifted me other items, yet they are not meant for you. Oh, there is a ring he mentioned, said to be his most cherished possession, given to me. However, I cannot unlock it. He indicated that only you could assist me in opening it using your family's secret methods. With that, he produced the enigmatic red ring. Upon glimpsing the ring, Qing Haoran's eyes sparkled with even greater brilliance. Without waiting for Xiao Yan to hand it to him, he swiftly grasped it, a drop of his blood falling onto the ring. The moment the blood touched the surface, the peculiar red hue erupted in a myriad of crimson lights, reminiscent of blood gushing forth when a head is severed. As the sanguine radiance gradually dissipated, Qing Haoran willed the ring to unfurl, revealing its surface. Upon hearing the last words left to them by Qing Tiandi, both Qing Haoran and Qing Mu'er were rendered utterly speechless, particularly Qing Mu'er, who had been unaware of the immense significance of the item Xiao Yan had brought for her brother. Qing Haoran, now enveloping the ring with a powerful surge of fighting spirit, was equally astonished by the 3 testamentary instructions left by Qing Tiandi. The first point is easily comprehensible. It was the ambition of the demon clan to dominate the Dou Di Continent that resulted in their near annihilation. The second point regarding the soul-devouring technique is something they have never even heard of. Judging by its name, it likely pertains to some malevolent practice of consuming souls. The third point is the most astonishing. They never anticipated that their ancestral emperor would place such immense importance on this mere 2-star Dou Di youth, specifically instructing them to do everything in their power to befriend him, everything possible, which could almost be interpreted as exerting their utmost effort and resources to cultivate this relationship. Who exactly is this young man? Qing Haoran and Qing Mu'er simultaneously held their breath, their eyes radiating fervent light. Qing Haoran respectfully extended his hand to retrieve the floating token, allowing a single drop of blood from his right index finger to fall onto it. Instantly, the token erupted with light, first a pale red, then transforming into a vivid crimson, deepening gradually until it became a blood-red hue, exuding an overwhelming scent of blood that filled the air with an aura of slaughter. Suddenly, the blood-red light intensified, dazzling the eyes of everyone present, and 3 scarlet characters prominently emerged on the token, Blood Demon Order. At this moment, Xiao Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. If he failed to comprehend the significance of this, he would be a fool. Clearly, this was the genuine Blood Demon token, while Qing Xiantian had given him a counterfeit. The true token was concealed within a ring that could only be opened with the bloodline of the demon royal family, thus preventing any potential mishaps. Zhang indeed lived up to his reputation, and Qing Xiantian was truly cunning. However, Xiao Yan bore no ill will towards Qing Xiantian. The stakes surrounding this blood demon token were far too high to be reckless. With these realizations, Xiao Yan felt a wave of calm wash over him. His mission had finally been accomplished, and the crisis facing the Xiao clan could now be averted. He clasped his fists and congratulated Qing Haoran, saying, "Congratulations, Demon Emperor." Chapter 181, The Blood Demon Clan, Part 8. Xiao Yan, however, dared not accept such a grand gesture, hastily stepping forward to prevent the Qing siblings from kneeling. At that moment, a chilling current surged from Xiao Yan's pocket, penetrating directly into his body. This current rapidly coursed through Xiao Yan's meridians, overwhelming him with a powerful energy that caused him to faint instantly. This chilling force was the Nether Spirit. Having entrusted the Blood Demon token to the clan leader of the Blood Demon lineage, and thus fulfilling Qing Xuantian's mission, the Nether Spirit automatically recognized him as its master. Yet, the energy of such a wondrous entity was far beyond what Xiao Yan, a mid-level 2-star Dou Di, could withstand. Consequently, he was rendered unconscious by the immense energy of the Nether Spirit. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan suddenly collapse, Xiao Qi rushed forward to embrace the unconscious Xiao Yan, her eyes blazing with a murderous glare directed at Qing Haoran, who was about to express his gratitude to Xiao Yan. With gritted teeth, she muttered, as expected of the demon clan, suspecting that Qing Haoran intended to eliminate Xiao Yan after acquiring the token. Qing Haoran was utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events, completely at a loss as to why Xiao Yan had collapsed and remained unconscious. Qing Mu'er was the first to awaken from her stupor, her formidable soul power radiating as she reached out to detect the unconscious Xiao Yan. The seriousness of her expression gradually softened, and she gasped in astonishment, "Brother, it's a ghost spirit. The ghost spirit has recognized its master on its own." Qing Haoran quickly unleashed his own soul power, and upon a brief examination, he was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Little brother truly possesses great fortune. It is indeed the Yujua Mingling, the 5th-ranked ghost spirit in the legendary list, which accompanied our ancestor throughout his life. And it has recognized its master on its own. No wonder our ancestor had such admonitions." Qing Haoran hastily turned to Xiao Qi and reassured her, "Fear not. Young lady, the little brother is unharmed. A ghost spirit has recognized him as its master and entered his body. Once the recognition is complete, he will awaken." Ghost spirit? Xiao Qi was momentarily stunned. Where did it come from? This is bad. How could he possibly absorb a ghost spirit? He is of the human race. In a panic, Xiao Qi lunged at Xiao Yan, tears streaming down her face. She understood that only the demon race could absorb ghost spirits, and for a human to do so would result in immediate and catastrophic demise. Hearing Xiao Qi's words, Qing Haoran suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. His heart racing as he stepped forward to grasp Xiao Yan's wrist, closing his eyes to sense the conditions within. He resolved that if necessary, with his formidable strength as a 6-star Dou Emperor, he would contend with the ghost spirit inside Xiao Yan and rescue him from the peril of explosion. However, the more Qing Haoran sensed, the more alarmed he became. Xiao Yan possessed the bloodline of the demon race. He actually had the blood of demons. A human, simultaneously harboring the bloodlines of both the human and demon races. This was truly bizarre. Chapter 182, The Blood Demon Clan, 9. At this moment, Xiao Yan's condition was remarkably favorable. An energy, visible to the naked eye, flowed languidly over his body, exceedingly cold, yet having no adverse effect on him. Within Xiao Yan, the ghost spirit and the heavenly fire were separated by a peculiar energy, the Yujua mingling operating in an orderly manner inside him. A strange energy gradually settled in Xiao Yan's dantian, and the immense power of the Yujua mingling began to permeate, enveloping Xiao Yan's limbs and bones, causing his aura to ascend at an unimaginable pace. Xiao Yan's eyes slowly opened, and in that fleeting moment, a chilling aura erupted, only to retract gently moments later. As a powerful presence surged forth from within him, Xiao Yan had advanced to the advanced stage of the mid-level 2-star, Dou Emperor. The 5th-ranked ghost spirit was indeed formidable. Merely through recognition, without being absorbed, the overwhelming energy it exuded elevated Xiao Yan from the beginner to the advanced stage of the mid-level 2-star, Dou Emperor. Xiao Yan, you have finally awakened. You frightened me to death. Xiao Qi wiped her tears, unable to contain her emotions as she began to cry again. Her petite fists rhythmically pounding on Xiao Yan's body. Little brother, you have finally awakened. If you hadn't, I fear this young lady would have come to seek my life. Qing Haoran chuckled, observing Xiao Qi's antics toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Qi shyly lowered her head, her small lips pouting, as if a fawn were leaping within her heart. Xiao Yan observed Xiao Qi and Qing Haoran, utterly oblivious to their conversation, having fainted earlier and remaining unaware of the events that transpired. How can a mere human absorb the essence of ghostly spirits? Qing Mu'er inquired impatiently. So that's how it is, Qing Haoran and Qing Mu'er simultaneously realized. Yet their clan possessed no such secret technique. Perhaps it was a divine ability of their ancestral emperor. Then why did you deceive me by claiming to have consumed some sort of elixir? Qing Mu'er pressed relentlessly. Well, it has now been revealed by the ghostly spirit. Xiao Yan admitted awkwardly, embarrassment written all over his face. You little liar. Qing Mu'er scolded Xiao Yan vehemently. At that moment, Xiao Qi was utterly bewildered. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's own admission of possessing demonic blood, her mouth fell agape, and her eyes fixated on him as if he were a creature from a fantastical realm. She could hardly believe the truth of it. Chapter 183, The Blood Demon Clan, Part 10. Qing Haoran turned to glance at Xiao Qi and then asked Xiao Yan, young brother, who is this young lady? Oh, this is Xiao Qi. Xiao Yan quickly introduced to the siblings before him. Your wife? Qing Haoran inquired with keen interest. Xiao Yan immediately felt a rush of embarrassment, while Xiao Qi's face flushed crimson at the remark. A flicker of disappointment crossed Qing Haoran's eyes, but Qing Mu'er, with a twinkle in her eye, remarked, Xiao Yan, Xiao Qi, Xiao Yan, you both share the same surname? Indeed, we belong to the same family. Xiao Yan replied candidly, prompting a resentful glare from Qing Haoran toward Qing Mu'er, who stuck out her tongue and made a face, falling silent thereafter. Young brother, this is not the place for discussions. Shall we find another venue? Qing Haoran suggested to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded, having completed the task of delivering the token. And with the ghostly spirit now acknowledging him as its master, it was indeed time to seek Qing Haoran's assistance in resolving the crisis facing the Xiao clan. Please. Upon exiting Xiao Yan's chamber, Qing Haoran waved his hand, causing the powerful members of the Blood Demon clan surrounding them to withdraw their auras and disperse. Leading Xiao Yan and Xiao Qi, with Qing Mu'er following closely behind, the quartet made their way toward the courtyard. Soon, they arrived at the courtyard, where Qing Haoran paused. Waiting for Qing Mu'er to catch up, he whispered something into her ear, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment before she reluctantly turned to leave. Qing Haoran then continued onward with Xiao Yan and Xiao Qi. Chapter 184. Qing Haoran's Generous Gift, Part 1. Upon entering, they beheld a spacious hall, modestly adorned with minimal furnishings. Surrounding the hall were numerous chairs, evidently the assembly place for the discussions of the Blood Demon clan. Once everyone was seated, 3 cups of tea were promptly served. Come forth, Qing Haoran called in a moderate tone. The red-haired elder from earlier entered the room. Inform all elders and captains to convene in the discussion hall. Understood, the elder replied before departing. In a short while, save for Qing Mu'er, the others began to arrive one after another, taking their respective seats and regarding Qing Haoran with attentive expressions. Today, I have summoned everyone to discuss a matter of utmost significance for our demon clan, particularly for the Blood Demon lineage. Without any superfluous words, Qing Haoran commenced his opening remarks. Upon concluding his address, he raised his left hand, fingers splayed, while his right hand shimmered with crimson light, grasping the Blood Demon token. All the powerful figures present fixated their gaze upon those 2 elevated hands, one adorned with a ring, the other holding a token, both radiating an enchanting brilliance that captivated the heart. Among them, the eldest elder was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he suddenly knelt down. The others exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the significance of the items being presented. These individuals, all champions of the ancient cataclysm, were unfamiliar with the artifacts displayed. While they had heard of the Blood Demon token and the Blood Demon ring, they had never laid eyes upon them. The kneeling elder, in a fit of anguish, cried out, "The Blood Demon token, the Blood Demon ring. Our demon clan is saved. The Blood Demon lineage has hope. Heaven has opened its eyes." Upon hearing the names of the Blood Demon token and the Blood Demon ring, the others instantly grasped their importance. Their faces alight with fervent excitement as they collectively knelt down. Previously, Qing Haoran had intended to pay his respects to Xiao Yan in this manner. But due to the autonomous recognition of the ghostly spirit, it had not come to fruition. Now, having gathered the core members of the Blood Demon clan, he finally fulfilled this long-held desire. Chapter 185, Qing Haoran's Generous Gift, Part 2. Xiao Yan, feeling unworthy of such reverence, hastily rose and returned the gesture with a bow. After the formalities, everyone resumed their positions. Qing Haoran, taking Xiao Yan by the hand, introduced him to the assembly. "This young brother is Xiao Yan, a disciple of the Xiao clan from the Imperial Prefecture. He ventured into the ancient ruins and retrieved 2 treasures for us, risking his life to deliver them personally. And the lady beside him, well, she is his wife." The strong figures erupted in laughter. When it comes to women, men are always inclined to smile. Xiao Qi blushed, eliciting even more laughter from the crowd. And the atmosphere in the hall grew lively. Qing Haoran turned to Xiao Yan and inquired, "Little brother, how can I express my gratitude to you? Speak freely. Whatever I can provide, just ask." Xiao Yan quickly waved his hand, replying, "There is no need. Elder Qing has already rewarded me for delivering the token. Oh, what the Ancestor Emperor gave is his to give, and what I offer is mine. Would you all agree?" Qing Haoran called out to the assembly. The eldest elder addressed Xiao Yan, saying, "Little brother Xiao Yan, please do not be modest. Given the sacred artifacts and treasures you have brought to our demon clan, what we offer you is but a trifle. Speak boldly if you need anything." At a loss for how to decline, Xiao Yan found himself in an awkward position, prompting another round of hearty laughter from the assembly. Just then, Qing Mu'er entered, placing an item onto the tea table between Xiao Yan and Qing Haoran. She did not withdraw but instead perched herself on the armrest of Qing Haoran's chair. On the table lay 2 thin booklets and a ring. Qing Haoran picked up one of the booklets, stating, "This is a mid-tier combat technique known as the Absolute Speed, a set of spear techniques. However, this is not for you, but for your sister-in-law." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Qi was utterly astonished, yet simultaneously filled with shyness. Is it truly a gift for me? A mid-tier worldly combat technique? She understood the significance of such a present. There was not a single mid-tier combat technique available throughout the entire empire. She never imagined it would be bestowed upon her. Qing Haoran nodded, explaining, "This technique is particularly suited for young ladies, thus it is only fitting that I present it to you. Please accept it." Xiao Qi glanced at Qing Haoran, then at Xiao Yan. To claim she did not desire it would be a blatant falsehood. Having accompanied Xiao Yan through perilous trials to deliver sacred artifacts to the Blood Demon clan, receiving such a generous gift felt hardly undeserved. However, she knew she needed Xiao Yan's approval first. Chapter 186, The Generosity of Qing Haoran, Part 3. Observing Xiao Yan shake his head repeatedly, Xiao Qi echoed his refusal, prompting Qing Haoran to furrow his brow in displeasure. "What is it, little brother? Do you find the level of this combat technique unsatisfactory?" Only then did Xiao Yan quietly urge Xiao Qi, "Take it." "Thank you, Demon Emperor." With a heart brimming with excitement, Xiao Qi graciously accepted the mid-tier combat technique and expressed her gratitude to Qing Haoran, saying, "Thank you, Demon Emperor." Upon hearing this, Qing Haoran's expression soured slightly. "What did you call me? Demon Emperor? That's too formal. From now on, just call me Big Brother." He then laughed heartily, reaching for another tome. He fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yan with unwavering determination. "Little brother, this is a special gift from me to you. It is, to my knowledge, unique throughout the entire Dou Di Continent, and you must accept it." Before Qing Haoran could finish, a wave of murmurs erupted from the crowd, as they evidently speculated about the nature of the gift he intended for Xiao Yan. The eldest elder promptly stood up, bowing to Qing Haoran, eager to voice his thoughts. However, Qing Haoran interrupted him, stating, "I know what you wish to say, but first, listen to this." With a mere thought, he activated the Blood Demon ring worn on his left hand's ring finger, its surface flipping outward. A resonant voice echoed throughout the hall, reaching the ears of all Blood Demon clan members. As they listened, a profound silence enveloped them. Each person harbored the same astonishment and confusion that had gripped Qing Haoran moments earlier. Indeed, it was anticipated that there would be dissent regarding this gift. The technique Qing Haoran intended to bestow upon Xiao Yan was one that only the chieftain of the Blood Demon clan could cultivate, a closely guarded secret of their lineage. To pass it on to an outsider particularly one not of the demon kin, would naturally invite opposition. However, upon hearing the edict of their ancestral emperor, the crowd fell silent. Chapter 187. The Generosity of Qing Haoran, Part 4. Xiao Yan, naturally, was observant of the unfolding events. Although he was unaware of the exact contents of the tome Qing Haoran intended to present him, he recognized it must hold immense significance, possibly even being a closely guarded secret of the Blood Demon clan. Standing up, he clasped his hands in gratitude towards Qing Haoran, saying, "Brother Qing, your gift of a mid-tier combat technique for Shao Qi has already left me profoundly grateful. I cannot accept anything more." Upon hearing this, Qing Haoran's expression changed momentarily. Exuding an aura of authority without anger, he solemnly addressed Xiao Yan. "Brother Xiao Yan, I am fully aware of your bloodline situation. The fact that you risked your life to personally deliver the Blood Demon Order and the Blood Demon Ring to me, rather than entrusting them to another demon clan or keeping them for yourself, warrants a response from my entire clan in gratitude. You cannot fathom how crucial these two items are to my people. Furthermore, presenting you with this is a matter dictated by the will of our ancestors. Do you wish for me to be deemed unfilial?" Qing Haoran attributed the decision to present this booklet to Qing Xiantian, and it was entirely plausible to claim it was Qing Xiantian's choice, as the will instructed Qing Haoran to cultivate a good relationship with Xiao Yan, which makes perfect sense. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan felt the weight of the accusation, for who would dare to be labeled unfilial? At a loss for how to decline, he found himself at a standstill. It seemed the others understood the gravity of the situation as well, and they began to persuade Xiao Yan to accept the offering. Finally, Qing Haoran handed the small booklet to Xiao Yan. Reluctantly, Xiao Yan accepted it, noticing the bold characters on the cover, Blood Spirit Technique. He eagerly flipped through the pages, anxious to uncover what this Blood Spirit Technique, which had stirred dissent among the Blood Demon clan, truly entailed. As he opened the book, a page of text caught his eye. Blood Spirit Technique, a soul cultivation method, quasi-saint level. This technique enables the cultivation of soul power, and when mastered, can transform soul power into a unique energy capable of activating bloodlines and devouring the heavens and earth. At that moment, Xiao Yan's astonishment was beyond mere words. A method for cultivating soul power, something he had never even heard of, especially one of quasi-saint caliber. This could indeed be a singular treasure. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of soul power. It had allowed him to navigate numerous dangers unscathed, and the imperial-level soul power was immensely significant. Should he cultivate this technique, the prospect of breaking through to the realm of intention would be a monumental boon, greatly enhancing not only his alchemical abilities, but also his combat prowess. It was truly a magnificent gift, and Xiao Yan was captivated by it. Xiao Yan recognized the gravity of the situation. Although he did not yet comprehend the full significance of the booklet Qing Haoran intended to bestow upon him, he understood it was undoubtedly of great importance, perhaps even a closely guarded secret of the Blood Demon clan. Rising to his feet, he clasped his hands in gratitude to Qing Haoran, saying, "Brother Qing, I am already immensely grateful for the world-class combat technique you have given to Shao Qi. I cannot accept anything further." For a moment, I was at a loss for how to refuse. At that moment, it seemed that everyone else also understood, and they began to persuade Xiao Yan to accept it without hesitation. Only then did Qing Haoran hand the small booklet to Xiao Yan, unable to decline any further. Xiao Yan accepted the booklet, noticing the bold characters emblazoned on the cover, Blood Spirit Art. Eagerly, he opened the pages, desperate to discover what this Blood Spirit Art, which had stirred controversy among the Blood Demon clan, truly entailed. As he flipped open the pages, a line of text caught his eye. Blood Spirit Art, a soul technique. Of the quasi-saint level, this technique could cultivate and enhance the power of the soul, and upon reaching its pinnacle, it could transform the soul's strength into a unique energy, activating one's bloodline and devouring the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Xiao Yan found himself beyond mere shock. A technique designed for cultivating soul power was something he had never even heard of, and to think it was of the quasi-saint level. This could indeed be one of a kind. Xiao Yan was acutely aware of the formidable nature of soul power. It had allowed him to navigate numerous dangers unscathed. The power of the soul at the imperial realm was immeasurable. Should he cultivate this technique, the potential to transcend the imperial realm and reach the realm of intent would be an immense boon, not only greatly aiding in alchemical pursuits, but also significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. Truly, this was a remarkable treasure, and Xiao Yan found it utterly irresistible. As Qing Haoran observed Xiao Yan's delighted expression, he chuckled and playfully asked, "Do you like it?" Qing Haoran's laughter resonated, and he felt quite pleased with Xiao Yan's candidness, beginning to take a liking to this young man. However, his laughter abruptly ceased, and his demeanor turned grave. He addressed Xiao Yan, saying, "While this is indeed a valuable technique, The conditions for its cultivation are beyond your imagination. You must be mentally prepared. Oh, Xiao Yan looked at Qing Haoran, puzzled. With a sigh, Qing Haoran continued, cultivating this technique is inextricably linked to the ghost spirit. One can only cultivate it by devouring ghost spirits, which is no easy feat. Such rare entities are not simply available at will. To date, I have only managed to consume one ghost spirit, he lamented, his face filled with regret. Let us set this aside for now. Qing Haoran then picked up a ring from the tea table and said to Xiao Yan, this too is a gift for you, and it will greatly assist in enhancing your strength. Take it. What is it? Xiao Yan was always intrigued by anything that could augment his power. Open it and see for yourself. Qing Haoran gestured for him to do so. Releasing his soul power, Xiao Yan opened the ring, only to have 11 formidable magic cores spill out onto the floor, each roughly the size of a half-human, with one being as large as a full person. As Xiao Yan poured out these magic cores, he failed to notice that all present in the hall appeared as if their eyes might pop out of their heads, each one swallowing hard in awe. Previously, Xiao Yan had seen Qing Mu'er obtain magic cores from 5-star magical beasts, which were similarly half-human in size. Thus, he understood that these 11 cores were all of 5-star quality or higher. The 4-star magic core he had absorbed paled in comparison to these, like a mere firefly compared to the bright moon. Xiao Yan turned to Qing Haoran, who smiled slightly and introduced, the largest one here is a 6-star magic core, while the remaining 10 are all 5-star cores. Brother, you cannot remain in the Imperial City indefinitely. Such stagnation would stifle your potential. The vast world beyond awaits you. However, your current prowess is rather lacking. It is imperative that you elevate your strength swiftly. These demon cores, if all goes as anticipated, should enable you to ascend to the rank of a 3-star Dou Emperor. What? A 3-star Dou Emperor? Xiao Yan was left utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Not only Xiao Yan, but Xiao Qi was equally taken aback. A 3-star Dou Emperor. Their grandfather had cultivated for over 10,000 years, merely attaining the late stage of a 3-star Dou Emperor, making him the most formidable expert in the Imperial City. Yet, here was Xiao Yan, poised to rely on these demon cores to advance to the same rank in less than a year since arriving in the Dou Emperor continent. What sort of man had she married? Do not be so astonished, Qing Haoran chuckled. If you cannot absorb these demon cores and rise to the 3-star Dou Emperor rank, then my dear brother, your bloodline must be exceedingly inferior. The demon race cannot absorb the entirety of the energy from these cores. The extent and speed of absorption depend on the quality and concentration of their bloodline. Qing Haoran was unaware of the specifics of Xiao Yan's bloodline. Hence he presented these cores, which, even if Xiao Yan's demon bloodline were not exceptional, would suffice for him to reach the 3-star rank. Little did Xiao Yan know, these demon cores essentially constituted the entirety of the blood demon clan's wealth. Although the demon race possesses numerous cores, most are of lower rank. The higher tier ones, particularly those above 5 stars, are rare. It is not that they lack the capability to slay 5-star beasts, but rather that such beasts possess formidable intelligence and become increasingly elusive. Just as those on the Dou Emperor continent can achieve the 1 to 4-star ranks through diligence and time. Ascending to the 5-star Dou Emperor rank relies heavily on personal fortune, let alone the 6-star beasts that are akin to divine creatures. In the marketplace, if a 4-star demon core commands a price of 1 gold coin, a 5-star core can fetch 500 coins, while a 6-star core can sell for no less than 50,000 coins, often with no available buyers. The disparity in energy correlates directly with price. Otherwise, how could Qing Haoran boldly claim that these demon cores would suffice to elevate Xiao Yan from the mid-stage of a 2-star Dou Emperor directly to a 3-star Dou Emperor? Very well, brother, let us commence the absorption. The energy within these cores is exceedingly potent, and I worry you may encounter unforeseen circumstances during the process. We shall provide protection for you as you absorb them, Qing Haoran declared, evidently having arranged everything meticulously. Wait, brother Qing, I, Xiao Yan, am concerned for the Xiao clan. I cannot afford to waste time here absorbing demon cores for an upgrade. Every moment of delay increases the peril for the Xiao clan. Brother, is there something else? Qing Haoran inquired, noticing Xiao Yan's hesitation. Xiao Yan then relayed the situation of the Xiao clan in detail to Qing Haoran. As he listened, Qing Haoran's expression shifted. And before Xiao Yan could finish, he interjected, "Why did you not mention this sooner?" Xiao Yan thought to himself, "Did you give me any time to speak?" Attention! Qing Haoran wasted no time and issued commands directly. Everyone in the hall rose to their feet. The second elder took the lead, accompanied by the third elder, fifth elder, and the captains of the first, third, fifth, and seventh teams, who guided their respective subordinates to the Xiao clan in the Imperial City. They encountered other demonic tribes, instructing them not to disturb the Xiao clan, urging them to depart and to avoid conflict as much as possible, merely maintaining control over the situation. I will follow closely behind. Orders received. The group turned and departed. The remaining individuals were to proceed below and ensure the family's protective measures were in place, without any errors. Qing Haoran commanded the others. Yes. Everyone dispersed. Yet Qing Mu'er remained seated, motionless. Qing Haoran turned to Xiao Yan and inquired, "Are you at ease now?" Xiao Yan nodded. If he still felt uneasy under these circumstances, he would truly be at a loss for reassurance. Xiao Yan nodded again, preparing to absorb the demon cores. Qing Haoran approached a collection of demon cores and, with a series of swift hand strikes, arranged them into a formation that suspended them in midair. All the energy concentrated at the center of these cores, presenting a remarkable spectacle. Just sit at the center of the formation. This way, you can absorb everything at once without needing to pause to switch cores, Qing Haoran encouraged. Patting Xiao Yan's shoulder, Xiao Yan nodded and stepped slowly into the center of the formation, where he was immediately illuminated by the resplendent demon cores, akin to enormous gemstones. Sitting cross-legged, Xiao Yan gently closed his eyes, calming his mind. A faint crimson mist soon enveloped him, swirling around the demon cores. As an overwhelming surge of energy rushed toward him, although the source energy contained within the demon cores was devoid of impurities, Xiao Yan meticulously refined it with the chaotic sacred flame before absorbing the transformed energy into his body. At this moment, the fighting spirit within Xiao Yan's meridian network reached an unprecedented level of potency. What was once gaseous fighting spirit transformed into streams of liquid flowing through his meridians, each droplet containing a fighting spirit beyond his imagination. Outside, the energy transformed from the source was continuously pouring into Xiao Yan's body like an unceasing tide, rapidly enhancing his aura. Within the formation, Xiao Yan was completely enveloped in a radiant energy shield. Observing his absorption process, Qing Haoran wore a relieved smile, tinged with surprise. Judging by the speed of Xiao Yan's absorption, it seemed his bloodline was quite extraordinary. Chapter 193. Qing Haoran's Generous Gift, Part 8. Inside Xiao Yan, the energy cycled continuously, and his aura surged swiftly. However, the energy required to reach the 3-star Dou Emperor was immensely vast. According to Qing Haoran's estimation, Xiao Yan would need to maintain this training for at least half a month, if not longer. Meanwhile, within the Xiao clan, a spatial rift opened, and dozens of figures materialized. Who dares intrude upon the Xiao clan? A stern voice echoed. The Xiao clan was far from tranquil. The previous serenity had vanished without a trace, leaving the once magnificent clan feeling desolate, with only a handful of figures present. The voice of authority belonged to Xiao Wutian. Currently, Xiao Li and Xiao Long are under house arrest, with the entire Xiao clan being managed by Xiao Wutian. Numerous figures emerging from the crevice are the subordinates sent by Qing Haoran. You must be an elder of the Xiao clan. What about those from the Soul Demon clan? Inquired the second elder of the Blood Demon clan as he stepped forward. Just as Xiao Wutian was about to respond, a sudden sound of breaking air echoed behind him, followed by a dull thud as he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. With a whoosh, several figures clad in black robes appeared before the members of the Blood Demon clan, successively removing their hoods to reveal their ethereal blue hair and eyes. A dense aura of the underworld emanating from them. The Blood Demon clan. It seems the news has already spread, sneered the first to unveil his hood. A middle-aged man. Soul Demon clan. Do you not think your actions are rather excessive? If you have the capability, go capture Xiao Yan. Ha. Xiao Yan is currently a guest in our Blood Demon clan. The item you seek is already in our possession, boomed the second elder of the Blood Demon clan, bursting into laughter. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man in black froze. You mean the Blood Demon Order? The second elder smiled but remained silent, relishing the moment as he gazed at the middle-aged man. You speak empty words. Show me the Blood Demon Order. You cannot produce it, can you? Do you think you can deceive me? Who knows to whom it will ultimately belong? The man in black did not believe the second elder's words. I naturally cannot present it, as the Blood Demon Order resides with the Demon Emperor. The second elder appeared quite pleased and remained unperturbed. He then became serious, addressing the black-robed man loudly. By the decree of the Demon Emperor, all members of the demon race are to refrain from disturbing the Xiao clan and are to vacate the premises immediately. The decree of the Demon Emperor? Who is the Demon Emperor? The black-robed man appeared somewhat anxious. It is naturally our clan leader. The Blood Demon Order is currently with our clan, and our clan leader is, of course, the newly appointed Demon Emperor. The second elder replied leisurely. Who are you trying to fool? Do you think I'm a mere child? The middle-aged man in black still refused to relent. Do you dare defy the decree? Are you not afraid of being punished for your insubordination? The second elder's tone became stern. In the demon race, disobeying a decree is a grave offense, resulting in the severance of one's bloodline and the stripping of one's cultivation. In the Dou Di Continent, losing one's cultivation is tantamount to death. At this moment, The black-robed man felt a tumult of emotions. He could not afford to bear the accusation of disobeying a decree. However, he would not be easily intimidated by mere words. We do not know who the Demon Emperor is, nor have we received any communication regarding the appointment of a new Demon Emperor. If you wish for us to comply, you must provide evidence. The black-robed man softened his stance. The Demon Emperor will arrive shortly. If you do not believe it, you may wait here. But you must not disturb the Xiao clan, nor may you impose any difficulties upon them. Otherwise, we will treat it as insubordination, the second elder warned. The expression of the black-robed man turned exceedingly grim as he begrudgingly replied, "Very well, I shall wait here. However, if you dare fabricate this, I will hold you accountable for the crime of forging a royal decree." With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and left with several members of the Soul Demon clan. Upon witnessing the departure of the Soul Demon clan, the second elder promptly commanded, "All members shall divide into teams and disperse to various locations within the Xiao clan to ensure their safety. Free all those who have been imprisoned and provide comprehensive medical treatment to the injured. Any who pose a threat to the Xiao clan shall be warned. Those who disregard the warning will be dealt with as per royal command, with no mercy." The order was given, and the crowd obeyed, scattering in all directions. Xiao Yan remained seated in serene meditation within the blood mist-covered array. The demonic cores suspended within the formation had, by now, lost their brilliant luster, their colors completely drained, evidently indicating that they were of a lower grade among the 5-star cores, their energy thoroughly absorbed by Xiao Yan. Chapter 195, The Generous Gift of Qing Haoran, Part 10. Even among cores of the same rank, the energy contained within varied significantly. The cores from peak 5-star magical beasts were undoubtedly far more potent than those from newly classified 5-star beasts, despite both being labeled as 5-star cores. An endless stream of energy swirled continuously above and around Xiao Yan, perpetually seeping into his being. Not far from the array, Qing Haoran stood motionless, quietly observing Xiao Yan, who was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of energy. As several 5-star demonic cores were drained of their brilliance, Qing Haoran felt a stir within, at the current rate of absorption. He surmised that Xiao Yan would completely assimilate all the energy within a mere few days. Seated on the armrest of a chair, Qing Mu'er was also watching Xiao Yan. Since bringing the 2 tomes and the ring into the hall, she had not uttered a single word. She could not comprehend why. Even if the ancestral emperor had left a will, it warranted the distribution of the blood spirit technique. Nor could she fathom parting with nearly their entire fortune for Xiao Yan's advancement. Had they not toiled to amass this modest wealth? A sense of dissatisfaction brewed within her. Did Xiao Yan truly merit such extravagant sacrifices from her brother? The room was enveloped in silence, broken only by the sounds of energy shifting and breathing. As Xiao Yan completely absorbed several 5-star demonic cores, an extraordinary glimmer sparked in Qing Mu'er's eyes. She was astonished by his voracious rate of consumption, one that even her brother might struggle to match. Xiao Qi gazed at Xiao Yan with concern, having never witnessed the direct absorption of demonic cores before. This was her first experience, and she harbored worries about any potential mishaps befalling him. The energy within the room grew increasingly dense due to Xiao Yan's absorption, causing even the surrounding air to take on a somewhat viscous quality. As Xiao Yan's aura intensified, the chaotic sacred flame within him became more vigorous, and his chaotic body matured further, with intricate patterns gradually surfacing on his skin, emanating a formidable strength from within. A red-haired elder whispered softly. Qing Haoran approached, whereupon a middle-aged man appeared at the entrance of the hall, greeting Qing Haoran and reporting to him. Furrowing his brow, Qing Haoran responded, "I understand, you may leave now." He waved his hand dismissively, and the middle-aged man retreated. Xiao Yan's absorption speed astonished Qing Haoran. At this pace, within a mere 10 days, he would complete his absorption. It was better to wait until Xiao Yan overcame the 3-star emperor tribulation before heading to the Xiao clan, for the second elder and the others had already stabilized the situation there, leaving little cause for concern. After pondering, Qing Haoran made a decisive resolution and immediately turned to enter the hall. Chapter 196, 3-star Dou Emperor. As time passed slowly, Xiao Yan, resembling a monk in deep meditation, found 2 days slipping by in the blink of an eye. Boom! A surge of formidable energy erupted. Inside Xiao Yan, the liquid Dou Qi coursed through his meridian network, flowing in a unique manner along the path of the burning decision. The color of this liquid had transformed into a deep yellow, exuding an intoxicating energy. Xiao Yan had ascended to the pinnacle of the 2-star Dou Emperor. To the astonishment of Qing Yan and Qing Mu'er, it was not Xiao Yan who surprised them the most, but rather Qing Haoran himself. At that moment, 3 5-star demon cores still gleamed with faint light, while the 6-star demon core radiated magnificently. Xiao Yan had already reached the apex of the 2-star Dou Emperor. This extraordinary efficiency in absorption left the Qing siblings utterly amazed, as Xiao Yan's capabilities far surpassed their expectations. Qing Haoran stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes, his curiosity about Xiao Yan evolving into something deeper. Even with the blood pool's immersion and the ancestral monarch's divine powers, one would not expect a bloodline rank to exceed his to such an extent. Reflecting on the ancestral monarch's will, Qing Haoran began to speculate on Xiao Yan's true identity. Brother, what manner of bloodline does Xiao Yan possess? Is it superior to ours? Once seated, Qing Mu'er had risen, re-evaluating and appraising Xiao Yan, her gaze revealing traces of envy and even admiration. Qing Haoran shrugged, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness, shaking his head with a wry smile. Given Xiao Yan's remarkable absorption rate and efficiency, it would not be long before he ascended to the 3-star Dou Emperor. With a whoosh, all 10 5-star demon cores were completely absorbed, leaving only the largest 6-star demon core, which Xiao Yan began to draw in alone. The energy within the core resonated throughout the formation, emitting a low, harmonious hum that filled the hall. Days passed quietly. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds gathered in the sky. And within the hall, as the thunder echoed, Xiao Yan suddenly opened his eyes. A brilliant glimmer flashed through them like a fleeting streak across the air. Chapter 197, 3-star Dou Emperor, Part 2. Xiao Yan slowly rose, the sound of cracking bones resonating within him, the Dou Qi in his body having multiplied in strength beyond measure. As he stood, the surrounding blood mist swiftly dissipated, and the formation set by the demon cores collapsed instantly. The 10 5-star demon cores, drained of energy, fell to the ground and disintegrated into dust, leaving only the radiant 6-star demon core suspended in the air. Without uttering a word, Xiao Yan took a step forward, his figure darting out of the hall like a specter, suspended in midair, gazing up at the thunderclouds in the sky. Clearly, the Emperor tribulation was imminent. Qing Haoran, Qing Mu'er, and Xiao Qi swiftly emerged, with Qing Haoran and Qing Mu'er gracefully soaring to a position parallel to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, sensing that this tribulation was evidently less formidable than his initial ascension to the 2nd star, Dou Emperor. The aura of the thunderclouds appeared significantly diminished. Well done, young man. Advancing to the 3rd star Dou Emperor so swiftly. Rest assured, you shall surpass this tribulation without the need for tribulation elixirs. Your first experience was merely an anomaly, meant to foreshadow your future potential. You, my boy, are truly extraordinary. The voice of Elder Zhan resonated in Xiao Yan's heart, and upon witnessing Xiao Yan's rapid progression, Elder Zhan could not contain his excitement. Xiao Yan felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Above, the 4-colored thunderclouds spread ominously, roaring towards Xiao Yan with an awe-inspiring might. Mu'er, you shall confront the Xianlei demon, while Xiao Yan, you will face the Huanglei demon. Leave the Tianlei demon and Delay demon to me. Little brother, we can assist you only to this extent. We cannot aid you against the subsequent 2nd tribulation thunder. Qing Haoran declared. The 2nd tribulation thunder strikes solely target the one undergoing the tribulation. It is an ordeal that one must bear alone. As the thunder crashed down, for colossal shadows of thunder demons gradually manifested around Xiao Yan. Without hesitation, Qing Haoran brandished a staff-like weapon that appeared in his grasp. This weapon, known as the Spirit Blood Staff, was an exceedingly rare artifact capable of unleashing formidable soul attacks. Qing Haoran's form trembled slightly as he rotated the blood staff. A surge of powerful soul energy erupting forth, coursing through the Spirit Blood Staff, and coalescing in the air into a tangible representation of the Tianlei demon. With a subtle step forward, Qing Haoran commanded, "Go."